Hello everyone. Today I'm bringing you part 2. First, hey race a brief recap of the story so far. Chen, an ordinary teenager, awakened an SS grade sword Dao talent and began his meteoric rise. A mysterious cultivation system grants him daily cultivation points and bonus rewards whenever he triggers emotional surges. The system has also bestowed formidable techniques Myriad Sword Arsenal, Heaven Earth Sword Heart, and Heaven Earth Sword Intent, allowing him to leave his peers far behind. During the awakening ceremony at Suhai No. 1 High School, Chen's talent stunned the entire audience. Although sword cultivation is notoriously difficult, he embraced the challenge and vowed to become the strongest fighter. He broke off his engagement to Buying Shue and focused solely on training, borrowing every practice sword from the school armory to hone his skills. Testing the power of his myriad sword arsenal in the back hills, he effortlessly cut down 2 gray-furred monkeys, revealing astonishing strength. His power soared from 5 to 147 cultivation points in record time. In another incident, he casually defeated 2 monkeys that tried to snatch his sword, further proving his might. His feats soon drew attention, especially from Su Qing and Bai Yingxue, who both saw limitless potential in him. One evening on his way home, Chen witnessed a gang of thugs harassing a girl. He stepped in without hesitation, humbling the bullies in moments. The rescued girl's gratitude spread Chen's reputation throughout Suhai. The next morning, classmates surrounded him at the school gate, amazed by both his strength and his chivalry. Teacher Su Qing praised his actions, while Li Yun regretted that he had turned down a life of comfort for a warrior's path. Chen's rise alarmed rivals such as Zhang Yang from Jining Brave Martial High and grade director Yuan Ma. They feared their dominant status in local martial circles was threatened. At the Jining City Martial Trial Camp, Chen's performance shocked everyone. He demolished training fiend beasts, his score skyrocketed, and he shattered the camp record with 6,010 points. The camp supervisors rewarded him generously, even gifting him a grade alloy longsword. Yet jealousy lingered. Zhang Yang and Yuan Ma questioned his results, but eventually had to concede his dominance. During a misunderstanding on the street, a woman mistook Chen for a creep-an awkward moment that was quickly resolved and only added to his legend. At Jining Hotel, Chen dined with Su Qing and others to celebrate. When a brash blonde youth stirred up trouble, Chen subdued him with ease, displaying not only raw power but also remarkable composure. Despite envy and constant challenges, he continued his steady climb toward the peak of martial arts. Back in the training hall, Chen sparred with Lu Yingkai, Buying Shue, and Li Yun. Though all 3 were competent, they stood little chance. Chen dispatched them effortlessly, earning their respect and pushing his cultivation even higher. Soon after, the group traveled to Jining City to prepare for the upcoming independent martial examination. Principal Li Song and homeroom teacher Zhong Lin briefed the students on the exam's brutal rules. It would take place in Yinshan Town, where examinees would battle real wild fiend beasts. Unfazed, Chen declared he would participate, impressing Zhong Lin with his resolve. On exam day, Chen was assigned the town's southwest sector. Instantly entering combat mode, he cut down beasts one after another with his myriad sword arsenal, his score climbing steadily. Observers outside the arena were stunned, especially when he pushed alone into the central zone and swiftly eliminated high-level fiends. His courage and strength made him the center of attention. Meanwhile, Yuan Ma and Zhang Yang grew increasingly anxious. Zhang Yang, once confident, now lagged far behind on the leaderboard, burning with frustration. Chen's meteoric ascent echoed across Jiangnan province, filling his family and friends with pride. Throughout the exam, Chen's calm strategy and overwhelming power carried him through every encounter. Within mere hours, he amassed an incredible 4,900 points, rocketing to 21st place overall. His name dominated every conversation outside the testing grounds. That concludes our recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoy Part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time following the story, feel free to check the playlist or comment section for Part 1. Now let's dive into Part 2. Yesterday, he gained a total of 159 cultivation points, 59 from routine practice and 100 from critical hits. Chen swung his legs off the bed, let out a long, steady breath, and curled his fingers into a loose fist. Without hesitation, he funneled all 159 points into his dantian. A line of data flashed across his attribute panel: cultivation, 80120 level, tier 2, 2-star warrior, and a golden halo skimmed over his skin before vanishing. His task complete, he sat cross-legged with his arms relaxed at his sides and triggered the Brahma breathing technique with a thought. Each breath deepened, and faint golden currents slipped through his pores while every muscle fiber quivered. About half an hour later, he opened his eyes again. This morning ritual had long since become pure muscle memory. Brahma breathing technique, grade active martial skill, 4th layer, proficiency 300-4000. 1. Restores 7 cultivation per second. 2. generates a third-tier golden chi barrier that negates 600 points of damage and greatly enhances recovery. The fourth layer's across-the-board boost lifted Chen's spirits. His recovery was quicker, his chi barrier sturdier, and even his regenerative power had climbed. In the past, a serious wound forced him to seek outside treatment or watch his cultivation drain away. Now minor injuries would knit themselves together as long as he kept breathing. He suspected that once he reached the fifth or even sixth layer, the technique would transform entirely, a prospect that thrilled him. The breathing art had been a gift from Luo Shi, head of Jiangnan province's military martial department. Though the military boasted many high-level fighters, most were stuck below the third layer and had switched to other methods. If Luo Shi learned that Chen had broken into the fourth layer, he would probably be stunned. After a quick wash and a bit of tidying up, Chen slung a messenger bag over his shoulder and stepped outside. Capital University Town was a city within a city built for martial arts students, complete with workplaces, housing, and entertainment. But its true core lay in the training rooms, martial towers, and dojos scattered everywhere. The entire district existed to let elite fighters grow faster. With so many students, resources were always limited. To steer those resources toward the strongest, every school in the university town used a credit system. The more credits you held, the richer the martial resources you could tap. Credits could also be traded openly, and the current market rate was 1 credit for 2,891.5 wealth points. Chen sat down at his computer and logged into the campus intranet. Ordinary freshmen at Capital Martial University started with 1,000 credits, while other schools' freshmen received only 500. Special program recruits enjoyed even better terms. He opened his personal profile initial credits, 10,000. Compared with the hundreds of thousands held by veteran students, it wasn't spectacular, but it spared him the early scramble for points. The screen froze on that string of digits, 10,000 credits, more than enough to use most of the training facilities in the university town for the next few days. The training facilities on the Imperial Capital Martial University campus are obviously far better than the public ones in University City. Unfortunately, the other special admission students haven't reported yet, so the campus resources are still locked down. To keep things fair, Chen can't jump the line. He decides to check out the public trial rooms in University City first. Chen closed his laptop, smoothed the edge of his jacket, changed into a sleek training outfit, and left the dorm. The corridor lights were bright. He walked with an easy, upright stride and vanished down the hallway in moments. Xiaocheng, did you really meet the special admission kid from Imperial Capital Martial University last night? His name's Chen, right? I heard he's gorgeous, is it true? Come on, Xiaocheng spill. Inside a spacious training room at Daxia Physical and Martial Academy, the lights were dazzling and the air carried a faint tang of sweat. Lin Cheng wiped her brow and had just set down a dumbbell when a pack of girls swarmed her. Basking in their attention, she couldn't hide her smile, and her voice floated upward. Relax, relax. There's a whole story about me and Chen. She twisted the cap off an energy drink and took a long swig, her throat bobbing audibly. Guess what, last night, I even rode back in Principal Yang Yuanyan's car. Principal Yang's car? The one from Imperial Capital Martial University? Seriously? Lin Cheng tossed the empty bottle into the recycling bin and waved a hand as if it were nothing. Sure. I was just riding on Chen's coattails. You and Chen are that close. Envy wrapped around her like vines. Lin Cheng shook her head so fast it blurred. No, I've got it all wrong. He's a student at Imperial Capital Martial University, and he's insanely handsome. Why would he be interested in me? His girlfriend's from Imperial Capital Arts and Martial Academy, and she's drop-dead gorgeous. Once she started, she couldn't stop, painting every detail of last night in vivid colors: Chen's strength, his looks, his impeccable manners. The girls listened, spellbound, wishing they'd been the ones to meet him. Just then, a tall boy with a buzz cut muscled through the outer ring of girls, clearing a path with blunt force. Hey, watch it. What's his problem? The complaints died the moment they saw his angular face. The circle broke apart in silence. Lin Cheng looked up, her smile freezing. Her voice shrank. Senior Xiong Chao, she straightened and gave a respectful nod. Xiong Chaos gaze sliced over the girls had just complained. Under that knife-edge stare they scattered to the walls. Bone-shattering hand, Xiong Chao. How did we bump into him here? Wasn't he applying to Imperial Capital Martial University for grad school? Haven't you heard? He got rejected. They looked at his record and said he wasn't good enough. What? He's top 10 on the upperclassmen ranking, still not good enough? He disappeared for 2 months after the rejection. I can't believe he's here today. The whispers shrank even further. Xiong Chao turned back to Lin Cheng, his voice low and direct. That special admission student Chen, what province is he from? Lin Cheng's heart thumped, but she forced out an answer. Zhejiangnan province. Xiong Chaos eyes lit up. He repeated softly, Jiangnan province. Everyone agrees the province is an economic powerhouse. Yet when it comes to martial arts, Jiangnan consistently ranks at the bottom of Daxia's 9 provinces. A quick look at recent records tells the story. In the last 2 years, every student specially recruited from Jiangnan by Imperial Capital Martial University was dead last on the list. When Xiong Chao heard the new class had arrived, he almost burst out laughing. Talk about a freebie, he thought. I've drawn the weakest of the special admits. 2 months earlier, he had applied to Imperial Capital Martial University, only to be rejected. One of the stated reasons was that he had never challenged one of their students. From that moment on, he locked himself in the dojo, living and training there day and night, sweat pouring off him by the bucket as he waited for this day, the arrival of the new special recruits. Challenge a third year from Imperial Capital Martial? I'm not that good, Xiong Chao muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. If I wait a few more months and beat up a regular freshman, nobody will care, and it won't look impressive on my record. Only by defeating a specially admitted student can I add a truly shining line to my resume. At dusk, Xiong Chao slung a bag over his shoulder and headed for the door. Hearing the commotion, Lin Cheng burst out of the reading room. Senior Xiong, are you going to challenge Yunshin? He stopped and glanced sideways at her, a faint smirk on his lips. And what if I am? Lin Cheng bit her lip and lowered her voice. Yunshin just arrived in University City. He hasn't even had time to train. Challenging him now seems a bit opportunistic, doesn't it? Several girls beside her nodded in agreement. Exactly, Xiong Chao snorted. That's how it's always done. Senior students from other schools in University City challenge Imperial Martial freshmen the moment they set foot on campus. No matter how gifted they are, they're still rookies, and the gap in experience is there for everyone to see. The few who refuse to back down usually leave with swollen faces. By the time they grow strong enough to get even, we're already gone. Whose fault is it that Imperial Martial students are so enviable? Lin Cheng and the others were cowed into silence by his tirade. Finding the scene dull, Xiong Chao casually raised a fist. A violet aura seeped from his knuckles like ink, coiling around his hand. First grade violet chi? Lin Cheng cried. The girls beside her gasped. 2 months ago you were still blue. Basking in their shock, Xiong Chao slowly clenched his fist and laughed again. Watch closely, girls. Watch how I give that Yunshin his very first lesson. Yunshin, let me show you around. The tall, striking receptionist pushed open the alloy door closest to the corridor and pointed at the rows of gravity machines inside. These training rooms build raw physical power. She kept walking and led Yunshin to a glass cubicle on the opposite side. These high-speed pods sharpen neural reflexes. After they rounded an arched passage, she gestured ahead and to the left. Those rooms are for cold weapon fighters, stocked with every type of replica weapon. Finally, she stopped before a thick, silver-white door and raised her voice slightly. These are the most advanced rooms. They hone mental strength, and you need enough credits to get in. Yunshin's eyes darted around, impressed. Such a wide array of training rooms. The girl tilted her head with a smile. This is nothing. Rack up more credits and you'll unlock even better resources. She added, if there's ever a queue, it's sorted by credit ranking, not first come, first served. Yunshin nodded and let her guide him through the wide metal corridor. The dojo, officially the Cosmos Dojo, was the largest facility and the top performer in Imperial Capital University City. Many senior year prodigies trained here. Along with Cosmos Dojo, the campus housed Vajra Dojo, Holy Spirit Dojo, and Science Dojo, collectively known as the Four Great Dojos. As she continued her tour, the receptionist stole glances at Yunshin. An elite recruit from Imperial Capital Martial University and handsome, too. If only I could get his contact. She resolved to show him a few more spots, then asked for his number. She was about to change direction when a chime sounded from Yunshin's wristwatch. Hello? Yunshin tapped the answer key. Yunshin, where are you? Lu Haohao's anxious voice burst through the line. Haohao, I'm at the Cosmos Dojo. What's wrong? Senior Lin Sheng just called me. A third year at Daxia Physical Martial Academy, named Xiong Chao, is looking for you. He's bad news, so don't take his challenge. The floodgates opened. She rattled off Xiong Chaos stats, fight record, and specialties. Yunshin's brows drew together, then eased. Got it. Thanks, Haohao. Don't mention it. We're both from Jiangnan province. We look out for each other. Just don't get hurt before the new Star Grand Trials. Relax. I'm not that easy to injure. I know you're strong, but better safe than sorry. Yunshin finished, and they both laughed. A moment later, just as he was about to hang up, a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder. He turned. The receptionist's pupils shrank, her face going rigid. Whispers rippled through the hall. Bone Crusher Xiong Chao. Seriously? He vanished for 2 months, and now he shows up? Xiong Chao stood there in a black combat vest, bronze muscles coiled like steel cables. A grin exposed steel teeth that flashed coldly. Fixing his gaze on Yunshin, he rumbled with excitement. Found you at last, Yunshin. On the dueling platform, Xiong Chao lay sprawled on all fours, froth bubbling at his lips while his eyes rolled back. Yunshin rolled his aching shoulders, looked down at the burly but unconscious figure, and said calmly, they'll be taking the 20,000 credits. Xiong Chaos' body kept twitching, spittle seeping from the corner of his mouth. The only sounds he could make were broken nasal groans, not a single coherent word. Yunshin shook his head and found the man both pitiable and laughable, though he blamed himself for hitting too hard. He had planned to pull his punch, knock Xiong Chao off the platform, claim the credits, and be on his way. Instead, the very first blow accidentally triggered his passive technique, Stellar Burst. A faint planetary halo flared behind him the moment his fist landed. Xiong Chao never even had time to react before that single strike left him in this state. Fortunately, Yin Shun had held back most of his cultivation. Otherwise, he might have taken a life today. Controlling force is an art. Any tiger can crush a mouse, but true skill lies in striking without killing. He pocketed the 20,000 credits and stepped off the platform. The crowd below watched him leave like stone statues, eyes vacant with shock. The pretty girl who had been showing him around stood at the edge of the stage, her gaze following Yun Shun, disbelief filling her bright eyes. One punch. Just one punch. Xiong Chao was no unknown. There's a joke around Imperial Capital University City. You can handle a fierce opponent, but be wary of one with a nickname. As a third-year veteran wielding the perfected rank technique, bone-crushing palm, Xiong Chao had nearly swept the Daxia Physical Combat Academy last year, meeting hardly any resistance. Yet Yin Shun had flattened him with a single punch. The girl's mouth dropped open, the words on her lips stalled and retreated. Only then did the whispers erupt below the stage. Holy crap, that's insane. So this is what a special admissions student from Imperial Martial University can do? Are all 9 province recruits this savage? Several seniors shook their heads. No way. The 9 province recruits in past years were never this outrageous. They had roamed the university city for years and considered themselves worldly. Yet this was their first time seeing a special recruit drop a third-year veteran with one punch, especially someone as feared as Xiong Chao. The seniors watched Yunshin walk away at an unhurried pace, their expressions grave. One of them murmured, "The sky over the university city is about to change." The pretty girl was still lost in the shock of that punch when she noticed Yunshin heading toward her. Her heart squeezed, a tremor ran through her, and she instinctively straightened her posture. Yunshin stopped beside her, offering a gentle smile. "That's all for today's tour. Thanks for your help. We'll check out a few other dojos ways good to shop around." He had only come to say goodbye. Half of her was still reeling from the blow she had witnessed. The other half felt a subtle pang of disappointment at his departure. Gangchi, level 3 gold grade. The announcement echoed through the vast hall of Vajra Martial Pavilion, and hundreds of trainees turned as one toward the practice room, breathing quickening in disbelief. Achieving Golden Gangchi, and starting at level 3 no less, was unheard of at Daxia Physical Martial Academy. The heavy alloy doors slid open. Among the crowd, many female students blushed and traded hushed gossip. "They say he's the best looking of the freshmen." "Seriously? I'm ready for a romance that rocks the world." A moment later, a figure stepped from the brightly lit room. "Zhuo Wushang, congratulations, another breakthrough with Golden Gangchi," the coach announced. The young man was shirtless, his lean muscles sharply defined under a pale golden aura. Though only a little over 170 centimeters tall, he radiated the pressure of a mountain. His name etched itself instantly into every freshman's memory. A poised, curvaceous senior hurried over and thrust an ice-cold nutrient drink into his hand. "I can't believe Daxia Phys Martial managed to recruit you," she said, her gaze circling his chest. "With your power, even the freshmen at Imperial Capital Martial University might fall short. Those 9 province special admits may have to step aside." Zhuo Wushang tipped the bottle back, wiped his mouth, and laughed, vanity fully stoked. "You flatter me, senior." Before the laughter died, he spotted a slender silhouette through the floor-to-ceiling window, his pupils narrowing. He bolted from the hall. "Yingxue." On the main campus road, Yingxue heard the shout and paused, turning with a slight frown. Yin Shun, walking beside her, glanced at the newcomer. "Yingxue, do you know him?" "No," Yingxue replied coolly. Zhuo Wushang slowed, his gaze locking onto Yin Shun, unable to mask the surge of rejection and jealousy. In just a few days, Yingxue and Yin Shun had become the brightest new stars in the Imperial Capital University District. Yingxue shot to fame the day after enrollment. Her stunning looks swept the campus network, and 3 top trending spots shared the same headline: "Shock. The new campus goddess is already decided." The thread's grainy street photos still racked up over 100,000 replies, her beauty simply overwhelming. Yin Shun, meanwhile, had held the #1 trending spot for 2 straight days. The bold headline read, "Storm rising again. Imperial Martial Special Recruit arrives on campus, terrifying strength. Bone-crushing hands, Xiong Chao narrowly loses to martial prodigy Yin Shun." Headlines like this pop up on the campus forum every day, sprouting like bamboo shoots in spring. For that very reason, when Zhuo Wushang walked past the training hall, he immediately recognized the young man standing beside Yingxue Yunshun. Yingxue frowned and looked at him, her tone distant. "And you are?" Zhuo Wushang froze for a second, pointed to himself in disbelief, and said, "I'm Zhuo Wushang. We ran into each other at the restaurant yesterday. Remember?" Yingxue tried hard to recall. Yesterday at lunch she had eaten with Lu Haohao, but all she remembered was chatting with Yunshin on WeChat, and setting up a movie date for that afternoon. As for Zhuo Wushang, she might have seen him, yet she honestly couldn't picture him at all. Her brows knitted. The memory simply wasn't there. Seeing this, Zhuo Wushang's smile faltered, but he forced himself to stay friendly. No worries. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Zhuo Wushang, a freshman at Great Xia Martial Arts Academy and a classmate of Lu Haohao. Oh, Bai Yingxue answered softly, then lifted her eyes to Yun Shun. Shall we go? Yun Shun didn't spare Zhuo Wushang even a sidelong glance. He nodded and walked off beside Bai Yingxue. They had already bumped into more than a few pickup artists like Zhuo Wushang over the past couple of days, so both Yun Shun and Bai Yingxue had grown numb to it. Strolling along the tree-lined path, Bai Yingxue brushed back a lock of hair and muttered, "It's so annoying, running into guys like that all the time." Yun Shun shrugged with a grin. "It's normal. After 3 years of pent-up high school life, everyone cuts loose in college. You know the saying, spring is here, everything comes alive, and animals enter mating season." Bai Yingxue's cheeks flushed. "You're impossible." Yun Shun laughed aloud, then turned serious. "Still, that Zhuo Wushang is actually pretty strong." "Really? Getting you to admit someone's pretty strong is rare." Bai Yingxue arched a brow. "Look closely and you'll see a trace of golden qi around him," Yun Shun said, raising his hand to indicate a height. "He's roughly level 3. Bai Yingxue blinked, genuinely surprised. "Golden qi? Same as yours?" "No way. I'm not the only one with golden qi," Yun Shun replied with a smile. "The Imperial Capital's University District is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Running into another Goldenki fighter isn't that special. If he's level 3, then you?" "I hit level 5 2 days ago," Yun Shun said calmly. Remembering the overwhelming force of Yun Shin's level 5 golden qi, Bai Yingxue couldn't help feeling a surge of pride. Next to him, Zhuo Wushang suddenly seemed insignificant. Back at the entrance of the training hall, Zhuo Wushang watched Yun Shin's retreating figure, his fists clenched and his expression dark. Just then, the curvaceous senior who had witnessed everything hurried outside. Her gaze landed on Bai Yingxue's graceful silhouette, jealousy practically written on her face. Whether in looks or figure, Bai Yingxue outshone her completely, and that alone was infuriating. The junior she had just taken a liking to, Zhuo Wushang, was also head over heels for Bai Yingxue. No wonder jealousy was eating her alive. Still, right in front of Zhuo Wushang, she swallowed her anger, forced on a gentle smile, and said softly, "Junior Wushang, it's cold out here. Let's go back." Zhuo Wushang acted as though he hadn't heard a thing. His eyes searched past the bustling crowd while he murmured, almost mechanically, "So that's Yin Shun." "Yin Shun." She jerked in shock and cried out, "The Diwu special recruit Yin Shun, the one who beat Bonecrusher Xiong Chao." She rose on tiptoe to look for him, but the famous figure had already disappeared into the throng. Cosmos Martial Hall. Inside the Gangshi training chamber, blistering lights shone on Yun Chen's bare torso. His muscles trembled from the brutal workout, and beads of sweat slipped down his skin. He opened his right palm, where ribbons of golden gang qi swirled chaotically like mischievous sprites, slamming against his fingers in a bid to break free. To cage them, Yun Chen strained every nerve, his breathing rapid yet steady. Ding! A system chime cut through the silence. 3 minutes reached. "Congratulations, you've broken your own record." Exhaling deeply, Yun Chen unclenched his fist, and the golden gang qi dispersed. He dropped into a chair and drained an energy drink, the icy liquid washing the fire from his chest. "Gang qi isn't only for defense, it can boost offense too," he muttered, clenching his sweat-soaked fists. "Total mastery is the only way to unlock its real power." The training room door slid open automatically. In the hallway, a girl with a high ponytail waited quietly. Her name was Gu Tao, a sophomore and part-time employee at Cosmos. She had been the one to give Yin Chen his tour. After checking all 4 major halls, he had chosen Cosmos. The newest equipment, the most space, higher fees, but far better resources. As a special recruit of Imperial Capital Martial University, he was bumped straight to Silver Tier VIP, complete with a personal assistant. Gu Tao had volunteered and claimed the job. With the extra perks the hall offered, Yin Chen felt decidedly grateful. "Yin Chen, did you break another physical threshold?" Gu Tao handed him a soft towel, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yun Chen smiled and nodded, about to reply when a commotion erupted nearby. Golden Gang Qi, 8,001 kilos of force. A new freshman record at Cosmos. They looked over to see Zhuo Wushang stepping down from the power testing platform, chin lifted proudly. Golden Gang Qi coiled around his arms like a suit of armor. At that moment, Zhuo Wushang noticed Yun Chen emerging from the training room. He had come specifically for Yun Chen today, but he didn't want anyone thinking jealousy had brought him here. Feigning nonchalance, he swept his gaze around and let a sneer tug at his lips. "So this is the so-called top dog among the 4 grand halls, Cosmos Martial Hall? What a letdown." Inside the Cosmos Martial Hall, countless records lined the walls. On the giant screen, the Scarlet Tread number 8,047 kilograms was still fading. The force Zhuo Wushang had just unleashed, a brand new freshman record in the body power test. Even though it was only a first-year benchmark, The figure made everyone's scalp prickle. In the observation zone, fighters whispered to one another, their hushed tones unable to hide their excitement. That's Zhuo Wushang, this year's #1 recruit at Dashao Academy of Physical Martial Arts. Savage. Body path warriors really are beasts. At the same time, many full members of the hall, several of them upper-class students, glowered at the confident Zhuo Wushang on stage. They all understood that even if they could beat him in body power, their upper-class records weren't directly comparable to the freshman list. To settle things, they'd have to send a fellow first year. Down below, however, the new students traded uneasy looks. No one dared move. 8,000 kilos of burst strength, that's absurd. One rookie muttered, envy and despair written across his face. Can't touch it. I sneaked a test last night, barely broke 2 grand. Another admitted, shaking his head in defeat. One newcomer tried to find an excuse. Zhuo Wushang is a member of King Kong Martial Hall. They're famous for body path training, so it's normal his stats dwarf ours. Zhuo Wushang caught the comment at once. He tilted his chin, a sneer curling his lip. Pathetic. You lose, and then invent excuses? Don't forget we're all freshmen. If the Cosmos Martial Hall is filled with weaklings who rely on wishful thinking, it might as well close its doors now. The student he called out turned crimson, wishing he could sink through the floor. Zhuo Wushang swept his gaze around the hall, finally, whether by chance or intent, letting it rest on Yun Shun in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his voice until it echoed against the steel rafters. Martial artists exist to safeguard humanity and drive out monsters. In a world plagued by disasters, preserving civilization demands personal strength. Resources, reputation, power. You fight for them yourself. Even women have to fight. The last line carried a clear barb aimed at Yun Shun. A moment of silence passed before the onlookers erupted into applause. Well said. Exactly, fight, or go home and plant sweet potatoes. These spectators belonged to neither hall, so they cheered with abandon. Next to Yun Shun, Gu Tao wrinkled her delicate nose and murmured, he's here to challenge the hall. Zhuo Wushang laughed softly, his voice booming across the arena. Seems I overestimated the Cosmos Martial Hall after all. Not a single soul dared step forward. Cowards, all of you, Zhuo Wushang scoffed. Fine, then today you'll. Hold it. The sudden shout sliced through the air. A short, slightly chubby boy burst out of the crowd, his face beach red. Zhuo Wushang, you've gone too far. He'll challenge you. Zhuo Wushang blinked, then burst into laughter, his grin nearly splitting his cheeks. You? You think you're fit to face me? Ha ha. The mockery stung like thorns. The heavy-set boy took a deep breath, marched onto the power test platform, raised his fist, and slammed it down. Boom. The numbers flashed 1, 2, 10 kilograms. Laughter erupted below. Arms folded, Zhuo Wushang shook his head. I asked the Universe Dojo to send me a real opponent, not a tub of lard. 1,200 kilos? I'm almost 7 times that. What's the point? You walking embarrassment. Yeah. Chubby, maybe drop a few pounds first. This is the best the Universe Dojo can muster? Even some of the dojo's own members looked away in embarrassment. Clenching his fists, the chubby boy shouted, voice trembling, take that back. No one at Universe Dojo is a coward. Zhuo Wushang waved him off, disdain gleaming in his eyes. Pathetic. You think stepping up makes you a hero? Weaklings don't qualify. Screw this, I'm not taking it. Another rookie roared, stepping forward. I'm sick of him walking all over us. I'm in. Count me too. One after another, several fighters mounted the platform. 2,104 kilograms. 2,717 kilograms. 3,210 kilograms. The numbers kept climbing, yet never bridged the gulf between them and Zhuo Wushang. He threw back his head and laughed. Weaklings. A flock of weaklings, just as I thought. The laughter stopped cold. As if driven by an unseen hand, the crowd parted, forming an aisle. Yun Shin walked through shirtless, muscles cut from stone, sweat still tracing the grain of his physique. Threads of golden chi shimmered beneath his skin, glinting like dormant lightning. You could hear heartbeats in the silence. Gu Tao, a staff member from Universe Dojo, hurried after him, whispering, Yun Shun, you just finished training. Going now puts you at a disadvantage. She worried not only for him, but for the dojo's pride. Watching Yun Shun approach, a flicker of unease crossed Zhuo Wushang's mind, though his words came out stiff. What do you think you're doing? He regretted the tone instantly, it reeked of fear. Forcing a sneer, he added, so you want a shot? Frankly, you. Move. Yun Shin's low growl thundered like distant drums. Zhuo Wushang's face went rigid. Shoulders twitching, he stepped aside. Whispers rippled through the spectators. That's Yun Shun, the elite recruit from Imperial Capital Martial University. Has he ever tested raw power before? I doubt it. Zhuo Wushang's got golden chi. If it's a straight power test, can Yun Shun really beat him? Look at the sweat. He's acting on impulse. If he loses, he'll disgrace the university. Their murmurs shattered under Yun Chen's footsteps. He stopped before the Testerno warm-up. No gathering of force, just a slow tightening of his fist. Boom. Iron met iron, golden light exploded. The air froze, every sound sucked away. After a long, breathless moment, Gu Tao clapped a hand over her mouth, voice quavering like a mosquito's buzz. 21,098 kilograms. Zhuo Wushang's eyes bulged as he stared at the strength tester's display. 220,000 kilos. His voice rose as though someone had grabbed his throat. A moment ago, his all-out strike had registered little more than 8,000 kilos, and he had already seen himself as extraordinary. Now Yunshun had casually produced 20,000, and Zhuo's mind went blank. Damn it, there has to be something wrong. He jabbed a finger at the machine, the muscles in his face twitching. The tester must be broken. The martial artists below the platform traded bewildered looks. My God, more than 20,000 kilos of raw force. Even the seniors in their third or fourth year can barely manage that. Exclamations rolled through the crowd. Some echoed Zhuo Wushang's suspicion of a malfunction, but most simply shook their heads, their eyes locked on the dazzling numbers. In the midst of the debate, boom, a thunderous crash drove the platform half an inch into the floor. The tester's casing caved in, a bull's-eyed hole blasted straight through its center. Delicate components spun away like debris in a storm, and shards of metal were hurled several meters by the shock wave. Yunshun lowered his fist, golden chi blazing around it, the knuckles still humming. Behind him, the shadow of a black vortex flickered in and out of sight, its dark light pulsing, squeezing the breath from every chest. Zhuo Wushang gaped. He shattered the tester? The machine's limit was 50,000 kilos, meaning that punch had already blown past it. Every doubter fell silent, throats tight. Several students instinctively backed away, as though distance alone could shield them from Yunshun. Yunshun turned, fixing Zhuo Wushang with a stare that sliced like a blade. Zhuo's heart seized, every hair on his body standing on end. If you still think there's a problem, Yunshun said, his calm voice ringing like clashing metal, you're welcome to test my fist with your body. Zhuo's knees buckled. He clutched the railing, his face paper white. 50,000 kilos of force his third-level golden chi armor wouldn't hold, and the surge of nearly 2,000 points of cultivation behind it meant instant death. Yunshun stepped off the platform, each footfall like a hammer against Zhuo's chest. What are you doing? Zhuo shrieked. What am I doing? You're the one who started this, Yunshun replied, voice icy. Zhuo opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Moments ago, he had flaunted his physical talent and mocked others as cowards. When a challenger appeared, he had called him weak. Yunshun raised his hand, turning his palm into a blade. He tapped Zhuo's cheek lightly, voice dripping with mockery. Tell me, do you understand who the weakling is now? Zhuo Wushang clenched his teeth, his fists trembling, and said nothing. I'm talking to you, damn it. Cack out your tongue. Yunshun growled. He raised his right hand and slapped Zhuo Wushang again, the crack echoing through the silent training hall. Zhuo Wushang felt as if a hand had tightened around his heart, fear growing wild inside him. Yunshun clearly had no intention of letting him go. Humiliation left him gasping. He swallowed the bitterness and croaked, I am a weakling. The moment the words left his mouth, he heard something inside him shatter the collapse of his martial will. Weakness washed over him, his knees buckled, and he sank to the floor. Yunshun arched an eyebrow, his voice cool and cutting. So you're not just weak, you're weak and spineless. He pointed at the dented force tester nearby. You broke that thing, got it? An entry-level model costs 5 to 8 million credits, and I'm not paying for it. Zhuo Wushang's eyes were empty as he nodded mechanically. Understood. Yunshun grabbed a fistful of his hair and gave it a rough shake, as if musing a child's head. Good. Glad we understand each other. He let go and walked toward Gu Tao. Only then did Gu Tao snap out of her shock. Her cheeks turned bright red and her voice trembled with excitement. Why, Yunshun, that was incredible. Her shout flipped a switch in the crowd. Holy crap, Yunshun is insane. That punch was brutal. You're the real one-punch man. Yunshun, Yunshun, Yunshun. The cheers rolled in like waves. Yunshun raised a hand for quiet and chuckled. One-punch man, I'm a sword fighter, and I'm not bald. He knew all too well how ridiculous the exploding star passive was. That punch enhanced by level 5 force and black hole power had hit nearly 20 times harder than normal. If he used a sword and stacked it with the 10,000 sword arsenal, the result would be terrifying. The trigger rate was low, but when it activated, it combined two class techniques. Even Yunshun preferred not to think about it. Without that burst, his current cultivation could never have shattered an entry-level tester. To him, cultivation was fertile soil, techniques were the trees rooted in it. The occasional fruit that fell was enough to nourish a fighter for life. The analogy made the relationship between the two crystal clear. While Yunshun was still musing, Gu Tao face aglow lifted a towel and gently wiped the sweat from his arms and forehead. That's all right, Gu Tao. I can do it myself, Yunshun said softly. Oh, Gu Tao murmured, both embarrassed and disappointed. Yunshun took the towel and headed for the lounge to cool down. A faint swelling and tingling had started in his right arm. A voice sounded in his mind. Master, be more careful next time. Exploding star boosts your damage to an absurd level, but the backlash is hurting your body. After all, you're a swordsman, not a bruiser. Yunshun nodded and answered silently, I know. Still, it proves my body can get stronger. Without that 5th grade layer of golden chi protecting my bones, my right arm would be scrap right now. The thought made him grin. Had to admit that punch looked amazing, and the burst of cultivation points was a sweet bonus. Wait, hold up, classmate. A breathless voice called from behind. Yunshun turned and saw a round boy jogging over, sweat dripping and face flushed with excitement. You're Yunshun, right? No wonder you're from Emperor Marty, also strong. The chubby boy waved for emphasis, his admiration genuine. Yunshun liked the kid's enthusiasm. Weakness isn't scary, losing courage is. The fact had stepped up while everyone else mocked showed real backbone. My name's Hong Ta. The boy offered a slightly trembling hand. Yunshun. Yunshun gripped the thick palm and smiled. After they parted, Hong Ta watched Yunshun walk away and clenched his fists. If only I could be like him. Dreaming won't help, I need to train harder. Resolve flashed in his eyes as he stepped into a nearby practice room. Outside the Cosmos Dojo, a young man with striking features paused beneath its towering facade. So this is the Cosmos Dojo, huge place. His pack held a winter coat few southerners needed, had clearly just arrived from warm Nanhai province. His phone buzzed. Hello? Dean Huang. Yes, I'm here. Haha, no need to send someone. Thanks. They'll look around the university district first, then head to the dorm. All right, thank you. His polite tone carried a noticeable southern accent. Call ended. He hefted his luggage and walked inside. The lobby buzzed. Something big had happened. Excuse me, what just happened? He asked at the front desk. The receptionist eyed him and practically vibrated with excitement. First day here? The Vajra Dojo guys came to challenge us and got wrecked. Emperor Marshall's special recruit, Yunshun, shattered the power gauge with one punch. Crazy stuff. Really? Emperor Marshall's recruit Yunshun? The young man mulled it over. Sensing an opportunity, the receptionist switched to sales mode. Want to join? Yunshun trains here all the time. She whipped out a form. A minute later, she gawked at the application. Nanhai Province, Guahaoran, you're also an Emperor Marshall special recruit. Guahaoran barely heard her. The brand new testing machine beside the counter had caught his eye. Mind if I try that? Of course. She stepped aside, suddenly reverent. Under countless curious gazes, Guahaoran stepped onto the platform, drew a slow breath, and clenched his right fist. A miniature nebula whirled around his knuckles. Boom. The freshly installed tester exploded into glittering fragments. Beside it, Zhuo Wushang still had his finger hovering over the confirm payment button. He stared at the wreckage, completely shell-shocked. Guahaoran stared at the broken force gauge littering the floor, scratched his nose, and muttered, Great. Now we're in real trouble. The shattered metal casing lay everywhere, its inner wiring dangling like torn noodles. Zhuo Wushang's face twitched, his atoms apple bobbing. Guahaoran turned to the staffer with an apologetic smile. Sorry, how much does this machine cost? They'll pay for it. The staffer cast an awkward glance at the wreckage. The entry-level force gauge had cost the gym several million. But the culprit was a special admission student from Imperial Capital Martial University. Asking him to pay might make Universe Martial Arts Gym look petty and offend a prodigy. The staffer hesitated. Then his gaze landed on Zhuo Wushang. Zhuo Wushang stiffened, sweat popping out on his forehead. Why are you looking at me? Yunshun said. I only had to pay for the one he broke. But the gym members had already surrounded Zhuo Wushang. Eyes like hungry wolves on prey. He was the only outsider here. Remembering Yunshin's punch from earlier, they glared at him coldly. Under the crushing stare, Zhuo Wushang felt a chill down his back. Yunshin's indifferent smile flashed through his mind, and his knees nearly buckled. If Yunshin came back for him, he didn't dare think further. Okay, he'll pay. Shaking, he pulled out his phone. Guahaoran reached out to stop him. No, I'm the one who broke it. I should pay. That's not how it works, kid. A member barked, and the others joined in. All today's trouble started because of Zhuo Wushang should pay. That's right. If he won't cough up, he won't walk out of here. If he complains, we'll get Yunshun. Don't call him at the name Yunshun. Zhuo Wushang trembled, voice quavering. Seeing tempers flare, the staffer darted to Guahaoran and pulled him aside. All right, Gua, let me show you the rest of the facility. But Guahaoran tried to protest. Come on, enough. This way. Knowing Guahaoran was a bit naive and famous for being a good guy, the staffer practically dragged him off. Zhuo Wushang was left behind, shivering as he typed the transfer amount into his phone. After leaving Universe Martial Arts Gym, Guahaoran kept replaying the scene in his head, especially Zhuo Wushang's near-tearful face. Is that Yunshin really that scary? He wondered as he walked. If he can smash a force gauge with one punch, he must be a top-tier body path martial artist. I'd love to spar with him. At the thought, his eyes brightened. For a martial artist, sparring is the best way to grow stronger. All right, 3,000 push-ups when I get back. Can't slack off today. Clenching his right fist, he grabbed his bags and jogged toward the dorm. Late that night, after walking by Yingxua back to her dorm, Yunshin headed home as well. Just as Yunshun was strolling toward the gate of Imperial Capital Martial University, a faint voice broke through the upbeat music in his earbuds. Yunshin. The call made him stop. He took out his earbuds and looked around. Under the street lamp stood Gu Tao, wearing a pale pink skirt and a white blouse that traced her curves. She was like a splash of spring at the roadside. The late winter breeze was still icy, yet her long, bare legs met the cold air heating. Excitement mingled with nerves, and her fair cheeks were flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears glowing pink. Gu Tao, what are you doing here so late? Shan asked, halting instinctively. She took a deep breath, shuffled closer, and spoke so softly it seemed she might disturb the night. Shan, this is for you. She pressed a freshly printed movie ticket into his palm. Tomorrow morning could I invite you to see it with me? She looked up, eyes sparkling, waiting for judgment. He glanced at the ticket, a hit romantic action film. He chuckled. I've heard only couples go to this one. The jab hit home. Gu Tao's blush deepened and she murmured, that's what I was hoping. Even Shan couldn't miss the meaning. Gu Tao gripped her skirt, heart racing, words tumbling out in fits and starts. Shan, may I call you that from now on? If you're willing, we could. I'm sorry, Gu Tao. He raised a hand, rubbing the bridge of his nose a bit awkwardly. There's someone else I already like. Her eyes flickered, then dimmed. She forced a fragile smile. Oh, it's fine. Thank you, Shan. Then see you tomorrow? See you tomorrow, he replied gently. She turned and jogged away, striving to keep her composure. Only after her silhouette vanished beyond the light did Shan sigh and shake his head. He knew her fondness was half admiration for strength, half attraction to his looks. She barely knew his real nature. He disliked casual romance and refused to give her false hope. A lazy, teasing voice sounded behind him. What's wrong? Aren't you going to walk her back? Shan turned. Principal Yang? Were you following me? Hardly. Yang Yuanyan folded her arms, her black suit outlining a crisp figure. Do I look that idle? He smiled. Just joking. She nodded toward the direction Gu Tao had gone. It's late. You don't think you should escort her to the dorm? Security in the university district is solid and there are night patrols. She'll be fine, he said. Yet every time Bai Yingxue goes out, you want rest until she's at her dorm door. He paused for 2 seconds. That's different. Yang Yuanyan narrowed her eyes, studied him, then shrugged. All right. At least you have self-control. I was worried that being surrounded by admiring girls might blunt your edge. A martial artist who indulges in romance soon loses his drive. Looks like I worried for nothing. Shan gave a wry smile and asked, Principal, it's this late, and you're here to teach me how to handle my love life, right? Yang Yuanyan rolled her eyes dramatically, but without a shred of patience. As if I have time to worry about your romances. I just bumped into you on my way home. Anyway, heads up, another special admit student reported in today. Seriously? Finally, Chen's drowsiness vanished. If the special admits are arriving, the Tenjao trials must be close. Yang Yuanyan held up one finger. He checked in this morning Guaharan, class recruit from Nanhai province, physical path martial artist. The next morning, after a quick wash, Chen stepped outside to loosen up and catch some sun. The moment he opened the villa door, a deep, rhythmic ho-ha reached his ears. Following the sound, he spotted Guaharan outside another villa, clad in a black training suit and tearing through pull-ups, push-ups, and squats at a blistering pace. Dawn mist still hung in the air, yet every movement left a razor-sharp afterimage. Wow, starting this early, Chen yawned, though his eyes were full of respect. Guaharan had been up since 4, training non-stop for hours. His suit was soaked and gleaming with sweat. Rest days were virtually non-existent in his 365-day calendar. Finishing his last set of push-ups, he exhaled, sprang to his feet, and unfastened the weights strapped to his waist and limbs. Boom. The lead blocks hit the ground, punching deep craters into the lawn and kicking up dust. What the? Chen rubbed his eyes, stunned by the scene that greeted him at sunrise. Holy crap. Another voice gasped at almost the same moment. Chen turned. At the entrance to the villa block stood a girl about 5 foot 5, dragging a silver-gray suitcase. In a blue knit cardigan and straight-leg pants, she stared at Guaharan and muttered under her breath, "Guy's nuts loaded up like a tank and grinding away before dawn." The dialect was soft and southwestern. Most people 10 meters away wouldn't have caught it, but Chen's class martial art, keen perception, picked up every word. Just then, a shout came from the yard. "Hey, are you Chen?" It was Guaharan, waving him over. Chen raised a hand in reply. Guaharan jogged up, stopped in front of him, and offered a handshake. "Hi, I'm Guaharan from Nanhai province. I heard you're a top-tier physical path martial artist too. If you're up for it, I'd love to spar sometime." "Hey, did you hear?" "Hear what?" "2 special admit students from Imperial Martial University are fighting." "Seriously?" "They say it's Chen and a new recruit." "Come on, it's happening at the Cosmic Dojo. Let's move." Inside the Cosmic Dojo, central arena, the dueling platform. Chen and Guaharan faced each other on the platform, short, rapid breaths mingling in the air while excitement burned in their eyes. "Great fight! Great fight!" The words burst out almost simultaneously. Chen's chest rose and fell violently, yet the thrill on his face was unmistakable. Hadn't enjoyed a duel of this caliber in a long time. For any martial artist, cultivation is about spotting and mending weaknesses. The quickest way to expose those flaws is real combat quality over sheer quantity. If the gap is too wide, the stronger fighter shows no shortcomings, and the weaker gains nothing. Since arriving at the Imperial Capital University City, Chen had only faced Xiong Chao once, felling him in an instant. All he learned was the need for finer control over his power, useful but limited. Today's clash with Guahaoran was a different story altogether. They had been locked in combat for over an hour, trading blows without pause. Yin Shun could feel his command of Ganqi soaring just moments ago. He had even brushed the secret of projecting it outside his body. Guahaoran charged again, muscles taut, footsteps like thunder. Yun Shin focused, launching a ribbon of golden Ganqi from his palm straight at Guahaoran's face. Ganqi projection. Guahaoran's heart jolted, yet he kept driving forward. His left fist flashed, hurling a matching golden arc. The two streams collided midair with a crisp crack, then vanished like smoke. Guahaoran pulled back, panting, eyes glued to Yun Shun, a flicker of shock in his chest. An hour ago this man could only coat his limbs with Ganqi. Now he had already mastered projection. As a body-type cultivator, Haoran should have excelled in Ganqi control, yet Yin Shun had closed the gap at terrifying speed. This was beyond talent. It was freakish. His throat bobbed, but no frustration surfaced. Instead, his blood roared with excitement. His body trembled from the rush, and he silently celebrated the decision he had made. Had once received the highest level offer from Shanghai Martial University, with perks even better than Imperial Marshals, but he chose the capital instead for the chance to meet stronger foes. He had bet on the right place. Strength always seeks strength. Yunshin glanced at the golden aura swirling around Guahaoran's left fist and grinned. I never imagined you could handle Ganqi so effortlessly. Guahaoran lowered his hand. Warmth lingered in his palm as he smiled and shook his head. You're the one who's full of surprises. Yunshin paused, still curious. How long have you been cultivating that golden Ganqi? Guahaoran studied the shimmering light on his knuckles. Roughly 10 years. I started with white Ganqi and refined it, step by step, until it turned gold. Yunshin froze. White Ganqi. Most people struggle just to push blue up to purple. Jumping from white straight to gold was unheard of. He stared at Guahaoran in awe. Seriously? How did you manage it? Any special tricks? Guahaoran shook his head. No tricks. Just practice. Relentless practice. Those 3 words struck the crowd like a hammer. Yunshin let out an admiring sigh. Remarkable. He seldom voiced respect for anyone's skill, but Guahaoran's power in the steel in his heart truly impressed him. Down below, members of the Cosmos Martial Arts Hall were wide-eyed. For more than an hour, the two fighters had traded blows, their auras clashing in a blur of offense and defense. Who would believe this was only a sparring match between first-year students? Outside the hall, a swarm of students had gathered. They pressed against the glass, frantic. Why can't we go in? A uniformed staffer blocked the entrance with a practiced smile. Apologies. This bout is an internal event for Cosmos Hall members only. Non-members may not observe. Frustration gnawed at the spectators. This was a duel between Daewoo elite recruits. Miss it, and they might lose a priceless insight into the martial path. Still, rules were rules. They could only watch from outside. Suddenly the crowd rippled. A girl in a blue jacket strode forward, bypassed the checkpoint, and slipped through the sensor without showing any ID. Hey, why doesn't she have to verify her identity? Someone protested. The blue-clad girl arched a brow and cast a cool glance over her shoulder. With that single look, the speaker's head swam. Tiny sprites seemed to flutter before his eyes. He swiped at the air in panic. Sprites, they're flying out. It's an illusion technique. He's been caught in an illusion. The onlookers shouted. The staffer narrowed his eyes, smiling faintly. Why was she allowed in without an ID check? Simple. She's a Daewoo elite recruit Liu of Sichuan province. Our Imperial Capital Dojo gives specially admitted students special treatment. The staff member didn't bother to hide it, his voice echoing through the lobby. Is it a privilege? Absolutely. But it's a privilege reserved for true powerhouses. If anyone else wants it, the solution is simple: become stronger in the Capital University District. The blunt credo strength is everything left the trainees speechless. Cosmic Dojo, Central Arena. Liu shoved open the heavy alloy doors and strode to the edge of the sparring platform. Looking up, she found Yunshin and Guahaoran trading blows with total abandon. The wind of their strikes kicked up dust, fists and feet blurred together, and each collision cracked like a string of firecrackers. Hands on her hips, she called out, "You two have fought long enough. Principal Yang is waiting for us." On the platform they locked eyes. Yunshin, breathing hard, shouted back, "Give me 3 more minutes, all right?" Guahaoran wiped sweat from his brow and nodded. "Fine, Yun." Without another word they crashed together again, bursts of force pounding in rapid drumbeats. Someone below whispered, "Yun's about to get flattened." Guahaoran's been holding back. Guahaoran's right arm swelled with muscle as his fist clenched. In the next instant a spiraling airflow formed at his knuckles, condensing into a fingernail-sized nebula that shimmered with crushing pressure. Yunshin's pupils shrank. He dodged on instinct, but Guahaoran was even faster. Fist that shatters the Star River. He roared, still warning, "Careful, Yun." Liu's heart jumped. Oh my god, that punch. Even outside the ring she could feel the force ripping through the air. A flash of impact exploded on the platform. An instant later Guahaoran was on one knee, one hand braced against the floor, chest heaving, sweat dripping from his temple. Chen stood with a heavy black sword raised. A glowing red fist mark burned in the middle of the blade, steam curling from the metal as it hummed. The spectators fell silent, exchanging stunned looks. Li Siyu finally broke the hush, blurting out, "Oh my god, Chen, you're a sword fighter?" The fist-shaped dent on the massive sword, Tian Sha, slowly disappeared, and the blade looked as flawless as ever. Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, let out a long, heavy breath, then glanced at the still crouching Guahaoran and said with genuine admiration, "Guahaoran, that punch of yours was terrifying." Guahaoran didn't answer. His gaze stayed glued to the broad, elegant sword in front of Chen. He blinked repeatedly, as if making sure he wasn't seeing things. "Chen, are you a sword cultivator?" Chen nodded. With a slow twist of his palm, the heavy blade hummed, dissolved into a silver streak, and vanished into his fingertips, returning to the vault of 10,000 swords. The metallic echo had barely faded when Guahaoran's thoughts replayed the scene in his mind. That can't be right, a sword user? I thought he was a body cultivator. Thinking back, Chen had never actually called himself a body path fighter, yet the way he traded punches planting his waist, channeling raw power was exactly how top-tier body cultivators fought. A string of question marks exploded in Guahaoran's head. He knew the difference between the two paths better than anyone. Weapon cultivators channel their power through blades, spears, or other divine arms, allowing their combat strength to skyrocket dozens or even hundreds of times for brief moments. Body cultivators rely on nothing but flesh and bone, honing physical attributes like raw strength, reflexes, and resilience to the extreme. There was an old saying in the field, body path sets the floor, weapons set the ceiling. Yet Chen's performance twisted that iron rule into a pretzel. How could a weapon cultivator wield a physique stronger than most body specialists? Staring blankly at Chen, Guahaoran finally blurted out, "Damn Chen, you're a monster." Chen chuckled, squatted down, and pulled Guahaoran to his feet. "Don't look at me like that. Physically, I'm still a shade behind you. My overall cultivation's just a bit higher, so we ended up evenly matched." He wasn't bragging. In sheer physical conditioning, Guahaoran's near-masochistic training still made him the most relentless person Chen had ever seen. But in cultivation realm, Chen stood one tier higher, and cultivation determines overall combat power. When it came to pure hand-to-hand, they were on equal footing. Guahaoran flexed his arm once he was up, his face showing no hint of discouragement. Instead, his eyes shone as he laughed heartily. "Chen, this is the first time I've met such a badass sword cultivator. Back home, people with sword talent always quit halfway. I never thought I'd meet a freak like you at Imperial Capital Martial University. I'm telling you, your body path strength could crush most body cultivators outright." Every word rang with excitement and genuine respect. Although Chen was stronger, Guahaoran took it as proof that he still had limitless room to grow. The same situation could spark opposite emotions depending on your outlook, and Guahaoran clearly belonged to the optimistic camp. With someone as powerful as Chen at his side, he was sure his own progress would ignite like gunpowder. The spar had only just ended, the railings around the ring still vibrating, when Chen patted Guahaoran on the shoulder and offered an approving smile. To be honest, he rather liked Guahaoran's open-hearted nature. The two walked down the steps shoulder to shoulder. Below the platform, Li Siyu still stood in the front row, her gloss-coated lips forming an exaggerated O, frozen in place. The shock had yet to fade. What on earth? Chen isn't a body path fighter? They just brawled barehanded on stage for over an hour, and now you're telling me he doesn't practice the body path? Fine, but sword path? Seriously? Li Siyu's last encounter with a sword path cultivator was a textbook illustration. Yet the reality in front of her was even crazier. A swordsman going toe-to-toe, barehanded, with a body path fighter? Was that even possible? A million curses stampeded through her head. She almost blurted them out, but held back at the last second. Chen and Guahaoran stepped off the platform and stopped in front of her. Chen reminded her, "Li Siyu, didn't you say Principal Yang wanted to see us?" They had exchanged nods during registration that morning, so they were at least acquainted. Chen's voice snapped Li Siyu back to reality. She stared at him for several seconds before answering. "Right, Principal Yang asked me to bring you two to his office. Let's go," Chen said with a nod, setting off first. Li Siyu watched their backs as they walked away, her pupils still trembling. That punch Guahaoran threw a moment ago, what was it called? Star-shattering fist? A blow like that could kill a regular second-tier fighter outright. Even a third-tier one without defenses would lose half his life. Insane. Yet Chen was the truly frightening one. Li Siyu pressed her lips together. Were all this year's special admits this fierce? Before coming to Imperial Capital Martial University, she had boasted to her father that she would take first place among the prodigies. After seeing these two, her confidence was leaking fast. Maybe she could still contend with Guahaoran, but Chen clearly hadn't gone all out. "Li Siyu, you coming or not?" Chen called from ahead. Guahaoran turned and waved. "Coming." She jogged to catch up, muttering under her breath, "Quit rushing me." In the principal's office, Principal Yang had just mentioned a name. "Tian Sha?" Guaharan scratched his head. The 9 Kuei stars? Li Siyu's face went solemn. So that was what Principal Yang wanted to discuss. Yun Chun answered with a quiet his expression calm, showing none of the other's tension. Tian Sha, the 9 Kuei Star Sand enigmatic group that had risen in the university district over the past 2 years. Rumor held that 9 student fighters sat at its core, each a monstrous talent of frightening strength, and each from a different university. Yet not one of them came from Imperial Capital Martial University. It was obvious their target was Imperial Martial University. Lately, Yun Chen's brilliant showings in the trials had stirred the long-dormant Tian Sha Jukiexing into motion. On the training ground, the night air was cool. Yang Yuanyin lifted a hand to hush the murmurs and warned in a low voice, "Stay on your guard. Tian Sha Jukiexing isn't made up only of freshmen. There are seniors about to graduate, and their strength rivals yours. Worse yet, they harbor an almost fanatical hatred for Imperial Martial University, especially for you special admits." Guaharan scratched the back of his head, baffled. "They hate us. Why?" Pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose, Li Siyu replied methodically, "They think we special admits are taking resources that should have gone to them, right?" Yang Yuanyin nodded. "That's part of it. You do enjoy a fair share of privileges here in the university district, and that invites criticism. Add in the years of friction between Imperial Martial and the other school-sold grudges meet new ones, and sparks fly." Yun Chun let out a long sigh, resting an elbow on his knee. Yang Yuanyin shot him a look. "What are you sighing about?" With a wry smile he said, "Now it makes sense. The moment I arrived, Xiong Chao was waiting outside my dorm to pick a fight. Looks like this was the reason." Yang Yuanyin's expression hardened. Xiong Chao is a capable junior, but the core members of Tian Sha Jukiexing are far stronger. Don't take them lightly. She paused, then repeated, "Keep a low profile. Don't go around making enemies, but if trouble comes to your door, don't disgrace Imperial Martial. Remember, you're the new batch of Tenjao." Imperial City University District Trial Tower. Night had fallen. The tower rose like a black spear against the sky, its entrance washed in gold and crimson by the lamps. The heavy stone doors rumbled open, and a man with a long spear on his back stepped out of the darkness. Armor plates scraped softly, slicing through the hush. The students chatting outside fell silent, every gaze locking onto the lone figure. Several heartbeats passed before someone rubbed his eyes and blurted in shock, "And Tan Xingyuan, you finished secluding?" Tan Xingyuan looked up at the star-strewn sky, his eyes steely. Then he slammed the butt of his spear against the ground with a clang that scattered dust. 3 months, and I finally broke through," he muttered, yet his voice hammered every chest. "Third realm, 3 stars a half-step master." His fingers tightened around the shaft until his knuckles whitened. In a flash, his girlfriend's gentle face surfaced in his mind. Tan Xingyuan swore silently. "Everything I lost, I'll take back with my own hands. Xiaoxian, wait for me." Another refreshingly crisp morning dawned. Golden sunlight streamed through the French floor-to-ceiling windows, coating the spacious dining room in a gentle glow. Yun Chin sat alone at a 6-seat table. A fried egg, crisp toast, and warm milk rested on his plate, yet the empty tabletop made him feel as if he had moved into a silent gallery. He chewed slowly while idly scrolling through his phone, the faint clink of cutlery and the low hum of the air conditioner the only sounds in a villa far too large for one person. Mid-scroll, the campus trending list suddenly shuffled. Yun Chun, who had topped the chart days ago, now sat at 3rd place. The new leader, highlighted in bold red, declared, "Tan Xingyuan, near Grandmaster, fighting for love." Yun Chun raised an eyebrow and tapped the headline, the screen's cool light reflecting off his furrowed brow. The article introduced Tan Xingyuan, a sophomore at Taibing Military Institute inside Imperial Capital University Town, majoring in spear combat. His spear talent ranked slightly above average, hardly dazzling in a city packed with prodigioso. He should have remained anonymous. What made his name stick was his girlfriend, Xian, last year's #1 goddess of University Town, now studying at the elite Imperial Capital Arts and Martial Academy, the same school Ing Shui attended. Their picture-perfect romance was short-lived. Soon after enrollment, a special admission student from Imperial Martial University muscled in, repeatedly humiliating Tan in front of Xian and openly stealing his girlfriend. Tan challenged him in anger but was soundly defeated, forced to watch Xian fall into the rival's arms. Yun Chun clicked his tongue at the screen. No wonder everyone resents Imperial Martial University stealing someone's girlfriend. Could they be any more arrogant? Crushed, Tan sealed himself away for grueling training inside the trial tower. Yesterday was supposed to be his quiet return, yet today he publicly challenged his old enemy again, and the entire university town started placing bets on whether he could exact revenge. Tapping the edge of his phone, Yun Chun muttered, "Drama never ends around here. If Xian already bailed, she's not worth it. Why is Tan still hung up? Must be because she's gorgeous. Women will always be an excuse for men to fight." By noon, the trending board exploded once more. Shock. Tan Xingyuan's Grandmaster Spear defeats 9th rank Imperial Martial Prodigy. A cruel subheadline followed. Tragic. Pure love warrior Tian Yuan still loses. He Xian, now dating the son of a Zhenwu bureau official. Yunchen rubbed his eyes. Tian Yuan really beat that special admission kid with one spear? He opened the comment section, over 10,000 replies in barely an hour. Holy crap, Tian Yuan is insane. The power of love is terrifying. Too bad. He and He Xian are finished. Nothing to pity, He Xian's a community bike. Heard she was tangled with several guys while dating Tan. The screen overflowed with endless green hat emojis. Yunchen closed the comments in exasperation. Poor guy, he sighed. Wins the duel, loses the girl. He paused, then added, son of a Zhenwu bureau official. Huh? I'm not sure how high that rank is, but I guess He Xian found herself a bona fide rich kid. Pitiful indeed. Yunchen let out a sigh, slipped his phone into his pocket, and headed outside to train. Deep inside Imperial Capital Martial University, a softly lit conference room glowed ivory white. Tian Yuan bent over the table, quickly signed the final box on the application, and pushed the form forward. As his fingertip brushed the surface, the calluses from years of spear work showed pale against his skin. The girl collecting the paperwork glanced through it, then looked up. Tian Yuan, your application to join Tian Sha is in. I don't have to repeat the mission details, right? Tian Yuan's face was calm, yet a black flame seemed to burn in his eyes. Teaching those first-year special admits a lesson, just what I had in mind. She nodded, sounding him out. Good luck. You won't hold back, will you? He wrapped his hand around the purple-black spear beside him. Its tip quivered. What do you think? The chill in his gaze felt like cold steel against her throat, and a shiver crept down her back. Only after he left did she exhale and mutter, a man who just got cheated on really is scary. She pulled out her phone and opened a secure video call. Hello? Second seat, came a deep, resonant male voice. I've met with Tian Yuan. How strong is he? Roughly third rank, 3 stars, she replied after a moment. His raw power is average, but his spear intent is weighty and fierce. More than enough for a bunch of freshmen. Good. Let him test himself on those rookies first, the man said coolly. Remember, Tian Sha only keeps people who can win us resources. The useless don't last. Dusk settled over the main gate of Imperial Capital Martial University. Finished with the day's training, Yunchen coasted up on his bicycle, humming as evening shadows stretched across the entrance. Suddenly, a figure caught his eye. The newcomer was nearly 2 meters tall and built like a fortress. His loose robe billowed in the breeze, embroidered with austere Buddhist symbols. A huge cloth pack sat on his back. There was no suitcase, and his presence felt out of place among the concrete and steel. From the nearby grass came a rustle, and a grimy stray kitten poked out its head. It rubbed against the young man's leg. He crouched to stroke it, and the kitten purred, half closing its eyes as if talking to him. Another special admit? Yunchen wondered, then called out, Hey buddy. The tall student straightened and turned toward Yunchen. His pupils were dull, was blind. He smiled, pointed to his own mouth, and let out a raspy mute as well. Yunchen scratched his head. Blind and unable to speak, how was he supposed to communicate? Just then a shout carried from a distance. Sangjia, I'm back. Yunchen looked up to see a fair-skinned boy, about 170 tall, sprinting over with an oversized suitcase and several loaves of bread in his arms. Damn, went to buy water and got hit on again. Good thing I ran. So annoying. Here, you must be starving, he said, stuffing the bread into the blind student's hands. The blind student Sangjia accepted them with a smile. Noticing Yunchen, the fair boy sized him up. Hey, you are? You're both special admits reporting to Imperial Marshal, right? Yunchen asked. Sangjia nodded. The fair boy thrust out a hand. Yeah, I'm Chunhan from Yunza Province. He's Sangjia from Shengshan Province. Senior, you study here too? Senior? Yunchen laughed and started to explain. No, actually I. A sharp spear aura sliced through the air, cutting him off. So, you're the new batch of special admits? All three turned. The purple-black spear gleamed in the sinking sun, its tip angled toward the ground. It was held by none other than Tian Yuan. Yunchen recognized him instantly. Had seen that face on the morning's trending searches. Tian Yuan eyed them and smiled coldly. Perfect. The 3 of you ready for a beating? Is Tian Yuan crazy? A sophomore talent student snatched his girlfriend. What does that have to do with us? Li Siyu lay sprawled on the king-size bed in the second-floor bedroom of her villa, a chilled face mask pressed to her skin while the phone's glow stung her eyes. The campus forum had exploded with a single headline. Tian Yuan vows to settle the score with Daiwa's special admission students. The post spelled out the motive. One of last year's recruits had humiliated him in public, and now another had stolen his girlfriend. He wanted, in his words, blood for blood. Li Siyu sighed, tossed the phone onto the nightstand, and reached for the light. Ding dong. The doorbell sliced through the silence of the night. Who could be here this late? She tightened her robe, padded downstairs, and pressed the intercom. On the screen, Waharan was panting. Li Siyu, something's happened. Word is Tian Yuan is on his way, looking for the talent students. The south gate of Diwu University town blazed with floodlights. Hands in his pockets, Chen Han frowned at the tall stranger blocking the entrance. Who are you? Why show up out of nowhere looking for trouble? Tan Xingyuan planted a black spear upright with one hand, the cold metal reflecting on his sullen face. You'll know soon enough. Standing beside Chen Han, Yun Chen let out a half-hearted sigh. Tan Xingyuan, taking it out on us won't help. If your girlfriend really loved you, why would she leave? Maybe you should let it go. Let it go hit a nerve. Tan Xingyuan's eyes turned icy. Shut up. If your Diwu students hadn't humiliated me in front of Xiaoxian, she'd never have lost faith in me. Yesterday's cause, today's effect. As long as I'm inside Diwu University town, none of you talent recruits will have peace. Yun Chen shrugged. Then why not pick on the upperclassmen? The jab drew blood. Tan Xingyuan roared, smart-mouthed brat. You're asking for it. The spear whistled through the air, aimed straight at Yun Chen's chest. He's really attacking? The strike was vicious. Yun Chen slid a foot back, body tilting sideways like a sheet of paper. The spearhead scraped past him. In that instant he grasped what might makes right meant here. At an ordinary university, arguments end online or at worst in some low-level bullying. In Diwu, where martial artists are everywhere, words mean nothing. If you're offended, you fight. As long as no one dies, it's all fair game. Upperclassmen bullying freshmen, the strong preying on the weak Avirions seen it 100 times. The spear's flash made Chen Han shudder. He ducked behind Songjia. Sangji's usual smile faded. He frowned slightly, yet still looked composed. Yun Chen locked eyes with Tan Xingyuan, voice low. You're not here for revenge. You just want the thrill of picking on freshmen, don't you? Tan Xingyuan, once victimized by Diwu students, now aimed to become the monster he hated. Had decided these newcomers would taste the pain of having a girlfriend stolen in front of them. Songjia shook his head and mumbled. Chen Han peeked out and translated. Songjia says, when the strong are angry, they draw their blade against the stronger. When the weak are angry, they draw their blade against the weaker. Tan Xingyuan gave them a cold glance. Think what you want. Even if I am bullying the weak, so what? You Diwu students taught me the law of the jungle yourselves. He showed no intention of holding back. These special admission students might be talented, but tonight Tan Xingyuan was playing by his own rules. Yet these newly admitted special recruits were nothing in his eyes. Remembering how he had recently defeated last year's 9 seats of pride, Tan Xingyuan's confidence swelled. No matter how strong this cohort was, could they really outshine the previous generation's imperial martial prodigies? He was basking in that thought when a clear male voice rang out nearby. Well said, might makes right, and the weak are meat for the strong. Tan Xingyuan looked up. A young man and woman were approaching side by side, each dragging a suitcase. The man wore a gray sable coat, a straight blade bouncing gently at his back. The woman, in a red martial robe, had a long spear slung across her shoulders. The heavy clothing marked them as northerners from a harsh climate. Tan Xingyuan narrowed his eyes. Kid, who are you? The youth in gray gave a short laugh. Imperial Martial Special admit. So, are you provoking me? Tan's eyes practically spat fire. And what if I am? The young man replied, the corner of his mouth lifting. The woman in red spoke calmly. Chong Yuanwu, he uses a spear. Let me handle him. Chong Yuanwu shook his head with a faint smile. Dong Ning, I saw him first. From their tone, they clearly didn't take Tan Xingyuan seriously. Furious, he snarled. Damn it. Neither of you is getting away. A flash of steel cut through the air. Before anyone could see what had happened, an icy blade hovered at Tan Xingyuan's throat, and the great spearhead redeemed from the trial tower snapped cleanly in two, the pieces clattering to the floor. The chill at his neck robbed him of speech. And a grade weapon, severed in a single stroke? Beside him, Chen Han blurted, whoa, that was fast. Chong Yuanwu pressed lightly on the spine of his blade. Tan's knees buckled, and he collapsed with a thud. Boring. Chong Yuanwu sheathed his sword, looking thoroughly uninterested. Dong Ning glanced at the blade. Surprise flickering in her eyes. Had been hiding his true strength all along. Watching Tan Xingyuan kneel, Yin Chun could only think, he brought this on himself, and felt no sympathy. Chong Yuanwu and Dong Ning moved on. Chen Han waved. Hey, you're special admits too, right? Chen Han, and this is Songjia. Chong Yuanwu spared him only a cursory glance, clearly uninterested, yet his gaze lingered half a second on Songjia before shifting to Yun Chun. That heated stare hung in the air a moment too long. Yun Chun frowned, but said nothing. Dong Ning also looked his way, sensing a familiar yet foreign aura fellow cold weapon fighter. Chen Han muttered, no matter how handsome that upperclassman is, there's no way he stunned both of them like that. After all, Yin Chun had been around campus for days and already carried himself like a senior. Just then, Li Siyu and Gua Haoran burst from the campus in pajamas. Yin Chun, are you okay? In the conference room, Chen Han sat opposite Yin Chun, face burning with embarrassment. So they were classmates after all, and had spent the whole time calling him senior. The door swung open. Yang Yuanyan entered first, white robe billowing, followed by Dean Huang Lu and 2 female students. One girl wore an elegant purple gown, regal and poised. The other, a verdant antique-style dress, fresh and lively like the girl next door. Their lavish jewelry marked them as signs of powerful families, and the girl in purple carried herself with unmistakable nobility. When everyone had taken their seats, Yang Yuanyan surveyed the 9 students around the table. Now that we're all here, let me explain the standards for the Pride Assessment and how we'll be selecting candidates for the Rising Star Martial Trials. On stage, Yang Yuanyan was eagerly explaining the rules for the Tenjao trials. The Imperial Martial Tenjao Assessment will take place on campus in a 9-person round robin. Every contestant must fight the other 8 once. A win earns 1 point, a loss deducts 1, and a draw is neutral. If scores are tied, tiebreakers will be arranged. Final rankings determine the 9 Tianjia seats first through 9th, and whoever tops the list automatically becomes captain for the upcoming Global New Star Grand Tournament. Yang's eyes swept over the 9 students below. She paused briefly on Yun Chen before announcing, "The assessment starts in 3 days, so rest up. Dean Huang will handle the draw and other details. Good luck, everyone." Her watch buzzed the moment she finished. One glance at the screen, and she answered, her expression shifting, clearly something urgent. At the door, she looked back, mouthed good luck to Yun Chen, and hurried out. The room stayed silent for 2 seconds. Huang Lu clapped to break the ice. "Our lovely instructor's gone, so you're stuck with an old codger like me." He scanned the group. "You don't really know each other, so let's do some introductions." Opposite him, Chen Han muttered seriously, "Another round of introductions? Kill me now." A whisper like that was nothing to a peak grandmaster. Huang Lu heard it all. He narrowed his eyes. "Since you're so eager, why don't you start?" Chen Han stiffened and rose. Under the others' gleeful stares, he rubbed his nose. "Hey, I'm Chen Han from Yunza Province, a special admit this year. Nice to meet you all. Hope we get along." He glanced at Huang Lu, signaling he was done. Huang Lu kept smiling. "Anything else?" Chen Han sighed. "I like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball." Ahem. Huang Lu cleared his throat. "Your martial stats, please." Chen Han scratched his head. "Strength special admit, 2nd tier 3-star fighter, haven't picked a vocation yet, that's it." "You haven't chosen a vocation?" Everyone frowned at once. Li Siyu chimed in first. "Without a path, how do you train? And how did you even get into Imperial Capital Martial University?" "I just got in, okay?" Chen Han rubbed his nose again, mortified. Beside him, Songjia patted his arm. Chen Han caught the hint and faced the group. "Right, this is Songjia from Shengshan Province." His special admit level is, he tilted his head, as if listening to an inaudible answer. "Plus, and he's a 3rd tier 1-star fighter." At that moment, the girl in the green dress beside the one in purple turned toward Songjia. After a brief hesitation, she asked, "Songjia, your eyes?" Songjia merely smiled, tapped his eyes, then his mouth, and shook his head to show that everything was fine. A hint of pity flickered in the green-clad girl's eyes. Her lips moved, yet she kept the rest of her words to herself. The conference room fell silent for a beat before Li Siyu stood up, her clear voice echoing through the space. "Li Siyu, Sichuan Province. Phantom Specialist, Tier 2 3-star fighter, plus special admit. Nice to meet you all." She sat down at once. Guaharan slapped the back of his chair and got to his feet. "Guaharan, South Sea Province, class special admit. Tier 2 2-star fighter. Looking forward to working with everyone." His tone was bright with the easy enthusiasm of a seaside native. A figure in a crimson martial robe straightened Dong Ning. Her voice was cool and concise. "Dong Ning, Shiliang Province. Class special admit. Tier 2 3-star fighter. Spear user." She sat back down without another word. "This girl's frosty," Yun Chen muttered, propping his chin on one hand. Beside her, Chong Yuanwu rose slowly, his gaze slicing across the room like a blade. "Chong Yuanwu, Snow Province. Blade user, Tier 3 1-star fighter. My admission level? Recruited personally by the principal." The word set off a ripple of astonished whispers. "Whoa, the principal's own recruit." Guaharan widened his eyes, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. Every special admit understood the weight those 4 words carried. In a corner, Chen Han shrank his neck, silently vowing never to cross blades with Chong Yuanwu. Before the murmurs died down, Chong looked over everyone again, brimming with confidence. "Let me be blunt. I'm here for the top seat. The official evaluation's in 3 days, but I'm not waiting. Whoever feels up to it, challenge me anytime." With that, he flopped back into his chair. Li Siyu frowned. This guy was outrageously full of himself. "The top seat? You're certainly daring." A soft female voice drifted over, every syllable edged with steel. All eyes turned. The girl in the ornate purple robe had risen, meeting Chong Yuanwu's gaze heated. "Coincidentally, my goal is the top seed as well." Chong Yuanwu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You're welcome to try." As the 2 auras clashed, the green-clad girl gave the purple sleeve a gentle tug and whispered, "Xiongxi, introduce yourself first." The girl in purple inclined her head to the room, voice steady. "Ji Xiongxi, plus special admit. Spellcaster path, Tier 3 1-star fighter, Jingluo Province." A province encircling the imperial capital. Her background spoke for itself. At the name Ji, Li Siyu's eyes lit up. Fixing on the crest embroidered on the fine robe, she blurted, "Ji, are you from the Ji clan?" The Ji clan, one of Daxia's 5 ancient noble houses. Li Siyu had grown up hearing the name and knew exactly what it meant. With Ji Qiang's status revealed, the mood in the room shifted. The Ji family's authority, resources, and connections were beyond an ordinary freshman's imagination. A moment ago, everyone had planned to treat her as a regular classmate. Now they realized they were sitting across from genuine aristocracy. After Ji Qiangxi took her seat, the girl in the green dress rose, expression warm and courteous. Hello, everyone. I'm Gu Miaochuan from Donghai Province, Tier 2, 3-star fighter. Well, I'm a bit different. I'm a martial artist who also practices healing techniques. I was admitted with an plus special recommendation, so I hope we can all get along. When she finished speaking, Gu Miaochuan gave the class a brief, precise bow, showing perfect courtesy. The instant she straightened up, every eye in the room swung toward the only student who had yet to speak, Yunshun. At that moment, each gaze held a different emotion. 1. Guahaoran could barely contain his excitement. He was the only person here who had sparred with Yunshun, so he knew just how frightening the boy's strength was. 2. Li Siyu was filled with curiosity. She could never see through Yunshun. Every day, he seemed stronger than the day before, as if he had no limits. How powerful was he now? 3. Several other trainees didn't know Yunshun at all, so they felt no particular expectation. 4. Chen Han automatically compared Yunshun with Chong Yuanwu. Since the principal had given Chong an plus recommendation, could Yunshun be on the same level? 1 special admission was rare enough. 2 in the same year was unheard of. The thought left him muttering to himself. 5. Sang Jia kept his usual gentle smile and simply waited for the boy to speak. 6. Dong Ning, sitting beside Chong Yuanwu, wore an indifferent expression. Chong was only a third-tier fighter, yet he had defeated Tan Yuan in an instant. After training together these past days, Dong Ning was sure that of the 9 students present, Chong was the strongest. As for Yunshun, his aura might be striking, but there was no way he could surpass Chong. 7. Ji Qiongxi sat upright, her elegant features tinged with boredom. The last newcomer was from Jiangnan Provincia region famed for scholars, not fighters, so she expected nothing special. 8. Gu Miaochuan, however, couldn't tear her eyes away from Yunshun. Her elders had once mentioned that her cousin, Gu Wanwan, served in the East Sea War Zone with a peer from Jiangnan who later earned a direct place at Imperial Capital Martial University and caused quite a stir. Could that legendary youth be standing right here? 9. Chong Yuanwu stood with his arms folded, silent, yet pride and confidence overflowed from his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Yunshun rose slowly. Tall and calm, he spoke without haste. Hello, everyone. My name is Yunshun. At the sound of his name, Gu Maikin's heart skipped a beat. 3rd-year, star fighter. Dong Ning's cold mask cracked into open shock. Chen Han's jaw almost hit the desk. Another principal's recommendation? The self-assured look on Chong Yuanwu's face froze in an instant. Yunshun was about to sit down when something occurred to him, so he added, oh, right, I specialize in swordsmanship. Ji Qiongxi blinked, utterly baffled. The conference room fell completely silent. Chen Han stared blankly at Yunshun, his eyes unfocused, while Huang Lu, who had been dozing with half-closed eyes, suddenly snapped awake, shock filling his clouded gaze. This kid had jumped from a first-rank warrior to 3rd rank, 1 star in just a few months. After the Jiangnan Province Independent Combat Exam, Huang Lu had accompanied Yang Yuanyin on a local recruitment trip and seen Yunshun at 1st rank with his own eyes. Such a meteoric rise was unheard of. The old man's heart was pounding. What amazed him even more was that Yunshun had chosen the notoriously demanding path of king's swordsmanship, instead of the easier entry points of spear or saber. In that moment, Huang Lu finally understood why the headmaster favored Yunshun so openly. Bang! Gu Miaochuan slapped the table and shot to her feet. You're really Yunshun? Who else would I be? Yunshun replied with a grin. Realizing her outburst, Gu Miaochuan flushed and waved her hands. No, that's not. Have you ever been to the Donghai military training camp? I have. Yunshun paused, then remembered something. Your surname is Gu. Are you related to Gu Wanwan? She's my cousin, me, first cousin. Gu Miaochuan blurted, eyes shining. Oh, that explains it. A warm sense of familiarity rose in Yunshun. How's your cousin doing these days? She's great. Gu Miaochuan rattled off. She's on leave at home after the camp, and she mentions you all the time. Yunshun. Ji Qiongxi, standing nearby, cleared her throat. Miaochuan, stay composed. Gu Maikin's cheeks burned even hotter. She hurried back to her seat and mumbled, sorry. Ji Qiongxi's gaze shifted to Yunshun, one eyebrow arched. You practice the sword? Young sword cultivators were rare to begin with. She couldn't help questioning whether his strength matched the headmaster's special admission and why the Gu family's young lady was so flustered. Yunshun spread his hands and smiled. Want me to prove it right here? Humph. Ji Qiongxi chuckled softly. No need. We'll see during the assessment. While most of the room reeled in shock, Guahaoran and Li Siyu reacted very differently. Guahaoran's blood surged. He clenched his fists. Last time spar had taught him plenty, and he couldn't wait for a rematch. Li Siyu, meanwhile, stared at Yunshun with mixed emotions. 3rd rank. 1 star had grown even stronger since they first met. An indescribable sense of awe welled up inside her. In a corner, Chong Yuanwu remained silent. but the faint tremble in his pupils betrayed his true feelings. He had assumed that, as a special recruit, he would sit firmly atop this year's Imperial Martial Prodigy selection, the top spot all but reserved for him. Yun Chen's sudden appearance cast a shadow of uncertainty over everything. Tier 3, 1 star versus Tier 3, 1 star, the headmaster's special recruits facing their counterparts. Swordsmanship against blade arts. What had been a neat, orderly standoff unraveled the moment Yun Chen took his seat. Dong Ning glanced at Chong Yuanwu and noticed the faint tremor in his shoulders and the unconcealed excitement on his face. He looked as if he had finally found a worthy opponent. Even his fingertips quivered. After the 9 contestants finished introducing themselves, they moved straight to the draw. Because there were 9 of them, one person would receive a bye in the first round. A brief discussion settled on the medical martial cultivator, Gu Miaochuan, as the one to sit out. The drawing began with Chong Yuanwu and proceeded in order. 1. Chong Yuanwu versus Dong Ning. 2. Ji Qiongxi versus Chen Han. 3. Sang Jia versus Guahaoran. 4. Li Siyu versus Yun Chen. 5. Gu Mai Chunbai. Chong Yuanwu drew Dong Ning and offered her a meaningful smile. Dong Ning's expression stayed cool, but her fists tightened on her knees for a fleeting moment. When Ji Qiongxi pulled Chen Han's name, Chen Han's eyes went wide in dismay. Ji Qiongxi gave him a single glance and sighed. What a boring opponent. Sang Jia met Guahaoran with bright, energetic eyes and waved first. Sang Jia answered with a courteous smile. Last came Li Siyu, who drew Yun Chen. While the others returned to their seats, Li Siyu remained frozen, staring at the characters of Yun Chen's name, her expression clouded and uncertain. What's wrong? The calm voice snapped her back to reality. It was Yun Chen. Li Siyu flinched, forced a smile, and looked away. Nothing, she muttered before slowly heading back to her seat. Huang Lu surveyed the 9 of them and announced with a cheerful grin. All right, everyone rest up and be ready. The Imperial Martial Prodigy Trials are the highlight of the year. Show us your best selves. Meeting adjourned. It was late. Only the lamp above Li Siyu's bed was still on. She hadn't washed up. She lay there staring at a chat window on her phone labeled Dad. Her finger hovered over the video call button again and again, only to fall away each time. Forget it, she whispered, setting the phone aside just as it buzzed. Incoming call, Dad. She nearly dropped the phone, then hastily swiped to answer. On screen appeared a middle-aged man, hair already graying, face stern. Dad, why are you calling? Are you off work already? Just finished, he said evenly. You've been at school for days now. I wanted an update. The Prodigy Trials are tomorrow, right? Who's your opponent? A boy named Yunshun, from Jiangnan province. Her father nodded, then pressed. You're confident you can beat him, aren't you? Li Siyu's expression tightened. Her voice came out small. Oh, what kind of answer is that? His tone sharpened. She jolted upright. Yes, I'm confident. Her father nodded, voice softening. Good. See you. You're my only daughter. All these years I've poured my heart and soul into you. Whoever you face, you can win and you must win. Never show weakness or fear in front of your opponent, understand? Her father's voice came through the receiver, cold and commanding. Li Siyu gripped the phone so tightly her fingertips turned white. Yes, I understand. He didn't pause. Remember, Siyu, you're also fighting for your sister. Win for your mother, for yourself, and above all for your sister. Yes, father. The call ended, a busy tone droning in her ear. She sat on the edge of the bed, knees to her chest, and endured the night in silence. At dawn the next day, the Imperial Martial Prodigy examination officially began. The campus network of Imperial Capital University had already exploded with posts about the test. This annual martial arts spectacle had every cultivator's attention. The venue was the martial platform on the summit of Mount Wujue in the northeast corner of the campus. Only invited guests could watch, and photos or videos were strictly forbidden, so the prodigy's secrets stayed secret. At 9 o'clock, Yun Chun and Bai Yingxue strolled down a tree-lined avenue toward Mount Wujue. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering mottled shadows across them. Hey, check out that beauty. A few male students whispered, their eyes tracing the curves outlined by Bai Yingxue's skinny jeans. Front and back perfection. I can't take it. A handsome man and a stunning woman were attention-grabbing enough. Their outstanding aura made heads turn even more. Bai Yingxue looked around and clicked her tongue. Your university is unbelievable. One campus the size of a small county, and you even stuck a scenic area inside it. Yunchen chuckled. I thought the same when I enrolled. Mount Wujue is in the northeast. It's a national 4A tourist site. Legend says a martial saint attained enlightenment up there. Overjoyed, he grabbed a brush and named the mountain Wujue Peerless in martial arts. She shook her phone. Lu Haohao keeps nagging to come. She was whining on WeChat just now. She loves a crowd, but this exam isn't open to everyone. She blinked. Then why can I come? He paused, then laughed. You're different. Oh right, teacher Su Qing arrives in a few days? A week at most. They exchanged smiles, then sudden figures blocked their path. Several upperclassmen stepped in, grinning. Hey gorgeous, can we add you on WeChat? They barely noticed Yin Shun. Before he could speak, Bai Bai Yingshu's gaze turned frigid. Beat it. Cold air burst outward. Frost formed behind her, and the temperature plunged. The seniors shivered, muttered lame, and backed off. When the chill faded, Yun Chen whistled. Yingxue, your powers climbed again? She blushed. Not really. In truth, she spent nearly every waking hour cultivating. If she didn't push herself, she'd never keep pace with Yun Chen. She swore she would never be the kind of woman who hid behind a man. On Mount Wuju's summit, mist drifted aside to reveal a blade-flat martial platform. Chen Han, surrendering before the fight? Have you no shame? Ji Qiongxi glared down at him. Chen Han shrugged. Sister Ji, I can't beat you. Better to concede, right? The examiner announced flatly, winner, Ji Qiongxi. Ji Qiongxi left the platform, still annoyed. At the sidelines, Bai Yingxue murmured, I thought Imperial Marshal Special Admits were all proud. Why is Chen Han such a slacker? Yun Chen merely smiled. Don't rush to judge. People like him often turn out impressive later. Remembering the stories shed red, she nodded thoughtfully. The examiner skimmed the roster and called, next match. Li Siyu versus Yun Chen. Yun Chen turned and waved to Bai Yingxue. My turn. Go get him, she said, eyes shining with anticipation. Yun Chen flashed Bai Yingxue a playful wink, then stepped onto the dueling platform. Li Siyu was already waiting across from him, arms folded and wearing a faint sneer. You're pretty laid back, Yun Chen. Even brought your girlfriend to enjoy the show. Couldn't resist, Yun Chen answered casually. Li Siyu's gaze drifted to the sidelines, catching sight of Bai Yingshu's porcelain beauty. She's stunning, you're lucky. Her tone sharpened. But aren't you afraid of losing in front of her? Aren't guys big on pride? I won't pull my punches, so be ready to get crushed. Yun Chen shook his head with a smile. Relax. I'm not going to lose. His voice held steady confidence. That sure of yourself? Li Siyu bristled. Let's get started. Yun Chen raised a hand toward the examiner. Li Siyu's chest tightened. Being underestimated burned away her nerves, transforming anger into focus. 30 minutes wasn't long. She'd have to rely on illusion, not brute force. The examiner declared, Heaven's chosen assessment. Li Siyu versus Yun Chen began. Before the words faded, Yun Chen vanished from her sight. What? A blade of wind sliced in from behind. Crack. A spinning sidekick thundered toward her. Li Siyu spun to block, but the impact still hurled her sideways. She barely landed when his figure flickered behind her again. Boom. The second kick connected cleanly, bouncing her across the floor. Below the platform, Ji Qiongxi folded her arms and muttered, Yun Chen really doesn't know how to show mercy. She'd stayed behind just to gauge his true strength. On stage, Li Siyu struggled to her feet. Illusion was her forte. Her body couldn't match Gua Haoran's power, and Yun Chen's pure martial technique was overwhelming. She had no idea he was still holding back. Seeing her stagger, Yun Chen sighed. Call it off, or you'll get hurt. Save your strength for the rest of the matches. He meant it. Surrender was the smart move. Li Siyu clenched her fists, teeth grinding. Don't. Yun Chen raised a brow. Come again? I said and look down on me. She roared, snapping her head up. For an instant, an eerie light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, Yun Chen felt his head grow heavy. The ground lurched as if struck by a massive force, rolling beneath his feet like waves, and a violent dizziness swept over him. Li Siyu had triggered her illusion. Offstage, Ji Qiongxi was caught off guard. Her chi churned, veins bulged at her temples, and only her deep cultivation let her force back the ocular shock. I'm this far away, and still feel that Yun Chen is in danger, she muttered. Is that what you think? A gentle, clear voice asked beside her. Ji Qiongxi turned, and saw Bai Yingxue a short distance away. After a brief pause she replied, Of course. Li Siyu's illusion is powerful, and Yun Chen is standing right there. He's bound to be caught. The real question is how she'll use the time she's bought. Bai Yingxue chuckled softly. You still don't understand him. Ji Qiongxi frowned. Questioning my judgment? You're Yun Chen's girlfriend, right? Hey Race, some advice, don't be too confident in him. Bai Yingxue simply shook her head, smiling. Ji Qiongxi bristled. Fine, just watch. She fixed her eyes on the platform, waiting to see Yun Chen fall behind. To dispel an illusion, your spiritual strength must far exceed the caster's. Yun Chen is only tier 3, 1 star, while Li Siyu is tier 2, 3 stars. The gap is too small, can't break it, Ji Qiongxi decided. Center of the platform. Inside the illusion the earth was still trembling, and Yun Chen staggered. Seizing the moment, Li Siyu closed in, a cold gleam flickering from her sleeve. At that instant she felt a crushing weight descend, locking her limbs in place. Her pupils shrank. She halted in horror. A slender, flexible sword had appeared in Yun Chen's right hand, its spine quivering like flowing water, scattering icy light. Yun Chen, Cultivation 2225, plus 120% boost tier 4, 1 star. Li Siyu, tier 2, 1 star. The deafening tremors ceased, the illusion shattered, and Yun Chen stood steady, sword hanging at his side, eyes clear as starlight. Not bad, he said. Even empty-handed, he would have been unharmed. His golden chi shield and 6th tier noonday armor left no openings. He had simply wanted to experience firsthand how to break an illusion, and now he had the insight he sought. Li Siyu's face turned ashen, as though she had seen a ghost. No, impossible. Below the stage, Ji Qiongxi froze. What just happened? He dispelled the illusion? He's only tier 3. 1 star. How did he do that? That technique should have drained most of Li Siyu's ocular power. On the platform, Yun Chen slowly raised his sword, the tip aimed at Li Siyu. It's over. Sword intent as cold as a winter forest crashed down like a storm, and Li Siyu shivered. Standing on the edge of life and death, her father's admonition echoed in her mind. Don't forget, you're fighting for your sister's share as well as your own. Then came the memory of her sister's resolute smile just before she died. Although her sister had been ravaged until only half of her body remained, she still managed a faint smile at Li Siyu and whispered, Siyu, it's all right, don't be afraid. A tear slid down Li Siyu's cheek as she choked out, Sister, I'm sorry. For you, I will never lose. At the edge of the arena, Li Siyu suddenly raised her eyes and fixed them on Yun Chen, her pretty face contorted by pain and rage. I have a reason I can't afford to lose. I will not lose, Yun Chen. A thin line of blood seeped from the corner of her eye. Boom. The two stood less than a meter apart, staring into each other's eyes. The world before Yun Chen went dark. When he looked down, he found himself standing in an endless sea of blood. The thick, sticky fluid glued his feet in place. Another illusion, he warned himself. He looked up to see a woman in red identical to Li Siyu spring from the ground, a crimson blade in hand, rushing straight at him. It's all an illusion, he told himself again. But when the blade slashed toward his brow, something deep in his soul shuddered, as if being torn apart. In the stands, Ji Qiongxi abruptly stood. It's a psychic attack. Li Siyu hit a mental strike inside the illusion. She muttered in disbelief. Unimaginable, she's only a second-tier martial artist. The crimson blade plunged into Yun Chen's forehead. Li Siyu's consciousness pierced directly into Yun Chen's subconscious. A deep, mysterious horn echoed overhead. She suddenly found herself standing on a pitch-black wasteland. In the night sky, a black sun with a ghastly pale corona rose slowly while countless scarlet meteors drew burning trails across the horizon. The silence was absolute. Alone in the wind, she felt a chill crawl over her skin. A prickling sense of dread made her turn. A massive, sky-blotting parasite of writhing darkness lunged toward her, as if countless insect eggs had fused into one. Before she could scream, the darkness swallowed her. Just before she sank into total oblivion, she glimpsed a lone figure floating high above, eyes glowing gold, watching her in silence. Li Siyu jolted upright, her chest heaving. She looked around. The pristine infirmary smelled sharply of disinfectant. Yun Chen and Bai Yingxue both exhaled in relief beside her. You're finally awake. You scared me half to death, Bai Yingxue said, patting her chest. Yun Chen. Li Siyu was still dazed. Weren't we in the middle of a match? How? Yun Chen gave a wry smile. I fell into your illusion, but then you suddenly collapsed. I rushed you here. The doctor said you just overtaxed your mental strength. Li Siyu tried to recall what had happened, but her memory was a blur. She picked up her phone. Dawn was already breaking. It's that late? I was out that long, she murmured. After a pause, she looked up. So did I lose? One look at Yun Chen's face, and Li Siyu understood everything. She had lost. Her fingers curled unconsciously, puckering the sheet beneath them. Even after sacrificing her sight and unleashing her strongest illusion, victory had still slipped away. At the bedside, Bai Yingxue called softly, Siyu. As another girl, she could feel the same sting. Li Siyu looked up and forced a smile. I'm fine. It's late. You should rest. Everyone needs to be ready for tomorrow's matches. Yun Chen, I can't keep you. Yun Chen had just opened his mouth when the infirmary door burst open. Ji Qiongxi and Gu Miaochuan charged in, arms full of medicine bottles. Li, you're awake. Gu Miaochuan beamed. Li Siyu blinked in surprise. You too. Yun Chen smiled and explained, they're the ones who treated your eyes. Right behind them, Guaharan, Chen Han, and Songjia poured in carrying steaming late-night snacks. Li Siyu's eyes widened further. Everyone, if you stay up this late, tomorrow's matches will suffer. Before she could finish, Chong Yuanwu pushed the door open, Dong Ning on his heels. Don't underestimate fighters, Chong Yuanwu grinned. The real experts can stay sharp for days without sleep. Seeing all the familiar faces crowding the room, Li Siyu was speechless. Tears slid down her cheeks. Thank you, everyone. Chen Han slapped the food on the table. Enough with the tears, let's eat. Everyone burst into laughter, and the infirmary instantly filled with warmth and chatter. Outside the door, Dean Huanglu listened to the laughter and couldn't help smiling. He dialed the principal, Yang Yuanyin, and spoke in a low voice. Principal, Li Siyu is out of danger. The first round is over. The winners are Chong Yuanwu, Songjia, Ji Qiongxi, and Yun Chen. I plan to give Li Siyu a bye tomorrow. The others will compete as scheduled. They discussed a few more details. At last, Huang Lu mused. I have a feeling this year's talents division might be the strongest we've ever seen. He ended the call, lingered at the doorway a moment longer, then walked away. The next day, the draw results were announced. Cheng Yuanwu versus Ji Qiongxi. Songjie versus Gu Miaochuan. Yun Chun versus Guahaoran. Dong Ning versus Chun Han. Yun Chun were matched up again. Guahaoran's eyes sparkled. Just call me Yun Chun, he replied with a smile. And this time I won't hold back. That's exactly what I want. Guahaoran nodded vigorously. Across the room, Cheng Yuanwu and Ji Qiongxi locked eyes. Didn't expect to face you this early. All the better, Ji Qiongxi said calmly. Let me test your strength. Cheng Yuanwu snorted. You mean I'll be the one testing you? Hands pressed together, Songjie silently recited a sutre, did that whenever he had nothing else to do. Gu Miaochuan walked over to Songjie and asked, Songjie, have you ever sought treatment from a medical martial artist? The boy's eyes were a clouded white. He lifted his head slightly, but couldn't make a sound. As a healer warrior herself, Gu Miaochuan had long worried about him. She added, if you're willing, I can ask one of my elders to examine you. Songjie gave a faint smile, shook his head, and slipped a folded sheet of paper from his robe. A few strokes later, he handed it to her. Thank you, Gu. But I carry a curse that no healer can break. A curse? The nearby students turned, astonishment on their faces. Songjie felt their curiosity and bent to write again. One of my ancestors slew a powerful fiend on the sacred mountain. With its dying breath, the demon laid a Mara curse on our clan. Ever since, every child is born blind and mute. Silence hung for several heartbeats, pity and awe spreading through the crowd. Such a terrifying demon actually existed. Huang Lu explained, Sacred Mountain Province was once crawling with fiends. Sangji's clan used the mountain as a shield, generation after generation, holding the demons back from the east. At that, respect replaced pity in the student's eyes. Songjie simply shook his head and wrote, guarding the sacred mountain is our duty. Countless heroes suffer for humanity. Our pain is nothing. The second round of testing was about to begin. The grandstands were even fuller than yesterday, buzzing with excitement. In the center ring, Cheng Yuanwu stood with arms folded, back straight, as a sword domineering and sure. Opposite him, Ji Qiongxi, dressed in royal purple, looked calm and regal. I've heard Cheng Yuanwu is the greatest talent Snow Province has seen in 5 centuries. He joined the army before he was 14. Don't overlook Ji Qiongxi. The Ji family's eldest daughter is no pushover. The chatter rose, priming the crowd for a clash of prodigies. The examiner raised his hand and dropped it. Second round of the heavens, chosen, trial Cheng Yuanwu versus Ji Qiongxi, begin. Beneath the platform, Bai Yingxua leaned close to Yunchun and asked quietly, what's your take? Yunchun narrowed his eyes at the ring. Blade intent rippled over Cheng Yuanwu. The edge was unseen, yet its chill filled the air. Cheng Yuanwu, Power 1, 230 Tier 3, 1-star warrior. Ji Qiongxi, Power 790 Tier 2, 2-star warrior. His intent alone pressed Ji Qiongxi down. She should have fought at Tier 3, 1-star, yet now she could draw only Tier 2, 2-star strength. The battle hadn't begun, and she was already behind. Yin Chun stroked his chin. Cheng Yuanwu has the better odds. Bai Yingxua trusted his judgment and said no more. She couldn't see their depths herself. Suddenly a young man in a black robe broke in, displeased. Cheng Yuanwu has the better odds? Brother, you'd better stand by that claim. Yin Chun turned to see a line of attendants behind him, their robes bearing a pattern almost identical to the crest on Ji Qiongxi's chest. Gu Miaochuan tugged Yun Chen's sleeve and whispered, they're a cadet branch of the Ji clan. Qiongxi brought them to watch. The black-robed young man fixed his gaze on Yun Chun and demanded, brother, do you even know the eldest Miss True Strength? How can you judge so lightly? Yun Chun smiled and shook his head. I was only voicing my thoughts. Your thoughts? The young man snorted. Sounds like you were just making things up. What if the eldest miss wins? Then good for her. They'll be happy for her. What else? Yun Chun shrugged, utterly calm. The young man's anger flared at Yun Chen's indifference. He stepped forward. Dare to bet on it? What's the wager? Yun Chen arched a brow. The youth rummaged inside his sleeve and, eyes gleaming, produced a thumb-sized purple vial. Intricate lines covered the glass, the mouth sealed in silver wax. A dark violet liquid swayed within. This. The crowd buzzed at once. Gene blood essence? Someone exclaimed. Yun Chen narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected to see such a rarity here. Only a few hundred kilos were refined each year. Its miraculous power could be summed up in one word: longevity. On the black market, a 50-year bottle sold for tens of millions of credits. Even this younger specimen was priceless. He cast the young man a sidelong look and sighed inwardly. As expected of the Ji clan, even a collateral branch spent lavishly. What common warriors deemed a peerless treasure was, to them, merely a decent potion. He waved a hand with a smile. Brother, I don't have that kind of money to gamble. I don't want your money. The youth put the vial away, chin held high. If you lose, apologize to the eldest miss in public. Deal? Yin Chen agreed at once. The young man snorted. We'll see. On the dueling platform, Ji Qiongxi moved first. Whoosh. 3 elemental spheres appeared behind her. 2 glowed with icy silver light. The third crackled with violet lightning. They hummed, merged, and sank into her body. In the next heartbeat, she vanished. Where'd she go? The spectators cried. The black-robed youth shot Yun Chen a smug glance. Keep your eyes open, I want you utterly convinced. Before his words faded, a shrill whistle tore through the arena. At first it sounded like a blizzard's howl, but a closer listen revealed steel being drawn. Clad in a gray mink coat, Chong Yuanwu stood motionless amid the swirling snow, right hand on a half-unsheathed silver saber. His lips parted. Chong Yuanwu drawing the blade. Clang. A torrent of blade light erupted, bitter cold rushing outward. Wind and snow swept across the stage. Below, the Ji clan youth's face went rigid. That saber was called Snowbound. Amid the whirling flurries, Ji Qiongxi was forced into view. She fixed her gaze on Chong Yuanwu, her beautiful eyes trembling ever so slightly. Wind and snow raged. The dueling platform was a blinding sheet of white, and from the ground the crowd could see almost nothing, the swirling snow walling off their view except for the occasional flash of lightning or gleam of steel. For a few breathless minutes thunder cracked, wind howled, and blades clashed in muffled booms, as if the entire arena had been sealed inside a prison of storm. When the wind finally eased and the snow haze thinned, Ji Qiongxi was down on one knee, a hand pressed to her chest, pupils contracted, each ragged breath puffing white in the air. Across from her, Chong Yuanwu shook the lingering snow from his blade, slid it back into its sheath, and turned wordlessly toward the examiner. The fight was over. The examiner's eyes bulged, his throat dry, yet he still managed to declare in a trembling voice, Chong Yuanwu, victory. The stands erupted. That's it. What was that move? A blizzard from nowhere? Questions ricocheted everywhere, no one willing to accept a result glimpsed only through bursts of ice and lightning. In the audience, Yun Chen leaned toward Bai Yingxue and whispered, Yingxue, you practice both arts. What technique was that? Bai Yingxue shook her head. Doesn't look familiar. Just then the black-robed young man who had been standing beside Yun Chen paled and muttered, A weapon soul. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. What did you say? The young man turned to him, disbelief written all over his face. That blade, its weapon soul awakened. Weapon soul? Yun Chen searched his memory. Bai Yingxue explained, a weapon soul is the spirit that emerges when a warrior and weapon achieve true unity. It's listed as a level 3 exam topic in the high school textbooks. Yun Chen, you're the top student. Yun Chen laughed awkwardly. Back at Suhai number 1 high he ranked 3rd, Bai Yingxue 4th. The level 3 topics were obscure, and lately he had buried himself in sparring, letting the theory slip. Weapon souls were rare enough that most warriors never encountered one in a lifetime. No wonder Chong Yuanwu was so overwhelmingly strong. Yun Chen stroked his chin, suddenly enlightened. The black-robed young man thrust out his hand, a half-transparent violet vial resting on his palm. Gene blood essence. Yun Chen blinked. Take it. The young man bit out the words, clearly reluctant. Yun Chen grinned. Feeling generous? This isn't cheap. If you're having second thoughts, stop looking down on me. The young man snapped. It's only a vial of gene blood essence. Yun Chen stopped protesting and accepted the bottle. A bet is a bet. The young man was still grumbling as he handed it over. Yun Chen suddenly found him rather endearing and asked casually, You're from the Ji clan, right? Name? GFA. Yours? Yun Chen. GFA nodded, then headed onto the platform with others to help Ji Qiongxi off. Yun Chen examined his prize. The violet glass was semi-opaque, the pomegranate-colored liquid inside thick and rich. Bai Yingxue leaned in and warned, Careful, Yun Chen. He glanced around and indeed caught several greedy eyes locked on the vial. Keeping his expression calm, he stored the gene blood essence in his spatial ring. The next day's trials flew by just as quickly. In the end, Chong Yuanwu won, Yun Chen won, Gu Miaochuan won, and Dong Ning won. The biggest surprise was Gu Miaochuan's victory over Songjia. Songjia, you threw the match on purpose, didn't you? Gu Miaochuan braced herself against the still warm edge of the platform and looked up at the young man, equal parts helpless and confused. Songjia only smiled and said nothing. Instead, he lifted a stylus to the light screen and wrote, You follow the healing path. Winning would bring me no honor. The strokes were carefree, but his expression was utterly serious. The contests on day 3 and day 4 rolled out back-to-back. Cloud Chen's first opponent was Gu Miaochuan, a duel of swordsmanship against medical martial arts. The instant the fight began, a flash of steel tore through the air. With one hand, Cloud Chen hoisted Gu Miaochuan like a chick and set her gently outside the ring, ending the bout before the crowd could even react. Day 4 brought Chun Han to the platform. True to form, he raised both hands the moment the referee gave the signal. I surrender. Cloud Chen kept his easy smile. You sure you don't want to give it a whirl? Chun Han's face tightened. Roll my foot. I know how strong you are, and I'd like to keep all my limbs. Thanks. Just picturing a clash with Cloud Chen made his scalp prickle. Cloud Chen shrugged and sheathed his sword. Had hoped to gauge Chun Han's strength, but the chance was gone. After 4 days, the prodigy leaderboard was posted. Cloud Chen, 3 points. Chong Yuanwu, 3. Ji Qiongxi, 2. Songjia, 2. Li Siyu, 1. Gu Miaochuan, 0. Dong Ning, 0. We've seen enough to judge their level. Time for the kids to rest. In his office, Huang Lu stared at the names on the holoscreen and muttered to himself. The academy had scheduled a 3-day break. After such intense bouts, most students needed time to heal and review. Cloud Chun, Chong Yuanwu, and Chen Han, however, didn't have a scratch. The first two had relied on raw power. The third on what students were now calling the divine forfeit form matches, for surrenders. Huang Lu summoned Chen Han and laid down the law. Step into that ring and surrender again, and you're out of the prodigy program. Chen Han bobbed his head like a woodpecker and swore he'd behave. During the break, Cloud Chen poured all his attention into the small violet vial in his Hanjin blood essence. There's got to be a mechanism behind its life-extending claim. He dug through Imperial Capital Martial University's database, fingers flying over the holographic keys. The record said, 1. Gene blood essence stimulates the release of a fighter's gene energy. 2. Most scholars agree that a warrior's power is, at its core, gene energy. 3. The stronger the gene energy, the greater one's strength and lifespan. Gene energy, basically a quantified form of cultivation, Cloud Chun mused, rubbing his chin. Which means this potion should boost cultivation directly. If that was true, its value was beyond measure. He twisted off the cap and shook out a single crimson drop. It acted like a living thing, spiraling twice in his palm before burrowing into his skin. My cultivation really is rising, he whispered, feeling a faint swell in his dantian. Without another thought, Cloud Chun raised the vial and drank it all. Warmth surged from his lower abdomen, a hot current rampaging through his dantian, bringing a tingling, satisfying pressure. His status display blinked. Cultivation 1650 1650 20. Rank, Tier 3, 2-star. 1 bottle, and I break through. Cloud Chun savored the changes rippling through his body, pleasantly surprised. 1 vial of genetic blood essence had raised his power far more than Yunshin expected. First, the stuff was terrifyingly potent. Second, he had never touched genetic blood essence before, so the dose detonated years of latent potential in an instant. If you drank it like a daily beverage, the effect would plummet. No wonder it was never offered to ordinary fighters and had long been monopolized by the elite who wouldn't covet a resource that boosted strength without effort. No wonder so many people had their eyes on his vial that day. While these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yunshin summoned the longsword Fuyao from the myriad sword vault. The hilt was icy in his grip. He glanced at his status panel. Cultivation, 3025 120. Rank, Tier 4, 2-star sword equipped. So I'm a 2-star lesser grandmaster now. A surge of exhilaration shot through him. In terms of raw cultivation, 8 or 9 out of 10 sophomores and juniors in Imperial Capital University City would struggle to match him. Statistics showed that only 10% of students even brushed the half-step lesser grandmaster realm before graduation. Blood pounding, he clenched his fists. Heat churned in his chest with nowhere to vent. So he grabbed his running shoes and headed out for a night jog. The practice field lay under a patchy glow of floodlights, an early autumn breeze cool against his face. The rubber track sprang slightly underfoot as Yunshin ran at an even pace. Suddenly a shadow moved ahead. 2 bulky figures stepped from a blind spot between lamps, blocking the lane. Well, we finally caught you, the one on the left said, eyes glittering. I hear you've got a vial of genetic blood essence. The upperclassmen want to do a little business. The one on the right flashed a student ID, voice dripping arrogance. 100 credits. Deal or no deal? Pretty generous, huh? 100 credits came to just over 200,000 wealth points. Yet he named the price like pocket change. Yunshin halted, eyes flicking to the emblem on their chests. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University? A low chuckle answered. Good eye. We're juniors. Heard you're this year's special recruit. Since we're family, we can raise it 100 credits. How about it? Yunshin fell silent, a chill hardening in his gaze. Even the most basic vial of genetic blood essence cost several million wealth points on the open market. These two clearly thought he was an easy mark. Seeing his face darken, the student on the left cracked his knuckles and lowered his voice. Listen, freshman, don't do anything stupid. The two of us are already Tier 4 warriors. 4-star first-tier fighter? Yunshin burst out laughing the moment he heard it. Under the moonlight he lifted his chin, a mocking gaze settling on the 2 burly upperclassmen across from him. They traded a glance and snapped. What's so funny? Yunshin tapped the bridge of his nose. His relaxed tone cut like a knife. Stop bluffing. You're both Tier 3 at best. You're about to graduate from Diwu and still stuck there. Yet you've got the nerve to call yourselves seniors? The men's faces darkened. Yunshin had nailed Ithi ranked only mid to low at Diwu University. Every year the school expelled the lowest performers, and they were right on the edge. That desperation was why they needed gene blood essence, the shortcut that let them boost their cultivation while they slept. It was a lifeline. Otherwise they'd never have risked ambushing a Diwu special admissions student. Give that kid another year, and he might wipe the floor with them. Their plan sounded airtight. Grab the blood essence, take a mission, graduate fast. By the time this punk catches up, he won't even know where to find us. Decision made. One of them jabbed a finger at Yunshun. Kid, too good to drink a toast? Fine, drink the penalty. The other cracked his knuckles and sneered. Freshmen who don't respect their elders need a lesson. A cold glint flashed in Yunshen's eyes. 10 ways to grind them into the pavement flickered through his mind, and the air practically sparked until a clear female voice rang out. Hey, Diwu bullies harassing people again. All three turned. Beneath a streetlight, a girl in a tracksuit and baseball cap jogged over, phone to her ear. She waved at the two men. I've already called the police, and a teacher's on the way. If you don't want your credits docked, beat it. The pair blanched. If a teacher showed up, they were finished. They shot Yunshun one last venomous glare and slunk away. The girl planted her hands on her hips beside Yunshun and waited until their silhouettes vanished. Then she exhaled hard, her face still flushed. Scared the life out of me. Diwu students might be jerks, but they can flatten anyone from a normal college. She gave a wry smile. If they'd swung once, would both be eating dirt. When she was sure the danger had passed, she bent to check Yunshun. You okay? Need a trip to the infirmary? Yunshun chuckled and waved her off. I'm fine. Great. She pocketed her phone and added, those Diwu guys love picking on students from other schools. We can't beat them, so we dodge them or call a teacher. Don't wander around alone at night for a while. They might come back. With that, she patted Yunshin's shoulder, clearly mistaking him for a student from another university, and jogged toward the dorms. Yunshin watched her leave, a faint, amused smile curling at his lips. She really did think he was from somewhere else. Enough talking. The girl in the baseball cap tugged the brim down and called out, you'd better head back before they circle around again. I need to run too. Bye. The moment the words left her mouth, she bolted, shoes slapping the asphalt in a rapid staccato. The fear still hadn't left her stride. Yunshin stood under the street lamp and watched her silhouette shrink to a dot. He nodded to himself. Even scared, she still stepped up for someone weaker. That's what a real martial artist looks like. Then he chuckled and shook his head. Since when am I the weak one? Still, letting someone else solve the problem saved him the trouble of throwing a punch. A cool night breeze chased away the heat still simmering in his body from absorbing that gene blood essence. He drew a long breath and started home. One day, Bai Yingxue slipped into a snow-white leather jacket and matching straight-leg pants, looking like a magnolia blooming in fresh powder. Her roommates hooted around her. Yingxue, you've been preening in the mirror forever. Off to see your little boyfriend from Imperial Marshal. Huh? Well, leave the door unlocked tonight. Remember protection. Her cheeks flared pink. Stop talking nonsense. Her phone buzzed. One glance at the screen and their banter died. She snatched up her bag and dashed downstairs, her ears burning as the girl's laughter followed her. Yunshun was already waiting by the curb. Yunshun, she waved, and the earlier teasing sent a deeper blush across her face, a rose blooming on snow. Passing guys from the Martial Sciences College stared, stunned by the scene. Let's go. She bounded to his side, eyes shining. Good times fly. Night fell before they knew it. So it's settled, Yingxue said, blinking playfully. Tomorrow at your dorm? Yeah. We'll buy the groceries together first, Yunshun replied, equally eager. She nodded, waved a reluctant goodbye under her dorm, and finally went inside. Yunshun turned toward his own building. His stomach growled. Guess I need a late-night snack. 90% of Capital University Town's residents are young. They stay up, watch games, skewer meat, and drink, so the night market blazes with light. Even at 2 or 3 in the morning, the streets roar with voices, and martial artists from every campus crowd the stalls. Yunshun grabbed a seat at a stand and ordered dozens of grilled lamb kidneys, more than 100 skewers of lamb, and a few bottles of soda. Martial artists eat a lot. Training as hard as he did, he outate most of them. He was demolishing the food when a clear voice rang out behind him. Bottoms up 5 in a row. He turned. A girl was pounding drinks and playing finger-guessing games with her friends, her cheeks scarlet and her voice ringing. After a moment, he recognized her, the very same baseball cap girl from the other night, now drunk and flushed. The girl and her friends were drinking noisily, and Yunshun decided not to interrupt. A cautious yet excited voice sounded behind him. Yunshun. When Yunshun turned around, he saw the chubby boy from the girls' table, eyes shining with delight. It really is you, Yunshun. Waving enthusiastically, the boy's round face flushed bright red. Yunshun recognized him, the trainee he had met at the Universe Dojo when Zhuo Wushang caused trouble last time. His name was Hongta. Hongta was so thrilled that his chair creaked. Yunshun, come sit with us. The tipsy girl nearby lifted her head. Her words slurred through a cloud of alcohol. Buddy, what did you say? Yun who? What Chen? Hongta gave a helpless laugh and rubbed his forehead. Sis, you're plastered. This is Yunshun, the guy who... Bang. A boot in safety shoes slammed onto the table, rattling the beer bottles. Well, never thought I'd run into you here, you little tramp. The speaker was a bald, burly student with gaudy tattoo sleeves, stinking of booze and sweat. His eyes lingered on the girl's chest before twisting into a lecherous grin. The stench sobered the girl slightly. She squinted at him. And who are you supposed to be? The bald man spat. Damn it, you ruined my fun last time. Forgot already? Recognition flashed across her face. You're the creep who tried to mess with my roommate. Hong Ta jumped up to shield his sister, his pudgy hands shaking yet firm. What do you want? I'm warning you. He didn't finish. The bald man swung a hand. Shut up, you fat pig. Smack. The hand froze in midair. Crack. A slender yet iron-strong hand had clamped onto the man's wrist. The bald thug stiffened and turned. Yun Chen's expression was calm, his voice cool. He just invited me to sit here. Didn't you hear him? You're dead meat. Boom. Yun Chen's fist smashed into the thug's right cheek, the impact squashing the flesh as if it might tear away from the bone. A moment later, the bald man was sent hurtling backward. Clang. The bald man flew backward, his head slamming into the railing, leaving a fist-sized dent in the metal. Nice one. Yun Chen dusted off his hands, amusement flickering in his eyes. Son of a blood trickled down the bald man's forehead as he tried to prop himself up. Yun Chen closed in, grabbed the back of his skull, and clang. The second impact was vicious. The man's face flattened against the cold bars, his nose collapsing, teeth scattering as he crumpled into unconsciousness. Screams erupted around the cafeteria, the crowd breaking into panic. Fights weren't rare in Imperial Capital University City, but this kind of one-sided brutality still made people's scalps tingle. Yun Chen shook out his hand and muttered, "Good, no blood on me." He crouched beside the fallen man, rummaged through his pockets, and pulled out a dark blue ID card. Huh, really a student. The card read, Tai Bing Vocational Martial School, Tu Li Zhan, Tier 3, 3-star fighter. Tier 3, 3-star, Yun Chen repeated, arching an eyebrow. Tai Bing sounds familiar. Whatever. Straightening up, he clapped his hands and offered the bystanders a polite bow. Sorry for the disturbance, everyone. Please, enjoy your meal. Silence hung in the air. A Tier 3, 3-star fighter got flattened like that? He didn't even get a chance to fight back. The hushed whispers couldn't hide their shock. Not far away, a girl stared at Yun Chen in disbelief. When his gaze brushed over her, she jerked her head down, hair trembling. Yun Chen chuckled and headed toward Hong Ta's table. The group was still stunned. Hong Ta snapped out of it first, his face flushing red. Yun Chen. Damn, that was amazing. Clean, decisive, like an eagle snatching a chick. That's quite the analogy, Yun Chen said, half laughing. Hong Ta scratched his head sheepishly. Point is, it was awesome. His sister, still tipsy, hadn't moved. She glanced at the unconscious bald man, then fixed on Yun Chen. You're? Yun Chen smiled. Remember me? Her eyes blinked clear, sobriety washing over her. She pointed at him. I know you. You're the guy from that night. Thanks for what you did, Yun Chen replied with a nod. She opened her mouth. But nothing else came out. Hong Ta jumped in. Sis, you're drunk. Stop talking. Then he grinned at Yun Chen. Sorry about her. This is my sister, Hong Chen, sophomore in the School of Arts and Martial Studies. Yun Chen hummed acknowledgement. Hong Chen shook her head hard. No, I'm not drunk. Did you kill him? Yun Chen nearly choked. Kill him? Relax, I know my limits. Looking at the straightforward girl in front of him, Yun Chen thought, she's got guts, no wonder she jumped in to help that night. Hong Chen glanced once more at the bald man sprawled on the floor, her face suddenly tense. He's from Tai Bing Vocational Martial Academy. He used to stalk and harass my roommate, she added in a rush. I think he's a Tier 3 high-star fighter. Yun Chen nodded calmly. Tier 3, 3 stars. Understood. Hong Chen stamped her foot. You still don't get how serious this is. You put him in the hospital in front of everyone. That's a huge problem. My roommate said his older brother's with the Tian Sha Jukiexing. Tian Sha Jukiexing? Yun Chen raised his brows. She rattled on. That group that targets Imperial Martial University students. The name had popped up only days ago, and now it resurfaced. Actual brother? Yun Chen asked lazily. No sworn brother, she corrected. Got it. Yun Chen took another swig of iced cola, the bubbles snapping in the air. Hong Chen nearly exploded. How can you be so calm? While Yun Chen stayed unruffled, her panic only grew. She muttered to herself. No, you helped us, so I have to protect you. What now? I'll have to ask uncle. Beside her, Hong Ta rubbed his temples. Sis, relax. Yun Chen bit off another piece of grilled lamb kidney and muttered around the skewer. Hong Ta's right. Take it easy. Juice dripped onto the table as the rich aroma spread. Hong Chen was still frantic. Take it easy? Do you know what the Tian Sha Jukiexing does? Even the Diwu Tianjiao Bureau is scared of them. Her words made Yun Chen recall how Senior Lin Cheng had shuddered at the mere mention of the Diwu Tianjiao Bureau when he first arrived at the Imperial Capital University town. He thought darkly, just how brutal were those previous cohorts? Saying they trampled everyone underfoot hardly covers it. He remembered Tan Xingyuan stealing someone's girlfriend in public and sighed. No wonder people curse them. Are you even listening? Hong Chen smacked his shoulder. The Tian Sha Jukiexing. Even the Diwu Tianjiao Bureau won't provoke them. How can a regular student like you fight that? Granted, she admitted he was strong, but in her mind a Tier 3 fighter was a helpless chick before the Tian Sha Jukiexing. The image of Yun Chen being forced to drop out flashed across her mind, and she broke into a cold sweat. Just then, Hong Ta cut in. Sis, do you really not know who Yun Chen is? She blinked. Huh, know who? Hong Ta looked at Yun Chen, rolled his eyes, and said, Yunchen, the guy I told you about. Her face froze. Why Yunchen? Oh, that special admission kid at Imperial Martial University? An awkward silence followed. Processing the information, she glanced at her brother, then at Yunchen, and finally pointed a trembling finger at him. Wait, what did you just call him? Hong Tao looked at his hopeless older sister and sighed. His name's Yunchen. He's Yunchen. The words had barely left his mouth when the whole table exploded. Yunchen, you mean the special admit at Diwu who just blew up the trending list? In the Imperial Capital's University District, news stories pop up every day, but the name Yunchen had nailed itself into everyone's mind. Hong Chun went rigid, as if someone had hit pause on a film. After a long beat, she stared at the boy in front of her. You're Yunchen? The special recruit at Diwu? Yunchen lifted a hand and gave her a faint smile. I am. The buzz around them grew even louder. Hong Chun stared blankly at him, but her thoughts were racing. But a couple of seniors from Diwu cornered you the other day, didn't they? She asked, still in disbelief. They did. Yunchen nodded, voice calm. They figured I was a freshman. Even a special admit didn't look like much to them. Exactly. The hot search had pegged him at late phase 2, 3 stars, or half-step phase 3. Scary for a newcomer, maybe, but to upperclassmen he was just a talented rookie. That was why they had dared to provoke him. Hong Chun had thought the same until Yunchen one-shot a phase 3, 3-star warrior. If it had been a back-and-forth fight, she could have swallowed it, but this was a clean instant kill. Unless he had mastered class martial art, or was wearing high-grade gear, or possessed a rare physique, or had simply taken a forbidden drug. Countless possibilities stampeded through her mind like wild horses. Hong Ta's curiosity flared. He leaned in. Yunchen, you really got cornered by seniors from Imperial Martial? Are you okay? WHYD they go after you. Yunchen had no intention of mentioning the genetic blood essence and stirring up more trouble, so he only said, it's over. Across the way, 2 male students quietly stood up. Hunched over, they slipped out of the night market, then bolted as if their backs were on fire. Damn, how's that kid so strong? Who knows? Thank God we didn't actually hit him that night. These were the 2 upperclassmen from Diwu who had tried to steal Yunchen's genetic blood essence in an alley. By chance, they had come to the night market to drink away their anxiety about possibly being expelled, only to witness Yunchen obliterate a phase 3, 3-star fighter in an instant. The moment they recognized him, their legs nearly gave out. A freshman who can crush a phase 3, 3-star fighter barehanded? Is he even human? Remembering how they'd bragged about their cultivation level that night, they now felt like a pair of first-class idiots and deeply relieved they hadn't pushed Yunchen any further. If they really ended up fighting, there was no doubt about the outcome. Based on Yunchen's performance tonight, those 2 would probably be stuck in the hospital for at least a couple of weeks. A gust of night wind slipped through the cracks in the corridor windows. 2 senior students huddled in the corner, faces as white as paper. Well, what do we do? One of them stammered, his eyes darting toward the school gate. Do you think Yunchen will remember our faces and come after us? The other swallowed hard and nodded. He thought it was more than likely. Sharing a campus with a monster like that, especially after offending him, was just asking for trouble. We've only got one way out. He drew a deep breath, his expression grim. And that is, pack up tonight. First thing tomorrow, we take an off-campus mission. Heading into the field meant abandoning the comfortable life of University City and throwing themselves onto a harsh battlefield. The second senior's face turned even paler, but he could only force a bitter smile. It looks like that's our only choice. Let's go. The 2 traded anxious glances, then sprinted toward their dorm. Their hurried footsteps echoed through the night. The next day, inside the training hall of the Iron Guard Vocational Martial Academy, harsh white lights glared off cold steel walls. A broad-shouldered boy stood shirtless, a curved blade in each hand. Sweat trickled down the lines of his muscles. His arms blurred as he slashed, silver arcs crossing in midair. The wind howled from the force, and 2 heavy wooden stakes toppled in the distance. He drew the blades back and steadied his breath. Sudden applause rang out. Not bad at all. You've finally grasped the basics of momentum. A girl with a high ponytail strode in, clapping, her gaze full of approval. What do you want? He asked curtly, tapping a finger on his blade's hilt. I heard about what happened to your little follower, Tu Lizhan. She smiled. So, you are the 9th seat of the Tian Sha Jiu Kuei Xing, planning to swallow this insult? He snorted. No need for you to stir things up. That kid Yunchen is finished. Either he quits, or I beat him to death. Those are his only options. Satisfied, the ponytailed girl nodded. Since you're that confident, I'm relieved. The first seat wants him taught a lesson. No one that outrageous is allowed to strut around University City. She brushed a pale hand across her cheek and muttered, first Tin Xingyuan, now this Yunchen. The new Heaven's Chosen list has already put us in our place. If we don't show real strength soon, the juniors will start looking down on us. Achoo. Yunchen sneezed in the kitchen of his villa and rubbed his nose. You okay? Buying Shuet turned off the stove and looked at him with concern. Fine, the onions are just strong. Eyes watering, Yunchen kept slicing but still smiled. Buying Shuet sighed softly. Let me handle it. I told you I've got the kitchen under control. Nope, I should help too. Yunchen winked at her. Warm air made the whole villa feel like spring. Bai Yingxue wore a thin apron that hugged her slender waist, and the two chatted while prepping dinner, the smell of fresh ingredients mingling with a gentle sense of happiness. Suddenly, an excited shout came from the yard. I did it. I won. Yinshun, I won. Li Siyu burst through the gate, pumping her fists like Shed struck gold. Beside her, Dong Ning's face was dark, lips pressed tight. Shed just lost to Li Siyu. That duel was crucial. It decided the 5th and 6th seats of the Heaven's Chosen list. As the assessment progressed, the standings became clearer. 1. Chen Han was locked in at 9th. No one could unseat him from last place. 2. 8th was practically guaranteed to Guahaoren. 3. The 7th seat unexpectedly went to Gu Miaochuan, mainly because Guahaoren and Songjia held back against a medicinal arts fighter. With the last 3 spots settled, Li Siyu's win put her ahead of Dong Ning, finalizing the order. Li Siyu 5th, Dong Ning 6th. Some might object that the tests weren't over and anything could still change. True, nothing was set in stone except for one detail. Dong Ning's final match was against Yin Shun. Your last match was against Yin Chen. How do you feel about it? Chong Yuanwu asked, grinning at Dong Ning, who sat with her arms crossed. Dong Ning's cool, striking face darkened. She answered with a curt grunt. Seeing her foul mood, Chong Yuanwu's smile only grew wider. I'm curious, though. Li Siyu's just an illusion-type fighter. How did she manage to pin down your spear? She broke through, Dong Ning said, her tone sharp, as if venting days of frustration in one breath. Broke through? Chong Yuanwu blinked. To 3rd grade, 1st star? Dong Ning nodded. She says it happened because of Yin Shun. Because of Yin Shun? Chong Yuanwu's grin faded. He muttered under his breath, then waved it off. Probably got some trauma after losing to him. Yin Shun, listen to me. Sitting on the couch, Li Siyu cradled her teacup, eyes shining like stars. Ever since our fight, my power has been skyrocketing. Siyu, aren't you exaggerating? Yin Shun took a sip of hot tea, a smile on his lips. Not at all really. Li Siyu was so excited she nearly bounced off the sofa. My mental force just surged. Li Siyu was an illusion-based fighter. Her strength lay in her mind, not her body. She raised her hand to prove it. Her brow knit in concentration, a sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. A low hum sounded as a pale red force field burst from her palm, spreading into a 6-meter dome that shimmered in the air. This is the first stage of projecting mental energy or personal field, she said, lowering her hand. Breath quickened. With that field in place, her cultivation had stepped smoothly into 3rd grade, 1st star. Yin Chen nodded thoughtfully. It does mirror my sword intent and sword heart in its own way. Li Siyu laughed. If I'd known, I'd have challenged you a couple more times. With that, she dashed toward the kitchen. Let me help, sis-in-law, stop fussing. She called to Bai Yingxue, who was prepping vegetables. Bai Yingxue's cheeks flushed. Sis-in-law? Quit teasing. The two women laughed as they trimmed the produce, the knife tapping a brisk rhythm against the board. In the living room, Yun Chen sat alone, tapping his chin with a knuckle. Projecting mental energy, a personal field. If I set my sword aside, what form would mine take? The thought filled him with curiosity and anticipation. Ding-dong, doorbell rang. When the door opened, Chun Han poked his head in first, nostrils flaring. Wow, something smells amazing. I could smell it from a few houses away. From the kitchen, Li Siyu craned her neck and called out, half annoyed. Chun Han, here to freeload again? If you want to eat, lend a hand. No showing up empty-handed. Chun Han chuckled and exchanged a glance with Guahaoren behind him. They both lifted the plastic bags in their hands. Who's empty-handed? Roast chicken, roast duck, marinated beef. Guahaoren finished the list. And drinks. Li Siyu rolled her eyes, but couldn't help laughing. At least you two have a conscience. Laughter and chatter filled the villa, and the place instantly came alive. Anyway, we've got way too much food. Let's invite everyone over and finish it together. At Yun Chen's call, the other 5 arrived one after another, arms full of fresh fruit. Night had fallen, but the villa blazed with light. The spacious living room was filled with delicious aromas, and 10 young people crowded around the table, clinking glasses and trading jokes. Tomorrow's the bout between Yun Shun and Dong Ning, right? Halfway through the meal, Chen Han set his chopsticks down and looked up. Dong Ning's face went rigid. She actually raised her voice first. Chen Han, shut up and eat. The usually poker-faced Dong Ning losing her cool made everyone cover their mouths to keep from laughing. The scene was more refreshing than the food itself. She smoothed her expression and faced Yun Chen squarely. I know the odds are slim, but I'll fight with everything I have. I expect you to do the same. Yun Chen lifted his glass and nodded. Deal, though will try my best not to hurt you. The next day, mist curled around the ring on Wujua Mountain summit, spectators packed in layers around it. The match had just ended. Dong Ning stood alone with her spear, leaving mouths hanging open. My God, she just achieved enlightenment on the spot. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Her spear stood bolt upright, red gold as if forged from molten metal, sparks dancing at the tip. Moments earlier she and Yun Shun had fought with everything they had. Even in defeat, she stayed on the platform and somehow captured a brand new insight right then and there. The examiner gaped. Seriously? What kind of freaks are this year's Diwu prodigies? They break through at the drop of a hat, reach enlightenment at the drop of a hat now. She's even inventing her own technique. Dong Ning opened her eyes. The sparks vanished. New technique, your name will be Jingyun. Yin Chun, about to leave, twitched at the name. Sounds like it's aimed straight at me. Down below, other candidates snickered. Jingyun is totally taking a jab at Yin Chun. If I got dropped in 3 minutes, I'd be salty too. Gu Miaochuan studied the platform, puzzled. Her spear work doesn't feel like any normal style, but I can't say why. Ji Qiongxi explained. She practices a one-strike spear. If she doesn't strike, fine. Once she does, it's her strongest blow. Huge burst, zero stamina. High damage, low endurance. On the far side of the training grounds, Chong Yuanwu sheathed his blade, exhaled, and tried to settle his inner energy. Yet stray thoughts hacked at his focus. Dong Ning's comment from yesterday kept echoing. Li Siyu broke through because of Yinshin. His eyes snapped open. Li Siyu had jumped an entire tier thanks to Yinshin. Sparring usually helps both sides, but had seen no improvement in Yinshin. If Li Siyu could break through from Yinshin's guidance, only one explanation made sense. Yinshin was already leagues above him, sparring more like a coach instructing a student. Pride wavered, unease crept in. They were supposed to be peers, yet he couldn't imagine coaching anyone himself. Maybe he was overthinking it. No matter how strong Yinshin was, could he really be that strong? Footsteps sounded behind him. A red dress fluttered as Dong Ning planted her spear. Chong Yuanwu, spar with me. He rose with a bitter smile. Dong Ning, how many times have we fought? It won't change anything, you still can't. He turned and stared into the wildfire in her eyes. Words died in his throat. After a long pause, he finally gasped. Your spear intent, how did it jump so far overnight? Dong Ning twirled his spear, the tip leveled at Chong Yuanwu. Cut the chatter. As soon as he spoke, his aura surged, cold and razor-sharp. The pressure made Chong Yuanwu's throat tighten, his voice rasping. 3rd rank. 1st star. Dong Ning had been stuck at 2nd rank, 3 stars for months, yet he had broken through today. One explanation flashed through Chong Yuanwu's mind. Staring at the spear across from him, he asked quietly, Did you already fight Yinshin? Dong Ning gave a slight, indifferent nod. With the answer confirmed, Chong Yuanwu clenched his teeth. Tomorrow he would face Yinshin himself, the last match of the Heavenly Prodigy Trials, the battle that would decide the top seat. Chief of the Prodigy Bureau. The power of that position meant little to him. What mattered was finishing first in every contest, past, present, and future. The thought roiled in his chest, but he forced it down with a deep breath. On the duel platform, Songjia gave Ji Qiongxi a respectful bow. Ji Qiongxi fixed him with a cold stare. Songjia, did you hold back? Songjia shook his head with a faint smile. Don't lie to me, she pressed. You weren't fighting at full strength. Sangji's expression stayed gentle, the corners of his mouth barely twitching. Among the spectators, Li Siyu suddenly froze. Huh. Yinshin and the others turned to her. What is it? She rubbed her ears. I think I just heard Songjia speak. They exchanged puzzled looks. Chen Han dug a finger in his ear and said offhandedly, Your mental power must have improved. Li Siyu blinked. What does that have to do with anything? Chen Han shrugged. Songjia follows the path of mind, training his mental strength to the extreme. It's harder than illusion arts, but hits even harder. You practice illusion. Once your mind awakened, you could hear him transmitting with pure will. Perfectly normal. Li Siyu nodded in sudden understanding. Yun Shin chimed in. So if we hone our minds enough, we can talk to Songjia directly? Exactly, Chen Han confirmed. Yun Shin studied him, curiosity sparking in his eyes. He recalled their first meeting, when only Chen Han could chat with Songjia, and the pieces finally fell into place. Just then Guahaoran asked, Chen Han, can a body path fighter like me cultivate that kind of mental power too? The path you train doesn't matter, Chen Han waved dismissively. If you're conscious, you have mental power. Saying body path cultivators are physically strong but mentally weak is a stereotype. Honestly, old Gua, your will might be stronger than most. Up at 4 every morning to work out, that takes resolve. Pointing at the dark circles under his eyes, he gritted. But could you train somewhere farther away next time? You wake me up every day? Guahaoran scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. Right, I'll find another spot tomorrow. The little episode drew soft laughter from the group. At that moment, Songjia and Ji Qiongxi stepped down from the platform together. The duel between Songjia and Ji Qiongxi was over, which meant the 3rd and 4th seats were now locked in. Around the ring, the noise died down as everyone traded glances. Places 3 through 9 were settled. Yet the ultimate clash between Chong Yuanwu and Yunshun was still hanging in the balance. Chong Yuanwu and Yunshun were the only 2 headmasters special recruits in this year's Tenjao trials, both masters of cold weapons, a saber against a sword. Tomorrow promised sparks of steel. Someone in the crowd murmured, tomorrow's going to be a show. Gu Miaochuan gripped her medical kit, worry knitting her brows. I just hope neither of them gets hurt. Ji Qiongxi shook her head with a light laugh. If those 2 go all out, walking away unscathed is almost impossible. Chong Yuan's saber path is brutally domineering, and no one's ever seen Yunshin push to the limit. When those monsters start trading blows, we'll be lucky if bystanders stay clear. She turned to Gu Miaochuan. Miaochuan, you're going to be busy tomorrow. Over the past few days, the fighters had been able to heal quickly thanks to Gu Miaochuan's medical martial arts. The girl offered a modest smile. If I can help, it's worth it. In the crowd, Chun Han suddenly perked up. Who do you think wins tomorrow? Li Siyu answered without hesitation. Yun Chun. Gua Haoran echoed. And with Yun Chun too. Everyone stared, wondering how they could be so sure. Yet Li Siyu and Gua Haoran looked perfectly confident. Gu Miaochuan pinched her small nose and managed a wry smile. I want Betherly my place. Songjia also shook his head, declining to gamble. Ji Qiongxi fell silent for a long while. She could still feel the chill of Chong Yuan with saber intent from their match. Finally she said, "They'll take Chong Yuanwu." Chen Han smirked. "Fine, they'll back Chong Yuanwu too, so you won't be cheering alone." At dusk beside the training field, Dong Ming knelt on one knee, spear in hand, chest heaving. Chong Yuanwu slid his blade into its sheath and spoke coolly. "Did you really think a third tier, one-star rank could beat me? I warned you your spear style has a fatal flaw. One spear flow is fierce, but if that first thrust misses, every strike after only gets weaker." Dong Ming snorted but didn't argue. Facing his old friend, Chong Yuan's voice softened. "You've always been stubborn ever since we were kids." Dong Ming came from a spear-wielding clan in Shiliang province. The two had grown up together and knew each other inside out. They sat side by side on the edge of the field. After a long silence, Chong Yuanwu stared at the ground and suddenly asked, "Who do you think wins tomorrow?" Dong Ming blinked, then replied, "What's the point of asking? The Chong Yuanwu I know never worries about that." Chong Yuanwu paused. After a while he looked up at the moon being swallowed by clouds and mocked himself. "You're right. Forget I asked." He stood, slung his saber over his back, and walked alone down the snowy slope. Dong Ming bit her lip as she watched him leave, a rare softness in her eyes. She whispered, "I won't lie, but I don't want to say you'll lose either." Gazing at the night sky, she silently prayed, "Go for it. You and Wu challenge him, and defeat the strongest opponent." On Wujua Mountain, atop the martial platform, the morning wind howled. Two teenagers stood opposite each other, auras colliding, eyes sharp as blades. The Tianjao trials, final bout. The examiner swept his gaze across the arena and declared, "Chong Yuanwu versus Yun Chun. Begin." In the stands, every spectator swallowed hard. The air felt as if it had been sucked from the arena, utterly silent, so quiet a pin could have dropped. Breaths and heartbeats were muffled as every eye fixed on the two figures at the center of the platform. At the examiner's command the trial began, yet neither Yun Chun nor Chong Yuanwu moved. They simply faced each other in silence. Still, everyone could feel the dread rolling out from their feet. Blade intent and sword intent collided invisibly, unseen waves surging across the stage and making the surrounding trees tremble, leaves drifting to the ground. The examiner felt a chill. This wasn't even the frightening part. Yun Chun hadn't gripped his sword, and Chong Yunwu hadn't truly drawn his blade. Three long swords hovered behind Yun Chun, their tips quivering, cold light flashing. Staring at the spectral weapons, sweat beaded on Chong Yuan's brow. He broke the silence. "Yun Chun, I've been curious about this technique of yours for a long time. What exactly is it? An illusion?" Yun Chun shook his head, voice steady. "No illusion. They're all real." "Very well." Chong Yuanwu clenched his teeth, fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. "Real or not, they're worth my full strength. With this strike, it'll cut down everything in my way." The examiner's heart jolted. Chong Yuanwu was about to make the first move. A moment later his right hand settled on the hilt, and he murmured, "Chong Yuanwu, draw." Flash. Blade light flared, a glacial arc splitting the air, and the entire platform was engulfed in whirling snow. Ice pellets hammered the railing with a staccato rattle, and the temperature plunged in an instant. Below, Ji Qiongxi cried out, "That technique again." She had once been trapped inside this blizzard, unable to find her bearings or spot her foe, and had been defeated miserably. Now, facing Yin Chun, the storm was even more violent. "Domain projection," the examiner shouted, his voice shredded by the gale. "Intensity level 1." The unfamiliar term left many spectators exchanging puzzled looks. Bai Yingxue whispered an explanation. Domain projection appears when a fighter's consciousness, basically, their spiritual power, reaches a certain threshold. Centered on the wielder, it alters the surroundings and affects everyone inside. With the spirit in his blade and his own mental strength, Chong Yuanwu has reached level 1. Li Siyu nodded in sudden understanding. Gu Miaochuan turned to Bai Yingxue. "Yingxue, how do you know all this?" "It's first-year material," Bai Yingxue answered with a modest smile. "I reviewed it a few days ago." Gu Miaochuan looked at her with genuine admiration. "You really work hard." Bai Yingxue waved it off. "It's nothing. You're students at Imperial Martial, you'll learn it soon. I only read a few books, aren't share knowledge." Gu Miaochuan turned her eyes back to the platform, worry creeping into her voice. "Do you think Yunchun will be all right?" In the swirling snow, swordlight shimmered around Yunchun. He felt as though he stood in the far northern reaches of Daxia. The wind cut like blades, yet he remained calm. As expected of a youth from Shuizhou province, he thought. sensing a sudden surge of murderous intent behind him. Chong Yuanwu burst through the snow with his blade and appeared at Yun Chen's back. For a split second, Yun Chen's guard seemed to falter, a flawless opening offered to his opponent. Yet, a few steps shy of his target, Chong Yuanwu's expression shifted to shock. A long sword suddenly lunged at Chong Yuanwu from the left. Clang steel rang as he swept his own blade sideways, barely diverting the strike. When he looked again, Yun Chen's figure had already melted into the swirling snow. Trying to run? Chong Yuanwu sneered, pausing for only a heartbeat. He knew this blizzard field like the back of his hand. No motion, not even a gnat's, could slip past his senses. Mid-sentence, he vanished into the storm and reappeared above Yun Chen in the blink of an eye. Submit. His saber crashed down, yet 10 long swords instantly meshed above Yun Chen, sealing every gap and slamming the blow to a stop. The recoil hurled Chong Yuanwu to the ground. He staggered back several steps to regain distance. He panted hard, fury and shock churning within. This was his own domain, so why was he tiring while Yun Chen remained composed? That uncanny art could summon blades from any direction. He needed surprise. Mind racing, Chong Yuanwu slipped back into the snow. Yun Chen stood motionless, brow furrowed, attuning himself to the strange resonance. The wind and snow were not mere illusions but real. Every flake that struck him sent ripples from his core through every limb and bone. Whoosh! A cold gleam swept in from the right. Yun Chen raised an arm, and several swords flashed up to block it. In the same breath, Chong Yuanwu appeared on the left, his fist driving a dragon of snow straight at Yun Chen's face. Fast! A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Chen's eyes. Clearly the storm amplified Chong Yuanwu's speed. Catching that hint of alarm, Chong Yuanwu exulted only for the moment to shatter. SHHK? Blades burst from beneath the snow, spearing up beneath his armpits, behind his knees, between his thighs, pinning him in midair. One point hovered at his brow, chilling to the bone. Yun Chen lifted his chin. It's over. Not yet. Chong Yuanwu roared. The blizzard recoiled, shredding the swords. He vaulted skyward. Drifting flakes fused into vast wings at his back, and the saber shuezhong streaked up from the ground into his hand. Yun Chen, can you block this? He howled. Wings and blade folded together. Man and weapon became a snow-white meteor, hurtling down. Only then did the spectators see. Wings of snow, man and saber as one, crashing like thunder. Cries erupted all around. Yun Chen, snow-forged aura grazed him, scoring shallow cuts across his cheeks, yet he still did not move. Ji Qiongxi shrieked from the stands, dodge. The next instant, the entire storm froze. Chong Yuanwu hung suspended, saber poised at Yun Chen's brow. Wind and flakes were motionless. Within 10 paces, every color drained away, leaving stark ink and white. In that monochrome world, only Yun Chen moved with ease. An examiner below stared slack-jawed, muttering, another externalized domain. Damn. Are all this year's prodigies planning to defy heaven and slay gods? The aura burst out as quickly as it vanished. On the dueling platform, color drained from the world for only a few seconds. Yun Chen felt the strange energy fading, tapped his toe, and drifted back. An instant later, color returned, and the frozen wind and snow surged again. Boom! With a wild roar, Chong Yuanwu dove like a giant blade, smashing through the platform and carving a pitch-black crater. Frost churned at the bottom, while the frost snow wings on his back splintered into drifting ice shards. He stood there in a daze, mind stuck in the previous second. Yun Chen had been within his strike range. In the blink of an eye, the opponent had vanished without a trace. Yun Chen now stood at the crater's edge, looking down. Chong Yuanwu lifted his head, shock filling his eyes. Yun Chen's tone was calm. It's over, Yuanwu. The wind and snow power you unleashed was tremendous. I've never seen its like. Thanks to you, I've gained a new insight. A new insight? Chong Yuanwu stared at the snow-white saber in his hand, fingertips trembling. Yun Chen was not the only one who gained enlightenment. Chong Yuanwu's breakthrough was even greater. His improvised move, frost and snow become wings, man and blade, as one, had collapsed a platform built for cultivators, a testament to its fearsome force. Their exchange reached the entire arena, and silence fell. An examiner twitched. What the hell, these are freshmen? In the stands, countless spectators were stunned. One word surfaced in everyone's mind: gap. Yun Chen and Chong Yuanwu had left the other prodigies far behind. My god, that power's insanely. Cu whispered, staring at the crater. Gu Miaochuan pondered the earlier scene. So that was Yun Chen's domain? Fascinating. The whole platform looked like an ink painting. Ji Qiongxi withdrew her gaze, face grave. That was close. If Yun Chen hadn't released his aura just then, somebody could have died. Chong Yuanwu looked up again, emotions flickering. You weren't fighting at full strength, were you? The hoarse question dripped with anger. He had shown several openings, yet Yun Chen never struck. Yun Chen paused, then answered quietly, no, I was already. Don't lie to me. Chong Yuanwu cut him off, fists clenched. A warrior's pride can't endure pity. Losing is one thing, being pitted is unbearable. They locked eyes. Yun Chen nodded. You're right. The words landed. Cheng Yunwu gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the blade, and leapt out of the crater, leaving the platform with ramrod straight back. Yunshan watched him go and sighed softly. The prodigy assessment had officially ended. The new Tenjao Bureau would be established 3 days later. He still hasn't gotten over it. At the dining table, Ji Qiongxi set down her teacup and asked Dong Ning. Dong Ning shook his head. He's been up on Wujua Mountain these past few days. Chen Han mumbled through a mouthful of drumstick. What? He's not even going home. That guy's really pushing himself. Yunshan, do you realize how big a shadow you've cast over him? Yunshan set his chopsticks down, apology and helplessness mingling in his eyes, yet a faint smile tugged at his lips. He knew that without Cheng Yuanwu he might never have touched the threshold of projecting his sure field, but Cheng Yuanwu's current state was worrisome. Beside them, Dong Ning raised a hand. Yunshan, this isn't your fault. The guy's proud, not fragile. He wouldn't do anything he couldn't handle. Before the mood could warm, Ji Qiongxi switched topics. Yunshan, the Tianjiao assessment's over and the new Star Grand Marshal trials are coming up fast. You're already the first seat and the captain. Have you chosen your teammates? The global New Star Grand Marshal trials are held once a year, 3 fighters per team, each representing their nation. Yunshan sipped his tea, thinking, not yet. They'll discuss it with the principal in 3 days. 3 days later, the Imperial Capital University District was buzzing for the Tenjao Bureau's annual founding ceremony, conversation rolling like a heat wave. Inside a villa, Yunshan changed and got ready to leave. Yesterday, Bai Yingxue had taken him shopping and picked out a new black trench coat and straight-leg trousers, sharp and mature. Hey, wait a second. Seeing him head for the door, Bai Yingxue blocked his path and brushed a finger over his collar. Your button's crooked. What's the rush? Yunshan laughed. Thanks. Bai Yingxue's cheeks flushed. No need to thank me. Today's your big day. She looked him over, tall, poised, sharp-featured, radiating quiet power, and felt her heart skip. Satisfied, she stepped back and grinned. All set. Off you go, first seat. Yunshan nodded. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, several classmates burst into the courtyard, panting. Yunshan. Trouble. Cheng Yuanwu's been cornered by students from Taibing Vocational Martial School, a remote training ground on the edge of the university district, wind whipping up dust. Cheng Yuanwu stood alone in the center, ringed by a handful of upperclassmen wearing mocking smiles. I told you, I've got something important today. If you want to fight, pick another time. Now move. A burly student with a spiked club sneered. We chose today on purpose. I hear your Diwu Tianjiao Bureau hangs its plaque today. Imagine a cripple limping onto that stage. Nice look for you. The others laughed. Cheng Yuanwu's eyes when I scold. If you've got a problem with me, fine, fight me. But don't even think about disgracing the Diwu Tianjiao Bureau. His right hand reached behind him. The snow-edge blade slid free, silver light glinting across his face. Quick and clean. I can't be late. Yunshan will think I'm still wallowing in defeat. Seeing the blade, his opponents hefted their own weapons, killing intent filling the air. Cheng Yuanwu lowered his shoulders, leveled the knife, and murmured. Cheng Yuanwu draws. The blizzard had faded. On the blank expanse of snow, for senior students from Taibing Specialized Martial Academy lay spread-eagled, gasping after the brutal fight. Cheng Yuanwu stood over them, blade in hand, stray flakes still clinging to the steel. In the hush, only the soft patter of melting ice reached the ear. He moved forward, each step light, yet deliberate, closing in on the nearest student. The boy's spiked mace lay less than 2 meters away, its iron head punched deep into the drift. Seeing Cheng approach, he let out a sharp squeal and crab-walked backward through the slush. Stay away. He flung out an arm for the weapon, but his fingertips stayed just shy of it. With a silver flash, Cheng drove the tip of his dao into the snow between the boy's knees. Metal scraped ice with a shriek, stopping a hair from the groin. The student screamed, an icy terror stabbing before any pain could. He curled up, clutching his legs. Cheng's lip twitched. Next time you pick a target, make sure you've got the skills. He jerked the blade free, slid it into its sheath, brushed snow from his shoulder, and turned for home to change into clean clothes. Only then did the spectators find their voices. He actually won. Who was that guy? Those were 4 seniors from Taibing. Where did that blizzard even come from? Most were from other academies. They had mocked the Diwu prodigy when he was surrounded. Now the reversal left them reeling. Someone muttered, those 4 are 3rd-tier high-star fighters. If Cheng Yuanwu handled them alone, he's probably this year's top Diwu prodigy. Top prodigy. The words ignited the crowd, chatter flaring on all sides. Suddenly a crushing aura rolled in from the rear. Students parted instinctively, as if split by a blade. A burly youth with 2 near-meter curved sabers strapped to his back strode toward Cheng, footsteps as solid as bedrock. Cheng's muscles tightened. The newcomer felt deadly. He stopped in front of him, looking down. You're Cheng Yuanwu, aren't you? Who are you? Cheng asked quietly. The stranger sneered. You snapped Tan Xingyuan's spear the other day, didn't you? Cheng frowned. The name unfamiliar. The burly student went on. I recommended Tan Xingyuan to Tian Sha for next term's 9th seat. Then you cut his spear in half, and your buddy Yunshan beat up my sworn brother Tilijan. A low chuckle rumbled from his chest. Your whole Diwu cohort has no respect for seniors. He'll start with you. Yunshan is next. The crowd buzzed. So that's why those Tai Bing seniors started trouble. Someone with sharp eyes shouted, "It's Wan Chao of the Tian Sha 9 Dread Stars." The commotion doubled. Wan Chao, ninth seat of the Tian Sha 9 Dread Stars, was now face to face with Daiwa's top prodigy. Every spectator felt their blood surge. The real show was about to begin. Wan Chao ignored the noise. He glanced at the four groaning seniors, and his voice cracked like shattering ice. "Pathetic. Get up. You're disgracing Tai Bing." The boy grabbed his spiked club and rushed over to Wan Chao, whispering with a strained face, "Boss, that kid's freaky. He can just summon a blizzard out of thin air. We can't beat him." The others crowded behind Wan Chao as well, adding under their breath, "Boss, I think he's this year's top freshman." Wan Chao arched a brow, letting his gaze settle on Chong Yuanwu. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, then he scoffed. Well, the top prodigy himself. The elite divisions barely opened its doors. If I cripple the #1 student from Imperial Martial University right here, it'll be quite the public humiliation for them. With that, he reached back and drew the two curved blades strapped to his back, steel rasping with a piercing ring. Across from him, Chong Yuanwu had spent much of his energy battling several upperclassmen from the Iron Guard Vocational School. His knuckles whitened around his saber. Wan Chao gave him no chance to breathe. He slammed a foot into the ground and shot forward like a storm wind, closing the gap in a blink. Shing! A silver arc flashed as Chong Yuanwu whipped out his blade, a biting chill rolling off the edge. Whoosh! A blast of snow exploded into existence, flinging shards of ice and sealing off the space around them. The spectators erupted. There it is. That's the move. The upperclassman behind Wan Chao shouted, "Boss, watch out." Yet inside the swirling frost, Wan Chao stayed calm. Shards of ice grazed his face, but a cruel curve lifted his lips. It was the second time Chong Yuanwu had forced his domain outward. He looked pale, sweat sliding down his brow, and Wan Chao caught the faint tremble in his arms. "Projecting your field already? For a freshman, that's impressive. Maybe that saying's right, the top prodigy is always a monster." Wan Chao sneered, then flung his arms wide, spinning his twin blades. "Let me show you what real projection looks like." Biamum. Centered on him, countless leaf-shaped gust blades took form. Swish, swish, swish. They spiraled outward, dense and orderly, shredding the raging snowstorm in an instant. With his icy shield gone, Chong Yuanwu's robe snapped in the wind, fine cuts blooming red across his body. "Kneel." Wan Chao leaped high, twin blades flashing like crescent moons as they speared toward Chong Yuanwu's shoulders. Squelch. Steel bit flesh, blood sprayed. The crowd gasped. "He's bleeding." The calamitous ninth star brutal as ever. They'd come for a show. No one expected Wan Chaos Strike to be this vicious. Earlier, Chong Yuanwu had shown mercy and victory. Now Wan Chao, a senior, was going for blood. The Iron Guard seniors shook with excitement. "Nice one, boss. Make him kneel." Imperial martial prodigy, my ass lick our boots. Pinning Chong Yuanwu's shoulders with both blades, Wan Chao bore down. Chong Yuanwu's legs quivered, blood dripping along the steel. Yet he stood straight. The dignity of Imperial Martial's champion would not be crushed by his own knees. Huh. Wan Chao heaped on more brute force, trying to drive him to the ground. But the freshman's feet felt rooted in iron, would not budge an inch. "So you want to match strength with me, kid?" Wan Chaos' lips curled into a savage smile as he slowly twisted the curved blade. The icy steel sank into flesh, churning the wound in Chong Yuanwu's shoulder. Blood soaked his sleeve, and the snow hissed into steam. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his cheeks and burst on the frozen ground. "Kneel." Wan Chao bellowed, his voice warping with fury. In the next instant, Chong Yuanwu's left hand shot out. His fingertips flicked, and the broadsword buried in the snow trembled. With a flash of cold light, it leapt into his palm. Thud! The blade reversed and plunged into Wan Chaos' thigh, spraying blood. "Ah!" Wan Chao screamed. Before the cry had faded, boom! A fierce kick blasted him backward, flipping him through the snow. The kick came from Guahaoran, his body sheathed in golden chi. Arcs of lightning cracked along his muscles with sharp pops. Yuanwu. Dong Ning charged forward, spear in hand, the butt carving a shallow groove behind her. The crowd gasped. That's the new class of Imperial martial prodigies. Ji Qiongxi, Song Jia, Li Xiu, Gu Miaochuan, Chun Han, and others broke through the ring of onlookers, their auras flaring. Chong Yuanwu's face was ash white. His legs gave out, and he collapsed against Guahaoran's shoulder, voice weak, yet stubborn. "Why are you here? The inauguration ceremony, has it started?" Gu Miaochuan raised a hand, sprinkling pale green motes like gentle rain into his wound. "Save your strength, Yuanwu. Let me heal you first." Wan Chao braced against his injured leg, eyes wild. "So you called in reinforcements? He'll finish every last one of you." Songjia and Ji Qiongxi stepped forward side by side, icy gaze locking on him. Wan Chao spat a mouthful of blood. "Think numbers will save you, brats?" A clear female voice rang out from the crowd. "Wan Chao, stop showing off. They'll lend a hand." Heads turned as a high ponytailed girl cracked a long whip and strode into view. Greetings, underclassmen. First time meeting. I'm Yuan Ji, 8th seat of Tian Sha. Several senior fighters followed at her back, spirits high and battle-ready. Li Siyu glared at them. Shameless. Senior students ganging up on freshmen. Aren't you embarrassed? Yuan Ji laughed as if she had heard a joke. Embarrassed? When your seniors from Imperial Martial bullied students from other schools, did they feel embarrassed? It's a world of the strong, sweetheart. Surely you understand. Wan Chao limped to her side with a vicious grin. Enough chatter. The knife-wielding kid was their top seeds, crippled now. The rest are nothing. The spectators exchanged looks that all said, what an idiot. Chong Yuanwu clutched Guahaoran's sleeve and gave a hoarse, chilling laugh. Did I ever say I was the top seed? Wan Chao and Yuan Ji froze, then whipped around. The whole street fell silent. High overhead stood Yun Chun, face like ice, sword in one hand. Behind him, thousands of shimmering spatial rifts glowed. From each, a long sword slowly emerged, arrayed in perfect formation. 6th rank? Wan Chao looked up and finally saw Yun Chun standing in midair, his aura already brushing that of a 6th rank Wushan. His throat tightened as he forced out the words. Walking on air, 6th rank Wushan phrase detonated in every mind present. Gasps swept through the watching students. That's Yun Chun. Yeah, I saw his photo, definitely him. Isn't he a special entry freshman? Each comment hammered one chaos eardrums. Yun Chun, a specially recruited freshman? Impossibly no freshman could be a 6th rank Wushan. He shook his head hard. Something was off. His gaze dropped to the Fuyao longsword in Yun Chen's hand, and suspicion only deepened. Just then, the ponytailed girl beside him, Yuan Ji, snapped her whip shut. Total misunderstanding, nothing to do with me. Wan Chao, you started this, you fix it. When she looked up and saw thousands of swords arrayed behind Yun Chun, Yuan Ji's heart thumped twice. What kind of monster technique is that? No chance of winning. The decision was instant. You woman. Wan Chaos' eyes nearly split with anger. Backing away, Yuan Ji said coolly, help you? That's a favor. Not helping? That's my right. Inwardly, she rolled her eyes like I'd die for you. SHK. Her retreat stopped cold as several swords speared into the ground behind her, sealing the way. Trying to run? Too late. Yunshin looked down at her, voice full of disdain. She felt the crowd's disappointed, mocking stares. Damn the 8th seat of Tian Sha, and him chickening out? Anger flared. Screw you, punk. Think him a pushover? She shouted, striking like lightning before the last word faded. If we're fighting, strike first and strike hard. Yin Chun, look out. Bai Yingxue cried, and the other Diwu prodigies lunged forward to cover him. Yuan Ji's wrist flicked. The whip cracked and shot forward, ripping the air in a chain of sonic booms. The bystanders drew a sharp breath, sweating for Yun Chun. Seeing her finally attack, Wan Chao stepped up to block the charging prodigies. Your opponent is me. In a blink, the whip was already slicing toward Yun Chun's left cheek. Crack. The assault stopped dead. Yun Chun pinched the whip's tip between two fingers, completely calm. That's all you've got? Yuan Ji's pupils shrank. Her brows climbed toward her hairline. He caught my whip barehanded? She wasn't some peerless prodigy, but as a solid 4th rank 1-star cultivator, even veteran Diwu students avoided taking that strike head, much less a freshman. Staring at Yun Chun, she suddenly noticed faint black lightning coiling around him. A terrifying thought flashed into her mind. No Wei Zhenwu. Before she could speak, a powerful force yanked through the whip. Yun Chun clenched his whip, gave a violent tug, and hauled Yuan Ji off the ground. She barely managed to gasp, wait before Yun Chun shot skyward, Fu Yao in his left hand, the whip in his right, dragging her behind him. In the blink of an eye, they were dozens of meters up. The wind whipped Yuan Ji's hair into chaos as she clung to the whip's shaft, her scream shrill and unbroken. High in midair, Yun Chun halted and swept a cold glance downward. On the ground, Wan Chao was trading blows with Guahaoran and Chen Han. He blocked Guahaoran's sweeping kick, slipped past Chen Han's straight punch, and was about to counter when both opponents suddenly withdrew. Still alive? Yun Chun murmured with a chilling smile. Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of flying swords burst from the air like a meteor shower, raining down on Wan Chao. Every hair on Wan Chaos' neck stood up. Sensing lethal danger, he spun around. Boom, boom, boom. The swords hammered the earth, blasting sand and dust sky high. Before the gray haze cleared, one long sword ripped through the air and drove straight into the spot below Wan Chaos' Dantian. Thud. The force slammed him against a towering ancient tree. The trunk shuddered, leaves cascading. Agonizing pain flooded his abdomen, and he gasped like a bellows. Bang, 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 bang. For more swords shot in, pinning his arms and legs to the tree, leaving him spread-eagled like a condemned prisoner. The onlookers sucked in a breath and staggered back, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Overhead, Yuan Ji sobbed, Brother, I was wrong. Please let me down. Tears slipped from her chin and vanished into the wind. Yun Chen's smile was faint. All right. What a strange request. He released the whip. Aya. Yuan Ji plummeted like a severed kite. Crash. She hit the ground hard, a cloud of dust erupting. Her body twitched, eyes rolled back, foam spilling from her mouth. Silence gripped the crowd. Not far away, several senior students from Taiping Vocational Martial Academy turned ashen. Their weapons clattered to the ground, legs giving way as they dropped to their knees. Brother, we were wrong. Chen didn't even spare them a glance. With a flick of his arm, dozens of swords whistled forth again. Enough. The roar was rough and thunderous. A middle-aged man streaked through the air, iron cables coiled around his forearms. Clang, 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 clang. His arms blurred as he battered every sword aside. That's the director of student affairs at Taiping Vocational Martial Academia Grandmaster. Someone exclaimed. The man surveyed the scene, noting Wan Chao nailed to the tree and Yuan Ji convulsing on the ground. Fury blazed in his eyes. He fixed on Chen overhead, his voice icy. Boy, are you declaring war on Taiping Vocational Martial Academy? Chen narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. Space rippled, and thousands of swords surfaced, gleaming like a tidal wave of steel. Alarm flashed across the middle-aged man's face. You dare strike me? He barked, though an inner calculation raced. Has this kid lost his mind? If he makes the first move, I can have him expelled. Just as the two killing intents collided, a calm, aged voice drifted through the air. Chen, that's enough. The crowd parted. An old man in a black robe glided forward as though his feet never touched the dust, positioning himself in front of the middle-aged man. It was Huang Lu, director of student affairs at Imperial Capital Martial University. The moment Huang Lu appeared, the middle-aged man's expression soured. When Chen first lifted his hand to test the waters, the man had poured his entire cultivation into his arms, ready to teach this overconfident kid a harsh lesson. Huang Lao's sudden arrival told him at once that today's storm was over before it began. Was only the academic director of Taiping Vocational Martial Academy, and both his rank and power were a notch below Huang Lao's. Catching sight of Huang Lu, Chen sighed, recalled the suspended myriad sword treasury into his sleeve, and landed lightly. He stepped up to Chong Yuanwu. You all right? Just a scratch. Chong Yuanwu grinned. Under Gu Mayakin's treatment, the gash on his shoulder had already clotted and scabbed. Once he was sure his teammate was fine, Chen walked over to Huang Lu and greeted him respectfully. Director. Huang Lu nodded without the slightest reproach. We'll talk back at the academy. The Taiping director, however, refused to let it drop. Brow furrowed, he raised his voice. Director Huang, aren't your Imperial Martial students getting out of hand? It's bad enough they bully others, but now they're trying to kill? Inside University City, a brawl might earn a slap on the wrist, but the word murder changed everything. Huang Lu looked up, his tone frigid. Which eye of yours saw him intent on murder? You'd do better keeping your own students in line. People who don't look for trouble won't find it. If they insist on courting death, they've no one to blame but themselves. With that, he swept his gaze over Chen and the other 8. Let's go. Under countless staring eyes, Huang Lu turned and left with the 9 prodigies of Imperial Martial. Chen casually took Bai Yingxue by the arm and whispered, come on. She obediently leaned in but still gave him a playful swat. You scared me half to death. What if that whip had actually hit you? What else? I'd have been disfigured. Chen laughed. His nonchalance irritated her so much that she pinched his waist in mock anger. Across the way, the Taiping students could only watch them leave, grinding their teeth, yet helpless. Director, they're way too arrogant. An upperclassman said, limping over with a spiked club as a crutch. Smack. Already fuming, the director slapped him so hard stars danced before his eyes. If you can't win, don't embarrass the school. You losers have dragged our name through the mud. Carry Wan Chao and Yuan Ji back for treatment. If any of you mess with Imperial Martial's prodigies again, I'll break your legs myself. No one dared utter a word. They hurried to cut Wan Chao down from the tree, hoisted the unconscious Yuan Ji onto their shoulders, and slunk away behind the director. All around, students whispered nonstop. Dang, this year's Imperial Martial prodigies are savage. Those Taiping guys aren't weak. Wan Chao and Yuan Ji are part of the 9 sinister stars, yet Chen crushed them. Unbelievable. So this is Chen's full strength. Had been holding back the whole time he was trending online. I get the feeling Chen should be the top seat. No kidding, it's practically carved in stone. Someone in the crowd shot back. A moment ago people were saying Chong Yuanwu would place first. How's that working out? Several faces flushed crimson amid the noise, words stuck in their throats. Chong Yuanwu's Snow and Winterblade had already stunned everyone, yet an even scarier talent had shown up. From a corner came a quiet remark. So this is a sword cultivator? Silence settled again. After all, Chen practiced the most demanding path of all the way of the sword. Imperial Capital Martial University Campus, Imperial Martial Auditorium. Lights poured down, every seat was taken. Camera flashes popped while thunderous applause rocked the vaulted ceiling. On stage, the host Yang Yuanyin stood centered, wearing a polished smile. Now, allow me to introduce the new roster of the Imperial Martial Prodigy Division. Students, please take the stage. 9th seat, Chen Han. At his name, Chen Han leapt from his seat and trotted up the steps. Had actually put on a crisp dress shirt today, hair gleaming with gel. Applause turned lively. Staff and faculty traded approving nods. Looks like this year's ninth seat is solid. Yang Yuanyin nearly broke into a cold sweat. 9 qualification bouts, and Chen Han had forfeited 8 while losing the last one. Solid, really? 8th seat, Guahaoren. Guahaoren waved shyly, walking up with unhurried poise. 7th seat, Gu Miaochuan. A pale green robe swayed with her every step. Usually a gentle girl next door, she now carried the grace of a young noblewoman, bowing elegantly to the audience. Daughter of the Gu family. I hear she practices healing arts. Soft whispers flowed through the rows. 6th seat, Dongning. No rifle slung over her back today. Instead, a sharp red outfit. Cool eyes, steady stride. 5th seat, Li Siyu. She wore a tailored blue suit that lent her a mature, composed edge. Governor Li's daughter snagging 5th is respectable. Eyes tracked her as hushed voices exchanged comments. 4th seat, Sanjia. The boy kept his plain garb and gentle smile. A child from the Holy Mountain. Poor kid. Someone murmured sympathetically. 3rd seat, Ji Qiongxi. The moment her violet gown appeared, applause crashed like surf. Ji Qiongxi pressed her lips together. She knew most of that applause belonged to House Ji. 2nd seat, Chong Yuanwu. Still a touch pale, shoulder aching, he nonetheless squared his back and climbed the steps. News of the morning ambush had already raced across campus. The applause now honored his blood-stained resilience. Under the strobe of camera flashes, Chong Yuanwu involuntarily straightened even more. As the clapping ebbed, Yang Yuanyin glanced at the front row, pride and anticipation in her eyes. She drew a breath, her voice ringing clear. 1st seat, Yin Chen. The hall stilled for a heartbeat, then exploded in applause. Many rose to their feet, cheering him on. Clad in a black formal uniform, Yun Chen advanced steadily toward center stage amid thunderous claps and blinding flashes. Yang Yuanyin stepped aside with a smile, conceding the lectern. Yun Chen adjusted the microphone, swept his gaze over the sea of expectant faces, and began. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted, and deeply honored, to stand here before you today. After a stirring speech, the 9 members of the Tenjao Bureau finally took center stage, and the 5054th Tenjao Bureau was officially established. When they stepped off the platform, the lights were still blinding, and a crowd of administrators and teachers surged forward, almost surrounding the 9 of them. Yang Yuanyin stayed close to Yun Chen, introducing each guest in turn. This is our vice president, Lu Ao. Yun Chen looked at the silver-haired gentleman, round-faced and slightly stout, and nodded politely. Hello, President Lu. Lu Ao squinted as he examined Yun Chen, wrinkles bunching above a wide smile. Well, hello there. Yun Chen, you are truly outstanding, talented, and accomplished. The younger generation is leaving us in the dust. Yun Chen bent slightly and answered modestly. You flatter me, President Lu. Yang Yuanyin moved on. This is Vice President Zhao Bo. Good evening, President Zhao. This is a member of the board, Qian Duo. Mr. Qian, nice to meet you. This is Deputy Director of Academic Affairs, Li Rue. Good evening, Director Li. And these 3 are the deans of our 3 major schools. Handshake after handshake, polite greeting after polite greeting. Every official was warm, every tone filled with admiration. Yet there were simply too many people, and Yun Chen could barely keep up. Sweat soon seeped across his forehead. At last he found a brief lull. Instinctively he wiped his brow and let out a quiet breath. Yang Yuanyin noticed and teased him. Exhausted already? Better get used to it. There's an even bigger event tonight. Yun Chen's smile froze. Another one? Of course, she said, eyes gleaming. The school is throwing a welcome banquet for the new Tenjao class. They'll give you a hint some unexpected guests will show up. The others perked up at once. Chen Han edged closer, thick-skinned as ever. Principal, who exactly is coming? Yang Yuanyin shot him a glare. Chen Han, you dare ask? Explain why you surrendered 8 matches first. Chen Han scratched the back of his head, then sheepishly hid behind Chong Yuanwu and Ji Qiongxi. Yun Chen was about to rescue him when a clear voice sounded behind him. Hello, Yun Chen. He turned and found himself face-to-face with a towering girl well over 2 meters tall, cropped hair, and an imposing presence that cast a long, straight shadow beneath the lights. She broke into a friendly smile and extended her hand. Hi, I'm Zhou Yu, the top Tianjiao of the sophomore class. The top Tianjiao of the sophomores? The other new members immediately glanced over. Yun Chen shook her hand. Nice to meet you, Senior Zhou. Zhou Yu blinked playfully. Heard you knocked out the 8th and 9th seats of the Tian Sha Jiu-Coaching this morning. Yun Chen merely smiled. She looked even more impressed. Amazing. Your class of Diwu Tianjiao is far stronger than ours was. Yun Chen answered modestly. You're too kind, Senior Zhou. Zhou Yu shook her head earnestly. I'm just stating facts. Those 2 are 4th-ranked junior masters. If I had to face both of them at once, my chances would be slim. Her gaze held a mixture of envy and respect as she went on. By the way, I heard you're a sword fighter, right? Yun Chen nodded. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. She gave him a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Amazing, your swordsmanship has already reached this height at such a young age. Her tone then grew serious. But be careful around Wan Chao, the 9th seat. He's only ninth, yet his cousin is no small figure. His cousin? Yunchen raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yu nodded slightly and lowered her voice. Wu Ao, the previous chief of the Tian Sha 9 Stars. His father is a high official in the capital's Zhenwu Guard. A high official in the Zhenwu Guard? Yunchen thought to himself. He remembered from Tan Xingyuan's forum post that Xian, the girl who had cheated on Tan, had ended up with a Zhenwu Guard scion named Wu Ao. Zhou Yu added, still, you don't need to worry too much. You're the top student in the Tianjiao division. Even Wu Ao won't dare provoke you lightly. Yin Chun inclined his head in thanks. Thank you, Senior Zhou. Zhou Yu laughed. It's nothing. Just then, a tall, lanky man with slightly wavy black hair walked up to Yin Chun. His deep-set features suggested mixed heritage. Hello. Yun, he greeted. Yin Chun paused and answered politely, hello. May I ask who you are? The man offered a courteous smile. My surname is Fei, just call me Fa Lira. Pinned to his chest was a badge of a leaping stallion. Someone nearby whispered, he's the regional president of Gallup Group. Gallup Group was one of the world's premier luxury automakers and a long-standing partner of Imperial Capital Marshall University, sponsoring many campus events. Fa Lira extended his hand warmly. Congratulations on becoming the new chief of Tianjiao. They shook hands, and Yun Chen replied, thank you, Mr. Fa Lira. Fa Lira studied him for a few seconds, curiosity shining in his eyes. Forgive me for asking, Yin Chun, but roughly what tier are you as a martial artist now? About tier 3, 2-star, Yin Chun answered frankly. Fa Lira's eyes widened. And that was Yun Chen's level without a sword. Once he wielded one, he would exceed tier 4, 2-star, with even greater combat power. Yet, even tier 3, 2-star was astonishing. Reaching it as a freshman almost guaranteed a minor Grandmaster breakthrough by year's end, and a Grandmaster breakthrough before graduation was entirely plausible. A Grandmaster barely past 20 had virtually limitless potential. When his shock subsided, a shrewd light flashed in Fa Lira's gaze. He gave a small bow. Please excuse me for a moment. Moments later he returned with a capable-looking female assistant. Yin Chun, he said, on behalf of Gallup Group, I'd like to propose a collaboration. Would you be interested in hearing the details? His face shone as though he were presenting a heavyweight gift. Gallup Group wants to work with me? Yin Chun was surprised but stayed composed. I'm listening. Delighted, Fa Lira signaled to his assistant. She promptly produced a contract and presented it to Yun Chun with both hands. Yun, to keep it simple, would like to invite you to become Yema Group's ambassador for the Daxiao region. But please don't get the wrong idea, Farila said with a warm smile and an even tone. Serving as an ambassador doesn't mean you have to clock in at Yema Group, nor will it take much of your time. All we need is your appearance in a few commercials and photo shoots. We already have several ambassadors, so the burden on you would be minimal. He spoke as casually as if the 80 million wealth points he mentioned were only 8,000. In return, we're prepared to offer a 5-year contract worth a total of 80 million wealth points. 5 years exactly enough to cover Yin Chen's entire college career. Clearly, Farila had already done the math. Caught off guard, Yin Chun raised an eyebrow. You want me to endorse a car brand? Luxury cars are only one branch of Yema Group, Farila replied, gesturing invitingly. We're expanding into martial arts technology, weapons, vehicles, armor. You may not know this, Yun, but we're also an investor in the Science Dojo on the Imperial Capital campus. The secretary handed over a folder at just the right moment. Yin Chen opened the contract and found the terms surprisingly lenient: no complicated restrictions and no harsh performance metrics. While he read, Farila spoke again. Yun, if you agree to become our ambassador for Daxiao, the group will prepare a special gift for you. He motioned to the secretary, who promptly presented a brand new car key, its metal shell gleaming coldly under the lights. What do you think, Yun? Farila asked with a pleasant smile. The Tianjiao banquet was being prepared in full swing at Imperial Martial University. Tonight, the new 9 seats of Tianjiao would become the brightest rising stars in the entire university city, even the whole capital. Social luminaries arrived one after another. Streams of cars, people, and lights merged into a brilliant ribbon leading to the campus. Outside the city gate, a woman in an aqua-green gown looked up at the towering walls and silently marveled. What a magnificent structure. Her name was Su Qing. Teacher Su. A familiar voice called from inside the gate. Bai Yingxue, dressed in a pure white gown, hurried out and waved. Yingxue. Su Qing's face lit up at the sight of her. The two women stood side by side, drawing every gaze around them. A few students whispered in awe. Whoa, isn't that Bai Yingxue? She looks even better in person. And the one next to her is gorgeous too. This is a treat. Hearing the murmurs, Su Qing teased. Yingxue, it seems you're the campus celebrity now. Bai Yingxue blushed lightly and waved her hand. There's too much gossip going around. Let's not stay here. Teacher Su, let me take you inside. Su Qing nodded, then suddenly asked, and him? He'll be here any minute. Bai Yingxue answered with a smile. Su Qing's smile relaxed at the news. The two women were just about to enter the city when a voice called out behind them. Excuse me, lovely ladies. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you? Bai Yingxue and Su Qing frowned at the same time and turned around. A bright red sports car rolled to a stop beside them. The window lowered to reveal a young man draped in designer brands. The watch on his wrist and the sunglasses on his face were both top-tier limited editions. Wearing a grin, he looked the pair up and down while the passers-by whispered among themselves. Whoa, that ride has to be worth at least 10 million credits. Look at the plate DA006688. I heard that's Wu Ao's car. Dang, that guy must have serious connections. Wu Ao heard the chatter around him, adjusted his cuff with smug satisfaction, and smiled even wider. I spotted you from afar and felt it was fate. How about I give you a lift? He tapped the passenger seat and cocked an eyebrow at Su Qing. Come on, beautiful, sit up front with me. Compared with Bai Yingxue, Wu Ao clearly favored Su Qing dated more than enough college girls. Now he preferred mature women with flawless looks and figures. Bai Yingxue picked up on the flirtatious tone and felt heat rise in her chest. Su Qing quietly tugged her friend's sleeve. Though equally displeased, she managed a polite reply. Sorry, someone's already coming for us. Su Qing was new to the capital and had no idea how deep the waters ran here. She didn't want to create trouble for Yunshun. Wu Ao simply waved off her refusal. Don't kid me, gorgeous. If you don't want the front seat, the back is fine, whatever makes you happy. Just as Su Qing was about to refuse again, the crowd erupted with louder cries. Whoa, look at that car. It's the new Cavallo hypercar. A limited edition, right? Plenty of rich brats couldn't even snag one. The commotion reached Wu Ao's ears, and his brow tightened. Following everyone's gaze, he saw a jet-black supercar racing toward them, the gold prancing horse badge on its nose glinting in the sun, and below it, the handwritten signature of the Cavallo Group's chairman. The black hypercar coasted to a stop, no more than half an arm's length from the two women. Su Qing felt her heart sink. Another one? Bai Yingxue clenched her fists. Even her good temper was wearing thin. Why are there so many spoiled brats in Capital University Town? Do they really think having money makes them untouchable? She muttered through gritted teeth. The next second, the Cavallo's doors lifted upward like unfolding wings. From the driver's seat, a familiar face came into view, locking eyes with Bai Yingxue and Su Qing. Yunshun. Su Qing stared at him, her bright eyes flickering with surprise before an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. She never imagined the man in the supercar would be Yunshun. Hop in, ladies. Yunshun gestured toward the two passenger seats on either side of him, his tone light and easy. Although questions filled their minds, Su Qing and Bai Yingxue obediently climbed aboard and settled to his left and right. In this three-seater, the driver's position sat squarely in the center. Once the doors closed, the cabin felt like a sleek, compact cockpit. Bai Yingxue immediately looked around and finally blurted, Yunshun, is this car really yours? Just picked it up. Like it? Yunshun replied casually, then gave them a brief but complete rundown of how he had bumped into Falila and signed a cooperation deal with Yuma Group. Su Qing certainly knew the name Yuma Group. The Su family had done business with them. Yet the conglomerate still dwarfed the Sus in scale. Her clan was rooted in the prosperous Jiangnan province of Daxia, while Yuma Group operated on a global stage. This thing must cost a fortune, Bai Yingxue whispered. Factory sticker price, 28 million credit points. Yunshun answered after a moment's thought. 28 million. Bai Yingxue's heart skipped a beat. She rarely even saw cars worth a few million, let alone tens of millions. Beside her, genuine heiress Su Qing remained outwardly calm. Though admiration had replaced shock in her gaze after all, Yunshun had earned the right to sit in this limited edition supercar on his own merits at such a young age. All right, the banquet's about to start. Let's move. Yunshun pressed the accelerator. The engine roared, and the crimson car shot forward like an arrow. Pedestrians watched the red blur disappear and broke into animated discussion. That's Yunshun, this year's new Tenjao, right? Yeah, the Tenjao Bureau's inauguration was just this afternoon, and he's already the chief. No Wei's not only good-looking, he's absurdly strong. A mix of awe, envy, and jealousy filled the street, yet Yunshun heard none of it. Elsewhere, Wu Ao caught the laughter and assumed it was aimed at him. Fury surged. He slammed the horn and the gas pedal, sending his car roaring ahead. Startled pedestrians scattered, too frightened to protest. Only after the vehicle vanished did someone mutter, "Crazy jerk," in that much of a hurry to be reincarnated. Inside the grand reception hall of Daidu Martial University, nearly all the invited guests had already arrived. A golden crystal chandelier cast a gentle halo over the room, while rows of fine tableware on the long dining table flashed with a steely gleam. The air was laced with the rich aroma of wine and fresh flowers. Guests in evening dress drifted through the hall with goblets in hand, their glasses clinking in bright, musical notes. Anyone who had received an invitation was someone of consequence. Many were grandmaster-level martial artists, and even a few martial gods had chosen to appear. The banquet served a dual purpose: to celebrate the birth of the new Tenjao Bureau and to help the imperial capital's rising stars forge connections with Great Xia's most powerful figures. With the right network behind them, even the thorniest troubles could soon be smoothed away. At the center of the crowd, A woman in a striking white robe trimmed with silver drew every eye. She was Yang Yuanyan, president of Imperial Capital Martial University, chatting with several white-haired elders. Congratulations, President Yang, the elders said in unison, raising their glasses. This year's prodigies are extraordinary. In the upcoming Global Rising Star Trials, we'll be counting on your university to bring glory to Great Xia. May you enter the cabinet soon as well, another elder added with a smile. Yang Yuanyan lifted her glass, pride and delight dancing in her eyes. Thank you, gentlemen. Before her words had fully faded, a broad-shouldered middle-aged man approached with steady steps. Good evening, President Yang, he said, his deep, magnetic voice tinged with authority. Governor Li, it's been a while, Yang replied at once. The newcomer was Li Jing, governor of Sichuan province and the father of Li Siyu. Known for his strict, unsmiling manner and distaste for social events, he had come to the capital on official business. His appearance at a banquet was almost unheard of. Yang understood that without his daughter's participation he would never have attended, yet she also knew how exacting he was with her. Fifth place among the prodigies was outstanding, but his mood tonight was hard to read. As Yang pondered this, a low, goudamored voice sounded behind her. Marshal God Yang, it's been too long. She turned in surprise. Lord Ji. The speaker was a strikingly handsome man with shoulder-length black hair and the bearing of a young aristocrat Ji Jun, head of the Ji clan and a prince-rank powerhouse, as well as the father of Ji Qiongxi. Time seemed to have left no trace on him. No one unfamiliar with his story would believe he was already past 40. I didn't expect you to come in person, Yang said, smiling more warmly. Ji Jun raised his glass with practiced ease. I'm here to see Qiongxi and, of course, to meet the legendary first seat. Yin Chen, yes? That's right, Yang answered with a nod. Li Jing still held his tongue, but his eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a step closer. Fifth place was something to be proud of. Yet this boy had seized first. Just how formidable could he be? Ji Jun shot Li Jing a sidelong glance and chuckled. Governor Li, it seems we share the same curiosity. Marshal God Yang, why not introduce us? Yang felt a similar surge of anticipation. Before she could speak, a flash of light at the entrance drew her eye. A group of young people had just stepped into the hall. Governor Li, Lord Ji, she said with a smile. It looks like I don't have to say a word can speak for himself. Ji Jun and Li Jing followed her gaze, and every head in the hall turned toward the doorway. Elsewhere in the crowd, a man in an elite martial uniform answered his phone, lowering his voice. Director, Yesh is here. All right, Director. Rest assured, I won't do anything inappropriate. The call ended. The man in uniform pocketed his phone, and every guest turned toward the banquet entrance. The newest class of Diwu prodigies strode in laughing, their youthful energy instantly electrifying the hall. Li Jing and Ji Jun scanned the crowd, searching for their daughters. The very moment their eyes met, the two girls spotted their fathers as well. Dad. Father. Li Siyu and Ji Qiongxi blurted out almost together. Ji Qiongxi's eyes shone with excitement and delight. On Li Siyu's face, joy mixed with a flicker of anxiety. Ranked only fifth, she feared her dad might be disappointed. Learning that the unexpected guest Yang Yuanyan mentioned was actually Li Jing made her pulse race even faster. The two girls hurried over, classmates following close behind. Dad, what brings you here? Li Siyu reined in her smile and looked up, suddenly a bit tense. I'm on a business trip to the capital and figured I'd drop by, Li Jing replied, his expression unchanged and his tone terse. Ji Jun patted his daughter's shoulder gently. Qiongxi, these are your classmates, right? Ji Qiongxi quickly introduced everyone to the two fathers. Li Jing and Ji Jun took in the young talents, undisguised surprise in their eyes. Rumor had it this class might be the strongest yet, and it certainly seemed true. Even so, the person they were most eager to meet still hadn't appeared. Qiongxi, where's your top student? Ji Jun asked. Ji Qiongxi shrugged, unsure where Yin Chen had gone. Hua Haoran chimed in. He said he was picking someone up. She'll be here any second. No sooner had he spoken than a stir erupted at the doorway. Heads turned as a wave of people converged, nearly blocking the passage. Yun Chun entered at an unhurried pace, immaculate in a black suit, pausing to shake hands with senior guests. His polite smile held a trace of resignation, hinting at the effort behind the social niceties. Even more eye-catching were the two young women beside him. Everyone knew Bai Yingxue in her flowing white dress. The unfamiliar girl in a deep green gown was making her debut. Hey, anyone know who that sister in green next to Yin Chen is? She's stunning. Gu Miaochuan whispered, eyes bright with curiosity. Nobody did. Her gossip flames flaring, Gu Miaochuan added softly. She's every bit as gorgeous as Yingxue. Hua Haoran laughed. Probably the person he went to pick up must be someone from back home. Chen Han stroked his chin and sighed. They say Jiangnan is the land of beauties. Looks like he'll have to go there for a wife. Meanwhile, Yin Chen finally broke free of the crowd and let out a long breath. The 10-meter walk had taken him a solid 5 or 6 minutes. Bai Yingxue and Su Qing were equally stunned. The honor accorded to the Diwu Academy's top student was so lavish that even military officers greeted him first. Su Qing kept her gaze locked on Yun Chen's back, her bright eyes blinking again and again. Only a few months had passed, yet Yun Chen's silhouette looked even more solid and imposing. Under the lights his shoulders were squared, the lines of his black school uniform crisp, as if it hid power ready to burst forth at any moment. At his side Su Qing stared at him without blinking. Bai Yinxuan noticed as well, but stayed silent. Not far away, Yang Yuanyan raised a hand. Yin Chun, he answered and walked over, his stride steady. Come, let me introduce you. Yang Yuanyan stepped aside. This is Li Jing, governor of Sichuan province. Hello, I'm Li Siyu's father. Li Jing inclined his head and offered his hand. Governor Li, pleased to meet you. Yin Chun remained composed as he shook it. The instant their palms touched, Li Jing's brow lifted. The surge of true energy deep in the boy's core was far beyond that of an ordinary fighter. Yang Yuanyan went on. This is Ji Zhuan, head of the Ji family and father of Ji Qiongxi. Ji Zhuan smiled and extended his hand. Yin Chen, I've heard a lot about you. You flatter me. Uncle Ji, Yun Chun replied politely, while thinking to himself that the man truly looked the part of a great noble, well-kept and brimming with vitality. After a few more pleasantries they chatted casually. Suddenly Li Jing looked straight at Yun Chun. Interested in working in Sichuan someday? Yun Chun froze. Everyone else fell silent discussing jobs right after enrollment. This governor was nothing if not direct. Seeing his awkwardness, Li Siyu hurried to intervene. Dad, he just started school. Li Jing waved her off. Nothing wrong with planning ahead. Outstanding fighters should map out their futures early. Ji Zhuan chuckled and chimed in. Exactly. The Ji family agrees with Governor Li. Yin Chun, should the chance arise, would love to work with you. Beside him Ji Qiongxi's cheeks flushed pink. She muttered, Dad, this is a dinner party, not a job fair. Ji Zhuan laughed heartily. The dinner is only a front. Look around. Besides the few of you, how many students are here? This setting is meant for the powers that be to court talented fighters. Li Jing raised his glass, drained it, and nodded. Investing in promising talent beats any other deal. As elders and as fathers, they spoke with disarming candor, giving the freshmen a clear look at how the martial world truly operated. While they were talking, someone else approached. Governor Li, Lord Ji, esteemed students of the Imperial Martial Academy, good evening. The newcomer was a kindly, slightly portly elder in a neatly pressed uniform, followed by a man in military garb. Li Jing and Ji Zhuan greeted him in unison. Mayor Jiang. The elder was Jiang Huai, mayor of the imperial capital, appointed directly by the cabinet and responsible for the city's daily affairs. Ji Zhuan's eyes settled on the man behind Jiang Huai. And this is? The man clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Greetings. I am Wei Bi of the Imperial Guard Bureau's Armament Division. The Imperial Guard Bureau was one of Daxia's most specialized corps. Unlike frontline soldiers, its elite warriors were charged with defending the capital, the cabinet, and the emperor. Wei Bi's gaze fixed on Yin Chun. His voice was deep and steady. You must be this year's top prodigy. Director Chi Feng of the Guard Bureau would like to meet you. Director? He wants to see me? Yun Chen frowned. Li Jing, Ji Zhuan, and the others exchanged puzzled looks, their faces filled with surprise. Yang Yuanyan lifted her gaze, studying Yun Chun with equal curiosity. After all, Chi Feng, director of the Zhenwu division, a man who stood at the very peak of the martial god realm and was virtually unmatched across Great Xia, rarely appeared in public. Ordinary martial artists could only dream of meeting him, yet he had just asked for Yun Chun by name, leaving everyone clueless as to why. Student Yin Chun, could I speak with you for a moment? It won't take long. Wei Bi bowed politely, signaling for the others to wait. Yun Chun nodded, told his companions to stay put, and followed Wei Bi to a quiet corner. Wei Bi produced a communicator, dialed swiftly, murmured a few words, and handed the device to Yin Chun. Hello, Yin Chun, came a mature, steady voice from the receiver. Wei Bi had already explained that the speaker was Chi Feng, director of the Zhenwu division and a 6th-tier 6-star powerhouse. Good afternoon, Director Chi, Yin Chun replied respectfully, keeping his words brief. He withheld his questions, wanting first to learn Chi Feng's intentions. First, congratulations on becoming the top prodigy. You didn't disappoint me. Chi Feng's soft chuckle carried a deeper meaning Yin Chun could not ignore. Yun Chen's heartbeat quickened. Clearly, there was more behind those words. Chi Feng laughed again and added, don't be surprised. I've been watching you since the train incident. The train incident. Yun Chen's journey from Jiangnan province to the capital, when had been attacked by the 12 Flower Deities Society, flashed through his mind. His chest tightened. Had the Zhenwu division been investigating him all this time? He probed carefully and was relieved to find Chi Feng interested only in his strength, not in linking him to the 12 Flower Deities Society. If the secret of the disaster entity parasitizing his body were exposed, his situation would be dire. Chi Feng then outlined the Zhenwu division's duties, from guarding the capital's defense lines to overseeing outposts across the land, explaining each detail meticulously. Only then did Yun Chun realize how difficult it was to join. Applicants had to be either hereditary nobles or orphans and still pass a battery of exhaustive screenings. Those stringent requirements underscored the division's exceptional nature. It clearly did not serve ordinary martial artists. Even more surprising, Chi Feng revealed that the division had quietly begun campus recruiting last year, already drawing several geniuses from the Imperial Martial Academy into its ranks. Now, Chi Feng's target was plainly Yun Shun, the top prodigy of the current class. Yun Shun spoke in a steady voice. Director Chi, with all due respect, the entry process is strict, and I meet none of the listed requirements. How could I possibly join? He had barely finished when he felt a sharp gaze on him. Weibi was watching his every expression, as though trying to read his thoughts. After a brief silence, Chi Feng replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about the screening. In the end, I decide who passes. Do you understand?" Yinshin understood perfectly. Chi Feng was offering to bend the rules and push his application through. Of course, keep this between us. I'm sure a smart guy like you knows what should and shouldn't be said, right? Chi Feng continued. The voice on the other end was low and steady. As Yun Shun gripped the phone, he could feel the weight behind each word. He instinctively straightened up, replying in a respectful yet probing tone. "Rest assured, Director Chi, I'm tight-lipped. He'll give your invitation serious thought. No rush." Chi Feng chuckled, his mood unreadable. "For talents like you, the Jinwu Bureau is always patient. From today on, you're our chosen seedling. Go make your mark whatever trouble you cause. We'll clean it up." It was both an olive branch and a display of power. Yinshin answered, "Then I'm grateful for your support, Director Chi." He hung up, turned back to Su Qing and Bai Yingxue, and gave the two women a nod. Off to the side, Weibi watched Yinshin walk away, phone still at his ear, as Chi Feng's voice came through again. "Weibi, what do you make of the kid? Quick-witted. A bright one." Weibi lowered his voice, eyes still tracking Yinshin's figure. Chi Feng responded briefly. After a moment's thought, Weibi added, "He did seem hesitant. Should we put someone on him?" "No need." Chi Feng rejected the idea at once. "You just said he's smart. Smart people don't do stupid things." Wei Bi's urge to tail Yinshin came from worry that the boy might expose the internalexum operation. If word got out, Director Chi Feng would take the fall. But Chi Feng reasoned quickly. Yinshin had no proof. Accusing a peak 6th-rank martial artist without evidence would be suicide. After a brief silence, Chi Feng added, "Still, keep your eyes open. Yinshin is worth recruiting. Bring him in at any cost. If he hits trouble, smooth the way, but make sure he knows he owes us." "Understood." Wei Bi bowed his head. Across the courtyard, Su Qing watched Yinshin return, worry in her eyes. "Everything okay?" she asked softly. Bai Yingxue looked just as concerned. "Fine." Yinshin waved it off with a smile. But behind the smile his mind raced. The capital is a deep lake. Chi Feng is clearly plotting something big. Meanwhile, I'm still hiding that parasitic calamity. So many factions, this feels like the calm before a storm. A few days later, outside the imperial capital's university district, in a sprawling private estate, afternoon sunlight glittered across an azure pool. Cutting through the water, a slender, fair-skinned figure sent spray flying. Moments later the woman surfaced, black hair slick against her shoulders, droplets tracing down her collarbones. She stepped onto the deck and reached for a towel. Nearby, Wan Chao lounged in a rot-tin chair, torso still wrapped in bandages. His injuries were far from healed. The sight before him made him freeze. His eyes glued themselves to the woman's graceful curves. Noticing his stare, Xian curved her lips into a playful smile and tossed him a flirtatious wink. Wan Chaos' heart skipped. The tips of his ears flushed red. Smack! Out of nowhere, a hand landed on the back of Wan Chaos' head. Now it wasn't just his thoughts spinning, his brain was, too. Damn it. Wan Chao spun around and found himself staring into Wu Ao's face, cold as tempered steel. "Ah, cousin." His scalp tingled. He slapped himself twice. "I'm an idiot. I didn't know it was you." Wu Ao brushed back his sleeve and sat on the sofa, his expression dark. Sensing the tension, Xian slipped obediently onto his lap, letting him knead her soft body at will. "Where's that young kid now?" Wu Ao's voice was icy. "He hasn't shown up these past few days, probably getting ready for the Rising Star Grand Martial trial." Wan Chao hunched his shoulders. Who could have imagined that the once arrogant young master one would shrink into a toothless cat before Wu Ao? He whispered a suggestion. "Brother, the trial's a special occasion, hard for us to make a move. Maybe we should wait." "I'm fine now, don't get mad for my sake." "You think I'm doing this to avenge you?" Wu Ao sneered. Wan Chao froze. "Isn't that why?" Back in the capital's university district, Yin Shun had ruined Wu Ao's plans right in front of Su and Bai, leaving him utterly humiliated. The memory fanned the flames in Wu Ao's chest, and his grip tightened. Xian let out a soft, drawn-out moan. Hearing it, Wan Chao felt a pang of jealousy, silently cursing his cousin for being so rough. If it were him, had never heard a beauty. Wu Ao forced down his anger. "Who says the grand trial keeps my hands off him? If I want someone dead, they'll take him out even if he's on his way to meet the emperor." Wan Chao bobbed his head. Yes, exactly." Wu Ao pulled out his phone, a cold smile on his lips. "Just wait. Everything's in place. Cousin, you've already set things in motion? The deposit's paid." All I need is the right moment. A chill ran down Wan Chaos' spine. His cousin really was crazy enough to pull it off, had a father who could cover the sky with one hand. At his 18th birthday celebration, Wu Ao had raped 3 underage girls in the capital on appalling crime. He should have faced life in prison at the very least, yet he walked away untouched. Wan Xiao had once sighed, nothing beats being born into the right family. Now Wu Ao, eyes half closed, studied the screen and planned the kill. Ding, his phone rang. He jerked and shoved He Xian onto the carpet. Hello, Dad? On the other end, Wu Shang's weary voice came through. Son, are you causing trouble again? Dad, how do you know? Someone crossed me. I want him gone. In a year, the Jinwu Bureau holds its leadership election. Do me a favor, keep a low profile until then. Wu Ao clenched his teeth. Dad, I promise. Once this is done, they'll wash my hands of everything. Wu Shang sighed. Fine, but be clean, leave no evidence. Don't worry, Dad. After a pause, Wu Shang added, I don't know who you're after, but stay away from this year's Imperial Martial prodigies, especially their top ranker, Chen. If you provoke him, we'll both pay for it. Got it. Wu Ao's face went rigid the instant he heard the words. From the phone came a puzzled shout. Hello? Son, why aren't you saying anything? He gripped the handset so hard his knuckles whitened, refusing to speak. On the other end, Wu Shang felt a stab of panic. Son, you're not thinking of. Dad. Wu Ao finally burst out. The rage had been bottling up, rushing to his throat. Why? Why can't I touch Chen? A few seconds of silence passed before Wu Shang answered, his tone harsher than ever. The Jinwu Bureau is already watching him. The moment you make a move, they'll notice, and Feng will use it to drag me down. If you were the Bureau's director already, none of this crap would matter, Wu Ao growled. That's exactly why I need you to lie low, Wu Shang snapped, both anxious and helpless. Wait until I win the next election, then we'll talk. In his living room, Wu Shang slapped the table, splashing tea everywhere. Down the hall, Wu Ao's face turned from pallid to livid before he finally muttered, Fine, Dad. I get it. Beep. The moment the call ended, Wu Ao slumped against the wall as if all the strength had drained from his body, his face ashen. He Xian had studied his expression the whole time. Sensing danger, she quietly got up from the floor and slipped out of the lounge. Seeing this, Wan Xiao scraped back his chair, stiffly stood, and followed her. Both moved on tiptoe, terrified of setting off Wu Ao's temper. Deep inside the private estate, the bedroom was a mess. The curtains were half drawn, and 2 figures were tangled together in the dim light. Flushed, He Xian covered Wan Chaos' mouth and whispered, Keep it down, idiot. If he catches us, you're dead. Wan Xiao rolled onto the headboard, panting hard, and waved her concern away with a laugh. Relax, has got bigger problems. I'd bet that call was from Uncle and had something to do with Chen. He Xian lay on her side, lifted the quilt for some air, and gave a knowing smile. Exactly. His dad's busy running for the next director of the Imperial Capital's Jinwu Bureau. The current one is Feng, the god of war. Pulling him down is almost impossible, and with all that pressure, the last thing his father needs is this wastrel stirring up more trouble. But didn't Wu Ao say he already hired some muscle? Wan Chao scratched his head. Oh, he did, and the deposits paid. He Xian lit a cigarette and exhaled slowly. Those underground martial crews treat rich brats like him as walking ATMs. I'm sure they bled him dry. Haha, so the money's just gone. Wan Chao snickered. Downstairs in the study, Wu Ao slammed the door so hard it made his chest ache. He yanked out his phone and punched in the private line. It's me. Job's off. Don't touch Chen for now. A surprised male voice answered. Young Master Wu, what happened? You're backing out. Cut the crap. Wu Ao drove his fist into the desk, teeth grinding. After a pause, the man's tone went icy. Fine, I want pry, but the deposit stays with us. The brothers put a lot of work into this hit. What? Wu Ao roared. You're keeping my deposit? Trying to rip me off? The voice on the other end turned dark, like a gathering storm. Young Master Wu, those are the rules. You know them as well as anyone. Wu Ao suddenly played the rogue. I don't care, I want my deposit back. On the other end of the line, the man's brow tightened. No one usually dared speak to him that way. But this was the son of the Imperial Capital's Zhen Wuxi deputy director. He couldn't afford to offend him. It wasn't Wu Ao himself he feared, but the young man's father. So even though Wu Ao was being unreasonable, he still had to show respect. Swallowing his anger, the man softened his tone. Young Master Wu, please don't rush. Can you tell me why you want to cancel the deal all of a sudden? We originally agreed on 9 million to take Chen's arm, didn't we? Wu Ao paused, resentment edging into his voice. My father. He says Zhen Wuxi is already watching Chen. If we make a move, they'll catch us for sure. The man fell silent for a moment. Then an idea struck him. A confident smile crept across his face. I see. That's easy enough if we do it cleanly. Zhen Wuxi won't find anything, right? Wu Ao snorted, full of contempt. You have no idea how powerful this Zhen Wuxi is. Once they really start digging, nothing escapes them. My father is about to run for director, and the current director, Feng, sees him as a thorn in his side. You think Feng wouldn't trace it back to me? The man chuckled. Young Master Wu, I know how formidable Zhen Wuxi is. But what if we don't do it inside Xia? Wu Ao blinked. What do you mean? Isn't Yun Shun heading to the Xinqing Grand Martial trial? Yes, but so what? This year's tournament is being held in Magia, the man coaxed. If we make our move there, no one will ever know. You're sure? Wu Ao's eyes lit up. I'd stake my life on it. The man said, slapping his chest. Even if the job fails, no one will link it to you. Wu Ao thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Send someone to Magia. If it's done, it'll add 2 million wealth points. Delighted, the man exclaimed, magnificent, young Master Wu. By the way, what exactly did Yinshin do to offend you? Wu Ao stroked his chin, the images of Bai Yingxue and Su Qing drifting through his mind. A wicked smile tugged at his lips. That's none of your business. Just get it done. From now on, I won't contact you, and you don't contact me. Understand? Understood, the man said, barely containing his excitement. Don't worry, young master with show's about to start. Inside a villa, Yinshin's phone suddenly rang. Is this Yinshin? Imwei B, said the calm voice of a Zen Wuxi Wubei guard from the imperial capital. Yinshin tensed. Master Wei, what's the matter? Wei B's tone was steady. Have you offended anyone recently? Offended? Yinshin thought hard. I don't think so. I'm calling to inform you, Wei B continued. A mercenary group has accepted a bounty on you. Yinshin stiffened. A mercenary group? Targeting me? Such resources were far beyond an ordinary person's reach. He suddenly recalled Zhou Yes' warning. Could it be that official's nephew, Wu Ao? Wei B asked. Any suspects come to mind? There's an official's son named Wu Ao from Wanchao. That's the only one I can think of, Yinshin replied. On the other end, Wei B's eyes lit up. Wu Ao perfect. Wu Ao's father, Wu Shang, was Director Qi Feng's political rival, and Wei B served under Qi Feng. Catching the father and son in wrongdoing would be a major coup. Keeping his voice even, he said, understood. Since Zen Wuxi has the lead, we won't let you or your family and friends come to any harm. A promise of safety, straight from Zen Wuxi. After he hung up, Yinshin told himself that, whoever it was, someone had set their sights on him. He wasted no time and immediately told Su Qing and Bai Yingxue, while I'm away at the new Star Martial trials, stay in the villa as much as possible. The Jinwu division has promised protection, but I don't trust them 100%. Su Qing clenched her fists in worry. Yinshin, can't you just skip it? He waved her concern away with a smile. It's a global tournament. You can't withdraw on a whim. Besides, hiding won't solve anything. During the competition, I want to find out who's working in the dark. Then he reminded Bai Yingxue, if anything happens, contact the board of Imperial Capital Martial University right away. Bai Yingxue nodded solemnly. The villa had been renovated recently, and a prominent one now gleamed on the gate, the emblem of the Tenjao Bureau's top seat. While they lived here, the board would provide the highest level of security. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan, his uncle Qin Wujing and Minister of Martial Affairs Luo Shi were also watching over things, so even if Wu Ao wanted to make a move, his reach wouldn't be long enough. The travel party for the new Star Martial trials was soon finalized. After discussing it with Yang Yuanyin and the board, Yinshin decided to bring Songjia and Gu Miaochuan along. Gu Miaochuan was a medical cultivator, critical in any tournament, and Songjia was Yinshin's personal pick. Because of this, Ji Qiongxi sulked for days. He could still picture her stamping her foot and yelling, so you think I'm not good enough? In fact, Yinshin had other concerns. The Ji family had already informed the board they didn't want her competing. Ji Zhuan would never let his daughter take such a risk. With Cheng Yuan's shoulder still injured, the fourth seat, Songjia, was the best choice overall. Departure day came in the blink of an eye. Good morning, my lovely master. The crisp English prompt woke Yinshin. The system's painless wake-up routine beat any alarm clock. Every morning, he sprang out of bed full of energy, without the slightest grogginess. Host, Yinshin. Combat power, 1,810-20. Realm, Tier 3, 3-star warrior. Core skill, 10,000 sword arsenal S rank active. Mastery 50050-000. Inventory level S. Inventory capacity, 10,000. A rank weapons, 3,300. Rank weapons, 4,800. Crank weapons, 1,700. Drank weapons, 200. Extra damage multiplier, 20. The 10,000 sword arsenal had finally exceeded 10,000 slots. In recent weeks, in addition to his daily training, Yinshin had leveraged his status as the Tenjao Bureau's top seat at Imperial Capital Martial University to negotiate with several weapons manufacturers, ordering a large batch of rank weapons. Thanks to his position, he secured an excellent discount. Even so, the massive purchases combined with the fact that Yinshin had skipped every bounty contract had drained more than half his account. Only a few 100,000 wealth points remained. For ordinary people, that was plenty. In the martial world, where cultivation resources burn money like kindling, it was spare change. Luckily, this year's Nova Grand Martial Trials would take place in the demon realm. While he was there, he could hunt fiendish demons and trade their remains for points, so running out of funds was the least of his worries. To secure a foothold in the demon realm, he had poured resources into the Brahma breathing technique. forcing his chi up to 5th layer, level 10. The Brahma breathing technique, and Scrade active art, cloaks its user in golden chi that both reduces damage and accelerates healing. With that double layer of insurance, Chen was certain that even if everyone ganged up on him during the trials, he would walk away with nothing worse than a scratch. Together with the all-round boost from his starburst physique, an ordinary Tier 3 fiend now looked no different from livestock. His true prey was Tier 4 fiends. An average Tier 4 specimen could sell for over 1,000,000 wealth points. A rare variant might fetch 10 million. The thought tightened his right fist, resolve blazing in his eyes. Imperial capital Martial University nearly emptied onto the plaza for the send-off ceremony. 100 school flags snapped in the wind, and drums thundered for Chen and the other team members. The cabinet even dispatched a special envoy, underscoring Great Xia's devotion to the trials. The annual Nova Grand Martial Trials are more than a stage for young warriors. They are an arena where nations flaunt their strength. Great Xia had placed Yang Yuanyan herself in command another test from the cabinet. The cabinet holds 37 seats, 1 Grand Chancellor, 6 ministers, and 30 members. Yang family men had occupied those seats before. If she led the team to victory, the road to her own appointment would become far smoother. At the ceremony, Bai Yingxue and Su Qing stood shoulder to shoulder in the front row. Since learning that Chen had enemies watching him, Su Qing had spent sleepless nights, exhaustion etched across her eyes. Bai Yingxue's eyes were red as she bit her lip and warned, "If you come back hurt, you'll answer to me, understood?" Chen laughed and patted both their shoulders. "Relax, it'll be fine. Just remember what I asked you to do." Both girls nodded hard. After the last blessing and cheer, the delegation boarded a high-speed train bound for the northern outskirts of the capital. Inside the carriage, Yang Yuanyan briefed Chen, Sang Jia, Gu Miaochuan, and the others. The trials are set on Skydo Mile in the Demon Realm, territory our race reclaimed only a year ago. To get there, we first pass through the Heaven Demon Gate, then ride a space-time corridor into the Demon Realm's heart. North of the capital, at a warped node of space and time, a colossal gate hundreds of meters tall pierced the clouds. Golden runes on the flanking pillars flickered, whispering ancient incantations. Chen and the others stared up at the structure, chests swelling with awe and anticipation. They stood before the Heaven Demon Gate. On Blue Star, a unique set of space-time laws has split reality into 2 planes. Though they mirror each other, they remain completely sealed off. The realm where humanity survives is called the human world, while the other, ruled by malevolent fiends, is known as the demon world. For millennia, the human world has clung to its final continent. Countless heroes have fallen just to hold that line. Now, however, the reclamation of the seas and skies is in its final countdown. Humanity's power is on the rise, and the Federation has shifted from passive defense to a full-scale counterattack. The goal is not only to retake lost territory in the human world, but also to invade the demon world and shatter the fiends' rear lines. The massive structure before them, the Gate of Demons, is the passage that leads there. New stars, charge ahead. A booming voice from the heavens stirred every soul. Yang Yuanyan added, "There are 5 demon gates in the human world. For this new star Grand Martial Trial, contestants from more than 100 countries will enter through the gate nearest to them." Even before she finished, approaching footsteps echoed behind them. They turned to see 2 squads coming abreast. One, a trio of 2 women and a man led by a stern middle-aged instructor. The other, 3 young women under a younger female captain. From their attire, Chen instantly recognized them as teams from the Haji Kingdom and the Goryeo Kingdom, both on the peninsula northeast of Great Xia. "The gate is opening, move," Yang Yuanyan told Chen's group. Chen, Gu Miaochuan, and Sang Jia stepped through first, their figures swallowed by a strange brilliance. Inside the corridor, every wall was a shifting river of light, streaked with crackling arcs of energy. At the far end, a small black point edged in white hovered in silence. "Don't slow down," Yang Yuanyan urged, her voice tight. While glancing around, Chen suddenly saw scenes forming in the swirling light. Ancient clashes of swords and shields, modern gunfire roaring, martial artists hacking and shooting, power armor soldiers ripping demons apart with their bare hands. Amid the flickering visions, he spotted a mountaintop at dawn. A white-robed youth gripped a sword in both hands, driving the blade through a humanoid creature's chest. Behind him, a girl in a yellow robe trembled in fear. Their archaic garb clearly belonged to another era. The demon, once wreathed in golden light, dimmed and collapsed to its knees. Startled, Chen froze as the white-robed youth suddenly turned and locked eyes with him. In that instant, golden light erupted from Chen's body. "Chen!" Gu Miaochuan exclaimed, startled. Sang Jia tensed, on guard. Yang Yuanyan spun around, pupils contracting, her voice trembling. "Is this the legendary benediction?" Meanwhile, outside the Gate of Demons, within the Haji squad, a boy wielding a katana whispered to their instructor, Yamamoto Sensei, "How strong were those kids from Great Xia?" Yamamoto's gaze was calm. "The boy in white is capable, but compared with Ikajoken, he's a step behind. Assured, the heir of the Ichijo clan smiled confidently. The strongest warrior nation in the east will be the Haji kingdom. During this grand trial, he'll let the world see it. With that, he led his team through the gate. Right after them came the Goryo squad. Their young captain warned, that boy was the Ichijo heir, the clan's first bloodline awakening in centuries. The three girls exchanged uneasy glances. Stay focused, let's move, she urged, shepherding her team through the gate of demons. Yang Yuanyan fixed her eyes on the faint gold aura shimmering around Yunchun and whispered in a mixture of awe and delight. A blessing, yes. It must be a blessing. Yunchun tilted his head, puzzled. A blessing? What are you talking about? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Yang Yuanyan explained. This space-time passage links to the collective minds of countless human powerhouses throughout history. Millennia of gathered willpower form an immense force. If that force approves of someone, it bestows a blessing. Encounters like this come once in a century. This is my first time seeing it with my own eyes. Yunchen muttered under his breath, a blessing? I don't feel any different at all. We can discuss it after we leave the passage, Yang Yuanyan urged. The spatial energies here are unstable. We shouldn't linger, move. The two quickened their pace, leading the team forward. Before long, squads from Wano Kuni and Goryo caught up. Luke's glowing. A Goryo girl squealed, her voice echoing down the corridor. Following the sound, Yamamoto Shun, the instructor from Wano Kuni, saw Yunchen wrapped in a steady, gentle gold radiance, the light clinging to him like a fitted suit of armor. That hat. Yamamoto's eyes flew open. Legends spoke of blessings appearing inside the passage. Was one unfolding right before him? He rubbed his eyes hard, the glow remained. He immediately glanced at his star pupil, Ichijo Sho. Nothing unusual surrounded the boy. Ichijo stared back, baffled. Sensei Yamamoto, what exactly is that light around the Dasha student? Yamamoto's brow twitched as his thoughts churned. No, it can't be a blessing. Ichijo is already at minor grandmaster level and didn't receive one. Why should that unknown kid from Dasha? It has to be some Daxian trick meant to shake our morale. While Ichijo and two teammates pressed for answers, Yamamoto forced down his misgivings and waved them off. It's just a combat technique. Ignore him, keep moving. With that, he strode toward the end of the corridor. On the opposite side, Kim Suyin, the Goryo instructor, couldn't calm her racing heart. Staring at Yunchen's back, she murmured, a blessing, it really is a blessing. The three girls beside her immediately asked, Professor Kim, what does a blessing mean? Kim Suyin gathered her thoughts and relayed the tale of the blessing of ancient minds. When she finished, the three exchanged stunned looks. A student from Dasha had earned the approval of heroes across the ages. Who was he? Kim Suyin sighed softly. I heard Dasha skipped its national trials this year and sent freshmen from Imperial Capital Martial University instead. He must be from Imperial Capital Martial. Imperial Capital Martial. Awe spread across their faces. Every few years, the Human Federation ranks the world's martial universities, and Imperial Capital Martial tops the list again and again. Wu University in the Imperial Capital has produced countless martial artists, including masters known the world over. Goryo and Dasha are separated only by a narrow stretch of water, so the legends of Wu University are common knowledge there. After witnessing Yun Chen's astonishing power, the Goryo squad's captain, Yun Wanyang, muttered, is that guy from the Tenjao Bureau? Curiosity bloomed inside her. Beside her, Kim Suin's expression darkened. She had already braced herself for defeat this year. The Wa Kingdom had unveiled a prodigy named Ichijo Sho, leaving Goryo with only the slimmest hope. Now Dasha had sent an even more frightening newcomer. Their own top fighter, Yun Wanyang, was merely a grade 2, one-star martial artist. The gap between the teams was like heaven and earth. Her spirits plummeted, yet she forced a smile. Let's go. We need to get through the tunnel. Catching the disappointment on Kim Suin's face, Yun felt a stab of resentment. Was she really that weak? Kim turned and added, during the great martial trials, the three of you must stay on good terms with that Daxian boy. If you can befriend him, great. If not, at least don't provoke him. When you lack strength, you survive by making allies. Wanyang, did you hear me? Pride prickled, but Yun still nodded. Understood, Miss Kim. Deep down, she refused to accept Yun Chen's so-called blessing. She would believe it only after seeing it herself. Jump! At Yang Yuanyan's command, Yun Chun and the other three hurled themselves toward the pitch-black speck at the tunnel's end. For a heartbeat, they seemed to float in the depths of space, meteors tearing through the darkness with blazing tails. The vision lasted less than half a second. When their senses cleared, solid ground was beneath their feet. So this is the demon realm? Someone murmured. Rich soil lay underfoot, dotted with fresh green shoots that filled the air with a clean, earthy scent. Overhead stretched a sky of interwoven blue and white, clear as polished glass. One detail, however, was unsettling. The land they stood on was a solitary island suspended high in the air. A massive, translucent dome enclosed it, faint runes flickering across the surface, the Federation's defensive array. Beyond the barrier, several monstrous birds' wings spanning meters, feather edges honed like blades swept past. Yunshin identified them at once. Tier 3 Avian Fiends, Azure Edge Falcons. Yang Yuanyin looked away. Come on, let's join the main force. They followed a stone path along the island's rim. After about 10 minutes, a fortress of alloy and energy crystals appeared 30 meters tall and covering an area the size of a small park. Above it, spherical drones patrolled, their metallic hulls glinting coldly in the sunlight. Military drones, Yang Yuanyin noted. Area clearance stands at 52.3%. Current population inside the stronghold, 2,039. Grand Xia, Yang Yuanyin identity confirmed, access granted. Grand Xia, Yunshin identity confirmed, access granted. Grand Xia, Sangjia. The main hall of the stronghold roared with voices, registration terminals beeping in a harsh, yet lively chorus. Forcing her way through the crowd, Yang Yuanyin squeezed in beside Yunshin and looked up at him. Yunshin, you've just been blessed. Notice any changes? Yunshin closed his eyes, scanned every bone and muscle, then shook his head. Other than the initial warmth, nothing. Master, you're divine since your mental power has increased markedly. The system's prompt exploded in his mind without warning. He shifted his focus from his body to the depths of his consciousness. The feeling was subtle, like studying his own thoughts with a second pair of eyes. Tuning out the noise, he steadied his breathing and sensed a cold trickle seep from the spot between his brows. The stream coursed through his meridians, gathered in his dantian, then surged back as heat to his brow, forming a closed, endless circuit. This loop never existed before. What's going on? He wondered. The brow's spiritual vault was the source of a warrior's mental power. Once it linked to every meridian, growth would skyrocket. The blessing has fully opened your vault, the system explained. Mental power is cultivation to your progress will now accelerate. So that's it. The insight had barely formed when a chill crept down his neck. An unfamiliar surge of mental energy had locked onto him. He snapped around. In a corner, a man in a gray fur cap flinched, then bent over his terminal, pretending to work. Yunshin's face stayed calm, as if nothing had happened. The group hunting me has already planted a scout. Perfect. Skyscourge Island still teems with 3rd and 4th tier fiends, and 48% remains uncharted, the ideal place for a showdown. He licked his lips at the prospect of blood and chaos. Fiends swarming, warriors falling music to his ears. Elsewhere, inside a private estate, under a dim wall sconce, Wu Ao swirled a glass of scarlet wine, the liquid casting dark red arcs along the crystal. His thoughts echoed Yunshin's. Kill Yunshin on Skyscourge Island. Disguise it as a fiend attack. Who would suspect a thing? He had hired an outfit, sending 1 5th-tier Grandmaster and 5 4th-tier Masters firepower enough to crush any prodigy of the same rank. Wu Ao tapped his glass, a slow smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Yunshin, top student or not, you're about to become a cripple the world will spit on. Because some delegations were still on their way, the 4 members of Daxia's squad moved into the dormitories inside the outpost ahead of schedule. Fewer than 2,000 people were living on base, entire wings were empty, and the toiletries and instruments were so new that the packaging smell still clung to them. Yunshin glanced at his panel. Cultivation 1980 plus a 20% level bonus. Rank 3, 3-star fighter. Had done practically nothing yesterday, yet his cultivation had jumped by more than 100 points. At this pace, he would reach rank 4 junior grandmaster tomorrow. For 90% of Daxia's graduates, that rank would be the finish line, but since awakening his divine repository, Yunshin's growth felt like flooring the accelerator. He couldn't afford to relax. He had no idea how many enemies there were or how strong they might be, and the 12 floral deities were still watching him. For most average fighters, rank 4 is the ceiling. For Yunshin, it was only the starting point. His phone buzzed. Yang Yuanyin had texted, asking Yunshin, Gu Miaochuan, and Songjia to meet in her room. When Yunshin pushed the door open, Gu Miaochuan and Songjia were already seated. Yang Yuanyin motioned for him to sit, her expression unusually serious. Principal Yang, what's going on? Yunshin asked. Gu Miaochuan lowered her voice. Yunshin, the squads from all 5 major nations arrived this morning. The 5 powers Daxia, America, Britain, France, and Ross led the world by a wide margin in both the number and the quality of their elite fighters. Yunshin shrugged. So they're here. What about it? Gu Miaochuan gave a wry smile. Our top student really has nerves of steel. Songjia chuckled. That's the Yunshin I know. Yang Yuanyin rubbed her temples. The fearlessness of youth. The new stars from those nations are no pushovers. From what I've heard, 3 of them are already rank 4 junior grandmasters. Gu Miaochuan gasped. How is that possible? They've only just turned 18. Before she finished, a light chuckle drifted in from the hallway. What's so strange about that? Why not ask your principal how she hit rank 6 before 30? Yang, care to tell your students about that special bloodline of yours? The door was half open, and a blond man leaned against the frame, arms crossed, amusement in his eyes. Yang Yuanyin frowned and narrowed her gaze. Dennis, hasn't anyone taught you to knock? Dennis' tone was teasing. Frowning isn't good for a lady, you'll get wrinkles. Yang Yuanyin stepped forward and slammed the door with a sharp snap. Turning back, her face was icy. Next time you come in, close the door properly. Yunshin offered an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. Under her breath, Gu Miaochuan muttered. Who was that guy? Good looking enough, I guess. But how does someone move and talk with that much grease? Yang Yuanyin sat back down and sighed. That man is Dennis from the United States. He's leading the team this time, and I worked with him on the battlefield before. At her words, Yunshin immediately pressed. Principal, what did he mean just now? What is this bloodline he mentioned? Yunshin had long been puzzled. Yang Yuanyin was still very young, yet she had already reached the 6th rank. Talent and effort alone hardly accounted for such a feat. Gu Miaochuan straightened beside him, curiosity bright in her eyes. Unable to dodge their stares, Yang Yuanyin explained. When a fighter reaches the 8th rank or higher, there's a chance to awaken their bloodline power. Their descendants might inherit it to what we call a fortunate bloodline. I broke through to the 6th rank early because of the Yang family's blood, but the power has side effects. Since awakening, I'm often haunted by nightmares. Yunshin finally understood. Gu Miaochuan followed up. So those new stars who hit 4th rank master level all awakened fortunate bloodlines? Exactly. Yang Yuanyin nodded. She was about to continue when a sudden commotion sounded outside the door. What's going on? They opened the door, leaned over the railing, and looked down. In the center of the lobby, 2 young fighters, one French, one English, glared at each other, their sword auras threatening to tear the air apart. Murmurs rippled through the crowd below. The French and British rookies are weak this year. Yeah, their strongest is only 3rd rank, 3 stars. Russia and the States are crushing them. Yunshin's gaze was drawn to a machine on one side of the hall. Encased in metal, it had a round wheel spinning rapidly on top, while faint sparks pulsed inside. What's that? He asked, pointing at the device. Probably America's latest science martial gadget. I'm not sure what it does, Yang Yuanyin mused, rubbing her chin. Gu Miaochuan's eyes lit up. Let's go take a look. They hurried downstairs. Dennis, the blonde man, lounged beside the machine, chatting with a senior Human Federation official. Behind him stood 3 young fighters, 2 black women and a white man. One of the women, her brown curls bouncing, whispered to the white man. He glanced up at Yunshin's group, a playful grin forming. After a few more words, the trio shared a knowing smile, their eyes roaming over the newcomers. Noticing their stares, Gu Miaochuan muttered, what are they laughing at? So rude. After a few polite exchanges, the official left. Dennis finally noticed Yang Yuanyin and her companions and strode over, grinning broadly. Yang, I bet you've never seen this machine before, have you? Yang Yuanyin saw through his smugness but kept her voice even. What does it do? Dennis patted the casing proudly. It's an energy analyzer, America's latest breakthrough. It measures the life energy in a fighter and gives an instant assessment of overall strength. His gaze swept over the trio, the challenge obvious. So, students from Dojo, do you dare give it a try? Before they could answer, Dennis turned away as if their reply were irrelevant. Ed, why don't you tell them your life energy reading? The white student stepped forward with a smug grin and declared, 2032. Yunshin lifted an eyebrow in surprise. EDS cultivation level 2032 had already flashed through his mind, and it matched the life force reading on the screen exactly. Was it really a coincidence that life energy and cultivation overlapped so perfectly? In the past, assessing a fighter's strength meant measuring muscle output, neural reaction speed, and a dozen other metrics, a tedious process that could take half a day and still be imprecise. Yet EDS life force value matched his cultivation score to the digit, as if whispering to Yunshin that cultivation might simply be life energy. The idea took root in his mind at once. Dennis caught the subtle change in Yunshin's expression and assumed the boy had been intimidated. Smugly, he turned to Yang Yuanyin. Yang, why don't your students give it a try? ITLL, only take a minute. Yang Yuanyin saw right through him and refused at once. That won't be necessary. Snubbed, Dennis was about to prod her again when Yunshin stepped forward. He'll give it a shot. He took his place in front of the device and looked at Dennis. How does it work? Dennis stiffened. The kid wasn't nervous at all. Weren't this year's students from Dojo supposed to be only 3rd-year fighters? Suspicious or not, he still answered, just stand in front of the ring. Yunshin shifted half a step so his chest aligned with the circle. Click. The ring began to spin, faster and faster. A swarm of glowing particles shot out, pierced through his torso, and glittered like a meteor shower. Moments later, the ring slowed and stopped. Dennis stared at the monitor while Ed and the 2 black female students held their breath. 1980. The number flashed in bright, unmissable digits. Ed exhaled in relief. Thank goodness he hadn't been surpassed. Dennis, however, went pale, staring at Yunshin in shock. 1980. Breaking 2000 in life energy meant stepping into 4th-tier mastery. This teenager from Dojo was already on the very threshold. He frowned at Yang Yuanyin. None of his earlier swagger left. What's his name? Yang Yuanyin was still reeling. Yunshin's progress had far exceeded expectations and didn't even register the question. Seeing that she ignored him, Dennis simmered with irritation and beckoned to Ed and the 2 girls. We're leaving. Yang Yuanyan came to and curled her lips into a teasing smile. What's the matter, Dennis? Leaving so soon? He heard the mockery in her voice and snorted. Don't get cocky, Yang. 2000 life energy is only the first hurdle. 1980 and 2032 may look close on paper, yet the gulf between them is enormous. Dennis stopped under the corridor lights, his face clouded as he glared at Yin Chun. Young man, you'd better keep your pride in check. With that, he swept away, his coat trailing behind him while Aide and the other two teammates hurried to follow. When their footsteps finally faded, Gu Miaochuan muttered, he really can't take losing. Yin Chun, I bet he realized your life force reading is almost the same as Aide's and just couldn't handle it. Dennis had planned to flaunt Aide's fortune bloodline in front of the Xia squad, but he hadn't expected Yin Chun to be sitting at Tier 3, 3-star peak far beyond their intel. Back at their quarters, Dennis shoved the door open and cursed under his breath. Fuck. The report said Tier 3. Who told me Tier 3, 3-star peak? Are our intel guys asleep? Under the dim bulb, Aide and the two teammates stood silently. Dennis did the math at lightning speed. Russia was still the top threat in the Nova Martial Trials. Their squad had 2 Tier 4 minor grandmasters, but now the Xia team had produced a Tier 3, 3-star peak as well. That boy couldn't be ignored. We need every advantage, he said grimly. Aide, are you confident? Aide's mouth curved into a grin. He rolled up his right sleeve, metal scraped, revealing a form-fitting mechanical arm. Dennis, how many of my punches do you think that kid could take? Seeing Aide's confidence, Dennis relaxed a touch and nodded. That's the attitude I want. With this scientific combat prosthetic, even an ordinary Tier 4 fighter wouldn't last long against you. Lights blazed in the Xia quarters. Yang Yuanyan fixed her eyes on Yin Chun, finally blurting, Yin Chun, how did you get this strong so fast? Gu Miaochuan and Sanjia were equally curious. Only a short while ago Yin Chun had been Tier 3, 1-star, and now had leapt to Tier 3, 3-star. Yin Chun scratched his head and laughed, half joking. Told you, I just get a little stronger every day. Yang Yuanyan was about to retort when an image of the space-time tunnel flashed across her mind. A blessing, maybe? She swallowed the question and grew solemn. As much as I hate to admit it, Dennis was right. The jump from Tier 3, 3-star to Tier 4 is a serious bottleneck. Plenty of fighters stall out there. The opponents at the Nova Martial Trials are no joke. Yin Chun, Gu Miaochuan, Sengjiu have to train harder than ever. Gu Miaochuan and Sanjia nodded gravely. Yang Yuanyan looked at Yin Chun again. You hear me? Loud and clear. Yin Chun scratched the back of his head, grinning. Next day, the testing hall echoed with steady electronic beeps. Nikonov, Life Force Energy, 2012. Andre, Life Force Energy, 2049. Beside the energy detector, several senior Federation officials stared at the numbers, stunned. The Ross delegation has brought 2 junior grandmasters this time. A staffer whispered, barely containing his excitement. The Ross team's 3 rookies were all male, Nikonov, Andre, and an ordinary fighter. Both Nikonov and Andre had stepped into the junior grandmaster level, which made them the clear favorites on paper. Their coach, Anton, stood at the front of the squad, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed figure built like a moving wall, and himself a 6th-rank fighter. After Yang Yuanyan finished introducing everyone, the hall buzzed with chatter. Hearing the crowd's amazement at Ross' lineup, Anton curled his lips in a smug smile and deliberately glanced at Dennis, the coach of the American team. Competition between Ross and America was always fierce, and the tension now felt explosive. I bet Ross takes the crown this year, someone muttered. Dennis refused to accept that prediction. He forced a calm expression, eyes locked on Anton while he ground his teeth. Go ahead and smile, let's see how long it lasts. As the rivalry between the two powers thickened the air, athletes from the other nations whispered among themselves. The champion will come from those two, no doubt. An 18-year-old 4th-ranked junior grandmaster, me god, that's terrifying. The other 3 major countries have solid rookies, but they're not grandmasters. Each team's representative stepped forward in turn to have their life force measured, then collected a black rectangular case from the Federation officials. Let's get down there. The officials will announce the rules soon. Yang Yuanyan urged Yin Chun and the others downstairs. Just then, Ichijo Sho, the elected representative of the Hua team, approached the detector. Before the official could hand him a case, the numbers locked in 2011. Heavens, was representative is a junior grandmaster too? That shatters every previous record. The exclamations erupted. America's Ed, and Ross, Nikonov and Andre all stared at the short figure of Ichijo Sho, disbelief written on their faces. That little guy is actually a junior grandmaster? Nikonov and Andre froze. Anton's tone hardened. Looks like he, like you too, has awakened part of his ancestral bloodline. Hua kept this under wraps. At their coach's assessment, Nikonov and Andre exchanged grim looks. While everyone's attention was fixed on Ichijo Sho, the French and English representatives quietly completed their tests, took their cases, and slipped back to a corner. Finally, Yin Chun stepped up to the detector. No one spared him a glance. Even the hushed conversations fell silent for a moment. A Federation official gestured politely, tablet in hand, ready to record the data. Buzz the detector's circular ring began to spin once more. A group of girls thundered down the stairs. Ladies, slow down. Their Goryeo chaperone, Kim So-eun, was left behind at the landing, waving anxiously at Yun Yuanying and the others. Yun Yuanying and her friends never even glanced back. All they could think about was the lobby, where the legendary life force analyzer awaited. This piece of cutting-edge tech, unheard of in Goryeo, could supposedly quantify a fighter's power. Rumor said a reading of 2,000 marked a fourth-tier junior master. Yun Yuanying knew she had no chance of reaching that number, but she still had to see it for herself. She took the last step at full speed then froze. Cloud Chun was already standing in front of the machine. Plenty of rookies in the lobby noticed the breathless foreign girls. Hey, they're from Goryeo, right? Pretty cute, like game characters. TCH, all plastic beauties. Who cares if they're plastic? They're nice to look at. The chatter washed over Yun Yuanying unheard. Her eyes were riveted to the display. She stared, whispering to herself, 2100. A rookie beside her followed her gaze. The screen showed Cloud Chen's result. 134th tier junior master. Before the crowd could even gasp, Yang Yuanyan behind him stiffened. Cloud Chen. Cloud Chen missed her soft cry. He simply held out a hand to the stunned Federation official. Excuse me, the box? The official blinked awake and hurriedly handed over a case packed with reward resources. Young man, you're from Daxia? Which clan do you belong to? What clan? Cloud Chen frowned, baffled. The official wanted to press on, but Yang Yuanyan had already rushed forward and grabbed Cloud Chen's arm. Yesterday his life force reading had been under 2,000. Now it had soared above 2,100. Head jumped from a 3-star 3rd-tier fighter to 4th tier in a single day and had only reached 3rd tier 2 days earlier. Yang Yuanyan's beautiful eyes quivered. She clutched his arm, speechless. She had always known his talent was exceptional, but this was beyond belief. Just then Gu Miaochuan and Sanjia elbowed through the crowd. Cloud Chun, you really broke through to 4th tier junior master? Gu Miaochuan stared at the 2,130 reading, stunned. Not far away, Dennis finally noticed the commotion. He shot a suspicious look at Yang Yuanyan and Cloud Chun, wondering, what are those two up to? Seeing the shock on Yang Yuanyan's face only piqued his curiosity. He slipped around to the front of the analyzer and looked down. One glance hit him like a thunderbolt. He went rigid on the spot. What the F? Dennis' outburst instantly drew everyone's attention. A crowd quickly gathered around. The chatter that had filled the hall fell silent. Every head turned in the same direction, and the once noisy throng gaped wordlessly. Ichijo Sho suddenly realized the spotlight had shifted away from him. Moments earlier the rising stars from every nation had eyed him with admiration, but now they stood frozen, staring past him. He frowned and turned, immediately recognizing a familiar face. Yun Chun. It was him. The rivalry in his blood ignited at once. Daxia and the Hua state were neighbors who smiled in public yet competed fiercely in private, and for every hot-blooded youth of Hua, surpassing Daxia's prodigies was a lifelong dream. Instinctively, Ichijo Sho rejected Yun Chun. He pressed his lips together, disdain flashing across his eyes, then fixed on the silver energy analyzer beside Yun Chun. The numbers froze him in place. 2130. He blinked hard and looked again. Still 2130. 2130. Someone finally shouted. The squad member from Daxia is already at young grandmaster level. The words landed like a spark in oil. The hall erupted. 2130. That's the highest score so far. Higher than the one from a Mary Rose. Higher even than was own team leader. Most people were seeing Yun Chun for the first time and knew nothing of yesterday's results. But Ichijo Sho remembered clearly Yun's reading had been nowhere near this high. Impossible. He lunged at the machine, gripping the metal ring with both hands. How did you jump to young grandmaster? Several Federation officials hurried over, pried him loose, and warned, please behave, rookie. If you break the equipment, can you pay for it? Ichijo Sho ignored them, eyes bloodshot as he glared at Yun Chun. Dennis and Ed were equally stunned, while Yang Yuanyan's cheeks flushed. She had no idea how to explain the number before her. Dennis' face turned ashen. At last he managed. Did you sandbag yesterday on purpose? He could think of no other explanation. Maybe Yun Chun had deliberately drained his life energy before the first test to mask his strength. But if he wanted to hide, why reveal everything today? Worse, what if he still wasn't showing his full power? Dennis' expression shifted from doubt to dread as suspicion gnawed at him. At that moment, Jin Xiaowan, the teacher leading the Goryeo delegation, felt her conviction harden blessing. What she had glimpsed in the time-space tunnel that day had to be a blessing. The hall was a sea of voices as speculation about blessings swelled and ebbed. Amid the uproar, several rookie teams slipped to the analyzer to test their life energy. Time after time the screen flashed a bold 3. There were plenty of third-tier fighters. In most small nations, reaching tier 3 by 18 would mark someone a prodigy. Yet beside monsters like Yun Chun it seemed far less impressive. The clamor dragged on until a senior officer in a Federation uniform stepped forward and clapped for attention. Rising stars, please settle down. Emily Horror from the organizing committee of the New Star Grand Marshal Trial. and ill outlined the rules. He sported black hair and yellow skin, but his features hinted at mixed heritage. Once the crowd quieted, Li Huo'er cleared his throat. Before the trial, each team received a small box containing one token. When the event ends, the number of tokens you hold will determine your final score. A contestant immediately raised a hand. Mr. Li, so we can take tokens from other teams? Exactly, Li Huo'er confirmed with a nod. A free-for-all. How the hall exploded in chatter. Ed from America and Nikonov and Andre from Russia traded looks and tightened their fists. Their squads were already powerhouses, and plunder favored the strong. Teams from smaller nations, meanwhile, grew visibly tense. As expected, a delegate from a minor country spoke up. Mr. Li, isn't there any other way to gain tokens? Li Huo'er smiled and gestured for patience. There is. We've placed several chests on Skyvault Island, each holding tokens about 120 in total. The downcast teams brightened, especially those better at scouting, traps, or support than straight combat. Without the chests they'd stand no chance. Now they had a lifeline. Li Huo'er raised a hand again, unhurried. One more detail. Of those 120 tokens, 100 sit in a single chest. A drone has already dropped that chest in the island's central zone. The hall erupted anew. The center? Isn't that the unexplored area? Unexplored means it's crawling with fiends. The crowd buzzed, all eyes shifting to the red warning sector on the island's holographic map. Chen caught the Federation's intent at once. Whoever wanted those 100 tokens would have to scout that danger zone for them free labor. The Federation just wants us to work for nothing. Ed from America snorted, arms crossed. Li Huo'er shook his head with a smile. That's not quite fair. The fiends on Skyvault Island aren't all that strong. Most of the fiends you'll face are third tier, which makes them perfect for your trial. Li Huo'er's voice filled the spacious hall, clear and unhurried. He paused, then added, but remember, fourth-tier fiends may appear in the central zone. If you're not confident, stay away. If you insist on going, your life is your own responsibility. Those last words were delivered lightly, yet they fell like a stone into a lake, weighing on everyone's chest. Warriors live on the knife edge between battle and death. If you overestimate yourself and die, you have only yourself to blame. The hall fell silent except for a few scattered whispers. With his hands behind his back, Li Huo'er surveyed the crowd once more. Good, the rules are clear. Tomorrow the new star martial trials officially begin and will run for a week. I wish you all good fortune in battle. He turned and left, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Night settled in, and the contestants returned to their temporary lodgings. Chen, what on earth is going on? The moment they stepped inside, Yang Yuanyan lowered her voice but demanded an answer. Chen closed the door and shrugged. Going on about what? Still playing dumb? She moved closer. How did you become a minor grandmaster overnight? Even with the corridor's blessing, no one slips past a bottleneck without a sound. The question she had been suppressing finally broke free. She stared at him, desperate for any hint of a lie. Chen smiled easily. Principal Yang, why the shock? You hit 6th tier at 30. Can't you allow someone else a little talent? That was thanks to my bloodline. She shot back, then froze as the rest sank in. Wait, who do you think is 30? M28. Her almond eyes widened. Chen. He laughed and slipped out the door, leaving her fuming. Back in his own room, he took out the small black device Wei Bi had sent and scanned every corner and the ceiling. Certain nothing was amiss, he pulled out his phone. A missed call flashed on the screen. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he returned the call. Hello, Grandmaster Wei. Wei Bi of the Jinwu Bureau answered, his voice low. Is it convenient to talk? It is. I'm back in my room, Chen said, glancing around and checking the device again. No bugs. Wei Bi sounded relieved. Good. Apologies for the nagging. The group coming after you calls itself Blade. Most members hail from Heji and Gaoli, with a few from Xia. They're vicious, living off kidnapping and assassination. Better to stay on guard. Are there many groups like that? Chen raised an eyebrow. They're common worldwide. Once they take the money, they finish the job. Wei Bi's tone cooled. Wu Ao has offered 9 million just for one of your arms. Chen rubbed his forehead. I honestly didn't think ID offended him that much. I only beat his cousin Wan Chao half to death. Silence. Then Wei Bi drew a breath, stifling a laugh. You call that only? He quickly sobered. Forget Wu Ao for now. The trials start tomorrow, so Blade will probably strike tonight. Listen, a sealed package will reach you shortly. Inside is an anti-tracking detector. His voice turned grave. If anyone plants a tracker on you, you'll sense it immediately. At night, Chen's phone lit up. The official account of the Federal Nova Grand Martial Trials Committee flashed in his inbox, informing him that a parcel had arrived. The shipment was tracked by the government and protected by an ID lock. Without his biometrics, no one could open it, so he wasn't worried about theft or tampering. Because heading out after midnight would only draw attention, he waited until dawn. Early the next morning, he pulled on a jacket, unlocked the smart locker with his palm print, and carried the package back to his dorm. Inside, he peeled off the shockproof wrap. The box, no larger than his palm, gleamed a smooth white. Lifting the lid, he found a silver-gray device smaller than a fingernail nestled on black velvet. Wei Bi had warned him. It was an anti-tracking probe, able to expose most commercial locators. Whether Blade had something even subtler was anyone's guess. Yin Chun tapped the metal shell. With a soft where the device unfolded, sprouting 8 slender legs, a thumb-sized robotic spider. It snapped over the box's edge, hit the floor, and darted toward the sole of his shoe. Beep, beep, 2 urgent tones. Yin Chun yanked off his shoe. A black patch, smaller than a coin, clung to the sole, pulsing faint reader tracker. No wonder Head missed it. His heart tightened, then eased as he stroked the spider's still twitching antennae. Good thing you're here. Blade hadn't used the rumored encrypted model. Evidently the bounty didn't trouble them. Yun Chun left the tracker in place, a smile curving his lips. If they want to watch, let them. The Nova Grand Marshal trials would open at 3 in the afternoon. By 10 the main hall was a sea of people. Competitors from every nation scrambled for supplies before entering the unswept zones. Energy blades, blood tonics, recovery drugs. Lines snaked in front of every stall. Teams from poorer countries even pooled their money for oversized packs, planning to haul out demon carcasses and sell the parts for points. Principal Yang, what are they doing? Gu Miaochuan stared at the youths stuffing gear into their backpacks and turned to Yang Yuanyan. They're hoping to trade demon parts for credit on the free market, Yang Yuanyan explained. Their nations are broke. This trial is both training and a chance to earn. The more demons they kill, the more points they'll get. As she spoke, she spotted a familiar figure at the potion counter. Yin Chen, what's he doing there? Yin Chen was buying 12 vials of demon lure in one go, paying his points without hesitation. Yin Chen, what are you up to? Yang Yuanyan hurried over. Why buy so much lure? Planning to dissect beasts for cash? Yin Chen scratched his head and grinned. Just trying to make a living, that's all. Yang Yuanyan frowned. 12 vials seemed excessive and she had given him a decent scholarship. Was he really that short on money? On Skydome Island, outside the stronghold, several male fighters stood in a circle, pretending to smoke and chat, while actually plotting something they couldn't say aloud. Ono-san, the tracker is still on Yun Chun. The kid hasn't noticed a thing, one of them muttered. Oh no, a lean man just over 1.7 meters tall, exhaled a plume of smoke, crushed the stub under his heel, and sneered. He's just a wet Behinthier student. Listen up, the bounty is 9 million. Not a fortune, but the job is simple, just snap the kid's arm. A short, heavy-set fighter frowned. I thought we were supposed to cut it off? Bakayaro. Ono kicked him. If we hack off his arm out here in the sticks, and he bleeds to death, what then? The client wants the arm broken, not the kid dead. We're not holding a personal grudge, so don't go overboard. Got it. The 3 subordinates bobbed their heads. Understood, Ono-san. Just then a scout jogged up. Mr. Ono, Yinshin just bought a bunch of fiend-luring agents. Everyone went silent for a moment. Ono snorted. So the kid still thinks he can earn pocket money hunting fiends? He has no idea what's coming. The others laughed with him. He waved away the smoke. Let's move. The sooner we finish this job, the sooner we can cash in on the next few bounties. Elsewhere the cafeteria was filled with mouth-watering aromas. Yun Chun, Songjia, and Gu Miaochuan sat around a tray of food. Miaochuan pulled out her phone and started a video call. A familiar, pretty face appeared on screen. Cousin. Miaochuan waved. Gu Wanwan. Yun Chun blinked. In the line was the comrade had met at the Donghai training camp, Gu Wanwan. Hand on her hip, Gu Wanwan pointed at Yun Chun and scolded playfully. Yun Chun, ever since you got into Imperial Capital Martial University, you've left my messages on read. What's up with that? If Miaochuan weren't here today, you probably still wouldn't pick up, would you? Yun Chun sipped his soup and gave a wry smile. Sorry, I've been swamped with the prodigy assessment. Fine, fine. Gu Wanwan's smile returned. I knew you'd take first place. My parents didn't believe me, but I called it. Miaochuan leaned forward. Cousin, why are you only talking to Yun Chun and ignoring me? Sorry. Gu Wanwan laughed and looked at her. Ready for the Grand Martial trials? Miaochuan nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Gu Wanwan's eyes sparkled with approval. That's the spirit. You were such a timid kid, I worried you'd never dare step onto a battlefield. Mayakan's cheeks flushed. Cousin, don't tease me. I'm not timid. Gu Wanwan chuckled, then nodded toward the boy beside Yin Chun. You must be Songjia, right? Songjia returned her smile. After a bit more small talk, Gu Wanwan wrapped up. My matches start this afternoon, so we'll let you prepare. Talk later. Okay. Miaochuan nodded. Before hanging up, Gu Wanwan softened her voice. Miaochuan, don't be afraid. Grandpa, uncle, and everyone back home is cheering for you. The gentle encouragement made Miaochuan sit up straighter. She nodded firmly. I'll do my best. The call ended. Seeing his friends so fired up, Yun Chun lowered his voice. Songjia, Miaochuan, listen. I'm heading into the misty forest alone with our token aiming for the chest that holds 100 of them. You two focus on taking tokens from the other teams. Yun Chun, aren't we moving together? Gu Miaochuan frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. Yun Chun raised a calming hand, shook his head, and replied in an even tone. 4th-tier fiends roam the mist forest at the center. Most teams only dare to circle the island's perimeter. We'll cover more ground if we split up. Sounds reasonable. Gu Mayakan's eyes lit up, and she nodded in admiration. Yunshin only smiled. The truth was that he feared Blade might target him at any moment, and separating would keep Gu Miaochuan and Songji out of harm's way. By 3 in the afternoon, the sky over Skyvault Island was a flawless blue, and the 4 arena gates were packed with noise and excitement. Nearly 400 rising talents from more than 130 nations had gathered, while silver drones hovered above, streaming the action worldwide. Through the loudspeakers, Li Huiyer's booming voice rang out. I hereby declare the 5054 Global Rising Star Martial Trial officially open. The words had barely faded when the competitors shot through the 4 entrances like arrows loosed from a bow. Just as Yunshin predicted, the instant they crossed the boundary, a chaotic brawl erupted. Rather than scour the vast island for hidden chests, some found it quicker and credurdo snatch other teams' tokens. The arena covered 70% of Skyvault Island, and the chests were scattered far and wide. The night before, Yunshin had memorized the entire map. He cared nothing for the scattered minor chests. His sights were set on a single prize, the largest chest buried deep in the mist forest. First, though, he had to shake the shadows on his tail. Activating wind-cleaving step, he seemed to skate on a gale, leaving the other contestants far behind. He slipped into a sparse wood and headed straight for a swamp he had chosen in advance. The mire teemed with third-tier fiends and a handful of fourth-tier monsters, and it constantly belched red-violet mist laced with neurotoxin. The poison was weak, but lingered too long and it would numb the meridians, robbing a fighter of power. An ideal place for an ambush. Between the trees, a third-tier tongue lizard burst from the undergrowth, jaws gaping. A flash of Yunshin's blade sent its head spinning. Pushing aside the last thicket, he reached the swamp's edge. Blorp, blorp. The broad mire boiled like a giant cauldron, red-purple bubbles swelling and popping, releasing a sweet, acrid haze. Yunshin chuckled. Let's keep you all pinned in here. With a light tap, he vaulted forward and landed on the swamp without sinking. A closer look showed a narrow gap between his boots, and the muck was gliding on a cushion of wind. The deeper he ventured, the thicker the mist grew, dyeing everything in crimson and violet. The swamp's cloying stench and humid heat pressed in, yet his stride never faltered. Where are the fiends? He muttered, frowning. He had walked for some time, yet not a single monster had appeared. For now, he refrained from tossing the tracker into the swamp. If Blade's operatives noticed his signal frozen in one spot, they might grow suspicious. The most efficient approach was to slap the tracker onto a rampaging fiend, and the perfect target was the one lurking in the swamp's deepest reaches. Yunshin calculated that even if the creature failed to tear those pursuers apart, the neurotoxin drifting through the marsh would finish the job. Suspended in midair, he swept his gaze across the gray-green water, searching for prey. A sudden flurry of bubbles burst to life 20 or 30 meters behind him. The chain of pockets raced forward, vanished 5 meters out, and a slab of black carapace split the surface. An instant later, a huge shadow lunged skyward. Bang! Spray exploded in all directions as a 5 or 6 meter crocodilian fiend, jaws packed with fangs, launched into the air. Fourth-tier fiend, a sawtooth croc, Yunshin muttered. He flicked his sword Fuyao and shot upward like a bird, slipping past the gaping maw. With its ambush foiled, the creature tried to dive back into the mire. Not so fast, there's a gift. Yunshin laughed, snapping his fingers. Pop! The fingernail's-sized tracker landed squarely at the base of the croc's tail. Feeling something cling to its hide, the sawtooth croc flew into a rage and snapped at Yunshin again, but it couldn't even scrape his soles. Yunshin didn't linger. Spinning around, he streaked toward the misty forest. The token still needed stealing. Before leaving, he emptied every vial of fiend lure he carried into the water. The acrid scent spread through the poisonous haze, and the croc rolled and roared in frustration, forced to watch the human silhouette fade away while swearing that the next human it met would be chewed to marrow. Elsewhere, the Wano swordsman Ono and his team were sprinting by leaping between tree limbs. They preferred gliding along branches to running on the ground. Yunshin slipped into the great swamp. Ono paused on a thick bough and checked his locator. The dot marking Yunshin was circling the swamp's middle zone. I thought fighters from Dachau Imperial Capital University were supposed to be smart, he sneered. Judging by that path, he's probably surrounded by fiends. Someone asked, Ono-san, if he dies in there, does the bounty still count? Alive we bring the man. Dead we bring the corpse. One photo is enough proof, Ono replied, snapping the device shut. Move. They bounded onward and soon reached the swamp's core. This is the spot, so where's Yunshin? Several subordinates waved away the drifting neurotoxin while Ono frowned at the locator. The dot was right beneath their feet. A scream erupted behind them. They whipped around to see a teammate's right leg clamped by something, yanking him into the muck. Help, gurgle, help. The mud swallowed the words. A plaited tail burst from the water and whipped straight at Ono's face. Huh. Ono stepped back, caught the tail with one hand, and heaved, ripping a sawtooth croc clear of the swamp. All around, bubbles boiled up as more crocs converged. Only then did Ono notice the tracker stuck to the tail in his grip. What the? Damn it, we've been played. With a roar, he hacked off the tail and bellowed, run now. After leaving the marsh, Yun Chen raced straight toward the center of Skirich Island. He had already wasted precious time and wouldn't allow himself another second of delay. High in the air, he became a dark blur streaking across the sky, leaving only a compressed ring of wind in his wake. With the precise gravity control granted by Fuyao, he had almost completely slipped free of the fiends targeting on the ground. Loose rocks and tangled vines were left far behind. From this height, his view was wide, and it didn't take long to spot several squads below New Star teams converging on the Mistwood's edge. Each had fought clear of the chaotic melee on the perimeter, and every fighter's armor carried gashes of varying depth. Yun Chen watched for a moment, then fixed on the squad directly beneath him, the delegation from Barada. Their matching indigo combat suits were conspicuous even through the haze. Barada and Desya were both great nations of comparable size, yet Barada's martial tier had long trailed slightly behind. Lately, its martial leaders had rallied around the slogan surpassed Desya, souring relations between the two powers. At the head of the squad walked a deep brown-skinned youth with thickly corded arms. A bulging gray pouch hung at his waist, crammed with tokens seized during the earlier brawl, at least a dozen by rough count. Yin Chun masked his aura and shadowed them silently from 100 meters up. You'll be my opening move, he thought. Inside the broadcast hall, viewers from every corner of the globe gathered before a giant light screen, talking excitedly. Only 6 squads made it out of that melee. America, Russia, England, France, Wa, and Barada. America's down to Ed alone pushing for the center. The other 2 stayed on the rim, farming tokens from weaker nation stats. Classic Ed. Smart play, no doubt. Someone pressed on, what about Desya? Their squad leader's supposed to be at junior grandmaster level. Why hasn't anyone seen him? I remember at the start he charged straight into the Mistwood Yun Chun, right? Maybe he got lost. Haha, good one. Coach Dennis of America, tense a moment ago, now allowed himself a relaxed smile. He raised his voice, adding a hint of mockery. So what if his life force hits junior grandmaster? Inexperience gets you knocked out all the same. EDS been hunting fiends since high school. Before his words could fade, Yang Yuan Yin, Desya's coach, replied coldly. Dennis, nobody would miss you if you stayed quiet. Anton, Russia's coach and a 6th-rank martial artist, stepped over, his tone equal parts concern and probing. Yang, your squad leader was the first to enter the Mistwood, and now he's completely off the grid. What exactly is your plan? Yang bit her lip and kept silent, praying inwardly that nothing had gone wrong for Yun Chun. By this time, Yun Chun had already followed the Barada squad into the Mistwood's outer rim, a vast forest perpetually veiled in thick, swirling fog. Although Yun Chun possessed the sensory skill that let him lock onto a target, if the Baluo squad got too far ahead, he could still lose them. So he decided to settle it right here, dropping to a height where his flight almost brushed the shrubs as he streaked toward the team. Swish, swish, swish. From deep inside the fog, several shurikens sliced through the air, not at Yun Chun, but straight at the Baluo squad. Thud. Ah. A warrior's thigh was pierced, his scream shattering the forest silence. Ambush. Stay sharp. The dark-skinned Baluo representative barked. The team halted, forming a back-to-back defensive ring. Behind them, Yun Chun suppressed his aura and slipped behind an ancient tree. ID planned to make my move, but someone beat me to it, he thought, wary. This mist is trouble, I need to stay alert. A shadow silently glided up beside the Baluo leader. The young man reacted instantly, launching a blazing punch that lit the fog red. The shadow retreated, melting back into the haze. Damn it! Show yourself, you coward! The Baluo fighters cursed, but the mist left them blind while their foe remained hidden. From his vantage point, Yun Chun saw the attacker clearly. It was Yi Tiaoxiang of the land of Wa. Yi Tiaoxiang suddenly appeared above the Baluo squad. Try this, he cried, flashing through hand seals. With a rumble, the earth surged upward, forming an earthen cage that sealed the Baluo team inside. What? Let us out! You cursed Warunt! Furious shouts echoed from the prison. Yi Tiaoxiang landed on the cage roof, pulled a vial from his wristband, and dropped it through the gaps. Still mouthing off. Enjoy my paralytic, you dear brains. He sneered. Crack. A fissure split the wall. Yi Tiaoxiang's face tightened. He leapt back just as the cage exploded. The dark-skinned youth burst out, fists wreathed in flame, lunging straight at him. Baka. Yi Tiaoxiang snapped through more seals. Pebbles and shards floated up, then poured down like a stony hail. Smack, smack, smack. The barrage slashed bloody lines across the Baluo fighter, yet he charged on. Suddenly his limbs locked. He collapsed. The paralytic had kicked in. Futile, Yi Tiaoxiang snorted, bending to rip the pouch from the fallen man's waist. The heavy tokens inside clinked together. Looks like at least 10. Shing. 2 flashes of cold light cut through the fog. Twin swords pinned Yi Tiaoxiang through both knees. Blood sprayed as he howled and dropped to his knees. Who the hell? He roared, eyes wild. A figure strolled from behind the tree, voice relaxed. Back home we have a saying, Yi Tiaoxiang. While the mantis hunts the cicada, the sparrow watches from behind. Yun Chun stepped from behind the tree, Fuyao in hand. It's you. Ichijo Sho recognized him instantly, his face darkening. Yun Chun smiled. tapping the token in Shou's hand with his sword tip. How many of those are you carrying? Color drained from Shou's face. He forced down his anger and shot back. What's it to you? Planning to steal mine? Exactly. Yun Chen's tone was light. Get this straight, I'm a junior grandmaster too. Shou growled. So, Yun Chen's half-smile showed he didn't take the warning seriously. Rage burst from Shou's chest. You arrogant Daxian. He sprang forward, both arms whipping out. Whiz. A dozen shurikens sliced through the air, each packed with hundreds of units of chi, a rain of cold steel aimed straight at Yun Chen. Yun Chen shifted and slipped backward. Don't even think about running. Shou flushed as he hurled a second volley. The new blades flew faster, colliding with the first wave midair and ricocheting to change course, homing in on Yun Chen's chest like living things. TSK, curiosity and admiration flickered in Yun Chen's eyes. Nice trick. Boom. Pure golden chi burst from his dantian, hardening into an armor-like shield over his torso. Bang, bang, bang. The shuriken slammed into it, spreading spiderweb cracks that never quite broke through. What? Shou's pupils shrank. That chi shield stopped everything. He rushed to form hand seals, planning an earth prison. But 100 spatial ripples flared around him, sealing every escape route. Sword light erupted in a blinding flash. Swish, swish, swish. A storm of long swords rained down, carving bloody lines across his body. Screaming, Shou crashed to the ground. Yun Chen landed lightly beside him, bent down, and plucked away the token and storage ring, the exact move Shou had used on the Barada team earlier. Damn it, give that back. Shou shouted in his own language. Smack. MMPH Yun Chen backhanded him across the face, sending him rolling. Watch your mouth, kid. Pocketing the spoils, Yun Chen strode deeper into the misty forest. Yun Chen. Shou lay prone, pounding the dirt and howling in frustration. Inside the command center, the crowd watched the live feeds, whispering among themselves. Aside from a few teams from the major nations who had pushed deep into the misty forest, most contestants still circled the outskirts. The dense fog left the drones nearly blind once they entered the woods. No one knew what was happening inside. One feed showed Gu Miaochuan and Songjia working in tandem. They had already claimed 5 tokens. Yang Yuanyan's eyes darted across a dozen live feeds, but Yun Chen was nowhere in sight. Where could he have gone, she muttered, biting her lip as her brows knitted. Skydome Island might be under Human Federation control, yet fiends still roamed its perilous terrain. Though she trusted Yun Chen's strength, the island's tricks worried her. A massive holographic screen blinked on overhead. After a brief burst of static, a leaderboard appeared. The token rankings. Someone shouted. The first view showed positions below 100. Yamamoto Shun, coach of Wano, stared at the list, his shock turned to anger. Impossible, he blurted. Eyes followed his gaze. Wano's contender, Ichijo Shou, had crashed beyond the 300 mark with 0 tokens. Wait, isn't he a young grandmaster? How did he end up with nothing? Is he really that weak? The murmurs rose. Yamamoto snapped around and barked, enough. A voice ventured. I thought Ichijo grabbed plenty of tokens before diving into the mist forest. Maybe someone took them back inside. Another offered. The idea deepened Yamamoto's scowl. Few could strip tokens from a young grandmaster, probably America's Ed, or one of the 2 from Russia. He swallowed the last thought. Or was it Daxia's Yun Chen? The leaderboard suddenly refreshed, switching to the top 100. Look, first place. A shout cut through the noise. All eyes jumped to the top. Ed, Team America, 31 tokens. America's on top. A cheer began, only to be drowned by another cry. Check second place. They looked down one line. Yun Chen, Team Daxia, 31 tokens. The hall exploded. Yun Chen was tied with Ed. When did he collect that many? He never even showed up in the outer fights. Did he grab all of Ichijo's tokens in the mist forest? Someone guessed. Most nodded it fit the facts. But another question followed. How did Yun Chen slip into the mist forest? The drones never caught him. No one could answer. Around the hall, coaches from more than 100 nations traded whispers, every gaze settling on the name Yun Chen. Yang Yuanyan finally exhaled, a small smile tugging at her lips. That guy really keeps me on edge. Across the room, Dennis, who'd doubted Yun Chen a moment earlier, stiffened. He rammed a stick of gum into his mouth and chewed furiously, frustration written across his face. Farther off, Anton, coach of Russia, stared unblinking at the board. His 2 young grandmasters, Nikonov and Andrei, held 3rd and 4th place. Both were 4th-tier grandmasters and had entered the mist forest together. Yet Yun Chen and Ed were still ahead of them. While the crowd in the hall was still wrapped up in their own thoughts, the leaderboard hovering overhead flickered and updated. Across the gleaming projection, a new header blazed in gold. National rankings. First place, Team Daxia, total tokens 52. Second place, Team United States, total tokens 48. Third place, Team Russia, total tokens 43. Whoa. A tidal wave of chatter erupted at once. Every gaze locking onto the list where Daxia's name sat proudly on top. Yang Yuanyan froze for a heartbeat, then burst into barely contained excitement. Miaochuan, Sangji, you two are amazing. According to the plan Yun Shun had laid out, Gu Miaochuan and Sang Jia had been skirting the outskirts, targeting foreign teams, and somehow stole 21 tokens on their own. Across the hall, however, Dennis was in no mood to celebrate. He stared at the board, brow knitted tight, chewing his gum so hard the minty wad seemed ready to shred apart. Ed, you should have finished setting the traps in the misty forest by now. Once they're sprung, even a junior grandmaster won't walk away. The thought eased Dennis' nerves, and a faint, almost invisible smile tugged at his lips. Yang Yuanyin caught the change in his expression out of the corner of her eye and grew wary. Clearly, the U.S. team still had something up their sleeve. The live feed indeed showed Ed from the United States as the first to enter the misty forest, gaining a head start on everyone else. If there's an ambush waiting, Yin Shun, please be careful. She whispered a silent prayer for him. Deep in the misty forest, Yin Shun slipped the token he had just taken into his pouch and sprinted toward the center zone without pausing. If he could locate the largest chest, the one holding 100 tokens, the championship of this new star martial trial would be as good as secured. Fog curled around ancient trunks, their shadows whipping past. Suddenly, Yin Shun halted. A swath of trees up ahead had been felled, their trunks sheared clean as mirror glass. Patches of blood on the ground were already drying to a dark brown, the blood of fiends. No wonder I haven't seen a single beast along the way. Someone's cleared the path first. His eyes narrowed, vigilance spiking. The earlier ambush by Xiang had failed, but it was warning enough. There was almost certainly another trap ahead. He hefted his spear, Fuyao, tapped a toe against the ground, and vaulted onto the crown of an ancient giant. Mist surged below as he scanned the distance, quickly locking onto a clash 2 or 3 kilometers away, a swath of toppled trees, flickers of flame, and explosions shaking the forest. Let's go. With that thought, he shot toward the battlefield like lightning. Moments later, Yun Chun hovered in midair, peering down. 3 young fighters were sealed inside a barrier of pure light, fists and blades colliding in a storm. He recognized the burly athlete wielding a flail as the U.S. prodigy. The other 2, locked in with him, were members of the Russian team. A crimson barrier nearly 100 meters across sealed the 3 of them inside. Ed from America, his right arm encased in a mechanical limb, was launching an assault on the Russians Nikonov and Andrei. Ed had prepared the barrier in advance. Now it hung over them like an upturned bowl, funneling the ambient spiritual energy toward its center. As the power poured in, the aura around Ed visibly surged, his cultivation recovering at a breathtaking pace. Nikonov and Andrei, by contrast, felt as if they were mired in quicksand. Their own energy crept back only slowly, and their expressions grew increasingly grim. Ed leaned forward, joints in the mechanical arm clacking as arcs of electricity and sparks danced across the metal. Boom. In a flash of scarlet light, he shot to Nikonov's side and drove a fist downward, the force behind it soaring past 1,000 units of power. The shockwave tore a trench through the ground. What a punch! Nikonov, caught off guard, hastily forged a purple chi shield. Crack! The shield shattered like glass, and EDS iron fist slammed straight into his chest. Blood spurted as Nikonov was hurled backward. Nico! Andrei roared. Forming hand seals, he muttered an incantation. Moisture in the air quivered and gathered, first into thin streams, then into several water spears that merged into a drill-shaped torrent spinning toward Ed. Crash! The water drill collided head-on with the mechanical arm, the impact erupting into a thick mist that instantly swallowed the battlefield. High above, Yun Chun lounged on a cloud, watching the clash with an amused curl of his lips. Pretty fierce, he murmured. Without lingering, he folded his form and shot toward the heart of the misty forest. To get a clear look at the treasure chest, he dropped to the ground and streaked between the trees. The deeper he went, the taller the ancient trunks grew, and exotic flora appeared everywhere, the fog so heavy it seemed to clog the lungs. He stopped beside a 2-meter tall crimson blossom whose pistil was the size of an adult's head. Suddenly a chill wind swept past. Pressing close to a petal, Yun Chun masked his presence. Thud, thud, thud. Dull footfalls rumbled from the depths of the mist. An instant later a dark shape lunged out. Roar! A gigantic lizard burst into view, leathery wings sprouting from its back. A 4th-tier fiend, a winged basilisk, Yun Chun muttered, his heart tightening. A quick sweep of his senses returned a power reading 10,000. He drew a sharp breath. Normally a 4th-tier basilisk topped out at several thousand, but even under the weight of his sword intent this one still held 5,000, equal to a human 5th tier, a grandmaster. The basilisk's crimson eyes locked onto him. Roar! Muscles bunched, its tail whipped across. Bang! The golden chi shielding Yun Chun shattered, a bloody gash opening along his arm as he leapt skyward. Damn! He growled, steadying himself. The basilisk looked up in surprise, wings flaring as it launched after him. Seizing the distance, Yun Chun opened hundreds of spatial ripples above the beast, the myriad blade vault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of swords poured down, lashing the creature's back. Losing balance, it crashed to the ground in a plume of dust. More blades followed, hammering relentlessly. The basilisk folded its wings over its spine, tanking the torrent and limiting the damage to what it could endure. At that moment, a long sword tipped with starlight appeared out of nowhere, cutting through the fog and slicing straight toward the creature's back. This slash triggered the starburst passive. With a sickening crunch, the long sword, cloaked in exploding starlight, punched straight through the wyvern's back plate, its slate blue scales bursting apart. A piercing cry reverberated through the haze, and in its pain the wyvern wheeled around and dove into the milky sea of fog. There's something off about this beast, Chen thought, unsettled. A wyvern of the 4th tier shouldn't wield power on the verge of the 5th. If it hadn't, his earlier barrage would have erased it. He ignited the Brahma breathing technique at once, hot currents flooding his meridians as his spent essence refilled. The beast's heavy, staggering footfalls thundered in the fog, loud as drums. Track it by sound. Chen flickered forward, synchronizing his steps with the creature's ragged breathing, closing the gap with every stride. Blood spurted from the wound in its back, steadily draining its speed. Suddenly, the noise ahead stuttered. Boom. A heavy crash followed, and the massive silhouette pitched over. The impact churned the mist, briefly revealing the wyvern a short distance away, barely alive. What happened? Chen frowned. His sword had struck hard, but not fatally, and a 5th-tier fiend shouldn't collapse just from running. Silence swallowed the marsh. Staying low, he crept forward. The crimson glow had vanished from the wyvern's eyes. It no longer breathed. 2 holes nearly 10 centimeters across gaped in its left hind leg, blood streaming like a rivulet, while the surrounding flesh mottled an eerie violet. Poisoned. Chen's eyes narrowed. Stranger still, the creature's belly was grotesquely distended, faint crimson streaks pulsing beneath the pitch-black scales. With a thought, Chen raised his longsword. The blade split the abdomen with a wet rip, foul air billowing out, yet not a drop clung to the steel. Thud. Something rolled free, a perfectly round core, entirely crimson and glowing brilliantly, larger than Chen's fist, its surface smooth as jade. He stooped, picked up the core, retrieved the VR goggles from his storage ring, and linked into the military database. Staff Sergeant Chen, long time no see. The voice was cold yet courteous. Tianji, the AI. Tianji, do you recognize this? Chen lifted his hand so the camera could focus on the radiant core. Please wait. Initiating image scan complete. Commencing analysis. After a brief pause, Tianji spoke again. Staff Sergeant, the object in your hand appears to be a blood essence tree core. A blood essence tree core? A blood essence tree that lives more than 50 years can gestate a single core. This core is the primary ingredient for synthesizing genetic blood essence. Genetic blood essence. Chen's heart skipped. Back when Head made that wager with GFA, a single vial of blood essence had propelled his cultivation forward, knew the substance all too well. How much is a blood essence tree core like this worth? Chen asked abruptly. Tianji's voice sounded but offered no answer. Genetic blood essence is a restricted reagent and carries no market price. The drug is under strict state control. Even its key ingredient, the blood essence tree core, never appears on the open market. Money alone won't buy it. You need both wealth and influence, which only underscores the weight of the core in Chen's hand. Chen had stumbled across the treasure by chance, and after the initial rush of excitement, he stooped over the wyvern's belly once more. With a flash of cold steel, he widened the gash in its thick scales. Flesh parted, and several slightly smaller blood essence tree cores thudded out, rolling into the mire while still glowing a deep crimson. Counting the large one in his hand, there were 9 in all. Well, you had quite an appetite. Chen chuckled at the wyvern's cold corpse as he tossed the core in his palm. It was obvious that these 9 cores were what had allowed the creature to jump from a tier 4 fiend to tier 5. Anything that can force such an advance is priceless. Sergeant Chen, there's probably a blood essence tree somewhere nearby. Otherwise it couldn't have swallowed so many cores, Tianji reminded him. Chen nodded, excitement flaring. If he could locate the tree itself, this year's new star martial trials would yield far more than Head ever hoped. Suddenly a low, scraping crawl sounded behind him, sending a chill up his spine. Instantly he sprang away, bounding up the trunk and into the crown several dozen meters above. From his vantage point he peered down, but the thick fog smothered his view. Only the occasional glint flashed through the murk. He couldn't make out who or what was coming. Boom, boom, boom. A line of massive trees toppled in the distance, and 3 dark figures burst through the mist. Chen narrowed his eyes, every sense on alert. Who were they? Ono-san, where exactly is that kid named Chen hiding? This damned fog blocks our sight. Fiends are everywhere, and we've already lost 2 men. 2 subordinates panted, their faces full of frustration. Shut up, Ono snapped coldly. My nose says he's close. Perched on the branch, Chen's expression darkened. So Wuao's hired blade killers had tracked him even here, and the swamp fiends hadn't managed to slow them down. His gaze locked onto Ono. Tianji instantly relayed the data. Combat power 10, 211 tier 5, first star, Grandmaster level. Wu Ao really opened his wallet, even brought a tier 5 Grandmaster after me? Yun Chen muttered, brow furrowed. All had done was rough up Wu Ao's cousin. Was that worth this kind of show of force? Or was something else going on? Images of Su Qing and Bai Yingxue flashed through his mind. If Wu Ao coveted Bai Yingxue, then it made sense. The thought made Yun Chen's face grow even darker. Glaring down at Ono, his killing intent sharpened like a blade. I never came after you, yet you chased me for a bounty. Heaven had a road you ignored. Hell had no door, but you still forced your way in. Tier 5 Grandmaster? They'll show you how I kill one all the same. At that moment, Tano's face twisted with rage. Cloud Chun had ambushed his squad in the Great Marsh, killing 2 of his men. Their bodies were still submerged in the murky water. Gritting his molars, Tano had relied on his passive combat skill, dog scent, to track the target all the way to the mist forest. Ordinarily, this heightened sense of smell let him pinpoint any quarry, yet the instant he stepped beneath the trees the trail went haywire. The air reeked of blood and carried an indescribable stench, a mix of rotting flesh and damp moss that shredded his ability to focus. This smell, it's scrambling my senses, he muttered, brow furrowed. Tanosen, we can't let Cloud Chun get away. One subordinate urged. Silence. Tano barked, whipping around. No one's more eager than I am. His eyes were cold. Cloud Chun is cunning. He's known about the bounty on his head, yet he stayed hidden without a single slip. The top prodigy of Grand Xia's Imperial University, and still this troublesome? Remember, never underestimate him. 2 men were already dead on this job. The leader of Blade would never tolerate failure. Tano had to capture Cloud Chun or answer to the organization in disgrace. Kid, I only planned to take an arm, but you dared to turn the tables on us. Now I'll take your life instead, he vowed inwardly. Rustling overhead, Tano's head snapped up. Who's there? He called, tensing. A scream tore the air behind him. What happened? He spun around just in time to see one subordinate clamped by something unseen, yanked into the thick fog before he could even struggle. The cry died mid-breath. TT Denosin, what's going on? Another man stammered, voice quaking with terror. Tano tightened his grip on the katana, calculating. Something was indeed lurking in this mist, explaining the foul odor. Damn this cursed fog, he growled, unable to make out any shapes. High above, Cloud Chin also froze, peering down with a chill in his veins. I was about to strike, but that thing was faster. What is it? Even from his aerial vantage, he had seen nothing. The attacker had killed a 4th-rank adept in an instant. If it was a demon beast, it had to be at least as powerful as the winged drake had fought earlier, likely stronger. Those 2 wounds on the drake's corpse, could they be its work? As the thought crossed his mind, another shriek ripped through the forest. Tanosen, help. The second subordinate was dragged into the fog as well, face drained of color, hand clawing toward Tano. Damn it! Tano bellowed. He leapt several meters into the air. Clang. The katana slid free, a gleam of steel slicing through the haze. HHK. A wave of blade energy shot into the shadows. Crack. The arc shattered on impact, and Tano's pupils constricted. The mist churned, and a massive, sinuous silhouette crawled toward him. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed the instant he took in the creature's true form. From the depths of the mist, a cobra-like fiend more than 10 meters long crawled forward, its body as thick as a pair of water barrels. Half of its length rose upright, scarlet tongue flickering, while the black, membranous wings on its back snapped open, whipping up clammy fog. 2 bulges distorted its belly, the place where Yes 2 men now churned inside its scalding stomach. A twin-winged ridge serpentine outrageously big. Yunchen felt a chill. Creatures of this species were normally 4th rank at best, yet the sheer size of this one put it solidly in the 5th rank. Moments earlier it had bitten the winged drake clean in 2. Worse still, twin-winged ridge serpents were born venomous. Their toxins unraveled genes on contact. Even a 5th rank grandmaster would be doomed if bitten. Yun Chun arched an eyebrow. Looks like I won't have to lift a finger. Beneath the tree, Wei Yi stood rigid, sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead and soaking his vest. He stared at the vast serpent's silhouette, the hand on his blade trembling uncontrollably. Something this big could swallow him whole with a single tilt of its head. He swallowed hard and edged back a step. Suddenly the serpent's neck flared sideways, scarlet runes pulsing between its scales. Yun Chen's gaze sharpened. The pattern was almost identical to the one on the winged drake earlier. It too had devoured the blood essence tree's core. Wei Yes' blade flashed like lightning, spraying arcs of silver. The upper half of his body glowed the same crimson hue, and wave after wave of sword energy hacked at the serpent's neck. Hissing in pain, the beast recoiled, scales flying, blood splattering. But its tail snapped like a whip. Several sweeps smashed into Wei Yes' chest and abdomen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his outer coat shredded. Under Yun Chen's watchful eyes, Wei Yes' combat suit came into view, a skin-tight garment radiating a faint crimson light. Gashes along its surface stitched shut by degrees. Beneath the rent fabric, his flesh was mangled, blood seeping through only to be greedily absorbed by the suit to mend itself. Yunshin nodded to himself. No wonder Wei Yi could hold the serpent at bay. The man was hiding a bizarre treasure clearly forged from fiendish materials, likely akin to his own daybreak armor. Wei Yi, however, looked ashen, with his trump card exposed and both stamina and blood draining. He wanted the fight finished quickly so he could hunt down Yunshin. The thought filled his eyes with cold malice. All of this because of that brat. At that moment the twin-winged ridge serpent reared up, towering 3 or 4 meters high, jaws yawned wide. The next second, a dense purple vapor blasted from its mouth. Poison. Yunshin saw the twin-winged Guoshanfeng spew a cloud of venom and shot straight up into the sky. A purple mist rolled out like a breached dam, spreading at terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, trees and flowers withered and rotted before his eyes, turning a vast stretch of forest into a lifeless wasteland. Ono's figure was swallowed by the poisonous fog and vanished. Hovering high above with his spear, Fuyao, in hand, Yunshin surveyed the scene. The violet haze now covered several hundred meters. He thanked his luck. If he hadn't taken to the air in time, escape would have been impossible. Most attacks assault the body from the outside in, but this toxin worked the other way around. Inhaling even a breath would send it straight to the dantian, and death could strike at any moment. The mist kept expanding, yet its density thinned as fresh air mixed in. Soon the ground came back into view empty. Where was Ono? And where had the serpent gone? Yunshin narrowed his eyes and searched. Boom. A dull crash echoed nearby. Yunshin darted toward the sound and spotted the Guoshanfeng writhing at the base of a cliff. Its colossal body thrashed, shattering the rock. A bulge jutted from its neck, the skin ripping open as blood and mucus gushed out. Splat! The bulge burst, and a dark figure tore free. Was Ono. The giant snake let out a piercing hiss. Its massive head swayed twice, then crashed to the ground. Ono stood atop the carcass, slick with the foul slime, gasping for breath. Huge patches of his skin had already rotted, leaving raw flesh exposed. Yet he forced himself upright, half furious, half triumphant. Damn beast, you're finally dead. He drew his katana and split the serpent's belly along the gaps between its scales. Heat and stench billowed out. Digging through the organs, he yanked free a fist-sized emerald-green gallbladder that dripped with blood. Ha ha ha. A gall this big is worth at least a few million credits. I've hit the jackpot. Greed shining in his eyes, he set to work again, slicing off scales, wing membranes, and venom sacs. Every part of a fifth-tier fiend was treasure. Clearing 10 million in value was only a matter of time. High above, Yunshin hovered silently, watching. Suddenly, what is this? Ono's voice cracked. His hands trembled as he lifted several fingernail-sized crystals from deep inside the snake. They glowed with a dim crimson light that pulsed like a heartbeat through the blood clinging to them. Yunshin's gaze sharpened. Blood spirit tree cores. No wonder the twin-winged Guoshanfeng had grown so strong it had swallowed the cores, and most of them were already digested. Ono stared at the crystals, pupils contracting. A wild thought flashed through his mind, too bold to believe. He fumbled for his phone and dialed. Hello, leader, it's me. Anakun, what's wrong? Aren't you on a bounty mission? Need help? The man on the other end sounded casual, almost bored. Ono ignored Yunshin's presence entirely, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. Leader, I've made an earth-shaking discovery. I think I've found blood spirit tree cores. On the other end of the line, the man's voice shot up in pitch, unable to hide his shock. What? A blood essence tree core? Are you sure? Wei Yiming stood in the mist-shrouded woods, his palms still slick with dark red blood. He nodded hard. I can't say 100%, but I'm 90% certain. Take a picture and send it to me, now. The voice trembled, almost cracking. Wei Yi wiped the blood from his fingers, raised his terminal, snapped several shots, and uploaded the images of the dark red, crystalline seeds. Moments later, harsh breathing rattled through the receiver. It's real. It really is a blood essence tree core. Meng, you've struck gold this time. These cores are worth more than any bounty on our list. Excitement warped the man's voice. With these cores, Ren can double in size. Ren was currently little more than a dozen hired blades eking out a living on bounties, but now a world-changing opportunity had fallen into their laps. Still fighting to keep his composure, the leader pressed on. Where did you find them, Meng? Wei Yi recounted his clash with the Shuangyi Guoshanfeng and how he had accidentally carved open the beast's belly. The voice on the phone grew even more animated. Inside a Shuangyi Guoshanfeng? Impossible. That creature can't grow blood essence tree cores. There must be an entire blood essence tree nearby. Wei Yi's eyes lit up. You're right. If we find the tree itself, its value is beyond calculation. But, Chief, this fog is so thick I can't even keep my bearings. How am I supposed to search for it? The swirling mist held no answers, and he hesitated. Half annoyed, half exhilarated, the chief barked, Idiot. What's the point of your dog-nose passive skill? The rebuke hit home. Wei Yi snapped upright. Right, sorry, Chief. I got too excited and lost my head. The chief's tone softened with understanding. Anyone would be rattled by luck like this, but you need to stay calm. Don't worry, Chief. Wei Yi nodded vigorously. After another round of instructions, the chief dangled one last promise. Bring those cores back and the deputy chief seat is yours. The call ended. A triumphant grin spread across Wei Yi's face, and the pain from his wounds seemed to vanish. Blood essence tree, blood essence tree, blood essence tree. He pressed a core under his nose, inhaling deeply as if to brand the scent into his bones. Then he dropped to the damp ground, sorting through the lingering traces of blood and musk left by the Shuangyi Guo Shanfeng. If the beast had swallowed the cores, he only needed its scent to track the tree itself. Not far away, Yin Chun, who had watched everything from the shadows, breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness I stored the cores in my spatial ring. Anything in another dimension is beyond even Wei Yi's nose. Suddenly Wei Yi's nostrils flared. His body went taut like a hunting hound on point. Uncontainable joy and urgency flooded his face. I've got it. Wei Yi sprang to his feet and bolted in a single direction. He blurred into a streak of motion, covering several kilometers in mere seconds. Yun Chun tightened his grip on Fuyo, his long spear, and soared after him, keeping the fugitive squarely in his sights. Deeper in the misty forest, the trees grew ever taller and thicker, each one towering 100 meters or more. Yun Chun dared not fly too high. One misstep, and he would lose visual contact, so he wove through the branches, barely managing to keep pace. Anxiety gnawed at him. If this kept up, he would inevitably lose his quarry. Just then, Wei Yi's startled cry rang out ahead. Yun Chun alighted on a massive limb and held his breath, watching. Wei Yi stood frozen, shoulders trembling as though he had stumbled upon a fortune beyond measure. Before him loomed the colossal trunk of a dead tree, 20 meters in diameter. Its leaves had long since fallen, and its broken branches lay scattered like ash, yet the trunk still rose nearly 100 meters, resembling an ancient stone pillar. Rough bark was riddled with fissures, and in those cracks clotted a charred, blood-black resin, the telltale mark of a blood essence tree. On one side of the trunk yawned a hollow that bled an eerie crimson light, staining the dim forest as if with fresh blood. Wei Yi drew a deep breath and whispered in rapture, "It's in there." Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged inside. Men die for wealth, birds for grain, Yun Chun muttered, shaking his head at the man's recklessness. He gathered his strength and flitted along the trunk, silently approaching the entrance. If a demon lurked within, Wei Yi's wounded body would be reduced to a meal in an instant. The hollow was damp and cold, yet the red glow illuminated everything within. Peering through the opening, Yun Chun saw Wei Yi facing away, hands trembling, while before him lay more than a dozen blood essence tree cores, ranging from fist size to as large as a human head. Their translucent crimson light pulsed against the walls like beating hearts. What enormous cores, Yun Chun thought, stunned. Each one dwarfed the specimen he had extracted from the wyvern earlier. Rich beyond belief. Wei Yi babbled, lost in delirious joy. The pile of cores at his feet was worth far more than he had ever imagined. Millions? Not even close. It started in the billions. No one knew how many years these cores had taken to form. If they were premium-grade relics from an ancient blood essence tree, their value would leap from billions to tens of billions in an instant. Wei Yi no longer cared about the price tags. He yanked off his storage wristband, stuffed several blood crystal tree cores inside, and froze the space wouldn't accept a single glimmering core more. Damn it, the compartment was full. Had he known, he'd have spent any amount on a larger storage ring. In his panic, he simply dumped every bit of junk, gear, and potion out of the band, letting them clang across the ground. With these cores in hand, selling even one would buy everything back twice over. Lost in dreams of sudden wealth, he heard a faint rustle behind him. His heart seized. He whipped around. Who's there? Moonlight revealed a low slithering shadow inching toward his Butsa juvenile, two-winged, over-mountain viper. The little creature flicked its tongue, testing the air, but made no move to strike. Wei Yi exhaled, then his face twisted. Filthy beast, you scared me. He stomped. The youngster never expected the blow. Its skull burst under his heel. Wei Yi scraped the gore from his shoe and spat. Certain he was alone, he crouched to scoop up the remaining blood crystal cores and crammed them back into the wristband. All set, let's. Steel hissed through the air. Agony exploded across his back as a flying sword pinned him to the hollow's wall like a thrashing turtle. Who's there? He bellowed. Footsteps closed in. Yun Chun stepped from the shadows, casually sliding the wristband off Wei Yi's arm. Much obliged, he said with a grin. It's you? You little. Wei Yi's curse never finished. Dozens of blades pierced him from every direction. Blood sprayed. His voice fell silent. Yun Chun vaulted out of the hollow, scanned the forest, then rose into the sky. The wristband in his grip throbbed with a faint red glow, the blood crystal cores. He didn't know their exact market value, but had felt the miracle of gene blood essence before. Even the cheapest vial had sent his strength soaring. If this could make him stronger faster, why hesitate? The whole world suddenly looked brighter. A roar, raw and furious, tore up from below. Bastard! They'll rip you to pieces. Yun Chen's pulse kicked. He glanced down. Wei Ye still wasn't dead. Two wings of congealed blood unfurled from the ruin of his back, and with a katana in hand he launched skyward, howling. Then die again. Yun Chen's eyes went icy. A ripple of space shuddered outward, and the greatsword Tian Sha materialized above Wei Ye's skull, plunging straight down. A dull boom split the air. Tian Sha slammed into Wei Ye's spine, driving him straight toward the ground. Arc! Wei Ye threw back his head, eyes blazing with fury and defiance. He clenched his teeth and fought back, yet the divine sword kept hurling him downward, as though answering the earth's call and pinning him with irresistible force. Boom! In an instant the ground for hundreds of meters cracked apart, then caved in to form a vast crater. Amid the billowing dust, Tian Sha stood upright at the center, its tip pressing Wei Ye face down and lifeless. Suspended in midair, Yun Chen fixed his gaze on the body below. Suddenly, Wei Ye's shoulder twitched. Yun Chen's heart lurched. Not dead yet. How tenacious can he be? He calculated quickly. A gravely injured fifth-tier grandmaster could still survive several volleys from him, proof of how terrifying high-tier warriors are. The higher you climb, the rarer cross-tier kills become. A gap of only a few hundred points separates first-tier stars, but between fourth-tier and fifth-tier the gulf is nearly 10,000. At that moment Wei Ye's battle suit liquefied into a tide of blood and enveloped him. From the viscous mass, two crimson arms burst out, seized Tian's hilt, and wrenched the sword free. Yun Chen narrowed his eyes. That armor shares the same origin as my zenith armor refined from a fiend's corpse. Nothing else could mutate like that. With Tian Sha freed, Wei Ye was entirely encased in the blood suit. His features blurred, but his voice rasped with savage hatred. Yun Chen die? Bang! He kicked off the ground and shot forward like an arrow. Yun Chen raised his hand, unleashing hundreds of long swords that howled toward him. Out of my way! Wei Ye roared. Flesh writhed across his back and a billion bloody thorns erupted, forming a dense shield that smothered the sword rain. In a blink he was upon Yun Chen, all reason gone, nothing left but the urge to kill. The next instant the thorns morphed into razor-sharp spikes and rained toward Yun Chen. Die, Yun Chen! Wei Ye screamed, half mad. Yun Chen's mind raced. His speed and strength have doubled since he was wounded. Thunktuo blood spikes pierced Yun Chen's chest. Clang! In that split second Yun Chen erupted in blinding white light that swallowed them both. Under the clear sky he became a sphere of radiance hotter than the sun, its searing brilliance rolling outward and turning every tree to ash. The glare lasted for several seconds before finally fading. When the light dispersed, everything within a kilometer was scorched earth. Hanging in the air, Yun Chen still gripped the Fuyao sword, chest heaving violently. What was that just now? Yun Chen patted his chest. His flesh was unscathed. Only his outer garment had been pierced, leaving two thumb-sized holes. He pulled the fabric aside, and the silver-white Dojo combat suit beneath glimmered in the dim light. It had spared his life. His gaze dropped to the ground. The earth was scorched black, and a figure lay convulsing on the charred soil. Yun Chen swept down, and Fuyao, his long sword, flashed with cold light, its tip aimed straight at the man. The man was Wei Ye. The once vivid blood-red battle coat had been vaporized by the heat. He looked as if he had rolled through a bed of coals, skin shriveled and blackened, the air thick with the stench of burnt flesh. Ugga! Wei Ye forced his eyes open, saw Yun Chen closing in, and his voice shattered. Don't come any closer. He tried to crawl away, but his limbs were limp. All he could do was tremble and plead. Yun Chen pressed the sword point to Wei Ye's throat, his voice metallic and cold. Who sent you? I'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. Wei Ye nodded frantically and spilled the whole story. It was indeed Wu Ao. More information followed. Wu Ao's father was Wu Shang, deputy director of the Duzhenwu division, and Wu Shang was vying for the top post. Yun Chen calculated silently. He had survived the ambush thanks to Director Qi Feng's secret aide. Qi Feng had arranged for Wei Bi to pass the intel to him. Now it was clear. First, Qi Feng truly wished to recruit him and was buying goodwill. Second, Yun Chen and Wu Ao were already at odds. If Qi Feng could use Yun Chen's hand to seize leverage over the Wu family, he would gain the most. Top prodigy of Didu Academy attacked was a headline the authorities could run at any moment. With that in mind, Yun Chen planted a boot on Wei Ye's face, his voice low and sharp. Why did Wu Ao pay so much to come after me? I really don't know. Wei Ye's voice quavered beneath the pressure of the soul. That guy was born lawless. I heard he raped several girls walking home together after his birthday banquet. With someone like him, how would I know why he picked you? Yun Chen stopped chasing motives. For a man like Wu Ao, whose moral bottom line was long severed, torturing and killing a stranger for fun was hardly difficult. He refocused on Wei Ye, a teasing curl at his lips. Do you know who I am? The shift in tone made Wei Ye shudder. You're the top prodigy of Didu Academy. Good. Yun Chen chuckled softly. Then tell me about your organization. I've always wondered why the Federation turns a blind eye to groups like yours. Wei Ye rushed to answer. During campaigns, we act as free mercenaries. Sometimes we drive off fiends when the regular army refuses to move, so the Federation and local governments let us fill the gaps. That's why they tolerate us. I see. Yunshin nodded to himself. Reclaiming lost territory from the fiends was still the Federation's top priority, and an outfit like Blade, operating outside official structures, made perfect cannon fodder. Wei Ye panted and begged. I've told you everything. Please, spare me. Yunshin shook his head with a smile. No, you know who I am. Letting you go would be releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Wei Ye trembled, regretting every choice. No, you misheard. I actually don't know who you are. Yunshin's smile was calm. If you don't know who I am, isn't it even simpler? A heartbeat later, the long sword swept through Wei Ye's neck. Master, how should I put it? Your taste is as twisted as ever. A lazy, amused voice echoed in Yunshin's mind. The system. At his feet, Wei Ye's head sailed into the shadows under the trees, launched by a casual, almost indifferent sidekick. Yunshin flicked blood from his wrist and asked absently, and what exactly do you mean by that? Like a cat playing with a mouse, the system replied. You torment the prey first, then finish it off in one bite. You do it without the slightest qualm. Must be a gift. Going by that, I sound like a full-blown villain. I kill without blinking, after all. Yunshin chuckled. Even his breathing stayed level. That's not entirely fair, the system mused. Some people are simply born that way. The point is whom you're killing. While they talked, the cleanup was already done. Yunshin wiped the light sweat from his brow and opened his storage ring to check the loot. 32 blood essence, tree cores, 8 small, 12 medium, 12 large. Not one missing. After confirming the count, he headed back to the 100-meter blood essence tree. The earlier clash had reduced the giant trunk to a single charred stump. Once an ordinary plant that grew huge by chance, it now returned to ash. Yunshin let his gaze linger on the blackened wood for a moment, then bent his knees and leapt. With Fuyao in hand, he shot several hundred meters into the air and raced toward the heart of the fog forest. We've wasted enough time, he said. Let's pick up the pace. Wind howled past his ears. Suddenly, beyond the barrier overhead, came the rapid beat of wings. He looked up to see a vast flock of savage bird fiends blotting out the sun. Such numbers were rare elsewhere, but in their own stronghold, it was hardly surprising. Inside the command hall on Sky Island, every student and instructor stared at the rankings on the floating screen. 10 minutes earlier, the U.S. squad had surged to first place on the team board. On the individual list, Yunshin had been pushed down to fourth. The top three were Ed from the United States, and Russia's Andrei and Nikonov. EDS miles ahead on trophies. He must have stolen Andrei and Nikonov's kills. Yunshin hasn't logged a new one in almost half an hour, right? The room buzzed with chatter. Dennis, the American instructor, studied the board, pride mixed with unease. Ed had ambushed the two Russians and morale was soaring brilliant. Yet Yunshin's numbers hadn't moved at all. Did that mean Ed still hadn't run into him? Until he saw Yunshin defeated with his own eyes, Dennis couldn't relax. That hidden time bomb could flip the table at any moment. With the thought, he stole a glance at Yang Yuanyin standing beside him. Yang Yuanyin kept a bland expression as she watched the leaderboard. Dennis caught the unshakable trust in her eyes and sneered to himself. Fyong, you'll see. As long as Aid's in the game, Yunshin will never take first place. Inside the heavy fog, the wet leaves beneath Yunshin's feet snapped in silence. He stopped in front of a metal chest half a man tall. Icy mist coiled around its surface, as if determined to hide this windfall. So this is where it landed. He brushed a palm across the lid, feeling the chill of the metal. Packed inside were exactly 100 tokens, no more, no less. Every chest was dropped at random by drone, and with the fog forest near zero visibility, even the organizers of the New Star Grand Marshal trial couldn't name a single coordinate. Finding this one in the endless haze took Yunshin's speed and a stroke of luck. To most contestants, securing 100 tokens is only the first hurdle. They still have to escape the forest alive while fending off rivals from every nation. For Yunshin, none of that matters. Once he climbs high enough, he can slip out of every line of sight and wait for the match to end. He reached for the tokens, but a chill raced up his spine. Pins of killing intent stabbed into his senses. Alarmed, he kicked off the ground and shot skyward. Whoosh! A jet of water sliced the fog, drilling into the spot head just left. His robe snapped in the wind as a second high-pressure stream roared toward him. Yunshin summoned a thin shield of qi, only for it to shatter under the torrent. He needed another heartbeat to muster a fresh shield, but he wasn't worried. His Polar Day battle suit still shimmered faintly over his skin. As the qi fragments drifted away, two burly figures thrust through the haze. Andrei and Nikonov of Russia, each hefting a water cannon, their faces grim. Andrei scanned the clearing and nodded. Nice setup, Nico. Sitting tight, sure beats running around. Nikonov chuckled, lowering his barrel. Picked this ambush trick up from that American kid. Planned to try it on him, but instead we snagged Daxia's rising star. His gaze swept Yunshin. If I'm not mistaken, your name's Yunshin? He spread his hands, signaling no personal grudge, then tilted his chin at Yunshin's ring. We're after the American, not you. Leave the tokens, and we walk. Andrei's voice rumbled in agreement. Make it quick. If aid shows up, this whole setup is wasted. Hearing them divide the spoils, Yunchen's lips curved into a smile. You've hand-delivered the tokens to me. I'd be rude not to accept such generosity. Andrei and Nikhonov's smug expressions instantly froze. Rising stars, the Grand Marshal trials will end in 30 minutes. Make every second count, for the final rankings will be broadcast live around the globe. The powerful announcement echoed across Sky Island and reached the three people standing on a cliff. Andrei and Nikonov stood side by side, facing Yun Chun across the void. Hearing the warning, the pair exchanged a glance, urgency flashing in their eyes. Nico, we're out of time. We strike together can't escape, Andrei muttered. Nikonov nodded. Both were fourth-tier, one-star masters, certain they could corner Yun Chun. Even if he could fly, he would never slip through their grasp. Before Andrei's words faded, the two split apart, shooting toward Yun Chun from opposite sides like twin arrows. Yun Chun, you're asking for this, Andrei growled. Vapor swirled around his raised palm, instantly condensing into a raging torrent. On the other side, Nikonov's fingers twitched, and a spear of bone-chilling steel appeared out of thin air, its tip humming with lethal intent. Hand over the token. We don't have time to waste, they barked in unison. Yun Chun remained unmoved, standing calmly until they crossed into his attack radius. Then, he suddenly shot straight into the sky. Andrei and Nikonov slammed to a halt, nearly crashing into each other, shock written on their faces. What? Andrei sputtered. Nikonov looked up. Yun Chun streaked upward like a swallow cutting through wind, still climbing. 1,000 curses stampeded through Nikonov's mind. Yun Chun could actually fly. Flight was the exclusive domain of 6th-tier war gods. Yun Chun was only 4th-tier, 1-star. How was it possible? Nikonov froze, but Andrei recovered first. Nico, don't be fooled. There's something off about that sword. The warning snapped Nikonov back. Right, they had seen the life energy scanner themselves. Yun Chun was only a junior master. If he wasn't flying on strength, he must be using equipment. And class weapon? Nikonov ground out, frustration thick in his voice. Greed and envy flashed in Andrei's eyes. It's the only answer. An A-class weapon could never grant true flight. It has to be an S-class artifact forged by a master smith. Rosh's martial system was lopsided, and master smiths were scarce at home, let alone the funds to commission an S-class weapon. Even as the nation's prodigies, Andrei and Nikonov were far from important enough for such an investment. Yet that very treasure was likely the sword in Yun Chen's hand. Jealousy churned inside them. Take it, Andrei hissed. Nikonov wavered. Andrei, he's Xiao's rising star. Nico, think about it. If we bring an S-class weapon back to the president, what do you think he'll do for us? In an instant, Nikonov pictured it: massive rewards, soaring status, access to top-tier resources. His breathing grew heavy. After all, to any country on Earth, an S-class weapon is a strategic asset. For the Ross Kingdom, which lacks master smiths, an S-grade weapon is the rarest of strategic assets. Even if Andrei and Nikonov had stolen the sword, the brass would never let it go. Besides, the Misty Forest is almost deserted. If they claim to have simply found the blade, what could Yun Chun do about it? With that thought, Nikonov steeled himself and growled, Andrei, let's go. Action followed thought. Andrei raised a hand. Vapor whirled at his fingertips and solidified into a sapphire longbow. At the snap of the bowstring, 3 water-forged arrows floated beside it, radiating an icy chill. Nikonov sprang off a nearby trunk, darting through the branches like an ape, his spear flashing in the dappled light. Within seconds he reached a towering canopy, vaulted into the air, and drove the spear straight at Yun Chen's chest. At the same moment Andrei loosed the bow, sending 3 arrows screaming through the air. Yun Chun. Nikonov's eyes blazed with killing intent. What are you thinking? Yun Chun scoffed. In the next instant Nikonov felt iron-like fingers clamp onto his spear. Yun Chun twisted, wrenched the weapon aside, and before Nikonov could cry out, a vicious kick slammed into his lower abdomen. Ugh! He crashed through the foliage, snapped thick branches, hit the ground, and curled up groaning. Nico. Andrei froze, still holding the drawn bow. Mind blank. Yun Chun had caught the spear barehanded. When he finally recovered, the 3 water arrows were already gone. Yun Chun hovered in midair, unscathed, and Andrei hadn't even seen how the man blocked them. A chill crept up his spine. Gritting his teeth, he summoned more arrows, his fingertips trembling. Looking down at him, Yun Chun asked, not finished yet? Whoosh! A dozen blade-shaped swords burst from the rippling air, their cold gleam weaving into a deadly net. Andrei threw himself backward, but several still sliced deep, exposing bone. The searing pain forced him to one knee, drawing sharp breaths. A figure drifted down in front of him. Yun Chun pointed at the storage cuff on his wrist. Hand it over. Humiliation and rage twisted together. Andrei clenched his teeth. Forget it. I won't give in. Smack. Yun Chun slapped him, seized his wrist, and ripped the cuff away. Burning pain spread across Andrei's cheek as Yun Chun strode to Nikonov, and just as deftly stripped off his cuff. The trophies they had fought so hard to steal were now in Yun Chen's hands. After Yun Chen walked off, Andrei and Nikonov lay on the ground, ashen-faced and speechless for a long time. Less than 20 minutes remained before the Global Rising Stars martial trials came to an end. In the lobby outside the arena, competitors were streaming back in. The first arrivals were those from the weaker, smaller nations. Their tokens had been stolen, and without the strength to reclaim them, staying on the field would only waste the final minutes. As each member withdrew, the system locked that team's score, and its name on the leaderboard turned gray, signaling that nothing more could change. The giant screen suspended in midair flickered. Next to the overall standings, a new column appeared: the individual token rankings. EDS still on top? The crowd gasped, and every eye snapped to the updated list. First, Ed. Second and third, Andrei and Nikonov of Russia. Fourth, Yun Chen. The top 4 places remained unchanged, and the token counts beside each name hadn't moved an inch. With only a little over 10 minutes left, many people had already reached their verdicts. Looks like it's settled. Ed from the States will finish first. Too bad. Russia has 2 junior grandmasters, yet they're still behind. They really had a shot at the title this year. Some expressed sympathy for Yun Chen of Daxia. He started out tied with Ed for the lead. Their eyes dropped to 5th and 6th place, Sunjae and Gu Miaochuan. Yun Chen's teammates are doing well. They've got more tokens than EDS partners. Too bad Yun Chen himself is so far behind. So Yun Chen's the one holding his team back? The chatter rippled through the hall. While the discussion buzzed, Anton, coach of the Russian squad, quietly stepped beside Yang Yuanyan, the Daxia team leader. Wearing a wry smile, he whispered, "Yang, we've lost again. No one ever did find the grand treasure chest." Regret clouded Anton's face. He had expected Russia's team to stay ahead of the Americans, but EDS ambush had cost them a haul of tokens. Without the final chest, they had no chance of catching up. Dennis, the US coach, strolled over, chin lifted, his voice bubbling with cheer. Haha, sorry, gentlemen, looks like the United States is on top again this year. Relieved, he tried to keep a straight face, yet the corners of his mouth kept climbing. Anton shot him a sideways glance. Dennis, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Your face is twitching, you look ridiculous. Exposed, Dennis burst into laughter. Haha, sorry, I'm just too happy. Anton the war god. It's a pity your team never found that chest. Otherwise you really might have overtaken us. And Yang Yun Chen gave me quite a scare when he rocketed up the rankings mid-game. But it was only a flash in the pan, haha. Yang Yuanyan frowned, gave the 2 men a brief look, and walked off alone without saying a word. Yang Yuanyan stepped aside and kept her eyes on the personal token leaderboard. Across the lobby, Dennis spotted her and rolled his eyes. Was she still clinging to that hope? He rubbed the bridge of his nose, disbelief written all over his face. Anton shrugged and muttered, "She really trusts that newcomer Yun Chen." Trust? Dennis snorted, a sneer tugging at his lips. Can trust put food on the table? When I was a kid, my grandparents trusted I'd grow wings. Before he could finish, a clear voice rang out behind Yang Yuanyan. Principal. She spun around to see Gu Miaochuan bounding into the hall, Songjia following at a steady pace. The moment they appeared, every gaze locked onto them. Songjia sat at 5th on the individual list, Gu Miaochuan 6th. Both were only Tier 3 1-star, yet they trailed right behind 4 minor grandmasters. Ordinary levels could no longer measure their strength. All done. Yang Yuanyan stepped forward. Gu Miaochuan linked arms with her and nodded hard. Yep, snagged a pile of tokens. After we ran out of people worth robbing, we came back. Songjia answered with a warm smile and another nod. The talk of looting reminded Gu Miaochuan of something. She jabbed him with her elbow and complained to Yang Yuanyan. Principal, you won't believe it. This guy's ridiculous. During the prodigy trials, he threw the match just to let me win. Infuriating. Songjia only kept smiling. Yang Yuanyan chuckled. He just didn't want to bully you. If everyone copied Yun Chen and lifted you off the stage, would that satisfy you? They all recalled the match where Yun Chen had pinched Gu Miaochuan's collar like a kitten and set her gently below the platform. Gu Miaochuan's cheeks flamed and she waved her hands. Please don't bring that up. It was so embarrassing. She glanced around. Where's Yun Chen? Still inside. Patience. Yang Yuanyan spread her hands. Gu Miaochuan looked back at the floating screen and gasped. Yun Chen is 4th? Principal, is that the latest ranking? There's a few-minute delay, but it's close, Yang Yuanyan said with a nod. She had brushed off Dennis and Anton earlier, yet she had to admit the Global Rising Star tournament was practically settled, and Daxiao would finish only 3rd. Nothing special. Gu Miaochuan, however, beamed. 3rd is great. Principal, give us a smile. Yang Yuanyan managed a wry grin. Silly girl, you don't know what this tournament means to me. Without a strong result, my hopes of entering the cabinet vanish again. She took a long breath. Forget it, maybe that's fate. Yun Chen and the others have done all they can. I won't dump my career on them. She brightened. When Yun Chen gets back, let's celebrate with a big meal. Deal. Gu Miaochuan hopped like a little rabbit, and Songjia dipped his head in agreement. Suddenly Yang Yuanyan noticed Dennis and Anton nearby, frozen stiff, their heads tilted at a 45-degree angle as they stared into space. Curious, she looked up as well. The numbers on the screen had been turned upside down. First, Daxia Yinshun, 321 tokens. 102nd, United States Ed, 0 tokens. 103rd, Russia Andre, 0 tokens. 104th, Russia Nikonov, 0 tokens. The three of them formed a tragic little tableau, like a famous painting titled The Three of Us. Yang Yuanyan stared at the personal token leaderboard and fell silent. What was happening? She raised a hand, half ready to rub her eyes. Yin Chun, he's first place. Gu Miaochuan suddenly leapt up beside her, pumping her fist as her shout echoed across the spacious hall. In 3 springy strides, she reached Yuan Yin, seized her right hand, and shook it wildly. Headmistress, Yin Chun is number 1. Number 1. We're going to take the top spot. Yuan Yin swayed under the onslaught of Mayakin's excitement. Regaining her focus, she fixed her gaze on the flashing line of gold numbers personal tokens. Yin Chun, first. She finally believed it. Joy welled up inside her. She squeezed Mayakin's hand back, her voice quivering. First place, Miaochuan. Yin Chun really is first. Songjia hurried over from the rear, and the normally composed man broke into an irrepressible grin. All around, the hall erupted in chatter. How did Yin Chun rocket to first? The tokens for those 3 from the US and Russia just dropped to 0. Did Yin Chun swipe them all? But those 3 are junior grandmasters. Isn't Yin Chun a junior grandmaster too? Someone muttered. Hearing the doubt, Gu Miaochuan mustered her courage, pulled a face in that direction, and shot back. Her voice crisp. There are levels even among junior grandmasters, you know. The critic froze, lost for words. Her heart thumped like mad after the retort. Normally she'd never dare be so brash, but Yin Chin's triumph had gone straight to her head. Yuan Yin caught the flush on the girl's cheeks and her clenched fists and smiled helplessly. Ah, the sweetness of youth. At 28, she could hardly remember that rush. With the personal leaderboard settled, every gaze shifted to the overall standings. Now no one doubted the champion. Yin Chun had taken the tokens from Ed, Andre, and Nikonov, dropping the trio to dead last. Songjia and Gu Miaochuan, once 5th and 6th, moved up 3 places to secure 2nd and 3rd. The top 3 were all rising stars from Daxia. Who else could claim the title? The crowd held its breath, waiting for the dust to settle. Suddenly, the board refreshed. The result columns for Russia and the United States faded to gray. Both rookie squads had left the arena. The token counts for EDS team remained at 0. Dennis and Anton stared at the screen, their faces ashen. Dennis had been certain the crown was his, only to be blindsided and watch his personal ranking plummet. The US team now sat somewhere in the 20s. Poor performance no longer began to cover it. The United States had never finished this low in the rankings before. Dennis stared at the glaring number on the big screen, his face shifting from pale to livid as heat churned in his chest. Beside him, Anton looked as if frost had settled over him. His lips were drawn tight. Russia's situation was even worse. Counting on Andre and Nikonov to break into the top 3, the Russian squad had collapsed when both men's points were wiped to 0, plunging them outside the top 50. The hall buzzed with incredulous murmurs. The perennial top 3 powerhouses, the United States and Russia, had both been routed? How had Yinshin single-handedly seized all 3 tokens? What on earth had happened in the misty forest? Before the whispers died, 2 staggering figures entered the hall, leaning on each other for support. Someone recognized them at once. Russia's Andre and Nikonov. Anton whirled around. The 2 rising stars looked haggard. Andrei's uniform was torn, blood streaking down his torso. Nikonov was in slightly better shape, but his face was ashen and sweat dripped from his brow. Andre, Nikonov, what happened to you? Anton strode forward, his voice a blend of reprimand and concern. Andre kept his head low, eyes vacant, as though his spirit had been crushed. Clutching his abdomen, Nikonov forced out a hoarse reply. Coach, Anton, we lost. Yinshin took all our tokens. Anton had feared as much yet still pressed on. Just him? Was there an ambush? Did you fall into a trap? Nikonov shook his head, breath hitching, the pain in his core stealing his voice. At last Andre lifted empty eyes, his tone rasping. No trap, we tried to ambush him and failed. He turned it around and beat you subtly, coach. Anton went rigid, and the hall erupted. Yinshin pulled off a counterkill after being ambushed. He fought 2 junior grandmasters back-to-back and walked away. Someone pointed at Andre. Look at him's practically shell-shocked. How big a shadow did Yinshin leave on him? Across the crowd, Dennis stared at Andre and Nikonov, their defeated figures jabbing into him like an icy spike. If Yinshin had already fought those 2, who had taken down Ed? Had Yinshin really toppled 3 junior grandmasters in such a short time? The thought nearly stole Dennis' breath. Then the final leaderboard flickered. Daxia's entry suddenly turned gray. Yinshin had withdrawn from the arena. The hall exploded again, every gaze snapping to the entrance, waiting for the man behind that name to appear. At that moment, several figures slowly walked in from outside. 4 medics pushed into the lobby with a stretcher. Bloodstained gauze was wrapped everywhere, and the boy on it was swollen and unrecognizable. Dennis took a single look and felt a jolt. It was Ed. Ed drifted in and out of consciousness, barely able to groan, his mind foggy. As soon as the crowd realized who he was, the lobby erupted. Isn't that America's rising star, Ed? How did he get beaten so badly? Worse than what happened to Andrei and Nikonov. Andrei and Nikonov, still smarting from their defeat at Yun Chen's hands, turned at the commotion, shock spreading across their faces. All they remembered was losing sight of Yun Chen after he put them down. The rest was a blank. Arms folded, Anton stared at Ed's battered body, brows drawn tight. Those wounds don't look like they came from a fiend, he muttered. They're man-made. And among the new stars, who could do this to Ed, only one name remained Yun Chen. Did Yun Chen wipe him out on the way back? The thought darkened his expression. Dennis could no longer stay still. He rushed to the stretcher, shouting, Ed, Ed, who did this to you? His voice echoed through the hall until a medic warned, Sir, please keep quiet. He needs rest. Dennis refused to back down. He lifted his head and roared, Who was it? The four medics looked troubled and shook their heads. We're sorry, sir. We only got the rescue call. We don't know what happened. A soft female voice rose from the rear of the crowd. We're the ones who made the call. Everyone turned to see a squad of girls in combat gear, the rookie team from Korea. The speaker, Korea's representative Yoon Won-young, met Dennis' gaze. Don't get the wrong idea, she said. We didn't beat him up. We just called for help. Dennis' anger eased a notch. Ed might be down, but a handful of Korean girls couldn't have done this to him. Then Yoon Won-young added, For the record, he brought it on himself. Dennis' temper flared again. What did you just say? She shrugged. He dragged a Chijo show from Japan to the exit, hoping to ambush Yun Chen of China. Yun Chen tried to walk away, but Ed kept mouthing off and practically begged for it. This is the result. Dennis stared in disbelief. That's it. EDS, a junior grandmaster, how could he end up like this? Stung by his tone, Yun Won-young rolled her eyes. How else? He got hammered, simple as that. And by the way, you still haven't said thank you for us calling an ambulance. Honestly, if she hadn't witnessed Yun Chen dismantle both Ed and Ichijo show with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed a single fighter could crush two junior grandmasters without them landing a blow. The scene lingered in Yin Yuanying's mind for a long time. After listening to her account, people around her began whispering, so it really was Yun Chen who did it. Honestly, who else could pull off something like that? Someone glanced at the stretcher carrying Ed and sighed with mixed feelings. Why did you have to provoke him? Medics quickly carried the battered Ed away. While everyone watched, Yamamoto-shun of Wano country suddenly rushed forward, voice rising. Where's Ichijo? Where's our nation's Ichijo show? Yin Yuanying spread her hands. No idea. Don't give me that. Yamamoto snarled, face contorted. Didn't you see Yun Chen beat Ed and him senseless? Yin Yuanying nodded earnestly. I did, but Yun Chen flung Ichijo show straight into the air. No clue where he landed. The medics are still looking for him. Yamamoto's face turned ashen. He meant to consult Dennis, only to find Dennis sitting in a corner, pale and clutching his stomach, ignoring everyone. Elsewhere, Gu Miaochuan slipped up beside Yang Yuanyin and whispered excitedly, Principal, did you hear? Yun Chen beat them this badly, huh? ED's face is like a swollen pig's head. Yang Yuanyin couldn't help curling her lips into a smile. Just then someone in the hall cried out, Yun Chen. Yun Chen of Daxia is back. All eyes gathered at the entrance. Backlit by the doorway, a tall, well-built figure strode inside Yun Chen himself. Yun Chen. Gu Miaochuan bolted forward like an unleashed colt, with Songjie and Yang Yuanyin close behind. What's up? Yun Chen asked with a smile, seeing Gu Miaochuan's excitement. From the moment he stepped into the hall, the place erupted. Rising stars from every nation stared at him in shock, envy, or frustration. The quick-witted seized the chance, crowding forward to congratulate him and asked to add him as a friend. He's the top contender of this year's new star Grand Marshal Trials. Come on, let's get on his radar. Many had the same idea and closed in. With so many people, Yun Chen could only decline politely, one by one. Watching his retreating figure, Yin Yuanying blushed and felt tempted to approach. Her two teammates nudged her. Yuanying, go on. You'll never start if you aren't brave. The push nearly made her bump into Yun Chen's back. She turned to scold them, but Yun Chen had already spun around. To her eyes darted, cheeks flaming, and she couldn't finish a sentence. Her teammates covered their faces in exasperation. Seeing her flustered, Yun Chen shook his head with a light smile and turned away for the moment. Just then his phone buzzed. Yin Yuanying steadied herself and was about to speak. Yin when she glimpsed two stunning faces on his screen, chatting and laughing with him. Awkwardness washed over her. Her eyes dimmed, and she involuntarily stepped back. Yuanying, what's wrong? The two girls behind her saw Yin Yuanying retreat and asked in confusion. Yin Yuanying only shook her head and lowered her voice. Nothing. Let's go. She took the lead, and the three of them disappeared around the corner. Across the hall, Yun Chen stood with his head bowed over his phone. On the screen, Bai Yingxue and Su Qing were squeezed into the camera, faces shining with excitement. Yun Chen, is the new star martial trials over? Just ended, Yun Chen replied with a faint smile. I stepped off the stage and wanted to let you know I'm safe. Anything happened at the villa while I was gone? He was still uneasy about Wu Ao, worried the man might pull something in his absence. Su Qing shook her head. Relax, we're fine. We stayed inside like you told us. Yin Chun let out a breath. Thanks. You must be bored to death. Hardly. Su Qing pointed behind her. Your villa's huge TV, games, a gym, everything. We're having a blast. Look. The camera tilted, and Bai Yingxue suddenly filled the frame. She was wearing a sleek black one-piece swimsuit. It didn't reveal much skin, yet it highlighted her slim waist and long legs in an irresistibly alluring way. They were clearly heading to the indoor pool. Caught off guard, Bai Yingxue crossed her arms over her chest, cheeks flushing. Qing, what are you doing? She lunged for the phone. Su Qing laughed like silver bells, holding the phone high as the image shook while the two of them chased each other. Once Yin Chun was certain they were both safe, the last of his worry vanished. After a few more words, he ended the call. The hall had thinned out. Some students had returned to their rooms. Others were dragged off by coaches for post-match reviews. The closing ceremonies tomorrow. Get some rest, everyone. Yang Yuanyan announced, beaming. Yin Chun and the others acknowledged her and dispersed. Back in his room, Yin Chun didn't rest right away. He put on his VR headset, connected to the net, and called up every bit of information on blood essence tree cores. After confirming what had found, he withdrew the smallest core from his storage ring. It was a deep crimson sphere veined like fine capillaries. Yun Chen rinsed it, wiped it clean, and turned it under the lamp. This thing could be swallowed whole. After a brief hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed. In the next instant, a blaze erupted in his dantian. Scorching waves surged through his meridians, every pore venting heat. His throat went dry. He grabbed a full bottle of water and emptied it in one go before finally catching his breath. Stronger than raw gene blood essence, he panted, turning his senses inward. Joy flashed in his eyes. Another breakthrough. Blood essence tree cores work on the same principle as gene blood essence. Their explosive medicinal power draws out a martial artist's latent chi and blood, converting it into true yuan. But that potential is finite. Trigger too much at once, and you waste it. The best return comes from spacing the doses out. Now that had mastered the proper method, Yin Chen felt completely at ease. A restless energy burned inside him, begging for release. Yun Chun felt as if fire were steaming through his veins, his muscles swelling with heat. There was only one way to vent the raging blaze train. Soft lights filled the practice room, the floor cushioned with shock-absorbing mats. He sat cross-legged, breathing fast yet steady, and soon set the fan breathing technique in motion. His mastery of the 5th level was nearly complete. Every breath felt like a cool spring pouring over the flames within. The change since the recent Rising Star Grand Martial Trials was remarkable. In just a few bouts, he had expanded the myriad sword arsenal to unleash hundreds of blades at once, something that had once drained him dry. Now he could cast it several times in a row without his pulse so much as spiking. He owed it all to the fan-breathing technique. Each second it restored about 10% of his energy, as if he carried a personal wellspring of power. Were it not for a lingering internal injury, he would be a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. Perpetual motion might be hyperbole, but his endurance was frightening. A junior grandmaster, even a 5th-tier grandmaster, would likely collapse before he did in a battle of attrition. After several cycles, he closed his cultivation, rose to his feet, and peeled off sweat-soaked clothes. A hot shower eased the soreness, and after a brief rest in the locker area, he headed for the exit, card in hand. Yin Chen, hello? A voice with a faint foreign lilt called from behind. He turned to see a fair-skinned young man offering a handshake with a bright smile. M. Blanc from France. Yin Chen returned the clasp. Yin Chen, from Daxia. Were you here to train too? He asked casually. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Blanc's face. Yes, that was the plan. Yin Chen glanced at the usage log and Froza had overrun his slot by more than an hour. Blanc's name was next on the list. The hour head booked was gone. Blanc, you haven't been waiting this whole time, have you? Yin Chen asked, chagrined. Blanc waved off the concern with a hearty laugh. It's fine, really. I just wanted to see the facility. Training wasn't essential today. An hour earlier, Blanc had reached the door, furious when the occupant overstayed. Had nearly hit the reminder buzzer until he saw the name, Yin Chen. Since the trials, everyone wanted a spot on Yun Chen's friends list. Vacancies were few and coveted. Realizing the chance before him, Blanc set his irritation aside and waited an hour for a simple greeting. If he could win Yun Chen's friendship, the wait would be more than worth it. After all, the young man before him was the champion of the trials. After saying goodbye to Brown, Yin Chen could only shake his head and laugh. Brown had stood outside the training room for more than an hour just to secure a spot on Yun Chen's friend list. Faced with such determination, Yun Chen couldn't refuse and finally gave him the slot. Night fell, and Yun Chen went downstairs to eat with Gu Miaochuan, Sang Jie, and Yang Yuanyan. The corridor lights were soft. Gu Miaochuan, as always, served as the chatterbox, chirping about the afternoon's funny moments. Sang Jie listened with a gentle smile. From time to time he raised the light brain in his palm, indicating he could type if he wanted to join in, but years of silence had become second nature. Unless it was urgent, he never bothered. Noticing Sangjie's quietness, Yunshun worried the others might overlook him. He turned and asked, Sangjie, Chen Han said we can talk to you through mental will. How does that actually work? Writing was never as quick as talking, especially in the heat of battle. Sangjie nodded slightly and closed his eyes. A thread of pale Buddhist light seeped from the center of his brow, spreading like mist. Suddenly Yunshun heard a fragmented male voice right beside his ear. Yunshun, can you hear me? Gentle yet powerful. It felt as if it rose straight from his chest. Sangjie, I really heard you. Yunshun blurted out. A rare ripple crossed Sangjie's calm face. Yunshin's mental strength had grown so fast that he could already pick up pure thought. Behind them, Gu Miaochuan blinked, baffled. Heard what? I didn't hear anything. Sangjie had tried many times to project his mind and call his teammates names, but no one had ever answered, and he eventually gave up. Today's success left even him unable to hide his delight. Yang Yuanyan added, Sangjie is a mind path fighter. To talk to him, you need the right quality of mental power. She pointed between her eyebrows. It's all about this spot, the spirit vault. Yunshin recalled the blessing he had received in the space-time passage and nodded to himself. So that chance encounter had opened his spirit vault after all. Gu Miaochuan immediately scooted closer, eyes sparkling. Yunshin, can you teach me? Laughing and teasing one another, they walked into the dining hall. The aroma of hot soup and the sizzle of stir-fry wrapped them in warmth. After a hearty meal, they pushed the door open again and headed back to their rooms. The moment they stepped out, several officials in Federation uniforms appeared at the far end of the corridor. Leading them was Li Huo'er, the man who had explained the rules of the Nova Grand Martial Trial. Yang Yuanyan whispered, members of the organizing committee. On Skyvault Island, they represented the highest authority of the Human Federation. While she spoke, Li Huo'er and his entourage strode up to the group. Many people in the lobby noticed and turned their eyes toward Yunshun and his friends. A few people in the crowd whispered in curiosity, wondering if the committee members were here for Yunshun. While the onlookers were still guessing, Li Huo'er strode forward, first nodding politely to Yang Yuanyan. Miss Yang, hello. Hello, Mr. Li, Yang Yuanyan replied with a smile. The pleasantries lasted only a moment before Li Huo'er turned to Yunshun, his smile both warm and formal. Hello, Yunshun. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the team leader for this event. Yunshun stepped forward and gave a polite cupped fist salute. There's no need for introductions, Leader Li. Your explanation of the New Star Grand Martial Trial rules made a deep impression on me. Once they had confirmed each other's identities, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Let's skip the small talk, Li Huo'er said. Yunshun, everyone, please come with me. Someone from the Federation would like to meet the new stars of Great Xia. They want to see Yunshun? Yang Yuanyan raised an eyebrow, already sensing that Yunshun was the real focus. Li Huo'er nodded with a knowing smile. Your team just took the championship under his lead, and the gentleman is very curious about him. Of course, Miss Yang. He asked for you by name as well. Could it be Elder Fangfang Galao? Yang Yuanyan's voice lifted half a pitch. Exactly, Li Huo'er confirmed. With that, the committee members led the way. Their footsteps echoed along the corridor as the contestants followed. Headmaster, who exactly is this Elder Fang you mentioned? Yunshun asked in a low voice. Gu Miaochuan was just as curious and spoke up before Yang Yuanyan could answer. Could it be Fang Xianming, the former cabinet elder? Yang Yuanyan nodded. Fang Xianming had retired from Great Xia's inner cabinet nearly 20 years ago, only to be rehired by the Human Federation as a special advisor. He had since lived in near seclusion. Back in his day, however, he had been a true power broker in Great Xia's political sphere. Now this venerable figure had asked to see him. Outwardly calm, Yunshun was inwardly astonished. We're here, Li Huo'er announced, stopping before a heavy alloy door. It slid open to reveal a softly lit reception room centered around a conference table more than 10 meters long. Aren't you coming in, Leader Li? Gu Miaochuan asked, glancing back. Elder Fang said he wanted to meet only the few of you. Li Huo'er replied with a smile, remaining outside with the other committee staff. The door closed behind them, shutting out the bustle of the corridor. At the far end of the table, a holographic projection flickered to life, revealing Fang Xianming. Hair white as snow, eyes bright with vigor, a file spread before him. Grandpa Fang. Yang Yuanyan stepped forward, her eyes shining with delight. Yuanyan, it's been years. You've grown taller again, Fang Xianming said kindly. Grandpa Fang, I'm nearly 30. I'm done growing, she laughed. After the brief exchange, the old man's gaze moved past her to the young man, standing behind. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. The fifth cycle of the Brahma breathing technique, and so young? Composing himself, Fang Xuanming's smile softened once more. And this must be Yunshun, I presume? Greetings, Elder Fang, Yunshun said politely. Elder Fang Xianming looked up with a genial smile, his eyes clear as a breeze rippling across a lake. Young friend Yunshun, you practice the Brahma breathing method, don't you? Judging by the fluctuations of your aura, you've already reached the 5th tier. Yunshin's heart tightened, yet he merely nodded without a ripple on his face. That's correct. He was secretly amazed this seemingly unremarkable elder had identified both his technique and its level at a single glance. Elder Fong stroked his beard and spoke gently. No need to be surprised. The Brahma breathing method has been around since antiquity, and many within Great Xia study it. After living this long, I dare say my eyesight is still sharp. Admiration flickered in his gaze. Reaching the 5th tier at your age is extraordinary. This method is notoriously difficult. If I'm not mistaken, you possess the innate Jinwu physique, yes? Yun Chen's pulse quickened, but he answered frankly, your guess is right, Elder Fong. A question immediately surfaced. What link did the Brahma breathing method share with the Jinwu physique? Elder Fong smiled. The Brahma breathing method is prized for the way it enhances a warrior's body. Think about it, didn't your physical strength soar after you began cultivating it? Yun Chen recalled his training. Though he had always been sturdy, his true breakthrough came only after mastering the Brahma breathing method. His Jinwu mode awakened soon afterward. Elder Fong shifted the conversation. Let me add something. The version of the Brahma breathing method circulating today is incomplete. To unleash its full potential, you must pair it with a body-forging art called the Brahma Physique Codex, which is an active martial skill in its own right. He raised his hand for emphasis, his tone solemn. You know the idea of bodily liberation, correct? Many assume 100% is the limit, but the road of martial arts knows no end. Yin Chun was astonished. Are you saying the liberation ratio can exceed 100%? All the records he had seen placed Jinwu mode at the human peak. Elder Fong chuckled and shook his head. With an innate Jinwu physique and the Brahma Physique Codex, your future has no ceiling. Silently repeating the words Brahma Physique Codex, Yin Chun remembered the golden chi that coursed through him whenever he used the Brahma breathing method. The two arts were clearly meant to complement each other. Unable to hold back, he asked, Elder Fong, why are you telling me this? Is there something you wish to warn me about? The elder's unbidden mention of the codex left Yun Chen baffled, and Yang Yuanyin and the others nearby looked just as puzzled. Fang Xianming let out a soft chuckle. Yin Chen, you just led Daxia's squad to first place. Tomorrow the organizing committee will hold an official award ceremony for you, he added, smoothing his sleeve with obvious approval. The speaker of the Federation will even address you by video. Aren't you curious about the prize they've prepared? Yin Chen's eyes brightened. Elder Fong, do you mean the Brahma Physique Codex is part of the reward? Fang Xianming nodded, then shook his head, his gaze filled with meaning. Perhaps. Whether you receive it depends on your performance. But I can confirm that the codex is in the speaker's possession right now. Yin Chen caught the hint at once. What do you need me to do, Elder Fong? He'll get straight to the point. Fang Xuanming's smile faded, his voice steady and forceful. Tomorrow's ceremony isn't just for handing out medals. It's a mobilization rally. A mobilization rally? Yun Chen frowned. Yang Yuanyin, Gu Miaochuan, and Sangjia looked equally surprised. Mobilizing for what? Yin Chen pressed. Fang Xuanming's expression turned grave. We're forming an extermination corps. He surveyed the room before continuing. To explain, we have to go back 100 years, to the century war the Grand Counteroffensive. You're the new generation. You didn't live through it. For Yun Chun and the others, that conflict existed only in textbooks. A 100-year campaign in which humanity reclaimed their lands and nearly wiped out every 6th-tier demon and above. Incidentally, the white phoenix hide in Yun Chen's Polar Day battle suit came from a beast slain during that war. Because of that victory, your generation grew up in peace, Fang Xianming continued. But the demonic threat was never eradicated. Their home plane remains their stronghold, and they still covet our world. Lasting peace demands that we eliminate the threat at its source. Yun Chen nodded slowly. Elder Fong, the extermination corps is meant to invade the demon realm? Exactly. Fang Xuanming's tone was firm. Today, over 90% of our forces remain on home soil. The Federation has decided to raise a new army from among young warriors. The extermination corps to march into the demon realm and expel the fiends once and for all. His rousing words stirred every young fighter present. The Century War was the legacy of their predecessors. The extermination corps would be the duty of their own generation. Fang Xianming fixed his gaze on Yun Chun, his voice earnest. Slogans won't recruit soldiers. Many who grew up in peacetime shy away from mortal danger. Yin Chun, you're the champion of the New Star martial trials and the top student at Imperial Capital University. In my 150 years, I've never seen talent like yours. You embody Daxia's young warriors. He took a deep breath. Tomorrow, the Federation needs your endorsement. Yin Chun, think carefully. Are you willing to take the lead and join the extermination corps? Fang Xianming asked Yin Chun the question without beating around the bush. He had already made it clear the Federation needed Yin Chun to take that position. After a brief silence, Yin Chen looked up and answered firmly, Elder Fong, that's not even a question. Of course I'm willing. He had not witnessed the century-long war firsthand, but he understood the pain the fiends had caused. His father had died on the front lines. Families like his were too many to count, and countless children were orphaned while still in their infancy. Compared with them, Yin Chun considered himself fortunate. Yet, as Fang Xianming had said, as long as the fiends remained, humanity would suffer. Only by driving them out completely could true peace be achieved. Fang Xuanming's shoulders loosened at the clear answer. He tapped the holographic desktop approvingly. Good kid, I knew I could count on you. Get ready at tomorrow's assembly, you'll show everyone what the new generation of Great Xia warriors looks like. Before signing off, he added with a wink, as for the Brahma Physique Codex, I'll speak to Lord Zisho and have it prepared for you. Yun Chun relaxed and cupped his fists with a smile. Thank you, Elder Fang. The display went dark and the meeting ended. Alone in his private office, Fang Xianming let out a long breath and stretched. Suddenly, another projection lit the air. He straightened at once and bowed. Chairman Zisho. The man in the projection wore a black uniform and had neatly cropped hair. Though he appeared middle-aged, his gaze was sharp and deep. Even the white-haired Fang Xianming looked like a novice in front of him. This was Zisho, chairman of the Human Federation. Despite his appearance, he was over 200 years old. Thanks to his power as a 7th-rank warrior, transcendent martial saint enjoyed a vigorous lifespan. Across the Federation, martial saints were rare, and the oldest known among them had lived a little more than 300 years. No one knew how long a martial saint could live. Only time would tell. Zisho's eyes were calm. Well, did you talk to the boy? Fang Xianming straightened proudly. He agreed to join the Demon Expeditionary Army without the slightest hesitation. Chairman, I told you, the young people of Great Xia never lack resolve. Zisho nodded slightly, genuine praise in his voice. Great Xia's youth do stand out. When it comes to courage and responsibility, they're the best among all our nations. Fang Xianming hesitated, then said, Mr. Speaker, I promised that child another treasure. Zisho stroked his beard and smiled. You must mean my Brahma Body Codex, don't you? Fang Xianming nodded, looking slightly uneasy. Yes. Zisho waved it off. It no longer serves me. If he needs it, let him have it. Fang Xianming exhaled in relief and bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity. He knew how priceless the codex was. Zisho's willingness to surrender it could only mean one thing: the creation of a demon-slaying army was now his most urgent goal. Zisho's smile faded. Staring at the rolling thunderclouds outside, he sighed. If it can win Chang'an back for humanity, no price is too high. What's one codex in the grand scheme? Fang Xuanming's expression dimmed as well. The demon realm has been occupied by fiends for millennia. Who knows how long this new war will last or how many more lives it will cost? Zisho slowly clenched his fist, his voice steady and resolute. However long it takes, the fight is inevitable. The mistakes our people once made will now set right. The next day marked the results release of the global New Star martial trials. Less than an hour remained, and every major network was live. In the tournament's official stream, viewers from over 100 nations poured in, the hype eclipsing even the opening ceremony. As always, the trials had been held behind closed doors, so the outside world had to wait until today to learn the rankings. That made this unveiling the most anticipated moment of the entire year. On Skydome Island, the operations hall blazed with light as New Star teams from more than 100 countries filed in. A massive holographic screen hung overhead, mirrored in the live stream, while multilingual comments flew past in a blur. Despite the flood of messages, most said roughly the same thing. What's the top 5 ranking this year? America took first last time, can they repeat? Netizens from the 5 major powers naturally dominated the chat. Knowing their own martial strength was modest, most other nations watched for the spectacle, though not all were content to stay quiet. Haji, Barada, and a few others, though not among the big 5, refused to be overshadowed. Take Hezi's entry. Ichijo Sho had reached junior grandmaster at 18 and was hailed at home as a Ancient century prodigy, so expectations there ran sky high. Meanwhile, Daxia, Jiangnan Province, Suhai City, First High School. Although it was the weekend, the entire faculty and student body had gathered in the central arena. A giant projection screen lit up, the countdown ticking down. Everyone held their breath, ready to witness the final rankings of the global New Star martial trials. Zhong Lin, the academic dean of Suhai No. 1 High School, slipped into the principal's office, his voice lowered but brimming with excitement. Principal, the results are about to be announced. Principal Li Song slammed his folder shut and sprang from his chair. Let's go. They hurried toward the central arena, corridor lights flashing past them. Li Song could barely contain himself. Director Zhong, what do you think that kid Yunshin will score this time? It's been years since Daxia last took the title at the Rising Star Trials, hasn't it? Zhong Lin pushed up his glasses, utterly certain. I trust Yunshin. With him, nothing feels impossible. Li Song laughed. Exactly. When he transferred here midway, it took him just 1 year to top the provincial martial exams. And if that weren't enough, he even ran off with Su Qing. Recalling it, he shook his head, half angry, half amused. Can you believe it? He graduates and sweeps away a homeroom teacher who'd only worked here a year. Zhong Lin chuckled. Not just Miss Su Baiyingxue chose the imperial capital for his sake, too. They exchanged looks, shook their heads, and yet the pride in their eyes was unmistakable. Inside Suhai No. 1 Central Arena, every seat was taken. Teachers and students murmured while staring at the giant screen, waiting to see whether Yunshin would add another chapter to his legend. Jiangnan Province, dormitory of Jiangnan University of Martial Arts. The boy on the upper bunk patted the roommate below. Lu Yingkai, want to play ball? Lu Yingkai stared at his phone, oblivious. Another roommate leaned over, grinning. Yingkai, they'll bet you're watching the Global Rising Star Trials your high school friend Yin Chen, right? At the name, Lu Yingkai snapped back and nodded hard. Yeah, the results are about to drop. The guy with the basketball scoffed. Doesn't it play out the same every year? A third roommate laughed. Don't kid yourself, Yingkai. Thinks his old buddy's going to win the whole thing. Next door at Jining Illusory Martial Academy, warm light filled a girl's dorm. Li Yun, you're joking Yin Chen was really your classmate? A twin ponytailed girl scrolled her phone in disbelief. Li Yun, face mask on, stared at her screen. Why would I lie? Check the provincial exam record. Suhai number 1 definitely had a Yin Chen. The twin ponytailed girl gasped. Whoa, he's at Imperial Capital University of Martial Arts and in the Global Rising Star Trials. Plus, he's gorgeous. Before she finished, the entire dorm crowded around. Seriously? Show us. They pored over Yun Chen's profile, instantly swooning. Help, he's stunning. Oh wow, he's in the Imperial Capital's Genius Division? Li Yun, how could you keep a classmate like that from us? Li Yun lifted the edge of her mask and shrugged. Keep him. He's already surrounded by beautiful girls. Just then the screen flickered and the live stream background shifted. The results of the Global Rising Star Martial Arts Trials were about to be revealed. Inside the base hall on Sky Island in the Demon Realm, dazzling lights poured over rows of marble columns. Li Huo'er, dressed in formal attire, stood at the center of the room and spoke in a clear, solemn voice. I will now announce the top 5 of this year's Global Rising Star Martial Trials. The official livestream instantly overflowed with viewers worldwide. In remote nations with weak infrastructure, the signal died altogether, leaving audiences frantically refreshing bullet comments. Countless young fighters held their breath who would claim 5th place. 5th place goes to the rookie squad from Barada. The chat exploded. WTF? Since when did the Barada guys crack the top 5? On the Daxiao feed, comments hammered the screen like hail. Barada had always been a respectable martial nation, but never a true powerhouse. Breaking into the top 5 was its best result in nearly a century. On Barada's own channel, cheers almost pushed the subtitles off screen. Back in the hall, most competitors stayed calm. The rankings were old news to them, and today was just the ceremony. The Barada team stepped onto the podium. All 3 members were neatly dressed, yet visibly thrilled, especially the brown-skinned boy with bandaged shoulders and arms. Fire danced in his eyes. They had known they would finish 5th, but actually standing on the award platform made self-control impossible. Smiling, Li Huo'er fastened a bronze medal to each of their chests. In the crowd, Yun Chen looked up and murmured, I really didn't expect Barada to take 5th. He remembered trailing this squad when he first entered the Misty Forest. Back then, their token had been stolen by Yi Tiaoxiang from Heji, and every one of them was injured. But they had clawed their way back, proof of real depth. Meanwhile, Barada netizens were already bragging in the chat. At this rate, we'll surpass Daxiao in 2 or 3 years. Yang Yuanyan scrolled through the comments, burst out laughing, and handed her phone to Yun Chen. See that? They say they'll overtake us in a couple of years. Yun Chen only curled his lips and said nothing, his gaze locking onto the brown-skinned boy, the Barada team spokesman. The boy looked back at him. Their eyes met, and a scene from the Misty Forest flashed through the boy's mind. He was lying helpless, paralyzed by Yi Tiaoxiang's toxin, fully conscious yet unable to move, watching Yun Chen slam that arrogant Yi Tiaoxiang into the ground. Before leaving, Yun Chen had even planted a resounding slap on the guy's cheek. Remembering the crack of that strike still filled the boy with secret delight. After all, Yi Tiaoxiang had defeated him. Meeting Yun Chen's eyes, he was reminded of the young man's overwhelming power. The two had never fought directly, yet that razor-sharp gaze made his scalp prickly as if he'd stumbled across a well-fed tiger in a mountain forest. Knowing it might not attack did nothing to quell the instinctive fear. The Barada team's representative stared blankly ahead, completely oblivious to Li Huo's voice. Hey, classmate, can you hear me? Ignored, Li Huo's expression darkened. Following the boy's gaze, he spotted Yun Chen. Looks like Yun Chen taught this kid a lesson. 2 poor guys traumatized, Li Huo muttered, then went back to the lectern to read the results. 4th place goes to the Heji Nation Rising Star Squad. The official livestream exploded with cheers, especially from Heji viewers. In contrast, the 5 great nations' audiences fell silent. 2 of the top 5 slots were gone, meaning at least 2 major powers would be pushed out. England's and France's feeds were dead quiet. Their fighters knew they were already at the bottom in terms of martial prowess. Their economies might edge out Ross, but Ross had always prized combat. If anyone was in danger of slipping, it was them. Only 2 members of the Heji squad stepped onto the podium. Ichijo Sho was still in the infirmary. Under the flashbulbs, the remaining 2 girls looked tense and bewildered, hardly daring to glance at the crowd. They'd heard Ichijo had angered Yun Chen of Daxia, and his wretched condition told the rest. The injuries revealed by the scan were brutal. Gu Miaochuan leaned over and whispered with a grin, Yun Chen, you really went savage this time. Those two girls are terrified. Why didn't you grab all of Ichiho's tokens? Yunchen chuckled, had him by the collar, and tossed him away. Didn't feel like looking for them. Near the end of the match, Ichijo Sho and Aide had tried a sneak attack. Yunchen was already miles ahead in token count and had no desire for more. After beating them senseless, he simply picked up the tokens that had fallen from Aide at his feet and never bothered searching Ichijo. How far did you throw him exactly? Yunchen scratched his nose. Didn't measure maybe a few kilometers. Gu Miaochuan instinctively shrank her neck, thinking Yunchen must have been holding back during the Heavenly Pride trials. In the live stream, Haji viewers saw their missing representative and guessed Ichiho's fate. Their earlier swagger vanished. Third place, England's Rising Star Squad. Second place, France's Rising Star Squad. Results in, the England and France channels erupted, flipping from silence to euphoria. Fighters had feared dropping out of the top 5 felt as if they'd cheated death. We're still in the top 5. Top 3 even. They could hardly believe it, but the numbers were right there. Meanwhile, viewers in Dojo, America, and Ross wore mixed expressions. Only one slot remained a championship. All 3 nations had the strength to claim it, but past records favored America. Many in Dojo thought so as well. All right, I'm done watching. In a foreman dorm at Jiangnan Marshall University, one roommate tipped his chair against the wall, sighed in frustration, and snapped his phone shut before pocketing it. There's only one spot left. If it doesn't go to the States, it's bound to end up in Russia. Across the room, another student slapped a book onto the desk, lifted his chin, and grinned. Come on, where's your confidence? Don't sell us short. The first roommate spread his hands helplessly. It's not that I don't believe in us. 5 years ago I'd have bet anything that Dojo would take first place. But lately America's scientific martial arts keeps topping the charts, and I just read that Russia's sending 2 junior grandmasters this year. The odds are slim. I'm done watching, I'm going to play ball. With that, he grabbed a basketball and strolled out. At the back of the room, Lu Yingkai stayed propped against his bunk, brows slightly knit, neither agreeing nor arguing. Eyes fixed on the live stream. He waited in silence for the final result. In room 426 of the women's dorm at Jinning Fantasy Martial Academy, a sudden shriek erupted, equal parts shock and excitement. Students in the hallway stopped in their tracks, and a few girls poked their heads inside. What's going on? Did someone hit the jackpot? Li Yun's face mask slid off with a soft plop, but she barely noticed, her phone trembling in her grasp. Her roommates teased. Li Yun, did you win the lottery? Another girl waved frantically, voice quivering even more. Haven't you checked the new Star Martial Tournament results? Daxia first place. The girls at the door froze. No way. How did we suddenly grab first this year? They whipped out their phones and refreshed the rankings. Blue light washed over their faces. Within 10 seconds came a collective gasp. Oh my god, it's true. Let me see, the new star leading the team is Yunchen. Wow, he's good looking. Imperial Capital Martial University. And all 3 are from its genius division. Gu Miaochuan is adorable, and Sengjier, his eyes injured? They chattered nonstop. One girl finally eyed the exhilarated group inside. Why are you so hyped? The whole building heard you. Li Yun, you're acting like the champion's your cousin. The roommates in 426 could hold back no longer and blurted out together. You don't get it. Yunchen was Li Yun's high school classmate. They even took the independent martial arts exam together. Jaws dropped all around the doorway. First place, Team Daxia. On the central platform, announcer Li Huiyer's words triggered thunderous applause. In the stands, Yang Yuanyan's eyes curved like crescents as she clapped to the rhythm, gaze following the 3 young stars walking toward the podium. Yunchen, Gu Miaochuan, and Songjia advanced shoulder to shoulder, their steps steady. Li Huier met them personally, shaking each hand, a courtesy no previous team had received. Congratulations, Yunchen. He beamed, his tone unusually warm. After a few pleasantries, he produced 3 gold championship medals and pinned them on one by one. Under the spotlights the medals gleamed, sharpening Yunchen's profile. When he finished, Li Huier passed the microphone to Yunchen. Would you like to say a few words? He asked solemnly. Li Huier stepped forward and extended an invitation to Yunchen. Yunchen gave a wry smile and waved him off. Give me a break. Meanwhile, the official stream covering the Great Xia route nearly froze as a torrent of comments flooded the screen, sending the servers into panic mode. In a dorm at Jiangnan Martial University, the only sound was the drone of the air conditioner. Several boys stared at the image of a triumphant Yunchen on their phones, struck speechless. The one who had confidently sworn Great Xia could never take first place now looked as uncomfortable as someone suffering from chronic constipation. Lu Yingkai slammed both hands on his desk and shot to his feet, eyes shining. Yunchen, you did it. A brand new champion. At Capital Martial University's Talents Bureau, Villa Number 1 suddenly erupted with screams and applause. First place. Yunchen's team is first. The awards are already done. Li Siyu leaped off the sofa, arms raised so high she nearly blew the roof off. She yanked by Yingxue and Su Qing into a bear hug. Yingxue, Qingjia, Yunchen's team won the championship. Crushed in the embrace, Bai Yingxue could only gasp for air and throw Su Qing a helpless look. Off to the side, Ji Qiongxi covered her ears. See you. If this were a normal apartment complex, the neighbors would have kicked the door in by now. Sixth seat Dong Ning sat with arms folded, face calm, but her clenched knuckles had gone white and her eyes trembled with excitement. Leaning against her, Chong Yuanwu sniffed and raised his voice. Humph, I knew they'd take first. The guy who beat me couldn't settle for anything less. Crunch. Chen Han bit into an apple and, mouth half full, corrected him. Yuanwu, that line's off. He cleared his throat and dropped his voice theatrically. The proper quote is first place just what I'd expect from the man I acknowledge. Chong Yuanwu froze, and the room exploded in laughter. Scratching his head, Guaharan asked, so when are they coming back? New student registrations around the corner. Shouldn't Yinshin show up? The Talents Bureau doubles as Capital Marshal's student council, and the top seat is next year's council president. Ji Qiangxi thought for a moment. They'll be back in a few days. Yingxue, Qingjie, has Yinshin mentioned any plans? She looked toward by Yingxue and Su Qing. If anyone had the inside track, it was those two. Before they could answer, Dong Ning pointed at the TV. Wait, look. They've switched the feed to the Federation. Everyone turned as one. Bai Yingxue and Su Qing exchanged a glance. So Yunshin's big news really was about to drop. The Demon Subjugation Army's mobilization. On screen, Zishou appeared. Speaker Zishou. Gasps filled the living room. Chen Han blinked. Last time he showed up was last time? Save it, Li Siyu muttered, tapping his shoulder. Chong Yuanwu straightened, face suddenly serious. Quiet. Listen. Zishou's speech streamed simultaneously in the official broadcast and on global news channels, running a full 30 minutes. He spoke of the Federation's early history and the blood-soaked Century War. His voice was steady yet thick with sorrow. Rising stars, young warriors, children, I must admit that humanity made grave mistakes. Under the great emperor's rule, we pursued appeasement, even ceding an entire dimension to the fiend kind, foolishly dreaming of peaceful coexistence. His fist rapped the podium. But dreams are only dreams. The fiends never stopped their slaughter. They robbed our brothers and sisters of their lives, stripped our children of the freedom to grow. Millennia of war and a century of carnage have proved that the great emperor's path was wrong. Our predecessors left this debt of blood, now we must pay it. Children, I am sorry. Yet you were born to turbulent times, and destiny rests on your shoulders. Zishou raised his hand, gaze seeming to pierce the screen. Now, everyone in the villa instinctively held their breath. It is time to sound the horn of counterattack. Zishou's address came to an end. He began with chronicles written millennia ago and spoke all the way to the present-day structure of the Human Federation. Most strikingly, he announced in an official capacity that fiends are not merely bloodlusting beasts. Some clans possess true intelligence. Records show that during the Age of Calamity, it was a sentient fiend chieftain who signed the Session Treaty with the human emperor. Since fiends are visitors from the stars, an alien species, it is no surprise that some have developed intellect, Zishou declared, his words echoing through the hall. With that, the long-debated urban legend of intelligent fiends was confirmed, igniting public opinion and sparking pockets of anxiety everywhere. Yet what people discussed even more feverishly was the bombshell that followed the formation of the Demon Expeditionary Army. When the slogan formed the Demon Expeditionary Army Strike Back into the Demonic Realm flashed across every global network, the news reached every corner of the Federation in moments. In the eastern cities at dawn, families listened over breakfast radios. Beneath a Western Hemisphere night, a family of 3 ate steaming dinners in front of the television. At a polar outpost, soldiers huddled around a stove. Deep in a tropical rainforest, a patrol unit rested by a campfire. Different longitudes and latitudes. One topic: the Demon Expeditionary Army. The recruitment rules soon followed. The main force would be warriors 22 and under, while the Federation's leading powerhouses would serve as instructors and captains, ensuring the rookies grew as fast as possible. Young blood is forever hot. Even ice water can't cool it. The line raced across every social feed, stirring countless teenagers to hoist expedition banners and head for enlistment stations on their own. At the same time, resistance echoed through many households. No, absolutely not. We won't let you go. Dad, Mom, why not? Others are bleeding on the front line, Sam. I suppose to cower inside the Federation like a turtle? You don't understand how brutal war is. Arguments like these tore through thousands of homes like a storm. The day after Zishou's speech, nearly every finalist of the global New Star Martial Trials, led by Yun Chun, signed enlistment papers, becoming instant role models. Energized by their example, an ever-growing wave of young fighters ignored parental objections and stepped into the ranks of the Expeditionary Army. A few days later, inside a temporary base, a special decoration ceremony was about to begin. A small yet weighty delegation arrived, composed almost entirely of high-ranking Federation officials. Above them, the Heavenly Demon Gates portal flared with blinding light, and a gray-white airship eased through, settling before the base. Its rotors stilled, and the dead calm kicked up a swirl of dust. Li Hoyer and the committee had been waiting outside. When the hatch opened, The first man down the gangway was an elder with snow-white hair and beard, yet a spring in his step. "Mr. Fong, this way, please." Li Huo'er stepped forward, bowed slightly, and supported the old man down the steps. Quiet murmurs rippled through the crowd. The visitor was none other than the Federation legend Fong Xianming. Yes, the delegation the Federation dispatched this time was led by Fong Xianming himself. The delegation's mission was simple: to award military ranks to the first wave of new recruits joining the Demon Expeditionary Force on behalf of the Federation. Sunlight poured through the tall windows of the spacious command hall. More than 300 fresh talents stood shoulder to shoulder in perfect formation, their posture crisp, their latent killing intent palpable. As champions of the Grand Martial Trials and the first Xia squad to answer the call, Yun Chen's team had been placed at the head of the ranks, there to accept the honors on everyone's behalf. Fong Xianming strode up to Yun Chen, his immaculate uniform flanked by guards. His tone was warm. "Yun Chen, we meet again. Elder Fong, you're even more spirited in person than on screen," Yun Chen replied with a polite smile. The compliment clearly pleased Fong Xianming. He looked Yun Chen up and down, approval written across his face. "Fine bearing. You've served in a military district before, haven't you?" "I spent some time in a training camp," Yun Chen said honestly. Fong nodded. "I heard you received a commendation in the East Sea Theater?" "Senior Sergeant Major," Yun Chen answered, a touch modestly. "At your age, earning Senior Sergeant Major in the regular army is impressive," Fong said, then shifted the subject. "But the Demon Expeditionary Force is different. You'll be heading straight into the abyss. You and your peers are the founders of this new corps. Chairman Zishou is very pleased with you. Care to guess the rank he's granted you?" Yun Chen gave a small smile and shook his head. At Fang's signal, several poised military officers stepped forward carrying a tray of polished alloy. In its center lay a custom medal, and a single shoulder bore the medal bearing an upraised longsword encircled in silver, the emblem of the Demon Expeditionary Force. Fong Xianming pinned the medal and shoulder board to Yun Chen's chest. "Congratulations, Major Yun Chen. As of today, you hold the rank of Major in the Demon Expeditionary Force, with all the benefits of a Federation Major." "Major?" Yun Chen raised an eyebrow before regaining his composure. A roar swept the hall. Astonishment and excitement flashed in every newcomer's eyes. In the Federation's conventional army, Major was usually reserved for veteran grandmasters nearing 50. Yun Chen's promotion at such a young age was nothing short of sensational, and it set their imaginations alight. If he could leap straight to field grade officer, perhaps they could at least become lieutenants. Their hopes were not in vain. The lowest rank awarded that day was warrant officer. Songjia and Gu Miaochuan had also reached the rank of captain, just one step below Yun Chen. At the same time, the dozen recruits who had once refused the draft out of hesitation or fear now watched Yun Chen and his comrades with undisguised regret and envy. The opportunity had come only once after saying no the first time. Even a voluntary application later could no longer secure the generous benefits enjoyed by these 300 rookies. The Human Federation was now throwing its full weight behind the enlistment drive. Any member of the new generation who had achieved the minor grandmaster level automatically received a captain's commission in the Demon Suppression Corps. Third-tier fighters were awarded ranks from first lieutenant down to warrant officer according to individual strength, and even second and first-tier fighters drew the pay of a master sergeant, lavish terms by military standards. When the decoration ceremony ended, a special banquet followed for the 300 newly promoted officers. Senior federal officials and social elites filled the hall. As the only major among them, Yun Chen was inevitably the center of attention. With Fong Xianming making introductions, he exchanged names and pleasantries with one dignitary after another. Once the dinner officially began, Yun Chen finally slipped away to find a seat, lifting a tray of food in hopes of quieting his empty stomach. "Well, if it isn't Major Yun Chen. Finished glad-handing at last?" The familiar female voice behind him made Yun Chen turn. Yang Yuanyan stood there in a fitted, dazzling white gown that showed off her graceful curves, her smile teasing. "Headmistress, you're dressed to kill tonight," Yun Chen joked. Yang Yuanyan dropped into the seat beside him, propped her chin on one hand, and sighed in that lazy yet strangely captivating voice. "You think I wanted to squeeze myself into this?" Several nearby men couldn't keep their eyes off the woman in white. Had she not been sitting next to Yun Chen, someone would have approached already. More than one gaze silently begged Yun Chen to give them a chance. "Principal, you're not telling me all of them are here to court you, are you?" Yun Chen bent down and whispered to Yang Yuanyan. Under the chandeliers, the ballroom was buzzing, and Yun Chen could feel a dozen scorching gazes drilling into his back, hot enough to set his shirt on fire. Yang Yuanyan nodded in exasperation and murmured, "Stay here and run interference for me." Holding his wineglass to his chest, Yun Chen teased. "What? Not one of them interests you? I see plenty of good-looking guys in there. They're all spoiled rich boys." She dropped her voice, irritation sparking in her eyes. "What good is a pretty face? You can't eat handsome." After spending so much time with her, Yun Chen already knew the principal could cuss when she felt like it. He nodded in agreement. "True, being handsome isn't much to brag about." Yang Yuanyan shot him a sideways glance and muttered, Easy for you to say. The truth was, Yang Yuanyin had dressed so elaborately tonight only because Fang Xianming had coaxed her into it, hoping to find her a suitable match. Fang Xianming had been a close friend of her grandfather. When the old marquis died, Fang, then serving in the great Xia cabinet, looked after the Yang family, as though Yang Yuanyin were his own granddaughter. Her marriage, he felt, was his responsibility. In a family like the Yangs, marriage was never just personal, it was a transaction. A well-chosen alliance could keep the clan secure for decades. Glancing at the weary woman beside him, Yunshin suddenly asked, "Principal, I've never quite understood, what rank do you actually hold in Great Xia?" "Nothing grand," she replied calmly. "My grandfather fought in the wars, and the emperor granted him a hereditary marquisate. After he passed, my father inherited it, but his health was poor and he died a few years ago. Because of the family's past service, I was given the title Valkyrie. It carries the same privileges as a marquis, except it isn't hereditary." Yun Chun felt his heart sink. Losing the word hereditary made all the difference in the world. Yang Yuanyin sighed. "To be honest, I brought you to the new star martial trials for selfish reasons. The cabinet told me that if your team performs well enough, my chances of joining them go way up." A seat in the cabinet meant a leap in power and status, the last shred of honor the Yangs could still hold on to. Though she was head of the family, the pressure on her was immense. A bitter smile touched her lips. "But taking first place this time was all you're doing. I didn't help at all, yet I'm hoping to ride your coattails into the cabinet. It feels shameless." Yunshin shook his head and smiled, his voice sincere and light. "Don't say that. We only got this shot because you fought for it. Besides, you've got your own troubles. Every household has its own hard story." Hearing Yunshin's reassuring words, Yang Yuanyin felt her shoulders loosen and the weight in her eyes lift. Just then, a deep, magnetic male voice came from behind them. "Miss Yang, long time no see." They turned together. Under the lights stood a tall, broad-shouldered young man holding a stemmed glass, the amber liquid inside swaying gently. A practiced smile curved his lips, but his gaze was locked on Yang Yuanyin. "So, young Master Lei, what do you want?" Yang Yuanyin frowned, her tone cold. Lei Jia pretended not to notice her impatience. "Miss Yang, may I have this dance?" "Sorry, that's not possible." She refused him outright. Lei Jia's smile cracked. He shifted toward Yin Shun and raised his glass. "Sir, would you mind giving us a moment?" His aim was clearly to get Yang Yuanyin alone. Yin Shun answered with a faint smile, picked up a glass from the table, and tapped it lightly against Lei Jia's. The clear chime lit hope in Lei Jia's eyes. Yang Yuanyin, however, looked at Yin Shun in surprise, even a little hurt. The moment the rims parted, Yin Shun set his glass down. His voice stayed calm. "Thank you, but no." Lei Jia's face froze. "If it's no, why did you clink glasses?" "Because I felt like it," Yin Shun replied casually. Yang Yuanyin couldn't hold back. Her lips curled, and she let out a soft laugh. Blood rushed to Lei Jia's face, he finally realized had been played. Lei Jia's eagerness to please Yang Yuanyin was no secret. His father was only a junior member of the Federal Assembly, while Fang Xianming ranked far above him. If he could use Yang Yuanyin to reach Fang Xianming, the Lei family could skip 10 years of struggle. Yet Yang Yuanyin was barely polite, and now this rising new star refused him any courtesy at all. Anger surged, and Lei Jia stalked off. Back among the guests, a friend tugged his sleeve. "Hey, do you know who that guy is?" "How should I? I only got here tonight." Lei Jia snapped. The friend lowered his voice. "That's Yin Chun, first place in the New Star Grand Trials. Marshal Fang Xianming personally pinned his rank on him this morning." "First place? Him?" Lei Jia went rigid, his anger evaporating. He followed the friend's gaze and caught sight of Yun Chen's insignia major, Demon Suppression Corps. Under the lights, that single silver star looked blinding. "Damn, how did I miss that?" Sweat beaded on his forehead. A major appointed by Fang Xianming himself, and rumor said Speaker Zishou's son also admired Yin Chun. Was this someone he could afford to offend? Relief that he hadn't pushed harder mingled with fear that Yin Chun would remember him. Across the room, Yin Chun and Yang Yuanyin chatted quietly. Hiding in the crowd, Lei Jia had no jealousy left. He only prayed Yang Yuanyin wouldn't mention his name. If Yin Chun so much as muttered something negative to Fang Xianming, the Lei family would be in deep trouble. The more he thought, the harder his heart pounded. Lei Jia's worries, however, were pure self-torment. Once he left, Yin Chun and Yang Yuanyin forgot him entirely. To Yin Chun, Lei Jia wasn't worth a second thought. Far away in an elegant villa in the great Xia capital, another man lay wide awake. Wu Ao. Bright light filled the spacious bedroom. Flat on his back, Wu Ao dug his fingernails into his palm. One name echoed in his mind. Yin Chun. That punk comes back without a scratch, and even makes major? Damn it. Those useless thugs took my money and botched the job. He cursed under his breath, biting his knuckle hard. Then a chill ran through him. Not lucky for me they failed. I never imagined Yin Chun had ties all the way up to the Federal Assembly, that even former Grand Elder Fang Xianming would back him. Cold sweat dampened his spine. If I'd known about that, I'd never have touched him. He can't know it was me, right? No, he doesn't know. I was careful. He repeated it like a prayer. Please, just don't let me cross paths with him again. Outside, the night wind howled. Wu Ao curled under the covers, anxiety gripping him until dawn. A little while after the banquet had officially begun, Gu Miaochuan finally made her entrance. The ceiling lights turned the hall as bright as day, and the crystal chandelier scattered fine splinters of light while guests clinked glasses and laughed. Moments later, Sanjia, who abstained from alcohol and meat, slipped in as well, deliberately missing the height of the toasts. The four members of Daxia's squad Yun Shun, Yang Yuanyin, Gu Miaochuan, and Sangji sat side by side at a round table by the window. A snow-white cloth covered the table, the silverware gleamed, and the four exchanged easy banter and soft laughter. Suitors who had considered approaching kept their distance. Everyone at that table held the highest rank in the room, and no one wished to make a fool of themselves. While lifting a piece of steak, Gu Miaochuan glanced at Yang Yuanyin and asked casually, "Headmaster, you served in the military too, didn't you? What rank did you hold?" Yang Yuanyin raised a sliver of Qingfeng falcon meat with her silver chopsticks and answered evenly, "Colonel." Yun Shun raised his glass with a chuckle. "I thought you were a general." "Sorry to disappoint our esteemed major," Yang Yuanyin shot back playfully, though she knew her colonel's insignia carried less weight than Yun Shen's badge as a major in the Demon Expeditionary Forces. Setting his glass down, Yun Shen asked, "So who's running the expedition this time?" "Someone has to command the war." Though the new generation of martial artists had been granted ranks, those titles were mostly honorary. Real command lay elsewhere. Yang Yuanyin lifted her drink, inhaled its bouquet, took a small sip of baijiu, and thought for a moment. They'll probably tap veteran commanders from the traditional military districts. The Federation has issued a recall order. Rumor has it even retired generals can be summoned back. As their conversation warmed, Fang Xianming strolled over with a genial smile. Grand Secretary Fang, Yin Shun rose to greet him. Fang Xianming nodded, then looked at Yang Yuanyin with mild impatience. "Girl, I told you to mingle, not hide behind your drink. You're not getting any younger. When will you find someone?" Yang Yuanyin spread her hands. "Grandpa Fang, please let me be." Fang Zuanming's salt and pepper beard quivered as he sighed. Dropping the topic, he turned to Yin Shun. "Young friend Yin, walk with me." They threaded through the crowd to a quiet corner by the window, where moonlight spilled through the glass and washed the carpet in pale silver. "Grand Secretary, what can I do for you?" Yin Shun asked bluntly. Fang Xianming smiled. "Can't you guess?" Yin Shun drew a quick breath. "The Brahma Body Codex?" "Exactly." With a turn of his hand, an ancient black martial seal appeared in his palm, its warm obsidian surface ringed by indecipherable runes. Yun Chen's eyes lit up. "That seal looks ancient." "Sharp eyes," Fang Xianming said approvingly. "The Brahma breathing technique and the Brahma Body Codex date back thousands of years and were once passed down by word of mouth. When martial seals were invented, the lineage became easier to keep. This seal is from the first batch, several centuries old now." Several centuries. Even if every inheritance it carried had been used, its status as one of the earliest seals would still make collectors drool. Yin Chun was even more astonished. "The speaker is generous indeed." Fang Xianming chuckled. "Chairman Zishou obtained this martial seal when he was at the peak of the martial god realm. By then his breathing technique was already flawless, so the Brahma Physique Codex was just the icing on the cake and barely helped him. No offense to him, but that's probably why he was willing to put it up as a prize." He winked at Yin Chun. "Just keep that between us." The two shared a knowing smile. Fang put the joke aside and spoke gravely. "It may not benefit Chairman Z much, but for you it's pivotal. Its main value lies in boosting your bodily liberation rate. Yin Shun, with your innate true martial constitution, you must be over 80% already, right?" Yin Shun paused, then admitted, "Elder Fang, my liberation rate." Sensing his hesitation, Fang waved reassuringly. "Even if you're under 80, don't be discouraged. Raising that rate is slow for everyone. At your age, 60% is normal even for a true martial talent. With the Brahma Physique Codex you'll advance much faster. Opening the rare, true martial mode someday isn't just wishful thinking." Expectation gleamed in his eyes, clearly based on a misunderstanding. Yun Chen shifted the topic. "Elder Fang, you said this codex can push the liberation rate past 100%? Fang nodded. "Absolutely. I'm not just talking. Chairman Zis rate is already over 100. Yun Chen's curiosity spiked. "What does it feel like to be over 100? Fang laughed. "I have no idea. I don't have a true martial body, and I've never trained with the codex." "Why are you so interested?" "No reason." Yun Chen smiled and accepted the ancient black martial seal with both hands. "Thank you, Elder Fang. Please also thank Chairman Z for me." Fang waved off the formality, giving him a satisfied look. "It's rightfully yours. The new generation of warriors will uphold humanity's future." Yun Chen took his leave and returned to the banquet. "Yun Chen, did you get it?" Yang Yuanyin hurried over. "I did." Yun Chen nodded. She let out a breath of relief. "ID never heard of that codex before, and I worried it was too valuable. Maybe the chairman would change his mind." Yun Chen laughed. "Principal, you're underestimating him." Elsewhere, Fang Xianming replayed Yun Chen's earlier reactions in his mind, sensing that something was off. Back in his room, Curiosity won out, and he pulled up Yun Chen's classified file from the East Sea War Zone. Yun Chen's file had originally been classified by the Eastern Sea Theater. However, senior federal advisor Fong Zuaminghuo's rank in parliament matched that of a senior senator held top-level clearance. Normally, he would never waste time on personal dossiers, but Yun Chen's earlier reaction had been so abnormal that it sparked his curiosity. Could it be? A bold theory took shape in his mind. He tapped the desk, and a holographic version of Yun Chen's record sprang into view. The pages flipped in rapid succession until the final entry froze on the screen. Fang's pupils widened, and his breathing quickened. Good heavens, I was right, he murmured. The kid's physical release index is already at 100%. These awakened Jinwu mode at this age. The projection vanished, yet Fong remained rooted to the spot. In all of history, those who awakened the Jinwu constitution at such a young age could be counted on one hand, which meant Yun Chen's potential was virtually immeasurable. To be absolutely safe, he reset the permissions and raised the file's classification even higher. The fervor to join the demon subjugation army was still spreading like wildfire among the younger warriors. Federal Parliament Speaker's office. Zisho stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching a dozen silver airships cruise slowly across the sky. Oval skyscrapers rose and fell among the clouds like a forest of metal. Mr. Speaker, volunteer numbers for the demon subjugation army have exceeded 300,000, reported a woman in a black combat uniform, her tone crisp and businesslike. Zisho nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. It seems I really underestimated these youngsters. I thought those raised in peacetime would shy away from war. Yet the new generation of warriors is every bit as brave as their predecessors. A relieved smile curved his lips. Of course, the example set by rising stars like Yin Shun played a major role, and the medal ceremony gave them a tangible boost as well. To Zisho, passion and ideals were vital, but solid material incentives were what ultimately turned lofty plans into reality. Yun Chen sat cross-legged in his room. Every detail of the Brahma Body Divine Atlas had been branded into his mind. The 8 plates corresponded to 8 circulation routes. He needed only to guide his life force along the prescribed paths to nourish his flesh. The process itself was not complicated. The real challenge lay in memorizing the densely intertwined energy trajectories. A single misstep would at best waste the session and at worst damage his meridians. What would happen once his physical release index rose above 100%? That was the only question haunting him now. A little later, Yang Yuanyin was walking down the corridor toward her quarters. As she passed Yin Chen's door, she stopped abruptly. A strange, distinctive aura seeped from the room, lapping against her sensory barrier like a hidden tide. Yang Yuanyin frowned. She had never felt anything like it from any other cultivator. Several people had walked this way today, but as a 6th-tier martial god her perception far surpassed that of 3rd or 4th-tier warriors. They simply were not in the same league. He should be cultivating, Yang Yuanyin thought to herself. That guy never picks a safe place to train. Even with the door locked, someone could knock and interrupt him. For a martial artist, nothing is worse than being disturbed mid-practice. After some thought, she simply stationed herself outside Yun Chen's room, determined to stand guard for him. Inside, Yun Chen sat cross-legged, his focus drawn tight like a bowstring as he slipped into a state of perfect flow. The outside world faded. He wouldn't have heard even a battering ram, much less Yuan Yin keeping watch. When a cultivator gives everything to training, time flies. In what felt like moments, he had fully deciphered the first diagram of the Brahma Body Divine Codex. He ended the session, rose, and let out a long, turbid breath. Instantly, data streamed into his mind. Brahma Body Divine Codex. Diagram 1 Proficiency. 2000-2000. Flesh Liberation. 110. Unknown Cultivation Detected. Flesh Liberation passed the 100% mark now, at 110. Yun Chen was elated, but the tiny line Unknown Cultivation made his brows knit. What was that? The system spoke up. Master, I just sensed a strange surge of power in your body. It flickered for an instant, then disappeared. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed. Did it happen because my flesh liberation broke 100%? Possibly, the system replied, sounding puzzled. I'm not completely sure. Yun Chen laughed. So even you have mysteries you can't solve? Don't tease me. The system protested, almost sulking. But the energy felt familiar. If we encounter it again, I might recognize it. Yun Chen grew interested. Fine. Let's grab dinner. Then I'll work on the second diagram. Okay. By the way, I've set the panel to feed data straight to your mind, so it won't block your view. I can add voice prompts if you'd like. Haha, spare me. What? You don't like my voice? The system asked with mock hurt. Its tone was clear and gentle, like a young girl whispering. Your voice is pleasant, but spoken updates are too slow, Yun Chen said honestly, thinking how odd it was for a genderless system to act coy. He shook his head, amused, and opened the door. Bang! Yang Yuanyin had been leaning against it. Caught off guard as it swung inward, her warm, soft body tumbled straight into Yun Chen's arms. Principal? What are you doing here? Yun Chen steadied her, rubbing the spot on his chest where shed collided. a slight frown creasing his brow. A flush crept up Yuanyun's ears. She was about to speak when a loudspeaker crackled in the corridor. Attention, everyone. With the Grand Martial trial concluded, a full sweep of Sky Island will begin tomorrow. Mom, Uncle, you don't have to worry. They'll head back to the human realm as soon as we finish sweeping Skirich Island. In the living room hologram, Chen flashed his family a reassuring smile. On the sofa of their lakeside villa in Suhai, Qin Zhu, Qin Wujing, and Gu Area sat shoulder to shoulder, their concern plain to see. Qin Zhu spoke first. Chen, is there any way you can skip this? Come on, I can't just back out. Adjusting the camera, Chen spread his hands. I joined the Demon Suppression Corps. I'd like to earn my pay in good conscience. Qin Wujing pinched the bridge of his nose. Then promise you'll stay safe. Count on it. Chen nodded firmly. When the call ended, Qin Wujing gave Gu Area a helpless smile. Too bad Meng Yu's off cultivating. If she knew Chen had called, she'd have plenty to say. Gu Area laughed. That girl's been working herself silly. She wants to match her cousin and get into Imperial Capital Martial University. Qin Wujing shook his head with a wry grin. Stubborn kid. That school's no cakewalk. The couple turned to Qin Zhu. She closed the terminal, worry still clouding her face. Qin Wujing spoke gently. Sis, try not to fret. Qin Zhu merely nodded. Elsewhere, Shun called Bying Xue and Su Qing to say he'd be a few days late was joining the Skirich sweep. Though worry shimmered in their eyes, they supported him as unreservedly as they had the day he chose the sword. At the same time, the 300+ recruits at the Skirich Island base sent their own messages home. They were all staying for the sweep. They would all be back late. A roundtable meeting was in session at Federal Military Headquarters, the Demon Suppression Corps' first official appearance. The final order, a full-scale purge of Skirich Island. Chen, you're heading out tonight, right? Take this. At the dorm room door, Gu Miaochuan bounded over with a palm-sized black box. Chen was fastening his bracers. Her excitement made his eyes crinkle. What's the treasure? Inside lay several dark green vials. He uncapped one, and a cool, herbal scent drifted out. Grinning, Gu Miaochuan shook her ponytail. Topical potion made from frost soul grass grate for bleeding and wounds. Keep it on you. Tonight could get rough. Not that you ever seem to need it. She stuck out her tongue. Thanks. Chen tucked the vials away, slung on his gear, and led his squad toward the last uncleared sector at the heart of Skirich Island. After 2 days and nights of hard fighting, the sweep was already 93.5% complete. Only a few scattered waterways remained. The reason was simple. The island held nothing stronger than 3rd and 4th tier fiends, and against the rookies' coordinated teams, they barely caused a ripple. Somewhere inside a stand of trees, Chen set the lantern aside and told the others, take a break. Yes, Major. They replied in unison, then rummaged through their packs for compressed rations, energy bars, and canteens, dropping to the ground to recover their strength. Major, would you like a drink? It's a specialty from Goryeo, Yun Wenyang offered, holding out a military flask. Chen shook his head. Thanks, but I'm not thirsty. Yun murmured an "oh," then settled down beside him. The floodlights lit up the surrounding forest and made the faint blush on Yun's cheek stand out. The last time she had mustered the courage to talk to him, it ended in failure, and after seeing photos of Bying Xue and Su Qing on his phone, their stunning beauty had only deepened her insecurity. She had already resigned herself, but being assigned to Chen's squad felt like a gift from the heavens. Egged on by 2 teammates, Yun clenched her fist in secret, determined to make the most of this golden opportunity. Scenes of a budding romance with Chen played in her mind, turning her face an even deeper shade of red. A white cadet nearby suddenly laughed. Yun Wenyang, why is your face as red as an apple? His name was Brown, a recruit from France. The others immediately joined in. Huh, yeah. Yun, why are you sitting so close to Major Yin? Look, you're even redder. Her private feelings laid bare. Yun glared at Brown in a mix of shame and anger. Brown, nobody would miss you if you kept your mouth shut. While the others bantered, Chen's attention stayed on the real-time data scrolling across his comm watch. 98.9, 99.1. The sweep percentage for Sky Vault Island kept climbing. He did the math in his head. At this rate, they would reach 100% before the night was over. After the brief break, he brushed the leaves from his uniform and stood. All right, everyone. Once we clear the waters ahead, the mission's done. Let's finish up and head back early tonight. Yes, sir. The squad shouldered their gear and formed up. About an hour later, the surface of a small lake was littered with the upside-down corpses of fish-type fiends. The underwater sensor showed the fiend energy reading at 0, and Yun held up the device to report. Finally done, Chen exhaled, then turned to the squad. Mission accomplished, people. Let's head back to base. The team raised their arms and cheered, glad they could at last relax. Back at the base, looking up through the defensive barrier, they could see the night sky of the demon realm. Not a single star shone there, only endless darkness. Occasionally a flying fiend slammed into the shield and burst into a cloud of blood, briefly tinting the barrier dark red. Major, Yun suddenly called after Chen. She knew that if she didn't speak now, the chance would slip away forever. Yunshan stopped. What is it? She bit her lower lip, waited until the others were out of earshot, and bowed her head, her voice trembling. Major, I like. At that moment a crack suddenly split open beneath Yun Wanyang's feet. In an instant, the fissure split wide open. With an ear-splitting roar, the ground beneath Yun Shun and Yin Yuanying tore apart, leaving a gaping chasm. Yin Yuanying screamed, terror filling her eyes, and plunged toward the void. Snap! Yun Shun lunged forward and, at the last second, caught her wrist. Yun Shun. Thanks, she barely managed half a sentence before a blade of icy wind sliced down from above. Squelch! Blood sprayed as her arm was severed at the elbow, spattering her own face. Her body, now without support, slipped into the bottomless fissure. The thunder of crumbling rocks swallowed her cries. Within the darkness between sheer walls, her silhouette vanished. Yin Yuanying was gone. Yun Chun stood frozen, trembling, the still warm severed arm clenched in his fist. Bang! Behind him the ground caved in, blasting out a crater. When the dust settled, a pair of ashen wings slowly unfurled, and a humanoid fiend rose from the pit 3 meters tall, deathly pale, its wings spanning 7 or 8 meters, dwarfing any ordinary human. Master, take the sword. The system's clear prompt yanked Yunshin back from his grief. A ripple of space flickered, and the greatsword Tian Sha dropped into Yunshin's hand with a clash of metal. That fiend is 5th tier. Even under the suppression of your Heaven-Earth sword intent, it still holds at 5th tier. The system reported. The Isle of the Firmament shook without pause. The protective barrier had been blasted open, and countless black boulders rained from the sky, gouging craters into the ground as vast swaths of land split apart. Master, the stronghold is under attack as well. Yin Yuanying's brutal death still echoed in his mind. Yun Chen's face twisted, anguish and urgency colliding. Headmaster, Miaochuan, Songjia, please be safe. Look out, Master. The system warned. Roar. The winged fiend lunged, a fist the size of a stone pot crashing toward Yun Chen's head. He bent backward until his shoulders brushed the earth, the punch skimming past his nose. Planting a palm on the ground, he flipped up, raised the greatsword with both hands, and brought Tian Sha down like a falling thunderbolt. The fiend howled, crossing its wings to shield itself. Boom. The blade slammed into the wings, shockwaves rippling outward. The ground caved half a foot, cracks spiderwebbed from the fiend's feet, and the earth shattered into massive chunks. Riding the recoil, Yin Shun leapt back and glanced toward the horizon. The entire island was breaking apart and sinking. A moment later, the winged fiend lost its footing, tumbled into the void, and vanished from sight. A dark shape shot up from the cliff and halted in midair. The two-winged fiend unfurled membranes nearly 3 meters wide and stared down at Yin Shun. With a single beat of its wings, several spiraling wind blades screamed into existence, locking onto him. Each one flew at more than a kilometer per second. Yunshin shifted his footing and sprang back, narrowly avoiding the blade's razor cores. A heartbeat later, the vortices detonated, shattering into countless secondary shards that rained toward him. Metal rang as dense ripples opened behind him. Hundreds of long swords burst forth, knitted into a silver curtain to absorb the blast, then shot back at the fiend. Boom. One sweep of the creature's wings scattered the swords. As a 5th-tier variant, it wielded over 10,000 points of power, whereas Yin Shun, even with the heaven-severing sword, barely topped 4th, the Sanda gap of 2.5 times. Without burning his reserves, he could never hurt the monster. The fiend dove, its inky silhouette swelling as it closed. Rage flared in Yin Shun. Black lightning crawled across his body, true martial mode activated. In a flash, he turned into a blazing comet, sword first, racing to meet the beast. They collided in midair, a muffled boom echoing through the valley. The heaven-severing sword ripped the sky apart and sheared off one of the fiend's wings. The mangled appendage tumbled downward. At the same moment, the impact dented Yun Chen's breastplate, churning his blood and draining the color from his face. True martial mode and the zenith armor absorbed most of the force. He gave the falling fiend a cold glance, then sped away without pause. The outpost was an inferno. Dozens of winged fiends dropped from the sky, tearing through the defenses before anyone could react. Flames swallowed the corridors, twisted rebar mixed with blood, and screams rose in waves. Gu Miaochuan dragged a Korean girl whose face was drenched in blood. Yin Yuanying's teammate staggering backward. Songjia, over here, she called, her voice cracking with desperation. Instead, a smaller winged fiend answered. Though juvenile, it stood almost 6 feet tall, and its wings whipped up a gale as it lunged. The looming shadow engulfed her. Gu Miaochuan's heart hammered, her limbs locking in terror. In that instant, Songjia materialized in front of her. He pressed his palms together, and a burst of Buddhic light flared from his brow, spreading in golden waves. A formidable gilded Arhut avatar emerged with a whoosh. Its palm darted out and clamped around the juvenile fiend's head. Bang! The Arhut's fingers closed, and the fiend's skull exploded into a mist of blood. The metallic stench rushed at her, Yet Gu Miaochuan remained frozen. Sangji's mental voice rang in her ear. Miaochuan, don't be afraid. Run. Get to the principal. Inside the shimmering shield, a dozen rookies cowered, fear etched across every face. Ragged armor and smeared blood made them look even more desperate. Almost everyone was hurt. The gravely wounded lay on the ground, groaning while scattered cries of pain chilled the air. Overhead, flocks of demonic birds dove, black wings beating as hooked beaks and claws hammered against the barrier, spraying sparks of spiritual light. Sir, is the portal open yet? Andre from Ross and his partner Nikonov shouted over the chaos. The Federation official clutching the glowing sphere raised his fingers across runic patterns, face tight with urgency. The sequence is complicated. I'm activating it as fast as I can. Each impact shredded the barrier and drained Andre and Nikonov's strength. Andre stared at the swirling horde outside, his voice shaking. The shield it's not going to hold much longer. Suddenly Nikonov pointed. Andre, look. That girl from Daxia. A lone figure staggered toward them, Gu Miaochuan, carrying an unconscious teammate on her back, clothes soaked in blood. The demons instantly locked on, plunging toward her with a howl of beating wings. Do we help her? Nikonov wavered. Andrei's chest tightened. Leaving the shield meant facing the swarm. Staying put meant Gu Miaochuan's certain death. Even as he hesitated, she dodged frantically, never loosening her grip on the girl she carried. Damn it. Nico with me. Andre growled. He burst through the barrier, Nikonov right behind him. A giant bird demon dive-bombed Gu Miaochuan, talons outstretched. A blue-white jet of water sliced into its flank, sending it screaming to the ground. Nikonov's spear followed, knocking down two more. Light flared as Andre threw himself between Gu Miaochuan and the swarm. She looked up, relief shining in her eyes. You. No time. Move. Andre cut her off, hoisting the injured girl himself. Together the three of them sprinted back to the shield. The moment they crossed into safety, Andre and Nikonov collapsed to their knees, gasping, cold sweat pouring down. Outside, enraged by the rescue, the demons smashed against the barrier even harder, making the glowing membrane tremble. Behind them the Federation official shouted, half panicked, half elated. The gateway's open. Andre and Nikonov seized on the news like drowning men grabbing a rope. A circular rift snapped wide, its swirling vortex blazing. You've got 3 minutes, Tesco. The official bellowed. Supporting one another, the rookies hurried into the portal. You're still here. Andre snapped when he saw Gu Miaochuan frozen in place. Gu Miaochuan's face went pale, her voice trembling. Sangjia is still back there, and I can't see the principal or Yin Shun. We don't have time. Andre barked. Master Anton had vanished. The space-time portal was already open, and survival came first. Gu Miaochuan remained rooted to the spot. Andre threw her a last warning. The ground barrier needs a fighter's energy to stay up. Do what you want. With that, he and Nikonov dove into the portal and vanished. She was alone inside the shield. Gu Miaochuan picked up the barrier device and poured every ounce of her third-tier power into it. The light wavered, stabilized, then began draining far too fast. She was no formation specialist and could only prop it up by brute force. We're running out of time. Sangjia, Principal, Yin Shun, where are you? Her lips quivered, breath uneven. A piercing screech ripped through the night. Flames lit the sky as a huge shadow swept past a winged griffin fiend, 5 or 6 meters long, sparks spraying from its beating wings. A battered, blood-soaked figure dangled from its talons. Sangjia. It was Sangjia, barely clinging to life. The griffin's gaze locked on Gu Miaochuan inside the barrier. With another shrill cry it dived, aiming not at her, but at the portal behind her. Bang! Its claws struck, and the shield shattered. Thousands of avian fiends surged toward the portal. A blinding white light erupted from within a combined will of human powerhouses waiting inside. Wherever it passed, the creatures disintegrated into dust. Startled, the griffin jerked to a halt, releasing Sangjia. He plummeted earthward. Sangjia. Gu Miaochuan lunged forward and caught him, his body ravaged and unrecognizable. Above, the griffin screeched, flames roiling as it swooped down on them. Gu Miaochuan held Sangjia tight, eyes filled with grim resolve. A spear whistled from the clouds. Squelch. The blade pierced the griffin's back, blood spraying as the beast shrieked and crashed to the ground. Boom. The island of the firmament cracked apart, fissures snaking like giant serpents. At that moment a figure in a white dress descended, landing between Gu Miaochuan and Sangjia. Principal. Gu Miaochuan spotted that slender figure in white and cried out in relief. If the principal was here, everything would be fine. She was the Valkyrie of Daxia. The illusion shattered a heartbeat later. Yang Yuanyan's shoulders trembled. The tight line of her lips and the twist of her features made it plain she was fighting off searing pain. Miaochuan, go. Now. Her voice was low, urgent, unarguable. Gu Miaochuan's heart clenched. Principal, you're hurt? One glance told the story. Sangjia lay unconscious. The principal was wounded. Yun Chun was missing, and the Isle of the Firmament was collapsing around them. Despair surged through her like a tide. The griffin on the ground twitched, then clawed its way upright. Armor-like wings snapped open with a sound that tore the air. Blood-red eyes locked onto Yang Yuanyan. Miaochuan, take Sangjia and got his is an order. Yang Yuanyan barked. She raised her right arm. The spear lodged in distant rock ripped free and flew into her hand, golden runes blazing like a miniature sun. Principal Gu Miaochuan barely spoke before a figure burst from the spatial corridor. It was Andre, who had turned back halfway. Damn it, you crazy woman, you're still here? He took in Sangjia and Mayakan's arms, the principal with her spear, and the gigantic shadow beyond the griffin fiend radiating dread. One look at the beast sent a chill crawling up Andrei's spine. He froze for 2 seconds, then roared, "Move, woman, now?" He grabbed Gu Miaochuan and slung the unconscious Sangjia onto his shoulder in one motion. "Hell, this guy's heavy," he muttered, then dragged them both into the corridor, their figures swallowed by swirling light. Yang Yuanyan watched them vanish. The tension in her face eased a fraction as she murmured, "Thank you, rising star of Ross." She planted her feet, leveled her spear, and fixed the griffin fiend with an icy stare. "Come on, beast." Inside the spatial corridor, space rippled and light howled. Gu Miaochuan struggled, pounding Andrei's chest. "Let me go? Let me go?" Andre finally snapped. "You idiot woman, what are you trying to do?" "I'm going back to help the principal." She screamed. "You're a third-tier fighter. What can you do to slow her down?" The words were brutal, but true. Gu Miaochuan felt the sting. She was too weak to help. Whatever prodigy, whatever seventh seat right now, she was just a trembling mortal. Seeing her fall silent, Andre softened his tone. "Let's find reinforcements. Maybe we can still make it back in time." Could they? Sanxiong Island was on the verge of falling. Countless two-winged fiends formed an impenetrable wall, and a fearsome griffin fiend almost 6th tier in strength hovered menacingly overhead. Headmistress Yang Yuanyan was gravely injured. Yun Chen's life or death was unknown, and the only fighter left standing was Gu Miaochuan. She clutched her chest, fingers bloodless. If she didn't heal the headmistress right away, even their final hope would be lost. Yet in this life-or-death moment, old mockeries resurfaced in her mind. "Coward. Big miss of the Gu family, don't wet your pants." Each cutting jeer stabbed at her heart. "Miaochuan, don't be afraid." A gentle but firm voice pierced through the noise and echoed inside her. Snapping back to reality, she yanked her hand free of Andrei's grip. "What are you doing?" Andre, carrying the unconscious Sangjia, spun around in shock. "Take him and go." Gu Mayakan's eyes were resolute. "The headmistress is hurt, I can't leave her." "Move." Before her words had fully faded, she turned and sprinted toward Sanxiong Island. Damn it, Andre ground his teeth. Staring at that frail yet stubborn figure, he finally tightened his hold on Sangjia and raced toward the end of the space-time tunnel. Whoosh. A biting wind hit him as he landed at the border of the Ross Kingdom in the human realm. "Andre, are you all right? Where's the girl from Daxia?" Nikonov ran up. Placing Sangjia on the ground, Andrei's face darkened. "She's dead." Meanwhile, above Sanxiong Island, purple lightning burst from the griffin fiend's brow and slashed at Yang Yuanyan once more. Boom. Her white figure blurred, slipping just outside the lightning's reach. Her spear shrieked through the air, driving straight for the creature's neck. A searing pain tore through her core. HSS. Yang Yuanyan grunted as the ensuing blow sent her flying more than 10 meters before she crashed to the ground. Wiping blood from the corner of her mouth, she forced herself upright. Boom. Another arc of violet lightning sliced past, knocking her spear from her grasp. The griffin fiend beat its wings and advanced step by step, its blood-red eyes boiling with murderous intent. Yang Yuanyan steadied her breathing, searching for a final opening. But the agony in her dantian made even clenching her fists a struggle. Any surprise attack was a gamble at best. Just then, a streak of emerald light shot through the air and silently slipped into her body. The pain eased in an instant. Startled, Yang Yuanyan looked back to find Gu Miaochuan standing not far away, panting heavily, both palms raised as a soft green radiance streamed between her fingers. "Miaochuan." Shock rippled through her. This girl had come back. "Headmistress, look out." Before the warning finished, Yang Yuanyan erupted into motion. She vaulted skyward, her lost spear whistling back into her hand. Die. An uncharacteristic ferocity flared in her eyes. The spear, wrapped in overwhelming martial will, drilled straight through the griffin's brow. Boom. The griffin fiend crashed to the ground, convulsed, and its aura vanished. "We did it, headmistress." Seeing the monster fall, Gu Miaochuan hurried to Yang Yuanyan's side. "Miaochuan, you foolish girl. Were you trying to get yourself killed?" Yang Yuanyan scolded. Gu Miaochuan shook her head firmly. "Headmaster, I can still fight. I won't run away. Let's go find Yunchun." No sooner had she spoken than the spatial tunnel behind her began to shrink, blue-violet ripples collapsing ring by ring toward the center. Yang Yuanyan saw it, hesitation flashing across her face, but before she could speak, boom, a thunderous blast cracked overhead, rubble sprayed, and a column of dust shot skyward. Through the swirling grit, a towering silhouette straightened. When the haze cleared, a 4-meter fiend with beating wings revealed itself. Unlike its kin, this winged monster was deathly pale, its skin glazed like cold porcelain, throwing off a chill gleam. Deep within its vertical pupils churned an eerie light. Yang Yuanyan's pupils contracted. Terror crossed her face for the first time. Finally found you, you sure can run. The fiend fixed on Yang Yuanyan and spoke in a low, human voice, its grin widening into something grotesque. Miaochuan, go? With danger closing in, Yang Yuanyan yanked Gu Miaochuan forward and flung her toward the shrinking portal. As Miaochuan was lifted off her feet, she heard Yang Yuanyan shout, "Don't worry, you'll find Yinshun, headmaster." Her anguished cry was swallowed by the vortex. Her small figure pinched to a point and vanished as the rift snapped shut. The spatial shockwaves had barely settled when the winged fiend advanced on the now lonely Yang Yuanyan, its pallid smile spreading. "Looks like you've decided how you want to die. Sadly, the choice is mine." Yang Yuanyan ground her molars. Blood spattered her clothes, trophies from their earlier clash. She gauged its power, at least 6th tier, first star. She bent one knee, leveled her spear, and braced for a fight to the death. An instant later the fiend's expression changed. Its wings snapped, and it lurched backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of silver longswords ripped through the air, sealing off its retreat. Wherever the blades swept, the ground was shredded into trenches, sparks, and debris bursting outward. When the sword storm subsided, a tall figure in white descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Yuanyan. When the smoke of battle cleared, the twin-winged fiend kicked away the long swords lodged in its chest and stared at Yun Chun with a hint of surprise. "Sword marshal," it muttered, as though dredging up a distant memory. Yun Chun turned slightly, his voice steady. "Principal, can you hold on?" Yang Yuanyan relaxed at the sight of his familiar, upright silhouette and answered softly, "I'm all right, nothing serious." A heartbeat later she noticed the black lightning coiling around him and blurted out, "Your true martial mode is still running? Last time in the EC theater you passed out and woke up in the hospital." Yunshin looked perfectly composed, vitality surging through him. His gaze slid past Yang Yuanyan's face and stopped where her right hand pressed against her lower abdomen. Her dantian was injured. His brows tightened, anger flashing in his eyes before he turned back to the fiend. The creature grinned, wings rustling with a low chuckle. "A sword marshal who can open true martial mode? Interesting. You're Yinshin, aren't you?" Both Yinshun and Yang Yuanyan stiffened. An unexpected prize, the fiend thought. "If I bring him to Xiaobudian, she'll be delighted." Yet doubt gnawed at it. If a calamity core was parasitizing him, how could he still be conscious? The core should have devoured his mind, but Yin Chun was clearly lucid, contradictory, and bizarre. Ridiculous. A 4th-tier warrior? One punch will do. Its body tightened, and in a flash it appeared in front of Yin Chun, fist driving at his face. Power deliberately restrained at it, didn't want to kill its prey outright. Clang. The heavy sword Tian Sha swept across, intercepting the blow. The fiend felt a chunk of its strength siphoned away, its motion suddenly sluggish. In that instant, spiritual power burst from Yun Chen's brow, a black and white force field surging out to engulf the monster. It was as if molten lead filled its limbs, impossible to move. Behind it, several longswords screamed through the air, aimed at the back of its head. It hastily raised an arm to shield its neck, but Yun Chun had already flipped from defense to offense, driving Tian Sha deep into its abdomen. The blade didn't pierce through, yet the blunt force tore inside. At the same moment, Yang Yuanyan streaked to the flank, her spear tip striking the fiend's temple with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The double impact blasted the creature away, carving a blood-slick trench nearly 100 meters long. Before it could regain its footing, a storm of swords reformed on every side. Bang, 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 bang. The torrent of sword light hammered the fiend from every direction. Arc. It howled in rage and humiliation, swatting at the flying blades while blue blood streamed from its temple. Yang Yuanyan's earlier thrust had not only pierced its defenses, but inflicted real damage. Yun Chen's strikes grew even harder to read. Like a phantom he aimed for vital points, leaving the fiend almost no way to defend itself. In the instant the twin-winged fiend dodged, it felt its strength crash once more, an abrupt weakness that dropped its cultivation straight to the Grandmaster realm. If not for that, how could the already injured Yang Yuanyan have landed such a devastating thrust? Stay away from that brat. For the first time, fear flickered in its slit pupils. With a violent snap of its wings, it tried to escape Yun Chen's range. But Tian Sha, the great sword in Yun Chen's hand, suddenly vanished in a streak of light. The fiend looked up on instinct. Tian hurtled down from the sky, wrapped in starlight, its tip aimed at the creature's skull. Boom. The blade drove through the fiend's shoulder, the impact tearing open the earth. Shattered rock cascaded, and the entire mesa began to sink faster. Nice one, Yinshun. Sparks danced in Yang Yuanyan's eyes, yet there was no time to cheer. The twin-winged fiend howled and clawed at the sword, but debris and shockwaves pinned it to the spot. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground and raced toward the two cultivators. "It's collapsing back." They sprang to the last solid patch, but the platform could not hold. Their former perch disintegrated, glowing boulders tumbling like red-hot meteors into the void. The fiend's body dropped with the crumbling stone. A shriek erupted below, and a massive shadow burst through the dusta griffin fiend. Purple-black blood still streamed from its brow, yet it clawed the air and lifted the wounded twin-winged fiend skyward. It's still alive. Yang Yuanyan's pupils tightened. Perched on the griffin, the twin-winged fiend glared down in rage and terror. Filthy little vermin. A gale rose. Countless wind blades formed in midair and screamed toward them. Swish, swish, swish. Razor gusts slashed the air, detonating wherever they struck, the ground trembling as though ready to give way. Suddenly the ledge beneath Chen shattered, and he plunged into the abyss. Chen, Yang Yuanyan dove after him, her fingertips grazing his hand before turbulence tore them apart. Chen, she yelled, forcing her wounded body to pour out chi as winds buffeted her from every side. Plummeting, Chen thrust out his right palm. The ancient sword Fuyo flashed, its aura catching his fall. He seized Yang Yuanyan's wrist and pulled her close. Suspended in midair, they clung to each other, Fuyo's power barely slowing their descent. Behind, Yang Yuanyan's eyes sharpened. Whoosh! A wind blade ripped through the night. She shoved Chen aside, blocking the strike with her back. Her snowy dress split, blood blooming scarlet. Die! Roared the twin-winged fiend overhead. It leaped from the griffin, wings blotting out the sky, a colossal wind blade coalescing in its hand as it hacked downward. Midair was its domain. Chen and Yang Yuanyan were cornered. Then a voice Sino system prompt, yet identical to Chen's own, whispered in his mind. So you finally decided to let me out. In the next instant, ink-black liquid surged from Chen's body and swallowed him whole. Remember my name. I am Zhe. Disaster Knight, external armor deployed. Master, I have no choice, I have to wake it up. In an instant, ink-black matter engulfed Chen's body, his muscles swelling beneath the dark armor. A heartbeat later, two bat-like wings burst from his back with a wet rip, the chill of their joints whipping up a gale as they beat. The twin-wing fiend froze mid-lunge, blood-red pupils shrinking in shock. Held tightly in Chen's arms, Yang Yuanyan stared up at him, her voice breaking. Chen. The pause lasted only a blink. The fiend recovered its ferocity, wings snapping as it hurtled for Chen's face. A violent whirlwind coiled in its right palm. Splutch! A blade of wind drove through Chen's left chest, spraying blood. Chen! Yang Yuanyan screamed, tears flooding her eyes. Sensing a clean hit, the fiend bared its fangs in a vicious grin. Crack! Chen's right hand shot up, clamping the wind blade at his chest. A guttural roar rolled from him. His knuckles tightened snap, and the wind blade shattered, scattering as ragged air currents. Terror finally caught up with the fiend. Before it could react, Chen's black iron fist crashed into its face like a meteor. Splurt! The moment fist met flesh, it elongated into a pitch-black sword that drove straight through the fiend's mouth and out its throat. Blue blood gushed as the creature reeled, and Chen flung it from the sky. Kill it! Master! A cacophony of furious voices suddenly flooded Chen's mind. Agony exploded. He clutched his head with a muffled groan, his consciousness snapping. High above, the out-of-control Chen and Yang Yuanyan plummeted toward the demon realm's barren wasteland. He didn't know how much time had passed before his senses drifted back. Fragmented images flashed, finally fixing on an old woman with tear-streaked cheeks. She gripped his shoulders, her hoarse voice cracking. Changsheng, you must come back alive. The words faded into haze. When was that memory? Chen jolted upright, chest heaving. Nearby, the clash of weapons and furious roars echoed through the air. Who? Shaking his head, he forced himself to his feet. Damp, chilly earth surrounded Hyman, overgrown forest. The Fuyao longsword was still steady in his hand. Somehow, he was completely unhurt. The principal, where is she? The thought flashed, and he sprinted toward the sounds of battle. Shoving aside undergrowth, he saw Yang Yuanyan locked in a desperate fight with a griffin fiend. The creature staggered, its massive body riddled with wounds, dried blood caking its brow. Yang Yuanyan's back was soaked crimson. The talking twin-wing fiend was nowhere to be seen. Only the griffin struggled on. Roaring, the griffin fiend gathered the last of its demonic power, violet lightning crackling at its forehead. Pale-faced, Yang Yuanyan leveled her spear, intent condensed but held. At that critical instant, a sword fell from the sky, its edge gleaming cold. Boom! The blade struck squarely between the griffin's brows, detonating the purple charge. Thunder ripped outward, charring flesh and sending black smoke curling. Yang Yuanyan seized the opening, driving her spear forward once more. Her spear plunged again into the griffin fiend's brow. With a wet crunch, Yang Yuanyan corrected her earlier mistake, braced both hands, and buried the gleaming spearhead deep into the griffin fiend's skull. The giant creature convulsed, then crashed to the ground, sending up a spray of blood and mud. Headmaster! Chen rushed over and caught Yang Yuanyan before she collapsed. Her once bright lips were now pale, and her breathing faint. Yunchun, she murmured, her voice so light it was barely more than a breath. She had already been wounded when they landed. Carrying an unconscious Yunchun while dodging attacks had drained her strength, and as soon as she paused for air, the griffin fiend closed in again. With no choice, she lured the monster away on her own until Yunchun came to just in time to help. I don't know if more of them are coming. We have to move. Slinging Yang Yuanyin onto his back, Yunchun slipped into the dense forest. They finally found a cluster of hidden caves. Determining the spot was safe for the moment, Yunchun laid Yang Yuanyin on a flat slab of rock and took up guard at the entrance. Rain filtered through the leaves, and a mist hung over the entire woodland. A faint groan came from behind him. Headmaster, you're awake? He hurried over and helped her sit up. Yang Yuanyin's eyes were still unfocused. Where are we? A cave well hidden. The fiends won't find us. She tried to rise, but pain split her back. Ah, the wound that had barely closed tore open again. Don't move. I already put medicine on you. Yinshin pointed to a small vial nearby. Miao Chun gave it to me before. It's made from ice soul grass grate for external injuries. Drawing a sharp breath, she managed a wry smile. Sorry to trouble you. Because of the awkward angle, Yunshin's earlier treatment hadn't been thorough. She took the vial, intending to finish the job herself. Turn around. He understood at once and faced the cave wall. She bit her lip and slipped off the blood-stained white dress. The special battle armor beneath it had been shredded by the fiend's claws. Without that layer, the damage would have been far worse. She reached for her back, but was too weak to lift her arm high enough. Helpless, she glanced at Yunchun, who stood rigidly in place, making no attempt to peek. A flush crept up her cheeks. Hugging her arms across her chest, she whispered, Yunchun, could you help me with the medicine? Osier. He answered, but didn't move. Then get over here, she said, half embarrassed, half annoyed. Yunchun finally stepped forward. Yang Yuanyin's smooth, pale back came into view, the savage gash running from her spine to her waist. Faint welts crossed the curve of her skin in a chaotic lattice. Tightening his grip on the vial, he drew a steadying breath and positioned himself behind her to finish the treatment. Sensing Yunchun inching closer, Yang Yuanyin felt heat rush to her cheeks, and her body stiffened on its own. Yunchun moved behind her, forcing himself to focus on the wound and ignore the alluring curves just beneath it. The cave fell silent, their awkward breathing the only sound. Suddenly, a single drop of cold medicine splashed onto her pale back. She let out a soft gasp, then whipped her head around in embarrassment. Warn me before you do that. Oh, sorry. Yunshin offered an apologetic smile, adjusted the bottle, and let the liquid trickle down the gash. The moment it touched her skin, it was absorbed, and the torn flesh began closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Because she was sitting upright, several drops slid along her narrow waist, tracing a smooth arc before disappearing into the hollow of her lower back. The unexpected chill made her shiver. Wiping it away in front of him felt impossible, so she only blushed harder and muttered, could you be a little more careful? Sweat beaded on Yunshin's forehead. Principal, maybe lie down? It's hard to work from this angle. Wrapped in shyness and discomfort, Yang Yuanyin did as he asked. She tugged her white dress into place, then eased her upper body onto the stone slab. Her generous curves were pressed together, drawing her own anxious attention, but Yunshin kept his eyes straight ahead, intent on applying the medicine. Only then did she relax a little. A fleeting resentment surfaced. Did this guy really see her as nothing more than a patient? Catching herself, she shook the thought away. Yang Yuanyin, stop daydreaming. It's done, Yunshin announced. Okay, she answered in a fluster. Stay like that a little longer so the medicine can fully seep in. She obeyed, but curiosity soon overrode the silence. That pitch-black form of yours, what exactly is it? Knowing he couldn't hide it, Yunshin told her everything about the parasitic disaster body. Yang Yuanyin frowned when he finished. So you were infected back in the East Sea War Zone? They had spent so much time together, and she had never sensed anything odd. If she hadn't seen the transformation herself today, she would never have imagined something like that was growing inside him. With a quiet sigh, she added, so this is what you and Xiao Han have been hiding from me. Were you worried I'd hand you over to the army's research labs? You really don't trust me, do you? Deep inside the grotto, it was damp and dark, the torchlight flickering. Yang Yuanyin shot Yunchun a withering glare, annoyance written all over her face. Yunshin scratched the tip of his nose and tried to hide his embarrassment behind a smile. I just think the fewer people who know, the better. Yang Yuanyin pursed her lips, the fire highlighting her displeasure. What about Bai Yingxue and Su Qing? Do they know? Yunshin had no choice but to answer honestly. They do. He had already told Bai Yingxue and Su Qing about it in private. That single word "do" landed on Yang Yuanyin's chest like a weight. She had no idea why it bothered her. Before she could sort it out, Yunchun changed the subject. Principal, the two-winged fiend we ran into clearly belongs to the intelligent class. No official report ever mentioned such a species in the demon realm. We know far too little about the demon realm. Yang Yuanyin's tone sank. She lifted her eyes to the damp stones overhead and spoke in a hoarse voice. Sky Island fell some time ago, and we all let our guard down. I never imagined we'd be hit this hard. Yunshin recalled how the two-winged fiend had called him by name and felt a chill. It knew who I was. That's suspicious. Then there's the steel monster in the East Sea War Zone and the 12-flower sect. Could they be connected? I've told you my secret, principal. Can you share all the intel you have? Only the crackle of the campfire answered him. Yang Yuanyan hesitated. Security protocols had once sealed her lips, but now the two of them were stranded in the demon realm with no device to open a space-time portal. They might not even make it out alive. At a moment like this, secrets were meaningless. She drew a deep breath. Human genetic modification experiments were conducted in the past. Scientists extracted genes from powerful fiends and implanted them into human subjects, hoping to create stronger warriors. The steel creature you met in the East Sea is probably one of those products. Officially, every experiment failed. The military's files say the human body naturally rejects fiend genes, but that may not be the whole truth. The fire stretched her shadow across the wall as she went on. That steel monster can blend perfectly into the human world, so it's no ordinary fiend. There's only one explanation: it has a human form in addition to its fiend form. More importantly, it is the leader behind the 12-flower sect that attacked you. Yun Chen's heart thumped heavily. Lowering her eyes, Yang Yuanyan added, the 12-flower sect emerged 10 years ago and has been a thorn in the Federation's side for years. After successive strikes, they're almost wiped out, and the raid on the East Sea was just their last frenzy. The military's code name for the steel fiend is Briar. The sect is on the verge of being uprooted, yet Briar is still at large, which means it's still hiding in the human world. She looked toward the pitch-black mouth of the cave, speaking softly but with crystal-clear enunciation. As for how the two-winged fiend we just saw is connected to Briar, I have no idea. We have far too little information about the demon realm. Yang Yuanyan breathed a quiet sigh, her eyes sweeping over the gloomy ruins. After all, this land was seeded thousands of years ago. To us, the demon realm is already a distant, unfamiliar place. After a brief silence, she turned to Yun Shun, her expression earnest. Either way, we owe it to you this time. Without you, I never could have held off that two-winged fiend. Yun Shun shook his head, his voice calm. My attacks barely hurt it. Your shot is what really mattered, Headmaster. They were both telling the truth. Yang Yuanyan's single shot pierced the fiend's chest, putting it on the back foot for the rest of the fight. Before that, Yun Chen's heaven and earth sword intent had already stripped away half its strength. Without that, the bullet would have been useless. Add his elusive 10,000 sword arsenal, each blade laced with extra anti-demon force, and the fiend's survival was due only to the vast gulf in cultivation between them. The air still crackled with the remnants of combat when they fell into casual conversation. The sun finally slipped away, its last glow swallowed by the night. Yun Chen suddenly stood. Where are you going? Yang Yuanyan asked on reflex. Scouting for food. You're hungry too, right? No sooner had he spoken than her stomach rumbled, quiet yet clear. A rosy flush climbed her cheeks. Moments ago, their talk had let her forget her discomfort. Now hunger and the tatters of her clothes hit her all at once, leaving her mortified. Yun Chen stepped beside her, shrugged off his jacket, and draped it over her shoulders. Pale skin streaked with blood and dust disappeared beneath the fabric. Your clothes are barely holding together. Make do with this for now. I washed it yesterday, so it's clean enough. With that, he turned and disappeared into the darkness. Yang Yuanyan watched him fade into the distance, feeling the lingering warmth of his jacket spread across her back. Her blush only deepened beneath the night sky. Night had swallowed the sky outside the cave. After Yun Shun treated Yang Yuanyan's back with the pills and powders he carried, the bleeding finally ceased. She draped his coat over her bare shoulders, stepped onto the slick stone floor, and craned her neck at the entrance. The wind was sharp and cold, but what chilled her more was the man's absence. A faint frown appeared, worry flickering in her eyes. It's so late, why isn't he back yet? A dark figure suddenly vaulted up from the cliff below. Yang Yuanyan's heart lurched. Instinctively, she shifted forward, her spear stance forming in a blink. Recognizing Yun Shun, she exhaled and relaxed, the aftershock still fluttering in her chest. You scared me, she breathed, her voice unsteady. Yun Shun swung the sheep-shaped fiend in his hand as though it weighed nothing. Caught one. Should be enough for both of us. With that, he strode into the cave, and Yang Yuanyan followed. While he'd been gone, a weight had pressed on her chest. Now, hearing his footsteps echo within the grotto, her heart settled. Principal, do you have a lighter? He asked, glancing back. Yang Yuanyan shook her head. No. Yun Chen didn't smoke, and neither had expected a survival situation today. So we're eating it raw? He joked, rubbing his hands together. Let me try. Yang Yuanyan stepped forward, fingers spreading. A surge of spiritual energy gathered. A small flame danced into being in her palm. Yun Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly stacked the dry branches head collected into a neat pile. She flicked the flame onto the wood. It caught with a bright crackle. Principal, you know Taoist techniques? Yun Chen asked in genuine surprise. A tutor taught me as a child, she replied with a smile. I later focused on the spear, so I rarely used them. But tonight they're handy. The fire grew. Yunshun drew a short sword from the 10,000 sword arsenal. Its cold gleam flickered alongside the flames as he deftly skinned, boned, and portioned the fiend, then fashioned a simple spit from sturdy branches. Firelight gilded the stone walls and cast a gentle halo over Yang Yuanyan's profile. She sat opposite him, hands outstretched toward the blaze, savoring its long-lost warmth. Fat dripped onto the coals with a sizzle, sending waves of savory aroma through the cave. Here, Yunshun handed her a leg roasted to a crisp gold. She accepted and then noticed two strange shapes skewered over the coals. Yunshun, those? Her voice died as realization struck, crimson racing up her cheeks. Why are you cooking that? He shrugged. Waste not. Plenty of nutrients. Want some? Even the tips of her ears glowed in the firelight. Absolutely not, she huffed. Born into privilege, she had never seen such things, let alone eaten them. Nearing 30, she understood matters between men and women, yet still found this mortifying. She took a delicate bite of mutton, but her gaze kept sliding toward Yunshun. He devoured his share with relish, oil glistening down his jaw before he wiped it away and tore into another piece. Yang Yuanyan rolled her eyes, curiosity finally winning. Is it really that good? Laughing, Yunshun held out a skewer of charred, fragrant meat. Why don't you try and find out? Yang Yuanyan hesitated when Yunshun handed her the skewer, then decided, why not? Out here, with no one else around. The wilderness made social niceties feel irrelevant. She took the meat, hunching her shoulders. After one nervous glance, she steeled herself and bit down. Ugh, the raw, gamey taste slammed into her senses. She spat the chunk out and coughed. Yuck. Yunshun, what is that? Yunshun gave a helpless smile. He pulled a few aromatic leaves from his pocket, added pepper-like seeds, ground them together, mixed in the leaf juice, and spread the paste over the meat. Try again. Eyebrows arched, Yang Yuanyan sniffed cautiously. The gaminess had faded. She flicked her tongue across the surface, detected nothing strange, and nibbled. As she chewed, layers of flavor unfolded. A faint blush rose in her cheeks. Not bad. Principal, we're nowhere near a Michelin 3-star restaurant, Yunshun said with a shrug. A hot meal is luxury enough. She agreed, took a few more bites, then handed the skewer back. I can't finish. You eat the rest. Yunshun roasted it a bit longer and gnawed it clean. Full at last, they sat by the fire for warmth. Yunshun, what's our plan? Yang Yuanyan asked, watching the flames. One step at a time, he said, scratching his cheek. When you've healed, we'll look around. Maybe others dropped into this demon realm like we did. If we're lucky, someone has a way home. And if we find nothing? She whispered. He stared at the rock ceiling. Then we stay and make a life here. Make a life? The thought of the two of them, one man, one woman alone in the demon realm, sent heat through her belly. She hurried to a cold stone slab and lay down, letting the chill steady her. Seeing Yunshun still staring upward, she snapped. What are you looking at? He pointed. Principal, look. What's on the wall? She rose, stood beside him, and followed his gaze. By firelight, they saw a mural, a naked woman soaring through the sky, a radiant sun blazing above her head. Yunshun, look. This mural looks ancient. Someone must have painted it hundreds of years ago. Yang Yuanyan leaned toward the rock face, her fingertips brushing the flaking pigments while curiosity shone in her eyes. Yunshun picked up a half-jarred torch, coaxed the flame back to life, and headed deeper into the grotto. The wavering light inched across the walls, revealing more images, several of them surprisingly intact at the far end. One showed a naked man, muscles taut, punching forward with raw power. Is this a scene of a martial artist in training? Yang Yuanyan caught up, a hint of surprise in her voice. Yunshun nodded. Judging by the stance, he's practicing basic fist work. Nothing advanced, even by ordinary standards. After studying it for a moment, he chuckled and tapped the painted figure. Didn't the ancients believe in clothes? Yang Yuanyan's cheeks flushed pink as she shot him a glare. He waved it off, wedged the torch into a crack in the wall, and said, let's get some sleep. We'll explore the other caves tomorrow. They each found a dry, flat slab of stone and lay down. From deeper inside, water dripped intermittently, echoing through the darkness. Time passed. No matter how she tried, Yang Yuanyan couldn't drift off. Restless, she turned over and whispered, Yunshun, are you awake? Only his slow, even breathing answered her. She bit her lip, annoyed that he could sleep so soundly, then forced herself to close her eyes. At dawn, pale light spilled through the entrance. Yunshun rose and inspected the surrounding caverns one by one. Almost every wall held murals, some worn to ghostly smudges, others still sharply defined. To his delight, rare medicinal herbs had sprouted in the cracks, their fragrance faint but unmistakable. Before long, he reached a cavern many times larger than the rest. Standing at its edge, he raised the torch. The interior seemed bottomless. Stepping inside, the flame painted everything in pulsing orange. Then his pupils narrowed. An entire wall was covered with human figures, densely packed. Each body was also naked, not demonstrating fists but drawn in meticulous detail. Meridians and acupoints traced across the skin, delicate arrows marking the flow. Around every outline a faint halo suggested the body itself was aglow. Heart thudding, Yunchen hurried closer. The arrows were no random embellishment. They charted a definite pattern. Is this the path of qi and blood, or true essence? He murmured, a spark of realization flaring. The Brahma body charts. He pulled out his own copy and began comparing it to the wall. The third diagram matched perfectly, then the first, the second, the fourth, every one was identical. But when he surveyed the entire mural, his expression shifted again. There are 9 in total. 9 figures span the stone, yet the Brahma body charts he had received from Fang Xianming contained only 8. Yunchen stared at the 9th mural, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of an unexpected discovery. A golden vein of energy was etched clearly across the stone. He checked the flow again and again, ready to dig deeper, when a thunderous roar suddenly rolled out of the distant forest. The mountains shuddered and dust showered down. Yunchen burned the entire mural into his memory, stifled his curiosity, and raced out of the vast cavern. Yunchen, you're finally back. Inside the cave, Yang Yuanyin pushed herself halfway up, anxiety written on her face. She had tried several times to go after him, but Yunchen had warned her no wandering until her wounds healed. He flung his pack aside and brushed off the grit. Headmaster, what was that noise just now? Another boom struck before he finished speaking, like thunder rolling across the ground. They traded a look and sprinted to the mouth of the cave. At the border of the forest and the mountains, a fiend clad in ashen black armor dragged a body nearly 100 meters long. Its back, tens of meters high, caught the sunlight like a moving fortress of steel. Each step splintered swaths of ancient trees, sending birds and lesser fiends screeching in every direction. Holy! Yunchen blurted. He had never seen a creature that massive. Lucky for them, the behemoth wasn't heading their way. It lumbered off and soon vanished where earth met sky. Yang Yuanyin let out a long breath. Good thing it didn't cross our path. With the danger gone, Yunchen scooped up the herbs. Headmaster, he'll grind these again and put on a fresh poultice. The wound on your back is almost scabbed over. What about my dantian? Yang Yuanyin pressed a finger to her lower abdomen, worry clouding her eyes. Injuries there rarely healed on their own. Even if they did, they often left hidden damage that hampered future cultivation. I'd say my power is down to about 80%, she murmured. Once 6th rank, 1 star, with a total cultivation of 100,000, she could now muster at best 5th rank, 6 stars, meaning if trouble came, everything would fall on Yunchen's shoulders. He ground the herbs into a fine paste, spread it carefully across her back, and wrapped it tight. Stop worrying. Focus on healing. Yunchen, Yushi began, but he was already seated cross-legged, eyes closed, channeling his energy. For the next few days, the desolate mountain cave in the demon realm became a haven for cultivation, free from outside interference. Yunchen threw himself into studying the Brahma body divine diagram. The first time he practiced, the system hinted a special power would emerge, yet after days of poring over the first 8 images, nothing happened. The key must be in that 9th mural, he thought, recalling every line of it. But Fang Xianming had warned him. The Brahma body divine diagram might look simple, yet one misstep in the energy flow could rupture meridians or kill outright. That had kept him cautious. Still, fortune favors the bold. If the first 8 images checked out, why should the 9th be wrong? After weighing the risk, Yunchen clenched his fists. Time to gamble. He drew a deep breath and guided his true essence along the life energy circuit shown in the 9th image. His blood began to roar, and his meridians felt as if scalding golden light were pouring through them. Lying on her side atop a stone slab, Yang Yuanyin never took her eyes off him. From the moment he activated the technique, a gentle golden glow seeped from his skin. Unlike the sharp edge of battle aura, this light wrapped evenly around him, spreading from every inch of flesh, every pore down to every single cell. With his eyes shut tight, Yunchen suddenly felt a domineering surge of unfamiliar energy pour into his body, rampaging through his meridians completely out of control. There was no doubt he hadn't summoned it himself, simply couldn't command it. The power crashed through him like a tidal wave. His face drained of color, and cold sweat beaded on his brow. A metallic tang rose in his throat. His torso jerked, and a warm trickle of blood slid down the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Yang Yuanyin blanched, but didn't dare speak. Interrupting a cultivator by force was taboo, so she clamped her mouth shut, even softening her breathing, and could only watch Yunchen endure the pain. Thankfully, apart from that single streak of blood, his body showed no further signs of collapse. Time dragged on inside the stifling cavern. At last, the golden light shrouding Yunchen ebbed away, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yunchen. Yang Yuanyin stared at him, incredulous. Headmaster, what happened? Your eyes. Yunchen said nothing and walked to a small puddle at the base of the cave wall. The rippling water reflected his face. His pupils had turned completely gold, tiny black arcs of lightning flickering across them before vanishing. The sight startled even him. Master, you've truly awakened a unique form of cultivation power. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Yunshin closed his eyes and focused, sensing the strange energy surging within. Invisible power flooded in from every direction, endless and inexhaustible, as if the very essence of heaven and earth were willingly pouring into him. Boom boom, boom boom. Suddenly, he heard a muffled thumping like a heartbeat. Yunshin spun around. Headmaster, did you hear that? Yang Yuanyin shook her head blankly. What sound? I didn't hear anything. What's wrong with your eyes? Yunshin gave no reply. He vaulted out of the stone cavern. Once on open ground, the thumping grew clearer, steady, immense, as though an invisible heart beat beneath his feet. Listening closely, he realized the sound came from deep within the earth itself, the very planet's pulse. Flowing along with that planetary heartbeat was the same inexhaustible life force the system had mentioned. After a while, the gold faded from Yunshin's eyes, his dark pupils returning to normal as if nothing had happened. He quietly concluded that this power lay a tier above his true martial mode. Questions arose at once. Why had the Brahma Body Codex intentionally deleted the ninth diagram? Because the side effects were severe? While practicing it, the foreign energy had rampaged through him as if tearing him apart. If so, why had it ultimately settled inside him so peacefully? He wiped the remaining blood from his lips, doubt and unease swirling in his mind. Mr. Speaker, it's been almost a month. Is it time to release the casualty figures? Inside the office of the Speaker of the Human Federation, several senior counselors stood in a line before the desk, awaiting instructions from Zisho. Zisho faced the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the city skyline beyond. Unable to see his expression, the counselors could only guess what their leader was thinking. After a long silence, Zisho exhaled and said, "Publish it." The official bulletin, flagged with the highest red alert, flashed across every federal terminal, crushing the last shred of hope for hundreds of families. A lead gray pall seemed to settle over society, smothering the air itself. The once deafening slogans formed the Demon Expedition Army. Retake the Nether Realm still rang in their ears, but cold reality had torn those grand words to shreds. Suhai City. A federal envoy knocked on the old Yun family gate, handing Qinju a casualty notice and a compensation payment. The flimsy sheet felt as heavy as iron. Qinju's fingers shook, the color drained from her lips, and she collapsed, rushed to the hospital by paramedics. Qin Wusheng's family stood vigil at her bedside, wiping her brow, administering medicine, terrified that grief might claim her too. At the same moment, Imperial Capital Martial University. In the living room of Villa Number 1, Bai Yingxue and Su Qing sat shoulder to shoulder before the coffee table, staring at the death notice, their eyes hollow. From the instant they received it, they had become puppets whose souls were gone, unable to utter a single word. Li Siyu paced nearby, at a loss for how to help. She wanted to comfort them, but what could she say? Spin another gentle lie that Yun Shun was still alive? That would only shatter hope again and deepen the pain. She knew the truth. When Skydome Island fell, Yun Shun and Yang Yuanyan were trapped there. Even if they miraculously survived, they were stranded in the demon realm with no logistics and no contact. The odds of survival were painfully low. Moreover, the notice was an official federal document. With no communication between realms, and the Federation increasingly wary of new incursions, presumed dead was as close to certainty as the government would declare. Li Siyu understood that only time could dull a wound like this. The doorbell rang. Bai Yingxue and Su Qing did not move. Li Siyu drew a steadying breath and opened the door. Gu Miaochuan stood outside with several classmates, every pair of eyes rimmed red. Tear tracks still streaked Gu Maikin's cheeks. Miaochuan, Li Siyu's voice broke. From behind, Chong Yuanwu leaned forward. The notice had arrived? Li Siyu nodded. The air congealed, a crushing stillness pressing down on them. Gu Maikin's tears spilled anew, and Ji Qiongxi pulled her into an embrace. Miaochuan, this isn't your fault, Ji Qiongxi murmured, patting her shoulder. When the spatial corridor closed, Yunshin never appeared. Principal Yang chose to stay behind and keep searching. Gu Miaochuan buried her face in Ji Qiongxi's arms, her sobs shaking her shoulders. Chen Han sighed. If the Federation had prepared a few more gate activators, we wouldn't be here now. The assault had come too suddenly. They had barely any time to open even one portal. From inside the house came a voice, grief-stricken yet unyielding. Yingxue, stop crying. I refuse to believe Yunshin is dead. He's always been the one who brings us miracles. Su Qing emerged from the room alone and looked at the others. Everyone, come inside, she said. The breeze at the doorway lifted her long hair, and in that moment they all sensed a new steadiness and edge about her. Li Siyu was especially taken aback. In her memory, Su Qing had always spoken gently, and despite being a few years older, her presence was usually eclipsed by Bai Yingxue. Now, however, her aura seemed to fill the entire villa. Instinctively, everyone obeyed and filed in. In the living room, Bai Yingxue slumped in a chair, her pretty face streaked with tears, looking utterly fragile. After the group had taken their seats, Su Qing remained standing beside the sofa, swept her gaze across them, and laid out her plan. Sister Qing, are you saying we should hire mercenaries to enter the demon realm? Li Siyu was the first to recover, her voice incredulous. Su Qing nodded, her expression grave. Ji Qiongxi frowned. But to reach the demon realm, we need an operation order from the Demon Suppression Corps. Exactly, and that's why I need your help, Su Qing said, her tone calm, yet earnest. She knew everyone here had already enlisted in the Corps, so she hoped they would submit the request on her behalf. She added that she would never ask them to risk their lives there. Once the order was obtained, the mission would be handed to mercenaries. Before she finished, a steady male voice broke in. He'll go. Chong Yuanwu stood with his blade in hand, eyes unwavering. I don't believe he died in the demon realm. Gu Miaochuan spoke up without hesitation. I'm going to. Sang Jia, only recently healed, pressed his palms together and nodded. Dong Ning, beside Chong Yuanwu, said evenly, count me in. Li Siyu hesitated, then bit her lip. I'm in. Guaharan chimed in at the same time. He'll go? Chen Han scratched his head and grinned. Guess I'm going too. Ji Qiongxi had intended to talk Miaochuan out of it, but could only sigh. Fine, add me as well. Chen Han chuckled. Well, Miss Ji, that's a surprise. She snorted. If someone like you dares to go, how could I stay behind? Their united front brought a rare smile to Su Qing's face. She was glad Yinshin had friends like these, yet she still shook her head. I appreciate your kindness, but the demon realm is too dangerous. I can't let you take another risk. Li Siyu suddenly remembered the most practical problem. Sister Qing, you said you'd hire mercenaries, but most of them wouldn't touch a job like this. They're in it for money, not a suicide mission. Su Qing seemed prepared for the question and gave a confident smile. Don't worry. The unit I plan to hire isn't made up of ordinary mercenaries. She offered a concise introduction to the unit. When she finished, everyone was stunned. Autonomous military machines? These specialized robots, a recent innovation, had already earned a stellar record in reconnaissance and early warnings against fiends. The greatest advantage was obvious. Losing a machine was far cheaper than losing a life. Li Siyu's father is the governor of Sichuan province, so she has handled this kind of cutting-edge hardware before. Uneasily, she said, Sister Qingqing, I've heard autonomous military machines are never sold openly. If you want to buy several at once, I'm afraid. Su Qing waved the worry away as if they were discussing something trivial and smiled lightly. See you. There's nothing to worry about. I don't plan to buy the machines. I'm going to buy the company that makes them. The words seemed to drain all the air from the room. Everyone froze where they stood. The corner of Li Siyu's mouth twitched. There are only 3 such unicorn firms in all of Xia, each worth tens of billions, and she's talking about buying one just like that? Bai Yingshu's lashes fluttered in shock. She blurted, Sister Qingqing you. Su Qing glanced at her, a wistful smile tugging at her lips. I started arranging this days ago. I've just been waiting for a miracle for him to come back. But it seems he's waiting for us to find him. Her eyes dimmed. The company isn't the real problem. The real hurdle is securing a license to use the temporal gateway. At the words temporal gateway, everyone fell silent. The device links the demon realm and the human world, and only federal envoys or high-ranking officers are cleared to handle it. Ordinary citizens have no chance of getting near one. Out of the hush, Bai Yingxue suddenly looked up, her voice firm. I can get the authorization. Ji Qiongxi and Li Siyu traded glances and spoke almost in unison. Yingxue, you can get it? Even with their fathers pulling strings, they couldn't be sure, yet she sounded so certain. Su Qing fixed her gaze on Bai Yingxue. Yingxue, you? Bai Yingxue wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, her gaze clear and resolute. Sister Qingqing, I'm going to the demon realm with you. That night, at the Bai family villa, Bai Yingxue called her father and told him everything. Dad, so can you get the permit for me? On the other end, Bai Qi was silent for a moment, then sighed. Silly girl, if you've made up your mind, how could I not help you? Bai Yingxue let out a breath, her voice trembling. Thank you, Dad. Bai Qi sighed again, heavier this time. Honestly, I don't believe that boy died such a ridiculous death either. After hanging up, he studied himself in the mirror. A long-stored uniform lay across his shoulders, the epaulets still gleaming. He muttered, I hope the old guard still owes me a favor. In the capital, at a secluded estate, the night wind whisked past the carved window lattice. Wu Ao stared at the casualty list released by the Federation, checking the words Yunshin again and again. At last he broke into low laughter. Ha, the kid really died? Interesting. His right leg twitched with excitement, tapping out a rhythm. He had only wanted to teach Yunshin a lesson to vin a grudge. He never expected the man to die in the demon realm. The thought thrilled him even more. If Yunshin was gone, then those 2 stunning women had met on the street that day. A wicked desire flared in Wu Ao's heart. In the demon realm, Yunshin was already awake when the first ray of sunlight slipped into the cave. He stepped outside, his toes pressing against rocks still damp with night dew, and breathed in the mingled scent of fresh greenery and wet earth. Master, you've been getting up early lately. The system's cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Yunshin stretched lazily and smiled. Ever since he arrived in the demon realm, no signal, no internet, no entertainment, slept when it was dark and rose when it was light. His body clock drilled into near-perfect order. The dull routine couldn't stop his power from soaring. His cultivation leapt by the hundreds each day, and even unarmed he now stood solidly at 4th tier, 3 stars. System, why has that guy gone silent again? He asked in his thoughts. I put him back to sleep. He's violent, erratic, and won't stop muttering. If I leave him unchecked, he'll eventually disrupt your mind. No wonder Head stayed clear-headed even after being infected by the parasitic disaster body. The system had been suppressing it all along. Chen understood. A gentle call came from behind. Chen. Turning, he saw Yang Yuanyin step out of the cave. Principal all set? Yes. She nodded, her wounds almost healed. Today they would leave this temporary refuge and begin their investigation. Hiding in the cave had changed nothing. If they wanted to return to the human realm, stepping outside was the first move. Before departing, Yang Yuanyin glanced back at the small grotto. Soot from their campfires and traces of daily life still marked the walls, stirring a faint, homesick melancholy. In just a few days of eating and sleeping under the same roof, the place had grown strangely familiar. Chen gave her a moment, then opened the myriad sword vault for a quick check. The battle on Sky Vault Island had eaten through many low-grade swords, but had always believed in stockpiling. Even now the vault held tens of thousands of blades, most of them grade far superior in quantity, durability, and power to what he had in the East Sea campaign. Finding new weapons in the demon realm was nearly impossible, yet this cache would last for a long while. On the cultivation side, the Brahma breathing technique had reached its 7th cycle, and he had practiced the 9 diagrams of the Brahma physique countless times. Outwardly he was only 4th tier, 3 stars, but with all the enhancements layered together, his combat strength rivaled a 5th tier, 1-star grandmaster. With Heaven and Earth sword intent and sword heart added, he was confident of standing toe-to-toe with 5th tier, 2, or even 3-star foes. Most important of all was still growing stronger every day. That thought eased the tension in him, and his steps unconsciously quickened. Chen and Yang Yuanyin had crashed here when Sky Vault Island fell, so they decided to begin their investigation in this very region. With a bit of luck, we might even find the switch that opens a space-time gateway. Of course, that was only wishful thinking. In the lush, brooding jungle of the demon realm, everything was blown up to an almost absurd scale. Chen bent to pick up a leaf broad enough to cover 2 faces and ran his fingers over its rough veins. Everything out here is ridiculously oversized, he muttered. That just makes it easier for us to stay hidden, Yang Yuanyin replied with a light laugh. Her silver-white armor hugged her frame, and her spear was always within easy reach. A rustle came from the nearby thicket. Who's there? Yang Yuanyin barked. She slid sideways to shield Chen, spear flashing as a faint silver streak sliced through the air. Hold it, just a misunderstanding. A hoarse yet steady male voice called. A lean man with distinctly East Asian features stepped from behind a massive tree. His gray-black combat suit was caked with dirt, proof he'd been wandering this jungle for some time. That voice sent a shiver through Chen and knew it. Didn't expect to see fellow countrymen here, the man said, eyes flicking between them. Any other survivors? Recognition slammed into Chen. His pupils narrowed. The leader of Blade. Blade was one of the most secretive mercenary groups in Hua Nation. Chen had once overheard a call between a member named Ono and this leader, the man now standing before him. Blade coveted the blood essence tree cores and had even planned to take Chen's life. Chen had killed Ono, claimed every core, and heard nothing of Blade since. What's he doing here? Chen wondered. Ono disappeared after reporting the cores, so the leader probably assumed betrayal, rushed to Skydome Island anger, and got caught in its collapse. Tough luck and tougher man to have survived this broken demon realm. The stranger was studying Chen just as closely. His investigation had shown that Ono hadn't run off, had been killed, and the cores stolen. The culprit was obvious, the young warrior from Dashi Chen. Now, staring at the young man in a white combat suit, hair a bit long and stubble on his chin, the leader's eyes flashed with icy intent. This was Chen. Memories surged through the gang leader, sending his emotions into turmoil. An invisible giant hand seemed to clamp down on his shoulders, making them spasm violently one moment and lock rigid the next. Seeing this, Liang Southeast pressed close to Chen and whispered, Master, be careful, something's off with him. The leader's gaze roamed over Chen, at times blazing with fanaticism, at times lifeless as if 2 personalities were tearing at each other inside him. Chen, he rasped, hatred dripping from every syllable. The next instant his voice shifted to the desperate croak of a drowning man. Help me. Chen exchanged a glance with Yang Yuanyin, both tightening into combat stances. Suddenly the man stopped convulsing and his head drooped. Crack, crack, crack joints popped as his limbs folded backward at impossible angles. His skin withered and split, darkening into bark, and he shrank by nearly a head. Thick white tendrils burrowed from his pant legs into the soil, revealing that something underground had been pulling the strings all along. In a heartbeat, a sapling man took shape and lunged at Yang Yuanyin. At the same time, an eerie laugh scraped across Chen's mind like rusty nails on Irona's psychic assault. Judging Yang Yuanyin the greater threat, The creature unleashed its puppet on her while attacking Chen only with its mind, treating him as easy prey. Bang! The spear's gleam reached the sapling first. Yang Yuanyan's expression was icy as she flicked her spear and blew the wooden head to splinters. Sizzle! The creature didn't fall. Pale tendrils wriggled from the broken neck, twisting together into a fresh head. Headmistress, the ground. Chen warned. Catching on, Yang Yuanyan swept her spears but around and drove the tip into the earth. Crack! A fissure ripped through the ground for dozens of meters, stone shards flying. The treeman froze as the white tendrils recoiled like a retreating tide, ripping from its body and diving back underground. Trying to run? Chen's eyes narrowed. If those tendrils slipped away, they could strike from below at any moment, and neither he nor Yang Yuanyan could risk touching them. An idea flashed. A thin black membrane spread across his palms, clinging like scale armor. I can tap the parasite's power at will? Even he was stunned. His figure blurred and reappeared behind the sapling in a single breath. The puppet spun reflexively, hollow eyes quivering. The mental attack hadn't so much as ruffled Chen. It didn't have long to process its shock. Chen seized the creature by the scruff of its neck with his left hand, while his right clamped onto the white tendril that was trying to retreat from its body. Crack! His arm muscles tightened, and with a savage yank he tore the tendril straight out of the sapling's trunk. Then, as if kicking away trash, he booted the little treant aside, locked his fist around the severed tendril, and pulled again. Boom! A muffled rumble rolled up from deep underground. The white tendril writhed madly, its entire length squirming like a startled giant maggot, trying to burrow through Chen's palm into his flesh. His knuckles went white, but he did not loosen his grip. Seeing this, Yang Yuanyan sprinted over with her rifle, worried he might tire. As she reached him, Chen murmured, "Headmaster, get ready. Get ready for double-ish." She never finished, for the ground split open in long, narrow fissures. Veins bulged at Chen's temples, and the muscles of his right arm stood out sharply beneath his combat suit. He leaned back and hauled a pallid mass of flesh out of the earth. The sphere was roughly 10 meters across, its surface laced with knotted veins, and a vertical slit in the center gaped like a giant mouth from which all the white tendrils had emerged. A sickly sweet stench hit them, making Yang Yuanyan cover her mouth as her stomach churned. Noticing her expression, Chen chuckled. "Looks like you still weren't ready." With that, he hurled the flesh ball skyward. A resonant hum rippled through the air as a rift to the vault of 10,000 swords snapped open overhead. The clash of metal rang out, and a storm of blades roared through, punching a dozen gory holes in the flesh ball in an instant. Pale green ichor sprayed everywhere, and the ball deflated like a punctured bladder, collapsing into a heap of skin. The white tendril that had been struggling in Chen's grasp went limp and dangled like a dead branch. Chen shook out his hand and cast a look of disgust at the pile of flesh. What a revolting thing. Yang Yuanyan, however, was staring at his right arm. Chen Yu. She clearly remembered how he had hauled that massive ball out of the ground with one hand, hardly breaking a sweat. Even more unsettling was the thin black membrane she had seen covering his palm. Chen looked down at his hands and muttered, "Strange, I can already control the parasite calamity's power?" He couldn't recall any special training, yet the power felt as if it had always been his. Deep inside him, in a shadowy, prison-like mental realm, the parasite calamity known as Zhe was locked away. It muttered in disbelief. "Impossible, he can actually wield my power directly?" Meanwhile, to the north of the forest where Chen stood, a space-time gateway silently opened. Once the space-time gateway had fully opened, several figures stepped through. Electric blue arcs still danced along its rim as Bai Qi led the way, his dark gray tactical suit catching a cold metallic gleam in the demon realm's crimson mist. Bai Yingxue followed close behind, her white armor stark against the gloom, while Su Qing moved at her right, wrapped in a black combat suit. A custom helmet hid every feature, the visor alive with scrolling data. "Any dizziness or shortness of breath?" Bai Qi asked, turning to his daughter. "The air's fine, Dad. Let's move." Bai Yingxue shook her head crisply. Before her words had faded, the gateway churned again and dozens of autonomous combat drones poured out like an armored swarm of ants. Su Qing tapped a command on the visor. "Sweep for biosignatures." The machines immediately fanned out, skimming over jagged obsidian rock. Each drone stood half a person tall, its silent joint modules leaving almost no sound. Every unit carried a bioscanner that relayed any suspicious reading directly to Su Qing's display. Behind them, the wall of light contracted and vanished. Bai Qi checked the 2 gateway activators at his belt primary and backup extra units he had personally requested from the federal military. This search for Chen was an unsanctioned mission with no support. If the devices failed, they would be trapped in the demon realm forever. "Move out. We find Chen and bring him home." His order was brief, and the team advanced at once. Elsewhere in the demon realm, a gray wind howled across a wasteland strewn with jagged stones. Yang Yuanyan frowned. "If we can't locate the activator, we might as well stay in that cave." Chen gave a wry smile. Headmaster, do you really like that cave so much? Her cheeks flushed at the teasing remark, and she fell silent for a moment. Chen scanned the desolate horizon. Searching for the device out here is like looking for a needle in the ocean. Without it, how do we ever get back to the human realm? Worry crept into his voice. Deep within the demon realm, a sky-piercing mountain was wrapped in a perpetual storm. Hundreds of twin-winged fiends stood in ranks along its summit. Suddenly, three black shapes ripped through the clouds, diving toward the peak and slamming into the rock with a shock wave that blasted outward. Every twin-winged fiend dropped to one knee, as if greeting their sovereign. The three newcomers spread their wings. On either side stood a four-winged fiend clad in vine-like armor. In the center loomed a monstrous six-winged fiend, deathly pale and eyeless. Six blade-like wings flared from its back, and at more than 6 meters tall it dwarfed the 3-meter twin-winged fiends around it. Its vast shadow blanketed the mountaintop, and even the air seemed to solidify. The six-winged fiend stepped forward, its thunderous roar rolling across the peak. Warriors, hail to our great star mother. On the high platform, a six-winged fiend thrust his right arm skyward, displaying his trophy. In the fiery glow of dusk, its shape grew clear, a human head. The blood had dried to dark brown, the skin was ashen and shriveled, and the features were contorted. The victim was Anton, sixth-tier warrior of Ross and mentor to Andrei and Nikonov. The densely packed ranks of two-winged fiends below erupted, their cheers crashing like waves. Beating his wings, the six-winged fiend looked down and thundered, "Humans are the vermin of this world. By the will of the Star Mother, we will drive every pest from the blue star. Drive them out! Drive them out!" The two-winged fiends shouted, slashing the air with their blade-like wings. The six-winged fiend flung the head to the ground and crushed it underfoot. Bones cracked, gore sprayed, and the frenzy reached its peak. The revelry continued, the stench of blood growing stronger. Beside the six-winged fiend, a lieutenant whispered, "Commander, aren't they getting a bit too worked up?" The central six-winged fiend Yuta waved him off. "No need to worry. I've only just begun drilling this unit, and this is their first time slaying a sixth-tier pest. The victory deserves a celebration, let them have their fun." The lieutenant said no more. At that moment, a red silhouette glided closer. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, Edie turned. The newcomer was a woman in crimson. She looked human, yet her pupils were a lifeless gray, scattered like cracks in glass. "What do you want?" Edie asked, brows arching, his tone openly challenging. She held his gaze, her voice even. "You've disrupted our plan. I warned you the parasite Calamity was on that island, yet you attacked anyway. Now the Calamity is missing, and my lord is furious." "The little runt is furious?" Edie scoffed, unfazed. Her face darkened. The term clearly displeased her. "Watch your tone." Two of Yidi's subordinates stepped forward, barking, "Mind your respect. You stand before a royal of the fallen." Edie motioned them back and fixed his eyes on the woman. "Sky Island is a vassal of the fallen. When and how we strike is our decision. The parasite Calamity is none of our concern. Tell your master our assistance is a favor, not a duty." She paused, but offered no rebuttal. "However," Edie continued, "there is a debt to settle. A human named Chen left my brother gravely wounded. I intend to collect that debt myself. He should be in the demon realm," she supplied. "I know," Edie replied coldly. "This time, they'll handle him personally." A sudden sonic boom split the air. A two-winged fiend dived down, landed hard, and knelt, panting. "Commander, we've spotted human tracks." Yunshun and Yang Yuanyan were still pushing deeper into the jungle. Damp earth lay hidden beneath layers of fallen leaves, and every cautious step set off a brittle rustling. Suddenly, someone tugged Yunshin's sleeve. Yang Yuanyan seized his arm and whispered, "Watch it." She pointed ahead. The ground looked ordinary at first glance, but a closer look revealed strands of dark green-black vines writhing beneath the leaves. They slid like snakes, occasionally poking through the gaps, and among them lay splintered demon bones, stained a rusty red. A faint metallic stench hung in the heavy air, sending a chill down their spines. "This demon realm really is deadly at every turn," Yang Yuanyan murmured, wiping sweat from her brow with a trembling hand. Yunshin clicked his tongue, swiped aside an overhanging branch, and sat on a lightning-splintered stump. "Damn it," he grumbled. "We could search for 100 years and never find the device that opens the portal home. Are we supposed to wander this place forever?" He had always claimed he could stay here if he had to, but now that they were truly trapped, who would willingly remain in a land where danger lurked in every shadow? Hearing the discouragement in his voice, Yang Yuanyan perched beside him and said softly, "Don't be upset." Realizing his outburst might have shaken her, Yunshin exhaled. "I'm not angry, principal. But the sun's going down, we need to find somewhere safe for the night. I have a feeling this place is even worse after dark." She nodded. Since arriving in the demon realm, she had unconsciously fallen into step with Yunshin's rhythm. Back in the mortal world, she had been the dignified headmistress. Here, their roles seemed to have quietly reversed. Dusk thickened and a thin mist crept among the trees as they quickened their pace. Suddenly, a ribbon of iridescent light flashed across the northern sky. spilling between the treetops like an aurora. What is that? Yang Yuanyin squinted upward, curiosity shining in her eyes. Yun Shun scanned the overcast heavens, making sure no winged fiends were circling above, then summoned his flying sword from the armory of 10,000 blades. Riding a streak of sword light, he rose to the canopy. After the battle with the two-winged demon, he was wary of open air, his gaze sweeping non-stop until he located the source of the glow. Principal, there's a ravine to the north, the light's coming from there, he called as he dropped back to the ground. Should we take a look? Yang Yuanyin asked. What do you think? Yunshin countered. Her eyes sparkled, and she smiled lightly. He'll follow your lead. Then let's go. Without hesitation, they headed north at a run. The ravine wasn't far. Within 10 minutes they arrived. Jagged rocks lined the rim. Yunshin knelt to peer over the edge, excitement brightening his voice. Principal, look at this. Yang Yuanyin joined him and craned her neck. Dozens of meters below, the cliff walls were studded with dense clusters of crystalline shards, as though a field of stars had crashed into the earth. Blue, violet, gold, and scarlet lights pulsed and interlaced, washing the night in a dreamlike palette. It's beautiful, Yang Yuanyin breathed, her eyes reflecting 1,000 points of light. Even her breaths grew soft, as if afraid to disturb the spectacle. Mother Nature truly was a peerless artisan. I never thought I'd see scenery like this in the demon realm. Yang Yuanyin looked up in awe as her eyes swept across the landscape. Suddenly, Yin Chen's brow furrowed. Wait, something's off. With that, he sprang forward, diving straight down the steep ravine. Yin Chen, be careful. Yang Yuanyin's voice echoed through the gorge. Yin Chen clung to the rough cliff face, sliding downward inch by inch. Moments later, he landed firmly on a crystal ridge as thick as an arm. The prism jutted from the rock like a towering icicle, and its blinding white glow made him squint. After a moment, his eyes adjusted, revealing the source. Inside the crystal, translucent filaments drifted like slow-moving mist or liquid, and they were the ones shining. So this is the real light source and it's self-illuminating, Yun Chen murmured, clearly stunned. Master, I can sense a powerful energy in that prism, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Energy? Yun Chen's heart skipped a beat. You mean this crystal is actually a power source? Exactly. It generates its own light. It could easily replace a torch, the system confirmed. Yun Chen nodded but added quickly, and that's just the beginning. Look at this brightness, it's several times stronger than a standard fluorescent lamp. The energy density must be incredible. Footsteps approached from above as Yang Yuanyin drifted down beside him. Shielding her eyes, she studied the crystal. Remarkable. I've never seen anything like it in the human realm, must be a demon realm exclusive. Principal, the light is only a fraction, Yun Chen said, pointing at the glowing strands, excitement in his voice. The truly frightening part is the energy stored inside them. Yang Yuanyin's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Energy is the most valuable resource, period. Large facilities run on it. Weapon forging and gear manufacturing depend on it. Some martial weapons are even energy-powered, and alchemists mix or energy into pills. In the martial world, nothing rivals it. She eyed Yinshin shrewdly. Shall we take some with us? Yinshin grinned. Principal, how many storage items do you have? Just this storage ring, Yang Yuanyin said, wiggling her index finger. Its capacity is about the same as yours. Yinshin's own ring held 10,000 cubic meters and was nearly empty, so space wasn't an issue. He drew the greatsword Tian Sha, its blade flashing cold light as he sliced the prism free at its base and stored it in the ring. Yang Yuanyin worked more delicately, selecting well-sized fragments and placing them inside her ring one by one. Yin Shun, be careful. This stuff, she began to warn him when a sharp crack split the air. Tiang's edge had traced a thin fracture across a crystal's surface. Blinding light erupted from the fissure, flooding the ravine like midday. Watch out. Yun Chen didn't hesitate. He flung the prism in his hand, and the moment it left his fingers it split with a sharp crack. Filamenthin strands drifted out, met the air, and erupted into white-hot fire. A blinding glow billowed outward, hurling a wave of heat at them. Yun Shun and Yang Yuanyin vaulted upward together, dodging the blast by inches. That thing is packed with energy. Yang Yuanyin patted her chest, still rattled. Yun Shun laughed. Which means we found something priceless. Could you be careful for once? If it had broken while you were holding it, you'd be ashes by now. She shot him a look, but it was hard to stay madmen, and their carelessness went hand in hand. When the glare and heat finally faded, they dove back into the rift and kept collecting. In minutes their storage rings were crammed with energy prisms, yet the walls were still encrusted with crystals. They'd taken less than a tenth. Worse, the rings were full, and they carried no packs for the rest. Night settled in. Yinshin glanced at Yang Yuanyin and raised a brow. Headmaster, we've got plenty. Let's move. Two figures streaked out of the ravine. Yun Shun held a palm-sized prism in his left hand, its faint glow enough to guide them through the forest. North, straight through the woods, he murmured. Yang Yuanyin bit her lip. Uneasy, leaving the forest meant stepping into the unknown. The thought tugged her back to the quiet days she and Yun Shun had spent in the stone cave. She found herself missing that calm. Lost in thought, she didn't notice head pulled several yards ahead. She hurried after him and fell in behind. The farther they went, the thicker the undergrowth grew, blocking their view. A sudden rustle. Stay sharp, Yun Shun whispered. Before the words died, the grass burst apart and a black blur lunged out, twin crimson lights streaking behind it. Yun Shun was ready. One slash of cold steel, a silver flash. Splat. The creature hit the grounded demon rabbit. Yun Shun hoisted it by the ears, grinning. Dinner sorted. Another stir came from the brush. More? He frowned. An instant later, a grinding screech rolled closer like rubber, chewing up earth. A battered autonomous combat unit lurched from the thicket, hull riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks, red-blue warning lights flickering weakly. What in the world? Yun Shen's pupils contracted. This was no demon world machine. An autonomous military drone. Yang Yuanyin gasped, recognizing the model. Has the Federation come to rescue us? Yang Yuanyin spoke, her voice edged with disbelief. Was it even possible? Searching the demon realm for people whose fates were unknown carried a risk so high it was practically suicide, nothing like the Federation's usual caution. Yet the autonomous combat unit before them was unmistakably the Army's latest model. Its alloy shell was gouged by claws, but it still flashed a cold metallic sheen. A small scanner on the machine's top rotated slowly, its red beam passing from Yunshin to Yang Yuanyin, while a thin electronic hiss crackled. It had entered this jungle with 9 identical units. Now it was the only one left moving. Even it seemed to doubt that 2 living humans could still be standing in this hostile place. Are you here to find us? Who sent you? Hey, can you hear me? Is someone controlling you remotely? Yun Shun bent close, palms pressed against the frigid armor, questions tumbling out. Yun Shun, autonomous combat units don't have real intelligence, Yang Yuanyin reminded him. Before she finished, the machine suddenly pivoted, its treads flinging dead leaves as it disappeared into the chest-high grass. Headmaster, go? Follow it. Yun Shen's voice shook with excitement. At last, a chance to go home. Ching, still nothing? Elsewhere, in a clearing, Bai Yingshu's amplified voice crackled through her helmet. Su Qing's visor mirrored the bleak sky. She sighed soundlessly and shook her head. Nothing. Yingxue clenched her fists. The Federation's coordinates put Yun Shen's crash site right here. We brought dozens of autonomous units and swept the area almost grid by grid, but we haven't found a single sign of life. That means... Her breath caught. The final word stuck in her throat. Yin Shun was probably dead. Su Qing felt her heart plummet. Beneath the helmet her face went chalk white. Beside her, Bai Qi tried to soothe them. Yingxue, don't panic. Demons are everywhere, here maybe Yin Shen's just hiding. Yingxue gave a stiff nod, clinging to that sliver of hope. Bai Qi prayed silently. Please, let the kid be safe. A heavy gloom hung in the air, as thick as fog. Suddenly the tactical display inside Su Qing's helmet lit up. Beep beep, life signs detected, life signs detected. Dull eyes blazed with light. Her elegant features flipped from despair to shock, then to an irrepressible, trembling joy. Su Qing's throat tightened, she could barely speak. The system continued, downloading on-site audio. Please wait. The progress bar crept forward, each second stretched into an eternity. 100 download complete. Hey, is someone operating this thing? Can you hear me? Yun Shen's familiar voice exploded in her headset. The wild joy of finding him alive and the terror of losing him again crashed over her at once. Tears burst from Su Qing's eyes. She dropped to her knees, hugged her helmet, and sobbed uncontrollably. Qing, what's wrong? Bai Yingxue sensed Su Qing's distress at once and darted over to help her up. Before Su Qing could fully straighten, a lump caught in her throat. Her voice quavered. Yingxue, we found him. We finally found him. Found him? Bai Yingxue froze, her chest rising and falling hard. Sister Qing, you mean Yinshin? Is it true? Tears streaked down Su Qing's face as she nodded. The 2 women clung to each other, sobbing in relief. Bai Qi had been standing guard nearby. Now excitement and urgency warred on his face, his gloved knuckles turning white. Where is he? We need to move. This is the demon realm, man, it's night. No detours. We locate Yunshin first, then open the time-space gate. Su Qing had just opened her mouth to answer when a piercing howl split the air overhead. All 3 jerked their heads up. Dark shapes wheeled across the black sky. Moonlight shattered around the beating wings, casting broken shadows on the ground. Dad, what are those? Bai Yingxue whispered, unease crawling up her spine. Bai Qi's gaze never left the sky. The shadows dropped lower, swelling in size, shrieking as they knifed toward the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shuddered. Several hulking fallen celestial warriors smashed down in a circle around them. Blood-streaked wings half-furled, fangs exposed. They rumbled in harsh demonic syllables. After a short exchange, every ghost green eye locked on Bai Qi, murderous intent flaring. Damn it, trouble always finds us at the worst time, Bai Qi muttered. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black warblade flashed from his storage ring, its edge glittering. Still, we've located Xiao Chen. Deal with these beasts, and we're done. The demons sneered at the sight of the blade. One human male. Life wave barely third tier. And he dares resist? No need for the chief. We'll handle the toy. They lunged. SHHK? They managed only a few steps before a dazzling arc of steel sliced the air. A hair-thin red line blossomed around their waists. Shock twisted their faces. An instant later, torsos and legs parted and hit the dirt with twin thuds. Even in death, they never understood how a mere third-tier human had ended them in a single stroke. Bai Qi lowered the blade, shoulders swaying. Dad, are you all right? Bai Yingxue caught his arm. He shook the weapon once, forcing a wan smile. I'm fine. The blade's just complaining I haven't used it in ages. Since her mother's death, Bai Yingxue had never seen him practice. The sight stung her heart. Bai Qi patted her shoulder, wordlessly telling her not to worry. Dad, those demons, they must be the ones who attacked Sky Island, right? Bai Yingxue stared at the corpse on the ground. It was the first time she had ever seen a humanoid fiend with her own eyes. Bai Qi was about to speak when a fresh commotion rippled across the night sky. All three looked up at once and saw winged demons bearing down like storm clouds, their blade-shaped feathers flashing coldly in the moonlight. Hundreds of fallen warriors poured out of the darkness like a murder of crows. Why are there so many of them? Su Qing's voice trembled inside his helmet. On his HUD, the indicator for Yun Shun was racing toward them. Of all times, they pick now. Panic tightened his chest as his fingers dug into the forend of his energy rifle. A glint of frost iced over Bai Yingshu's eyes. Moisture in the air condensed instantly, and dozens of ice blades hovered around her, reflecting the pallid starlight. Whoosh! The blades shrieked upward, skewering several weaker fallen in a heartbeat. The victims screamed and fell, but the rest steadied their wings and kept diving. Yingxue behind me, Bai Qi ordered. She obeyed, retreating half a step while forging new ice blades to buy her father room to act. In the next heartbeat, Bai Qi's sword hand twitched. A dark crimson aura surged from his body, as though a bloody mist were being forced into the air. The bone-deep chill spread outward, making even ice-wielding Bai Yingxue feel as if needles were stabbing her skin. She knew that ruthless cold well. She had inherited it from him. Yingxue, your father Su Qing felt the oppressive power slam into him, squeezing his chest. No third-tier warrior should command strength like this, but there was no time for questions. The crimson light snapped back and flooded into Bai Qi's blade. Clang! The sword sang as several dark red arcs of qi coiled around him like vipers. The earth within 100 meters darkened to a somber red, the soil visibly heaving. Blood-colored wraiths seeped from Bai Qi's body and burrowed into the ground beneath his feet. Field projection. His aura exploded third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier. Boom. A thunderous shock burst from his chest, and countless slashes tore open the night. Whole ranks of fallen never lifted their shields before the crimson blades carved them into mist, wings, and limbs raining down. Every corpse that hit the ground had a wisp of gray-white vapor ripped free, as though its soul were stolen. With each spirit absorbed, Bai Qi's power surged higher still. The fallen who had planned to encircle the human squad now hovered in midair, minds reeling and eyes wide with terror. What is with this human? His strength just keeps climbing. The pressure rolling off, Bai Qi kept climbing without end. If that power was allowed to keep rising, the fallen wing warriors wouldn't have the slightest chance. Stay clear of those blade arcs, break him. A roar split the air. The speaker was a fallen wing captain nearly 4 meters tall. In their race, the larger the frame, the greater the strength. He had reached the pinnacle of the human fifth tier. Though not of the royal line, noble blood ran in his veins, and his prestige was unmatched. At his command, nearly 100 fallen wing warriors dove toward Bai Qi, shrieking as they tried to shatter the swelling domain. The first warrior had barely crossed the boundary when everyone realized how foolish that choice was. A dark red phantom erupted from the ground, howling as it clamped both claws around the warrior's calves and dragged him downward. Terror froze on his face, and before it faded, a second phantom appeared behind him, wielding a massive blade formed from crimson mist. Splat! The edge flashed, and he died without even a scream, his life harvested by the twin specters. More and more fallen wing warriors charged into the domain, and the phantoms multiplied in kind, rising and falling like a tide. Bai Qi stood motionless, not swinging his sword even once. The restless dead culled every intruder for him. Hovering above, the fallen wing captain watched his comrades' bodies pile up. His chest tightened, and his wings trembled. What were those things? Terror cracked through his voice. In the distance, Su Qing leaned closer and asked softly, Yingxue, what's happening to your father? Gazing at the battlefield, Bai Yingxue replied, those phantoms are the souls of everyone my dad has killed. Souls of the dead? A chill ran through Su Qing. She had never understood how Bai Yingshu's unassuming father could command such unimaginable respect in the military. Now, witnessing Bai Qi's true strength, she finally had her answer. The captain glanced at the scattered corpses, his face contorted by dread. Yet with his soldiers charging ahead, how could he be the one to flee? He roared, The sound scraping across eardrums spread his wings and became a streak of ashen light hurtling toward Bai Qi. He unleashed every ounce of cultivation he possessed. His pallid skin shimmered with a luster that bordered on the royal lineage. Bai Qi tightened his grip on the blade and narrowed his eyes. With his domain bolstering him, his mind was as unyielding as stone. He drew a deep breath, and a blinding edge burst from the sword. Mid-flight, the captain suddenly felt a deathly chill lock onto him from all directions. It felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. Bai Qi raised his warblade high, the cold gleam reflected in the captain's despair-filled eyes. Just as death was about to descend, the captain halted abruptly in midair, as if yanked aside by an unseen force. He slid several yards sideways. The blade skimmed his chest, carving a jagged gash across his breastplate. Gasping for breath, the reprieved captain jerked his head around, his voice trembling. "See, Commander." A six-ma turtle, four-winged fiend hovered in the air. The fallen angel clan's war chief, ED. His four black wings spread wide like an iron cage. "Stand down," ED commanded softly. The captain shuddered and obediently withdrew to the side. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes at ED above. "Human, you intrigue me." ED landed with casual amusement and stepped straight into Bai Qi's aura of force. Before the words faded, several translucent wraiths erupted from the ground, shrieking as they lunged at him. ED reached out, seized two of the wraiths by the skulls, and crushed them with a brittle snap, scattering black mist. "Pathetic. Tricks like these are beneath me." He smiled cruelly. Cold realization flashed through Bai Qi's mind. Sixth-tier high star at that. Enough talk. Bai Qi lifted his blade and vanished in a blur. Ed's pupils shrank. An instant later the blade was already ripping through the air behind him. Clang. Sparks burst forth, the screech of metal grinding on bone echoing. ED blocked the strike with his forearm. "I can tell you haven't fought in a long time," he mocked. "Your cultivation has improved, but your attacks can't keep up. What a waste." As he spoke, a crescent wind blade gathered around his arm and swept out. Whoosh! Bai Qi fell back several paces, chopping the wind blade apart. The shock numbed his grip, and he cursed his neglected combat training. ED allowed no respite. His four wings flared, and a fist of air roared toward Bai Qi. At that moment, several icicles streaked toward Ed's back, exploding into sprays of frost. Bai Yingshu's support. ED didn't even turn. He snorted, "Overconfident little girl. If you want to die, there's no need to rush." A savage surge of blade intent erupted in front of him. "Now that cut is interesting." For the first time, Ed's expression shifted. He crossed his arms to block. Boom. The tremendous force drove him back dozens of meters before he could dissipate it. Bai Qi stood with blade in hand, murderous intent surging. The field beneath his feet spread like a tide, his power climbing sharply. Ed's pupils quivered violently. These a domain. The fourth stage of mental forcea, domain barrier. The next instant, an immense barrier erupted from Bai Qi's body. Heaven and earth inverted in a heartbeat. Crimson hills studded with tattered banners, broken swords and shattered blades strewn across the ground, the stench of blood filling the air. ED looked around, as though he now stood on an ancient battlefield. On this ancient battlefield, everything felt disturbingly real. Fragments of armor and broken weapons were scattered across the blood-soaked gravel, and the wind lifted a metallic reek of carnage that drilled straight into the lungs. ED took a breath and nodded. This was an almost perfect domain. Bai Qi's field an almost flawless domain barrier. Within the warrior hierarchy, mental power is ranked in 4 tiers. Tier 1, projecting one's force of presence. Tier 4, the domain barrier. A domain barrier is created when a warrior floods the surroundings with his spirit, reshaping space by sheer will. Any living thing caught inside is dragged into the warrior's mental realm, where, unless a stronger mind intrudes, the owner is virtually invincible and can even defeat opponents of higher rank. Bai Qi now gripped his warblade, shoulders drawn tense as a fully strung bow. He could not make a single mistake. He had to bring Yunshan back. If he failed, not just Yunshan but every one of his comrades would be trapped in this demon realm. Yidi's golden slit pupils narrowed on Bai Qi, and a tide of killing intent erupted. His massive frame blurred, and in the next instant he hung above Bai Qi's head. Boom. His right fist crashed down, shrouded in hundreds of razor-thin wind blades that hammered toward Bai Qi's skull. "Trying to save him? I'll kill you first, then I'll hunt that sword-wielding brat at my leisure." ED snarled, hatred churning in his chest. Yunshan had grievously wounded his younger brother. This blood debt had to be paid. The distractions were gone. At last he could scour the demon realm for Yunshan, only to find Bai Qi and his companions storming in ahead of him. Pathetic humans. Clang. Bai Qi swept his blade up to meet the blow. The impact drove through his arms into the earth, forcing his feet several inches into the soil. Die, die. Yidi's murderous aura burst forth. Each fist fell like a meteor, every strike whipping up a savage gale that pounded Bai Qi's crown. For the moment Bai Qi could only defend, sparks spitting from the gleaming blade again and again. "Damn it, will this never end?" he growled, and a scarlet halo erupted from his body. In the same instant, countless arcs of blade light shot out like crimson meteors, slashing back at Edie. Clang, clang. Edie blocked in haste, yet still had dozens of wounds torn across him. Blood splattered. He suddenly realized that the openings in Bai Chi's technique signs of inexperience had vanished in a heartbeat. With that vast reserve of power, and with the fight taking place inside Bai Chi's own domain barrier, this middle-aged human was anything but an easy target. While Edie was still reeling, the world itself shifted. Overhead, dark red clouds roiled together, blood-colored lightning crawling through their depths. Underfoot, the ground trembled and dust billowed. Bang! A withered bone hand shot from the soil, knuckles still wrapped in a tattered black iron bracer. In the next heartbeat, thousands of skeletons clawed their way up. They wore shattered armor, wielded notched weapons, and the empty sockets of their skulls glimmered with a cold blue-green light. Each skeleton carried the remnants of its own battered gear. In the blink of an eye, Bai Chi's domain filled with countless skeletal soldiers. Cold sweat sprang down Yidi's spine. Damn it! I underestimated this human. How can his domain be this bizarre? He forced himself to sound calm, trying to stall. Human, did you summon all of these? Bai Chi said nothing. He only raised his blade and pointed it forward. A heartbeat later, the skeletal army surged like a tidal wave, their bone-white armor flashing under the sun. The roar of their charge made the earth tremble. Yidi's expression twisted. He beat his four wings and shot into the sky, forcing a laugh that quavered. Fools, can any of you fly? Before the taunt finished, a blood-red bolt of lightning split the dark clouds overhead. What? He had only time for his pupils to contract before the strike slammed into him, the stench of scorched flesh blooming in the air. The impact punched through his defenses and nearly turned him to charred ash as he spiraled toward the ground. Below, the skeletal soldiers raised their broken weapons, their clashing blades a shrill metallic welcome for the sacrifice. At the last instant, Edie crossed his arms and unleashed twin wind blades. The moment he hit the earth, they detonated, shattering bone for dozens of meters. Yet the warriors felt no pain. As soon as one rank fell, more clawed their way from the soil and threw themselves at him. Howls, wind blades, and splintering bone fused into a symphony of hell. Each arc of Yidi's wind cleaved hundreds of skeletons, only for fresh remains to reassemble and rise. His true essence drained rapidly, while his foes seemed endless. Escape? Where? Every inch of heaven and earth belonged to Bai Chi's domain. To break it required a stronger will. Yet Bai Chi already neared 7th-tier martial saint, and Edie did not even know how to form a domain of his own. Despair spread. Skeletons swarmed over his wings and arms, gnawing through scales and spraying blood. With a wail that split the sky, a blinding flare erupted from the center of his brow. His avatar burst for the towering, winged figure more than 10 meters tall. One sweep of its arms sent scores of bone soldiers flying. Every punch left craters in the ground. The third stage of spiritual force gave Edie a fleeting balance, but the risk was clear. If the avatar shattered, so would his mind. Begone, he roared. The avatar's giant palms smashed down again and again, bones exploding, only to knit themselves together and rise anew. Kill 1,000, kill 10,000. It was a drop in an ocean of bone. Meanwhile, the fallen celestials he had brought, including their captain, had long since been ground to dust within the tide, leaving no trace behind. Stamina, essence, spirit, everything was draining away. Bleeding from 100 wounds, eyes wild with terror and frenzy, Edie still found himself buried under living bones, like an elephant smothered by army ants. At last, utter hopelessness engulfed him. What kind of monster is this human? He's an invincible god of slaughter. The battle raged on. Su Qing and Bai Yingxue stood atop a barren hill within Bai Chi's barrier. The cold wind whipped their robes and carried the metallic stench of blood to their noses. The entire battlefield lay in stark clarity before them. Behind Edie, its titanic avatar was in shreds, everything below the chest hacked away by skeletal soldiers, exposing twisted veins of energy. Edie itself looked even worse. A mangled body barely upright, bones protruding through torn flesh, yet still breathing. It spewed a mist of blood, surviving on will alone. In the name of the Mother of Stars, I will drive out you vermin. They'll kill every one of you. With that howl, blood burst from every wound, blasting the clinging skeletons apart. The spray thickened into a crimson fog around it, a sight so horrific it stole the breath. Bai Chi's gaze trembled. Even he had to marvel at the fiend's near-fanatical resolve. This creature should have collapsed long ago, yet it still stood. The Mother of Stars, is that their faith? He wondered, committing the clue to memory. The last time he met an intelligent fiend was 20 years ago. Those beings resembled humans, complete with language, script, history, and clans. After millennia of war and a century of purges, they had vanished from the human realm, retreating to the demon world to await their next incursion. The thought ignited fury in his eyes. Die! Bai Chi roared, his warblade flashing like a waterfall of light. He sprang forward, hundreds of skeletal soldiers surging behind him toward Edie. His blade bit into Yide's left shoulder and tore down to the right hip. The agony drew a piercing scream, blood spraying everywhere. At that instant, Yide's entire body flared with blinding white light. "If I die, I'm taking you with me," Edie shrieked, its ruined avatar reforming and swelling with brilliance. Self-destructing the avatar. Bai Chi's heart lurched. If the blast erupted inside his domain, he might endure it, but Bai Yingshu within the same barrier would have no defense against the psychic shock. At best, her mind would be shattered. At worst, she would die on the spot. The decision flashed through him, and he dissolved the domain, forcing the two women out of the danger zone. "Yingxue, run!" he bellowed. Bai Yingxue and Su Qing spun and bolted without hesitation. Edie was now engulfed in white light, the avatar swelling like an overfilled balloon ready to burst. "Ha ha ha! Useless! You can't outrun it." Yide's crazed laughter echoed. By its reckoning, the explosion would blanket a 10-kilometer radius. If the psychic wave touched Su Qing or Bai Yingxue, their minds would crack or they would die outright. As for Bai Qi, even if he raised another barrier, he would still be grievously wounded. "Mother of stars, my death was worth it." A blinding flash ripped across the battlefield. In the heart of that light, Edie shut his eyes, tears of devotion sliding down his brutal face as he calmly welcomed death. His avatar's power had reached its limit, yet Bai Yingxue and Su Qing were still only 2 kilometers away, far too close. Bai Chi's face went rigid. "No, I can't let Yingxue get hurt." At that instant, a strange ripple swept across the world. Color drained away, and the air, the dust, even the light itself seemed to freeze. Time had stopped. A released force field? Who could do that? Horror knifed through Bai Chi, but even his fingertips couldn't twitch. A beat later, a figure in white armor dropped from the sky, planting himself in front of Bai Chi. The familiar back made Bai Chi's mind reel. Chen. Yet his body was locked in place. He could only shout inside his head. Su Qing and Bai Yingxue were sprinting when the same thought hit them. They spun around. Yunchun. Joy and relief instantly washed away their fear. If Yunchun was here, nothing felt impossible. Yunchun drew a deep breath and fixed his eyes on Bai Chi. "Uncle Bai, no time to explain. I can only freeze things for a few seconds." With that, he stepped forward. Crack. Black arcs of lightning crawled across his armor. Inside the glare, Yide's face froze in shock. Where did this human come from? Yunchun raised one hand and clamped down on Yide's arms. "Stop! Let me go!" Edie screamed in silence, unable to make a sound. Black lightning tightened. Yunchun's eyes turned dark gold, tiny bolts dancing within them. His knuckles popped as he dislocated Yide's joints. Boom, boom. Each step hammered the ground, the earth's pulse echoing through him while power surged into his body. His right foot sank deeper into the soil, every muscle drawn taut, like a fully strung bow. "Get out of my sky!" Yunchun roared and hurled Edie upward. The alien shot into the heavens like a cannon shell. "Curse you, you damned insect!" The scream cut off midair. 40 kilometers up, a blinding white fireball blossomed, a second miniature sun against the vault of heaven. Simultaneously, Yunchun flashed to Bai Yingxue and Su Qing's side. "Come!" Black matter spilled from his back, forming a spherical shield that cocooned the three of them in soundless dark. Boom! Thunder rolled across the sky as Yide's avatar detonated. At that height, even without the shield, the women would have suffered nothing worse than dazzled eyes. When the light faded, the barrier dissolved. Yunchun looked down with a grin. "Long time no see, beautiful ladies." Su Qing and Bai Yingxue could hold back no longer. Tears flooded their eyes as they rushed forward, half laughing, half sobbing. Yunchun. There are no more tears. Whatever you need to say, let's talk once we're home." Two girls were sobbing uncontrollably. Yunchun laid a comforting hand on each of their shoulders and spoke in the gentlest voice. Not far away, Bai Chi hurried over, still wearing a look of disbelief. "Chen, is that really you?" "Uncle Bai, it's only been a few months. Have I changed that much?" Yunchun spread his hands and gave a wry smile. Bai Chi shook his head, shock in his eyes. "It's not that I didn't recognize you, I was scared out of my wits." "What on earth was that move you just pulled?" The battlefield scene was still vivid. The instant Yunchun appeared, a burst of power had hurled a 6-meter turtle fiend dozens of kilometers into the sky in a heartbeat. It had seemed more illusion than reality. Yunchun raised a hand. "Uncle Bai, let's talk after we get back." "Right, this isn't a place to linger," Bai Chi agreed, pulling out a space-time device. He fiddled with it for a few seconds, then scratched his head in mock confusion. "Huh, how does this thing work again?" Yunchun's expression darkened at once. Bai Chi burst out laughing. "Relax, I'm kidding." Yunchun sighed helplessly. Uncle Bai still had the same bad habit of joking at the worst possible moments. Just then a presence closed in from behind. "Yunchun, why did you take off so fast?" Yang Yuanyin burst through the air to join them. "Headmistress Yang." Bai Yingxue greeted her in delight. Yang Yuanyin nodded. "I'm glad you're all right, Yingxue." Even Yang Yuanyin hadn't been able to catch up with Yunchun's burst of speed a moment ago. She studied him, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "What new ability has this kid awakened?" Yunchun urged Bai Chi. "Uncle Bai, is that device ready yet?" Bai Chi kept his head down, muttering as he worked. Hold on, stop, rushing met here. A low-hum sounded. Behind him, a whirlpool of light blossomed, tearing open the air until it widened into a passageway. Spatial tunnels, open move. No one hesitated. They jumped through one after another. Outside, the portal held for 3 minutes before it began to shrink. At that moment, a flash of crimson appeared, the woman in red who had been traveling with ED. She approached cautiously, but the tunnel suddenly blazed with searing light. She leapt back. When the glare faded, she stared at the shrinking vortex and cursed under her breath. Damn it. So I still can't use this route to reach the human realm. Her gaze darkened as she weighed her options. Inside the passage, the group finally allowed themselves to relax. Chen edged closer to Bai Qi. Uncle Bai, what were you doing in the demon realm? All Chen knew about Bai Qi was that he was a retired soldier. Rumor had it had once held an officer's rank before being demoted for some mistake, but the details were a mystery to Chen. It's clear now that Bai Qi is no ordinary officer. Hey, kid, I've got a stomach full of questions for you. How did I end up being the one on the hot seat? Bai Qi complained good-naturedly, giving Chen's shoulder a friendly slap. Then, in a few concise sentences, he explained everything. How the team had decided to storm the demon realm, how they secured a special permit from the Federation, and the technical details of the space-time gateway device. Nothing was left out. When he finished, Chen immediately turned to Bai Yingxue beside him. Yingxue, thank you, he said earnestly. Bai Yingxue wiped the tears from the corner of her eye and shook her head softly. Bai Qi's face darkened. Brat, you only thank Yingxue? What about me? Chen laughed and bowed. Many thanks, Uncle Bai. If you hadn't led the team yourself, I'd probably have died of old age in the demon realm. But be honest, were you some big shot back in the day? Old soldiers don't brag about yesterday's glory. Bai Qi chuckled, clearly unwilling to dig deeper. A thought struck Chen. By the way, was that autonomous combat unit yours? Its sensors helped me find the team in time. Bai Yingxue answered. Qing bought it. For you. She went ahead and acquired an entire company that manufactures autonomous combat platforms. And for this mission she deployed dozens of them, she added. Just one of those things is terrifying dozens? Yang Yuanyin gasped. They cost a fortune. Chen stared at Su Qing. Sister Qing Yu. Su Qing waved a hand and smiled lightly. As long as you're safe, nothing else matters. A surge of warmth flooded Chen's chest. He knew he owed his life to the daring rescue led by Bai Yingxue and Su Qing. Yang Yuanyin's gaze flickered away from the two women. Her feelings were complicated, but she said nothing. The group continued along the corridor of warped space. Suddenly, a brilliant point of light flared ahead, the rail exit back to the human world. Once we cross, we're home. Chen's eyes blazed as if they could light the air, and his fingertips trembled. First thing I'm doing is calling my family. Move out, Bai Qi ordered, and they stepped into the light. The next instant they materialized inside a sealed chamber forged from a special alloy. Where are we? Chen asked, looking around. The Jiangnan Provincial Military Bureau, Bai Qi replied. The portal's anchor is set here. Suit up, we need to run decontamination. They quickly donned the protective gear that had been prepared for them. A green beam swept down from the ceiling, scanning their bodies in an instant. In the monitoring room, a military officer grabbed an encrypted phone, his voice shaking with excitement. Minister Luo, they're back. Yes, sir, they're back. Less than a minute later, the alloy doors rumbled open. The officer hurried inside, face alight with joy, and announced in a ringing voice, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome home. Minister Luo will be here shortly. Please follow me. The military officer led Chen and his companions down a pristine, but rather chilly corridor, and soon reached the lounge that the Martial Division had cleared for them. Pushing the door open, he stepped aside respectfully. Please wait here. Even after speaking, he couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Chen. These days in Jiangnan Province's Martial Division, almost no one was unfamiliar with that name, the champion of the Global Rising Star Martial Tournament, and the only rookie in the Demon Suppression Army to receive the rank of Major. In a region that had always prized scholarship over combat, Chen stood out as an once-in-a-generation talent. When the Federation's casualty list named him among the fallen, everyone who had followed his exploits felt a pang of sorrow. Yet here was the very same Kia Major, alive and standing right in front of him. Unable to help himself, he stole a few more glances before reluctantly leaving the lounge. Back in the monitoring room, several comrades crowded around him. Bro, did you see Chen? Of course. He chuckled and nodded. Someone sighed. I wish I could have said a few words to him. So how did it feel? I can't even describe it. He scratched his head. The moment I saw him, I was so excited my brain just shut down. Thinking about it now, it still feels like a dream. Xiaochen, is that really you, Xiaochen? On the phone screen, his mother Qin Zhu and his uncle Qin Wu blurted out almost in unison. Qin Zhu's eyes were rimmed with red as she hurriedly asked, Are you hurt? Does anything feel wrong? Mom, Uncle, I'm fine. Chen kept his voice soft. How are you? Mom, are you feeling better? He remembered she'd been hospitalized after hearing news of his death. Mom's fine. Qin Zhu's voice still trembled, but the pallor had left her face. Her cheeks were pink, making her look years younger. Now that I know you're safe, Any illness is gone. Qin Wu took the phone. Xiao Chen, when are you coming home? I'm at the Martial Division now. I can be back for dinner tonight, but I have to return to the capital tomorrow. There's still a lot to handle. Disappointment flickered across their faces, yet they nodded. We understand. Not long after the call ended, Jiangnan Province's Minister of Martial Affairs, Luo Shi, strode in with several military martial artists. The moment he saw Yun Shun, Luo Shi gripped his hand tightly. Good lad. I knew you couldn't be taken down that easily. Yun Shun studied the slightly weathered face and smiled as he returned the handshake. Minister Luo, it's been a while. Luo Shi's lips trembled slightly. A month in the demon realm must have been rough. Yun Shun shrugged, pointing to his tangled hair and stubbled chin. Just grew some hair and a beard, no big deal. Before Head finished speaking, everyone behind Luo Shi burst into laughter. They all understood. Yun Shun made it sound easy, but surviving more than 30 days in the demon realm, alone and under constant threat, was a test of willpower few could endure. Luo Shi took a moment to steady himself, then told Yun Shun, the military and the Federal Assembly already know you're back. So, Chen, what are your plans for tonight? He asked, still sounding tentative. I want to go home and have dinner with my family. Yun Shun answered without hesitation. Luo Shi had planned to throw an elaborate reception for him at the armament department, but after hearing that, he could only rein in his enthusiasm and nod. All right, go home. Spend time with your family. Footsteps sounded at the door, and Yang Yuanyan walked in wearing a freshly pressed uniform. Headmaster Yang. Luo Shi stood up at once, his posture respectful. Minister Luo, Yang Yuanyan replied with a smile. Luo Shi treated Yang Yuanyan like a superior, yet he doted on Yun Shun as if he were his own grandson. When Yun Shun was declared dead, Luo Shi had mourned him sincerely. Now that the boy had returned, he wished he could keep him safe in Jiangnan's armament department forever. But he knew Yun Shun was meant for a much larger stage. After Yun Shun changed into his uniform and freshened up, Luo Shi chatted with him for a while longer, then assigned a driver and a car to see them off. In the car, Bai Qi joked, Shun, you're really something in Jiangnan. Minister Luo was never that warm to me. He's done a lot for me, Yun Shun said, recalling the past. It was Luo Shi who fought for the generous rewards when he took the independent martial test, and Luo Shi again who recommended him to the East Sea War Zone training camp. Talented people are common, mentors are rare. I've been lucky. The car pulled up at the gate of an upscale residential compound. Passers-by noticed the license plate and whispered, that's a military armament department vehicle. Who's the big shot inside? After news of Yun Shen's death reached home, the provincial government had given Qin Zhu an apartment, a gesture of compensation, and a way to ensure she could receive top medical care in Jining. The compound housed the province's political and business elite. Now that Yun Shun was back, no one would think of taking the place away. His mother Qin Zhu and his uncle Qin Wuzheng's family were already waiting at the gate. As soon as the car door opened, they rushed over, laughing and crying at the same time. Brother, you must be exhausted. Qin Mingyue, usually so quiet, spoke with a trembling voice, her eyes red. Yun Shun ruffled his sister's hair. Come on, let's talk upstairs. Inside, Aunt Gu Area and Qin Mingyue headed for the kitchen. Bai Yingxue and Su Qing offered to help, but Gu Area shooed them out. Just then, Bai Yingshu's phone vibrated. It was a video call from Li Siyu. Go ahead, Yun Shun said. When the call connected, the entire Tenjao bureau crowded into the frame. Yun Shun, principal, they shouted, overwhelmed with excitement. Seeing the two of them safe and sound finally eased their worries. Meanwhile, in the Wu family estate in the imperial capital, Wu Ao lounged on a sofa, attended by two seductive women. The phone rang unexpectedly. He answered lazily, hello? What made you call? How's that thing I asked you to handle? When will she be expelled from the imperial capital University City? His tone brimmed with arrogance. After a few words from the other end, Wu Ao's face went rigid. His hand jerked, and the phone crashed to the floor. The federal parliament. The vast circular chamber blazed with light. A handful of senior counselors surrounded the rostrum, bombarding Speaker Zisho with urgent questions. Mr. Speaker, shouldn't we postpone the formation of the Demon Expeditionary Corps? One counselor shouted, his sleeve quivering with every emphatic gesture. The recent assault on Sky Island has already shattered public trust. Zisho's brow tightened. After a brief silence, he raised his gaze, his voice cold and unyielding. The Corps will not be suspended. From this moment on, every priority of the Federation is to train and equip the Demon Expeditionary Corps for the war that could erupt at any time. The counselors exchanged uneasy looks. No one managed a rebuttal. Zisho lifted a hand. That will be all. Though reluctant, they could only bow and leave. As the great doors shut, the chamber fell silent. Zisho pressed his fingertips to his brow, exhaustion creeping across his features. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Fang Xianming stepped inside, his eyes catching the speaker's weary face. Another protest, Mr. Speaker? Zisho forced a wan smile and sighed. Ever since we announced the Corps, they've badgered me nonstop. Fang Xianming sighed as well, helplessness in his tone. They don't want their children on the battlefield. For now the Corps accepts volunteers. Yet both men know that if full-scale war erupts between the human realm and the demon realm, volunteer will be a forgotten word. Every young warrior will be drafted into its reserves. Zisho clasped his hands behind his back and stared through the window at the silent streets below. His voice turned icy. Human survival is at stake, yet all they care about is their own offspring. No matter the opposition, the core will stand. That is my decision. The words rang with finality. Then he asked, any movement on the demon side? Fang Zuanming's expression grew grave. Our latest investigations confirm they're searching for a way to invade us on a large scale. Zisho's frown deepened. He muttered, our only access to their realm is through the Heaven Demon Gate and the space-time portal, both guarded by the mental imprint of ancient human champions enough to keep fiends from crossing over. But if the demons really find a way to send an army here, the consequences would be disastrous. He fell silent. Fang Xianming reminded him, it's alarming, but still only rumor. The balance between realms has lasted a millennium. If they could invade, they would have done so long ago. When the emperor ceded the demon realm to those outsiders, he knew they'd never abandon their ambitions, so he sealed every path from their realm to ours. Only the portal from our side remains. Zisho nodded, his expression easing slightly. The emperor's one lasting legacy to us. Even so, his opinion of the emperor was far from glowing. That human ruler from 1,000 years ago led our kind through a brutal war against the fiend demons. He managed to preserve the spark of human civilization, yet it was also his hand that ceded the demon realm to the enemy. Zisho set down his teacup and turned around. By the way, how is the young man named Yunshun? Fang Xianming had been tracking the matter closely and answered at once. He's doing well. He's still recovering at home. Zisho nodded, his tone tinged with emotion. I never imagined he could survive in the demon realm for over a month and make it back alive. Did he share any details? How exactly did they stay alive? Fang Xianming repeated Yun Chen's own words. He and Yang Yuanyin hid in a cluster of stone caves. When they were hungry, they went out and hunted fiend demons. When they were thirsty, they drank the water that pooled inside the caves. Zisho nodded again. That was no easy feat, luck helped, but it also proves their capability. The unyielding will to survive they demonstrated is exactly the spirit we need right now. Yun Chen's return will be a tremendous boost for the Demon Expeditionary Army. Since the attack on Sky Island, the army's formation had stalled, and they desperately needed a figurehead to lift morale. Zisho already had an idea. Fang Xianming sensed it and took the opportunity to speak up for Yun Chen. Creating a hero image will also do wonders for his future career. Zisho thought for a moment, then decided. Let's do it. In the Federation's name, issue official commendations for Yun Chen and Yang Yuanyan, especially Yun Chen. Place him on the priority training list for the new generation of warriors. And rescind their death certificates immediately. The irony struck him at once had personally signed that death notice. Yun Chen's safe return was a stinging slap to his own face, yet Zisho didn't mind. He looked out the window, silently mourning the promising young lives already lost. Meanwhile, Yun Chen and Yang Yuanyin were on a video call with several cadets from the Imperial Martial Elites Bureau. Gu Miaochuan burst into tears of relief when she saw they were safe, and it took everyone taking turns to comfort her before she calmed down. Yun Chen, knowing you and the principal are safe puts our minds at ease. Have you two eaten? Someone asked gently, then added, by the way, when are you coming back? Yun Chen glanced at Yang Yuanyin. Yang Yuanyin spread her hands. Why are you looking at me? It's your decision. Yun Chen finally smiled at the group. We'll be back tomorrow. At that, the cadets erupted in cheers. Chong Yuanwu reminded him, the freshmen will be matriculating soon. You should make it in time for the opening ceremony. Yang Yuanyin added, tradition says you'll have to give a speech. Yun Chen's smile froze. Formal occasions clearly unnerved him. Off to the side, Li Siyu muttered, it's a good thing you're coming back. Otherwise, Ying Xue and Qing Jie would have been kicked out of the dorm. Bai Ying Xue and Su Qing rushed to hush her. Siyu, don't talk nonsense. But Yun Chen's gaze turned cold. He stared at the screen and spoke in a low voice. Siyu, what did you mean by that? Li Siyu blanched, realizing she had let something slip. Ying Xue, Sister Qingqing, you still haven't told Yun Chen? The moment she spoke, Yun Chen's gaze locked onto Bai Ying Xue and Su Qing. The two women exchanged a look, obviously hesitant. They hadn't wanted to dump bad news on him his first day back. Yun Chen frowned. Siyu, what's going on? Siyu twisted her fingers, bit her lip, and finally blurted it out. When the Federation announced you and the headmaster had both vanished, someone on our university board, Lin Ho, jumped on the news. He forced Ying Xue and Sister Qingqing to move out of your place. No discussion allowed. Your place referred to Villa Number 1, a private residence Imperial Capital Martial University had assigned exclusively to Yun Chen. Ji Qiongxi sighed. The man wouldn't budge. He was dead set on kicking them out. Dong Ning's face was icy, though anger still leaked into her voice. We ended up moving them into Siyu's dorm. Only then did he back down. A handful of sentences told the whole story, and Yun Chen's expression darkened. Headmaster, who exactly is Lin Ho? He asked Yang Yuanyin. Yang Yuanyin thought for a moment. He's on the board, but he rarely meddles in campus affairs. At first I couldn't figure out why he suddenly made trouble. She paused, eyes narrowing. Right, Lin Ho is the brother-in-law of Wu Shang, the deputy director of the Capital Suppression Bureau. Everything clicked. Damn it. This had Wu Ao written all over it. Old scores unsettled. New ones piling. Onanger flared in Yunshin's chest. Seeing his face, Yang Yuanyan asked, Wu Ao, the deputy director's son? Do you have some history with him? Yunshin's voice was frigid. None that I recall. Which makes this even more infuriating. Yang Yuanyan's eyes flicked to Baiying Xue and Su Qing. Wu Ao's sleazy reputation was legendary. He had probably set his sights on the two women. Baiying Xue had turned heads across the entire university district the day she enrolled, and Su Qing was just as striking hard to keep a low profile. At that moment, the phone in Yunshin's hand by Yingshu's buzzed again. He passed it to her. Yingxue opened the message right in front of everyone. She never hid anything from Yunshin. Her expression grew complicated as she read. Yingxue, it's Xian. You blocked my old number, so this is my new one. I'm texting to apologize. I shot my mouth off before. Please don't hold it against me. And tell sister Su Qing I'm sorry too. By the way, is it true Yunshin's back? The message shifted the room's atmosphere. Yunshin turned to Yingxue and asked quietly, who is she? And why is she apologizing? It's nothing really. It's all in the past. Yingxue forced a smile. Sensing her gloom, Yunshin took the phone from her hand and opened the message log. The screen was packed with text from an unfamiliar number, and his face darkened at once. Yingxue, did you read the messages I sent on WeChat? Wu Ao is a great guy. You and sister Su Qing should give him a chance. Do me a favor and let your senior set up a meeting, okay? Yingxue, answer me on WeChat. Yingxue, UBH, how dare you block me? You filthy SLT. Who do you think you are? Yun Shun is dead, and you should feel lucky Wu Ao is willing to take trash like you. The abuse went on, each word cutting like a blade. Yun Shin's knuckles whitened. The phone case cracked under his grip as rage flared in his eyes. He switched to WeChat and saw the blocked contact Xian. She was also a sophomore at the Imperial Capital Academy of Martial Arts and Arcana. Claiming seniority, she had forced her way onto Bai Yingshu's friend list and tried to push her into meeting Wu Ao. After Bai Yingxue refused, Xian pestered her relentlessly, then turned to Su Qing, only to be blocked by both. The text assault had followed, growing filthier by the day. Yinshun, Qingqing, and I just ignored her. She's like a mad dog. Don't let it upset you, Bai Yingxue whispered. Yunshin acted as if he hadn't heard. His voice was eerily calm. Sorry, Yingxue. I squeezed too hard and broke your phone. He'll buy you a new one. The chill around him made her shrink back. It's fine, she stammered. He looked at Su Qing. Did she curse at you too? Su Qing could only nod. Yunshin said no more, merely added, let's eat. Su Qing hurried to pour him water. Don't get angry. You won't be able to digest your food. Around the table, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Yunshin was usually gentle. Why did he seem ready to erupt like a volcano? Bai Qi happened to pick up the phone and caught sight of the vile texts. A thunderclap seemed to explode in his head. How dare someone insult his precious daughter like this? Yingxue, who is this woman? He demanded, slamming a hand on the table. Dad, I'm fine, really, she said quickly. Yunshin placed a dish into Bai Qi's bowl and spoke steadily. Uncle Bai, leave it to me. Seeing Yunshin's expression, Bai Qi swallowed his fury. You've just come back from the demon realm, and we still don't know the Federation's stance toward you. Keep a low profile for now. Once things settle, we'll deal with this trash. That night, in the university district of the imperial capital, Xian tossed and turned in her dorm bed. Anxiety finally outweighed exhaustion. She sat up and sent a message to Wu Ao. The phone's dim glow revealed fear in her eyes. It took ages for Wu Ao to respond with a few perfunctory consolations. Xian threw the phone aside, cursing under her breath. Coward. He won't even let me stay at the manner-scared stiff of Yinchun. Frustration mounting, she gulped down a glass of water. Stop spooking yourself. He'll lay low for a couple of days. Yinchun can't show up in the middle of the night, right? She climbed back into bed, pulled the blanket over herself, and closed her eyes. They had barely shut when she caught a glimpse of a dark silhouette outside the window, gliding silently downward into view. Terror froze the blood in her veins. Who was that? Xian almost screamed as goosebumps raced up her arms. She shot out of bed like a spring. Only her ragged breathing filled the room. Forcing herself to steady, she ran to the window, pulled the curtain aside, and peered out. The night was ink black, the courtyard below silent. Whatever shadow she had glimpsed a moment ago was gone. Did I imagine it? She whispered, voice trembling, chest heaving. Yeah, must been seeing things. Damn, too much stress. She rubbed her temples, swearing for Ansi so unlike her usual gentle self. Another glance outside showed nothing. Relief seeped in. So Yinshin really made it back? Wu Ao better not have fed me bad intel. No one survives the demon realm for a month. Impossible. After a few self-reassuring breaths, her pulse eased. She yanked the heavy curtain shut out of sight, out of mind, and turned toward the bed. Click. A faint noise cut through the silence behind her. Xian froze and slowly looked back. Crash. Glass exploded. A frigid hand shot through the broken frame. clamped onto her hair, and hauled her through the window. Ah! Her scream barely escaped before it was smothered. Bang! A fist like iron slammed into her face. Teeth, flecked with blood, scattered across the floor. Pain drowned her senses. The scream died, and she went limp. Xian's apartment sat on the edge of the university district, far from the dorms. Wu Ao sent her money every month, so the place was spacious but lonely, especially at night. Across the hall lived a married couple. The crash jolted the husband awake. Half asleep, he stepped onto his balcony, squinted at the building opposite, and grumbled, "What are they doing now? It's the middle of the night, people are trying to sleep." Muttering, he went back inside. On the dim communal rooftop, Xian was dragged across the concrete. Her hair scraped the ground with a harsh rasp. Blood mixed with broken teeth clogged her throat as she choked. Yun Shun, let me go? It's a misunderstanding. Thud. Yun Shun hoisted her with one hand, drove his knee into her abdomen. It felt like an iron rod pierced her gut, and she flew backward. KH. She slammed into a support pillar, spraying crimson across her blouse. Through the agony she spat, "Damn you, Yun Shun. Touch me again and see what happens. I belong to Wu Ao. He won't spare you." Blood-flecked spittle flew. Crack. A backhand snapped her head sideways, knocking her out cold. "Wake up." Yun Shun grabbed her hair, shoved her face into a decorative pond. Bubbles burst to the surface while her body thrashed on instinct. He yanked her up, water dripping from her hair. "Good. Awake." Bang. Another vicious punch, this time to the bridge of her nose. Bone cracked. Xian curled on the ground, cradling her face, whimpering, my nose." She had never imagined that invoking Wu Ao's name would only make Yun Chen hit her harder. Isn't he afraid of Wu Ao? In the dead of night the place was so silent you could hear the wind. Xian was on the verge of collapse. Her face was a bloody pulp, and her former swagger had vanished without a trace. Her knees gave out, and she dropped to the floor, both hands clutching her broken nose while blood seeped through her fingers. Her forehead slammed against the ground again and again. All she could manage were muffled nasal sounds. Yun Chen stared down at her, expressionless. He seized a handful of her tangled hair, yanked her head back, and laid an icy sword blade against her quivering throat. "Call Wu Ao on video." Xian nodded wildly. Shaking, she dug out her phone with blood-smeared fingers and dialed. The screen lit up, dimmed, lit up again, no answer. Yun Chen's brows flicked. His patience was gone. The sword tip slid a few millimeters into her flesh, a bead of scarlet rolling down the edge. "Still trying to play games with me?" Agony and murderous intent crushed her. Tears and snot mingled. She wet herself on the spot. Trembling, she shook her head. Not. That really is Wu Ao's number." She had seen plenty of brutality from Wu Ao's enforcers. Yet Yun Chen felt like something dragged from the abyss itself. This wasn't simple rage. He was enjoying every second. Fear swelled until it drowned her thoughts. Heat spread between her legs as she silently cursed Wu Ao. "You animal. Answer the phone." The phone vibrated. Like a drowning woman grabbing driftwood, she thrust the screen toward Yun Chen. The video connected, revealing an impatient man's face. "Crazy woman. It's the middle of the night." What Wu Ao cut off when he saw Xian's blood-soaked state, his expression darkening. "Xian, what?" The camera flipped, Yun Chen's face filling the screen. Wu Ao's pupils contracted. His heart missed a beat. The phone nearly slipped. Yun Chen, is that you?" Panic tangled with uncertainty in his voice. Yun Chen's lips curled into a chill smile. "So you're Wu Ao?" Off camera, Wu Ao's shoulders twitched. He forced a steady tone. "Yun Chen, Xian is my girlfriend. What gives you the right to do this to her? Playing dumb?" Yun Chen arched a brow. A shiver ran through Wu Ao. He spoke faster. No, there's been a misunderstanding. Buying Xue and Su Qing had ties to you. Sure, but everyone thought you died in the demon realm. Chasing them was my own business, right? If I'd known you were alive, I wouldn't have bothered them. So it's just a misunderstanding. As for Xian, I don't know what she did. Go after whoever's really responsible. It's got nothing to do with me." Beside him, Xian shrieked in despair. Wu Ao, you bastard." Yun Chen chuckled, leaning close to the camera, voice equal parts playful and cruel. "Still pretending, Wu Ao? You and I share more than that ring. Any bells about an organization called Rin?" Wu Ao looked as though lightning had struck him. He froze. "It's over. He knows everything." Yun Chen's voice dropped to a murmur. "Take a guess, when will I come for you? You're next." Clatter. The phone hit the floor. Wu Ao stood petrified, drenched in cold sweat. Inside the manor, Wu Ao scooped up his phone with shaking hands. But Yun Chen had already hung up. Damn it, he muttered, his lips quivering as he swiped across the screen and called his father, Wu Shang. The hollow ring echoed through the bedroom, yet no one picked up. Shit. Wu Ao lost control and hurled the phone against the polished floor. The casing splintered and the battery skittered away. The bedroom door crashed open. A gray-haired butler hurried in with several bodyguards dressed in black. "Young master, where's my father? Why won't he answer?" Wu Ao's bloodshot eyes burned like those of a cornered beast. The butler's face went gray, his voice shaking. Yes, sir. I've just learned that Qi Feng, director of the Jinwu Bureau, filed impeachment charges against the master tonight. He's under investigation and overwhelmed, so it's no surprise he can't take your call. Before he finished, Wu Ao was already grinding his teeth, face twisted with rage. Something this big, and you left me in the dark? He leapt off the bed barefoot, the hem of his robe snapping behind him. The butler and guards traded uneasy looks before one of them ventured. The master's been vying for Qi Feng's position for over half a year. He ordered us to keep you out of politics, so shut up, shut up. Wu Ao roared, voice raw. Book me a ticket now. I'm leaving the imperial capital, as far away as possible. Young master, did you get into trouble? The butler asked, panic rising. Save the questions. Move. And hire bodyguards, lots of them. Sweat soaked Wu Ao's palms, and his whole body trembled. At the Jinwu Bureau, bright lights flooded the director's office. Qi Feng had just ended a call and leaned back, rubbing his temples. His confidant Wei Bi stepped in and reported, Director, I've leaked the evidence to the media. In a few days, Wu Shang and his son will be exposed. Qi Feng stroked his chin, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. Good work. Wei Bi added. However, Wu Ao slipped away last night with the family's help. Qi Feng waved him off. Aren't you tracking him? Wei Bi's lips curved. Everything is under control, sir. Since learning the cabinet intended to replace him with Wu Shang, Qi Feng had quietly gathered evidence against the father and son. With the Bureau's reach, digging up old sins was child's play. Honestly, we should thank Wu Ao, Qi Feng said, voice laced with scorn. 99% of the Wu family's messes came from him. Wu Shang really raised a fine son. Wei Bi adjusted his glasses. Shall we bring Wu Ao in? Qi Feng sighed. Bring him in. There are plenty who want him dead right now. This is our chance to earn some goodwill. Wei Bi paused, then asked, You mean give Wu Ao's whereabouts to Yinshin? Qi Feng neither agreed nor disagreed, tapping the tabletop with one finger before speaking. Wu Ao is an only child. If he dies, do you think Wu Shang's defenses will collapse? Wei Bi caught on immediately. Director, I understand. But Wu Ao has hired a whole squad of fifth-rank martial artists as bodyguards. I doubt Yinshin can handle them alone. Qi Feng paused, his voice icy. That's none of our business. We just supply the intel. Whether Yinshin dares to kill Heimer can kill Heim is up to him. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He came back alive from the demon realm. I'm getting more and more curious about this Yinshin. Inside the villa, the lamps cast a gentle glow. Su Qing watched Yinshin cram gear into a travel pack, her brows knitted. Yinshin, why don't we wait? Since Wu Ao hired so many fighters, he's obviously prepared. Yinshin's hands never stopped moving. His tone was calm but frigid. No more waiting. The sooner that beast dies, the better. Su Qing had to relent. She crouched by the suitcase, folding clothes while muttering, I never realized you had such a taste for blood when we first met. Yinshin turned and smiled. What, you don't like it? Fighting is normal for warriors, but I worry about you. Su Qing shot him a look, her soft voice unable to hide her concern. Slipping a folded jacket into the bag, Yinshin suddenly asked, Qingjia, do you remember the first time we met? Su Qing paused, then smiled. How could I forget? It was your first day transferring to Suhai No. 1 High, and my first day on the job. We were both late on our very first day, Yinshin recalled with a laugh. Your one to talk it was all your fault. Su Qing tapped his chest lightly. Yinshin pulled a freshly washed pair of dark blue uniform trousers from the bottom of the wardrobe and waved them. Look. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Those trousers, you kept them? You bought them, so of course I kept them. He folded the pants. Thanks to you, I didn't embarrass myself in front of the whole class. Su Qing was both surprised and embarrassed. I thought you'd thrown them out long ago. So in your eyes am that heartless? Yinshin asked, pretending to be hurt. A rosy blush climbed Su Qing's cheeks as she huffed. What do you think? You're totally heartless, and you said you'd stop calling me that, didn't you? Yinshin paused, then laughed. So that's what's been bothering you. Clearing his throat, he called softly, Qing Qing Qing. Su Qing trembled slightly, her ears burning, eyes lowered. Yinshin sighed. See, I change how I address you, and you still won't answer. Overcome with shyness, Su Qing punched him lightly and scolded, You're impossible. After a bit of banter, Su Qing remembered the serious matter. By the way, since you're going after Wu Ao, I hired a few mercenaries for you. If you need them, just give the orders. That was thoughtful, but don't waste money like that again, Yinshin said, grateful yet firm. Su Qing blinked and muttered, I don't mind. Once the packing was done, Yinshin slung the bag over his shoulder and headed out. Su Qing walked him to the foyer and watched him cross the threshold, her eyes brimming with worry and reluctance. No sooner had Yinshin left the villa than he spotted an unexpected figure. Principal? Principal? What are you doing here? Yinshin paused in surprise. The corridor was dimly lit in the middle of the night when Yang Yuanyin pushed the door open. She looked at Yinshin, let out a long sigh, and asked softly, heading out on business? Yinshin nodded. Leaning against the doorframe, Yang Yuanyin frowned and warned. Qi Feng is using you as a pawn. He wants you to do his dirty work. Yinshin gave a casual smile. I know. Caught off guard by his frankness, she asked, then why are you still? I won't come out on the losing end, he cut her off. Seeing how determined he was, Yang Yuanyin finally nodded. All right, as long as you have a plan. She hesitated, then asked, what about Ingxue? Shall reach the capital tomorrow. Yunshin replied casually. After a moment's thought, Yang Yuanyin voiced her concern. Are you still planning to let both of them live in your villa? Yunshin frowned. Why not? She took a deep breath. The Federation intends to promote you as a role model for the new generation of martial artists. Times have changed. People will gossip if you keep things as they are. After a short silence, Yunshin looked at her in puzzlement. Principal, what does that have to do with you? Yang Yuanyin suddenly realized how meddlesome she was being. Her cheeks warmed, and she stammered. I just mean you should keep up that flawless image. Forget it. I'm prying. Pretend I never said anything. Yunshin shot her a glance. You overestimate me, Principal. I'm far from perfect in fact, I'm a terrible person. With that, he turned and walked away without slowing down. Yang Yuanyin stood frozen, replaying the words a terrible person in her mind as she watched his figure disappear. Her eyes were a tangle of emotions. Great Xia, Western Frontier. A frigid wind howled across the Gobi while Wu Ao, surrounded by dozens of guards, sped toward an inland seaport. The deep blue water marked the boundary between the eastern and western halves of the continent. Once he crossed it, he would be in the western bloc. He intended to leave Great Xia by sea. Damn it, they actually put me on an exit ban. Wu Ao snarled in the back seat of the SUV. Someone was targeting him now, targeting the entire Wu family. Like it or not, he had to run. Even if he had to sneak across the border, he needed to lie low. That was his father Wu Shang's order. The feud between Wu Shang and Qi Feng was about to explode, and no one could count the bodies tied to Wu Ao's name. Staying in the country made him a ticking time bomb. To make matters worse, he had also crossed Yun Chen icing on the disaster cake. So Wu Shang scrambled overnight to assemble a protection detail for him. Young master, there's no need to worry, the butler said obsequiously, head bowed. We hired 40 martial artists, 30 4th-tier adepts, and 10 5th-tier masters. Even if Yun Chen throws a fit, there's nothing he can do to us. The lineup eased Wu Ao's mood. Exactly 40 guards and 10 5th-tier masters. I don't care how tough Yun Chen is. He can't lay a finger on me. Even so, he lowered his voice, unease creeping back in. Hell, Yun Chen alone wouldn't scare me half as much, but that by Ingxue and Su Qing they seem to have real backing. I'm really worried Yun Chen will get them both to gang up on me. Wu Ao clenched his fists behind the car window, his mind racing. What kind of pull does by Yingshu's father have to secure a military license? How rich must Su Qing's family be if they can buy a unicorn that builds autonomous war machines? If he could just attach himself to either of them, the road ahead would be so much smoother. The thought made his chest crawl as though swarms of ants were biting at his heart, a painful restlessness. Yun Chen, why couldn't you have died in that demonic realm? He muttered through gritted teeth, convinced that if Yun Chen died, opportunity would fall into his lap. A muscular man with hooded eyes spoke from the passenger seat, his voice husky, yet unhurried. Young Master Wu, as long as the Green Hills remain, we'll never run out of firewood. Let the enemy enjoy the spotlight for now. There's no need to be disheartened. Be a viper in the shadows, lie low, wait, then strike to kill in one move. When he finished, he tilted his head slightly. Under the night sky, his gray-blue eyes looked like blades beneath ice. Wu Ao turned to him, approval flashing in his eyes. You're right, Jerome. Once I'm settled overseas, I'll take my time playing with Yin Chenil, become the nightmare he can't shake off. Right now he already saw himself as that viper in the dark, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal bite. Several bodyguards sat in the back, rattled by the conversation but keeping silent. Jerome was the head of the detail, a 5th-tier, 3-star fighter elite among his peers. Sir, it's getting late, we should make haste. Jerome glanced at his holographic watch, the night casting a cold shadow across the display. They had planned to board before dusk, but now it looked like they would be lucky to make it by midnight. Traveling at that hour always carried extra risk. Wu Ao shot him a cold smile. Jerome, you just told me to be a viper in the shadows, and now you're afraid of the dark. Or is it Yinshin you fear? Jerome shook his head, a defiant grin on his face. Young Master Wu, my job is to keep you safe. Caution is no weakness. I fear no one. If Yinshin shows up, I'll kill him within 3 seconds. Wu Ao nodded, satisfied. Jerome continued. From what I can tell, Yinshin is at most a 4th-tier junior grandmaster. Genius or not, he's still young. A wet hiss split the air. Searing heat bloomed at the back of Jerome's neck. His hand flew up on instinct, only to meet a cold blade and the hot gush of his own blood. Ugh! His throat had been pierced, blood bubbles clogged his voice, and only then did the agony crash into his brain like a wave. Thud! Jerome collapsed to his knees, toppled forward, and hit the floor hard. His chest heaved. Blood gurgled in his throat with every cough. After a few spasms, he lay still. Wu Ao stared at Jerome's body, his pupils pinched to needle points. A rasp of terror tore from his throat, disbelief still lacing every note. A 5th-tier grandmaster gone in an instant. Jerome wasn't some newly promoted master. He was 5th tier, 3 stars. The thought kept hammering Wu Ao's mind like a red-hot brand, searing his senses numb. Protect young Master Wu. The old butler was the first to snap out of it, roaring at the top of his lungs. 13 guards moved as one. Blades flashed, inner force crackled, and they formed a tight circle with Wu Ao at its heart. Yet Wu Ao himself stood dazed, lips bloodless. Jerome, how could Jerome be killed so easily? He muttered, his voice trembling. His fear spread like wildfire. Every guard tensed, eyes fixed on the darkness. Their squad captain had fallen too quickly, leaving them to wonder if it had all been a hallucination. The barren fields lay silent beneath a fully darkened sky. The last traces of twilight glinted off the guards' blades and off the near-panicked face in their center. Worse still, no follow-up attack came. The oppressive hush felt more terrifying than a raging storm, each second a needle sinking into their nerves. At last someone cracked. Young Master Wu, who have you provoked? That Yinshin can't be just 4th tier, can he? You lied to us, didn't you? Accusations burst like a breached dam. No one wanted to die in this wasteland for a handful of coins. Wu Ao's features twisted, and his bellow tore through the night. Shut up. All of you shut up. He's a 4th tier fighter, nothing more. He must have found help. But he knew better than anyone. To kill Jerome in a single strike, that help had to be a peak 5th tier powerhouse. The thought pushed him to the brink of collapse. Whoom. Above them, 1,000 tiny ripples in space appeared, like fissures opening in the darkness. Defend. A guard screamed. Dozens of force shields interwove into a patchwork barrier, but an instant later, sword light poured down like a monsoon. Screeching steel split the shields. The first wave cracked them, the second shattered them. Blades punched through, hammering the formation like rain on rice stalks. Blood mist erupted, screams overlapping. In mere seconds, more than 10 guards were pulped into gore. The rest were splattered in blood, frozen with terror. A lone figure dropped from the sky. Black lightning danced around him. Sword in one hand, he touched down lightly, as though it were nothing. It was Yunshin. With sword drawn, his power doubled from 4th tier, 3 stars to 4th tier, 6 stars, brushing the threshold of 5th tier. Activating true martial mode pushed his offense up another grade. The myriad sword arsenal added further damage, and the starburst technique provided a critical strike. At maximum output, one blow reached high 5th tier levels, more than enough to one-shot Jerome. Now, these remaining small fry were merely a matter of energy expenditure. Yunshin switched to the Brahma breathing technique, flooding his meridians with vital energy and swiftly reclaiming what he had just spent. So long as he avoided injury, recovery came fast. He remembered the days when, after every big battle, he had to meditate the entire night just to crawl out of bed, the price of exhausting his strength. Yunshin still recalled that hazy weakness that used to grip his whole body. These days, a single breath was all Yunshin needed for his vitality to surge back to full strength. His blood coursed like molten iron, his breathing stayed steady, and not a hint of discomfort showed anywhere in his body. He stood perpetually ready to draw his blade and fight at a moment's notice. Day after day, his power had accumulated. In daily life the change was subtle, but when he set it against his former self, the leap was as clear as a mark carved in stone. The ruins that sheltered Wu Ao and his men were now drenched in blood. Severed limbs lay in chaotic piles, and the sickly sweet stench rushed into Yunshin's nostrils, turning his stomach. When the bloody mist finally dispersed, his eyes narrowed. Wu Ao, soaked head to toe in gore, knelt among the corpses beneath a tight, golden defensive barrier. Only then did Yunshin notice the glowing suit hidden under Wu Ao's shredded coat. Fine golden patterns flowed over the armor like living things, rivaling Yunshin's own Polar Day armor in craftsmanship. A thoughtful gleam crossed Yunshin's eyes. This stout piece had endured several waves of his onslaught. It had to be at least a 5th tier treasure. Wu Ao looked up, panting, and fixed Yunshin with a desperate glare. His voice scraped out, hoarse and trembling. Yunshin, you really mean to kill me? My father is the deputy director of the Jinwu Bureau, do you understand? Yunshin snorted. I know your father is the deputy director, and I also know he's already been impeached. You're about to be on the wanted list yourself. Wu Ao's face went rigid, as though lightning had struck him. Yunshin had it all nailed down. He bit out every word. Someone tipped you off. Who is it? Yunshin shook his head and smiled. Take a guess. See if you can get it right. Wu Ao's eyes quivered as despair swept over him. The golden suit had saved his life, but the barrier could only absorb so much. If Yunshin kept hammering, it would break sooner or later. Running was a fool's dream unless he could change Yunshin's mind. He was already dead. Yunshin studied the armor and asked evenly, where did you get that suit? A spark of hope flared in Wu Ao's eyes. He blurted out, Yunshin. This is the golden silkworm mother suit, forged from the shell of a 6th tier fiend, the golden silkworm mother. It's one of a kind, worth a fortune. I'm willing to give it to you if you spare my life. On the market it could fetch an astronomical price, enough to make you a billionaire overnight. If we keep fighting and the suit gets damaged, it'll be worthless. Think it over. A hint of threat edged his final words. Yinshin pondered for a moment. Fine. Besides that golden silkworm mother suit, everything else on you is mine as well. Ecstatic, Wu Ao nodded over and over, slipping the spatial ring off his finger. Of course. Take it. Take everything. A chill flickered in Yunshen's eyes. And you are never to show your face to me again. Wu Ao rushed to promise, absolutely. He'll vanish right away. You'll never see me again. Yunshen nodded. Hand it over. Wu Ao started to remove the golden silkworm mother suit, but suddenly froze. His heart lurched, and he asked timidly, if I give you everything, you won't kill me afterward, will you? Yunshen chuckled. How could that be? Didn't you swear you'd never show your face in front of me again? Under that half-amused gaze, Wu Ao faltered. He knew there was no way out. If he wanted to live, he had to bet that Yunshen wasn't a bloodthirsty madman. He took a deep breath, unfastened the silk mother gold armor from his torso with trembling hands, laid it across his palms, and started to speak. Yunshen, the words died in his throat. A sudden, glacial pain tore through him as a gleaming longsword burst from his chest, its blade shedding beads of blood that spattered the floor. He looked down, disbelief frozen on his face, watching the hole in his torso as his strength drained away like a breached dam. Yunshen, he rasped, but two more flashes of steel answered him. A second sword pierced his throat, a third his dantian. After the dull thud of metal through flesh, Wu Ao stiffened, collapsed, twitched once or twice, and lay still. Yunshen sheathed his blade and said in a tone as placid as if he were stating a simple fact, only the dead can promise never to bother me again. He stepped over to the body. Wu Ao was long gone, yet his fingers still clutched the armor. Yunshen bent down and yanked the garment free. The silk-like strands shimmered with a muted golden sheen in the sunlight. When he examined it up close, he could almost sense a faint, feral aura lurking within the plates, the oppressive presence unique to materials harvested from a sixth-tier fiend. A fine prize indeed, he thought. Sixth-tier fiends had vanished from the human realm, and armor forged from their carcasses was priceless. As Wu Ao himself had boasted, selling it would make a man rich overnight. The usual buyers were sixth-tier warriors at the very peak of the pyramid. Tens of millions of credits meant little to them. The fact that he had gained such a windfall with a casual kill tugged a smile to Yunshen's lips. He did not neglect to loot the other corpses, but after several searches their combined valuables were hardly worth mentioning. The real jackpot, as expected, was the deputy marshal's son. Squatting once more, Yunshen pried a spatial ring from Wu Ao's finger. The band was almost the same size as his own, yet its interior held 12,000 cubic meters, slightly more than his current ring. For ordinary 4th or 5th-tier warriors, such a ring was the stuff of dreams. The one Yunshen wore had cost his uncle Qin Wuzhing a fortune at auction. Even the well-connected Yang Yuanyin normally wore a ring of only 10,000 cubic meters. Her family might own larger ones, but no one dared carry such treasures outside. The manufacturing cost was astronomical, and losing one would be ruinous. As for the ring on Wu Ao's hand, rumor had it that someone had handed it to the deputy marshal as a casual gift. The Wu family hadn't paid a single coin. Besides the ring, Yunshen also found a few vials of medicine on Wu Ao's corpse. All of these were power-boosting elixirs, effective for fighters at Tier 5 and below, and every bottle was top grade. Wu Ao was only a Tier 4, 6-star martial artist, yet he burned through the finest Tier 5 potions without blinking, so he cruised from mid-Tier 4 straight to high Tier 4 with almost no effort. The price was steep. Anyone who bulks up on forced elixirs is left with lasting damage, Gene Blood Essence being the lone exception. Gene Blood Essence works by awakening the user's dormant potential instead of injecting outside power, so it leaves no side effects. Because of that, the Blood Essence tree core Yunshen carried was worth several times more than the entire stash Wu Ao kept on him. These things are useless to me, but they'll fetch a fortune on the black market, Yunshen calculated silently. Since breaking free of the demon realm, he had needed cash to upgrade his spiritual sense as fast as possible. He had scoured every trading hub for manuals that strengthened mental power to basic versions already ran into the millions, and truly advanced tomes that taught consciousness techniques cost twice that. Spiritual sense is measured in 4 stages. Stage 1, projecting momentum. Stage 2, condensing the soul core. Stage 3, manifesting the avatar. Stage 4, forming a domain barrier. Stage 1 can be reached by brute forcing raw mental power and a bit of insight, but stepping into Stage 2 is impossible without a systematic method. It's like a computer without an operating system. No matter how good the hardware is, it just gathers dust. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yunshen pulled out his phone and dialed a number. It rang twice before a slightly hoarse middle-aged voice answered. Yunshen? Director Qi, it's done, Yunshen replied evenly, as if stating a trivial fact. Done? Wu Ao is dead. The voice on the other end shot up in pitch. Qi Feng had assumed that, with the bodyguards Wu Ao had hired, taking him out would be anything but easy. Yet it hadn't been long before Yunshen declared the job finished. Doubt crept in, and he pressed for proof. Yunshen simply sent over a photo of Wu Ao's corpse. In the image, Wu Ao's eyes were still wide with terror. Qi Feng drew in a sharp breath, convinced at last, yet he couldn't hide his shock. You did this alone? My God. When they first met, Yin Shun had been a Tier 3 fighter who could at best explode into Tier 4. Now, after such a short time, his combat output had solidly crossed into Tier 5 and was brushing the peak. Qi Feng had never seen anyone advance so fast. Yin Shun had no patience for all. He cut him off. Director Qi, per our agreement, you owe me my fee, right? A sly smile tugged at his lips. Don't worry. Qi Feng, don't stoop to using someone else's knife for free. Qi Feng answered with a laugh, giving a formal confirmation. Yun Shin merely curled his lip and said nothing more, though he sneered inwardly. Don't stoop to it? If I hadn't proposed this deal myself, you would have gladly used me as your blade. The man I want dead will die, but if you plan to profit from it, I'm taking my cut. Director Qi, is this intel reliable? An expedition is heading for West Immortal Sea? These expeditions are formed by martial artists, also known as treasure hunters warriors who make a living tracking down relics. A quiet laugh floated through the line, and Qi Feng replied at an unhurried pace. By now you shouldn't be doubting the intelligence division's capabilities. Yunshin chuckled and admitted his mistake. True, I misspoke. Qi Feng's tone remained even. West Immortal Sea is a natural lake that formed 1,000 years ago when a massive meteorite crashed here. Its surface is so vast that people call it a sea. Living in those waters is the Konglong carp, a Tier 4 fiend that almost looks like a dragon. Every part of it is valuable. Its flesh is tender and rich, and it enhances a martial artist's cultivation. A single phrygian about 1 kilogram and a half Konglong carp once fetched an astronomical price at auction. He paused, lowered his voice, and added, very few people know this yet. Yin Shun, that makes this intel worth quite a bit, doesn't it? Eat a 3-gene Konglong carp and a 6-star, Tier 4 fighter can leap straight to Tier 5. To Qi Feng, a Tier 6 powerhouse, the fish was merely a fine tonic and gourmet dish. To Yin Shun, still stuck at Tier 4, it was a shortcut to genuine strength. Unlike a blood essence tree core, which demands grueling cultivation and burns away potential, the Konglong carp boosts cellular vitality and lifts one's rank with almost no effort. At his current pace, Yunshun would need over a month to reach Tier 5. With the carp, he could transform in a week. Yunshin fell silent, considering. Qi Feng continued, your progress is rapid, so I need to warn you in advance. Once you reach Tier 5, you qualify for the War God Preparatory Program and receive Federation protection. Keep pushing, Yunshin. I have high hopes for you. In 6 months, I want to see your name on that list. Yunshin smiled inwardly. 6 months? Out loud he said politely, thank you for the reminder, Director Qi. Qi Feng concluded, West Immortal Sea is vast. Hunting a Konglong carp barehanded is like looking for a needle in the ocean. If you need equipment, come to the division and see me. We'll call your fee paid in full. Deal? Yunshin nodded, ending the call with a smile. Deal. Pleasure doing business, Director Qi. When the call ended, he let out a long breath. Night had thickened, and the blood on the ground had dried to black. Yunshin did not linger and turned to leave. Suddenly, black liquid matter surged from his shoulder blades, spread rapidly, and coalesced into a pair of enormous wings. The same substance flooded over his Polar Day battle suit, hardening into sharply angled armor plates. In mere seconds, the handsome young man was gone, replaced by a nearly 2-meter-tall swordsman clad in black armor with wings on his back. Boom! Yunshin burst into the sky, the Fuyao longsword flashing in his grip as he streaked toward the horizon at blistering speed. At 4 in the morning, in the Villa district of Wudai University in the imperial capital, the air in front of Villa number 1 suddenly folded in on itself with a muffled boom, and an enormous dark mass slammed onto the ground. In the dim light, the black mist coating the figure spiraled backward and sank into his skin. A moment later, Yunshin's outline emerged in the moonlight. Not bad, the parasitic scourge is pretty handy. He opened his hand and watched the last wisp of shadow fade from his palm, a faint smile on his lips. The front door banged open. Su Qing, who had been up all night, hurried out in a thin robe. Yunshin, you're back, she whispered, her excitement barely contained. Yunshin slid the sword into its sheath and tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. Come on, let's talk inside. They stepped in side by side. Later that morning, Bai Qi personally escorted Bai Yingxue to the imperial capital. In the living room, her luggage still teetered on its wheels as she nudged her father. Uncle Bai, you just got here. Stay and rest a while, will you? Can't. Those old codgers have called me 5 times already. If I don't get back, they'll raise the roof. Bai Qi let out a hearty laugh. Yunshin walked him to the door. Uncle Bai, travel safe. Relax, they wouldn't dare let anything happen to me, Bai Qi said with a wave, striding away with an easy gait that put Yunshin at ease. No sooner had Yunshin returned than Bai Yingxue grabbed his arm. What on earth happened last night? Raising an eyebrow, Yunshin recounted everything from slaying Wu Ao on the northwestern border to his breakneck dash home. Bai Yingxue gaped. You made it back in one night? Even high-speed rail isn't that fast. I know. It's crazy, Yin Chun said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Ever since the battle on Sky Island, I can channel the parasitic scourge a lot more freely. Su Qing sat nearby, hugging a cushion, worry clouding her face. Yin Chun, is that parasitic scourge a demon, or something else entirely? It's been inside you all this time, and I can't shake the unease. She paused. I've invested in a research institute, the lab where my parents used to work. They specialize in studying demons now. I want them to run a full analysis and see if there are any side effects for you. Bai Yingxue nodded emphatically. Besides helping Yin Chun, Su Qing also hoped the lab could uncover what really happened to her parents. Yin Chun considered it. All right. I'm curious too. By all rights, it should have taken over my mind. Yet I can control it instead. Deep within Yun Chen's consciousness lay the heavenly prison, a pitch-black space where a humanoid shadow was bound by heavy chains, its silhouette identical to Yun Chen's own. Damn it. I'd like to know why myself. The parasitic scourge, Zay, howled in rage. It was meant to seize Yun Chen's body, yet it was the one imprisoned. Its roar vanished into the abyss, not a trace reaching Yun Chen's awareness. By the way, I didn't come back empty-handed, Yun Chen said, turning the conversation toward lighter things as he smiled at Bai Yingxue and Su Qing. Yun Chen took stock of the contents of his spatial ring and spoke to the two women. All the odds and ends from Wu-A materials, crystal cards, weapons should fetch several tens of millions in wealth points. But the real prize is the gold silkworm armor. I'm planning to put it up for auction on the black market. Bai Yingxue's long lashes fluttered as she looked up at him, a mix of surprise and admiration in her voice. Yin Chun, doesn't that make your net worth break 100 million? Yin Chun shrugged with a smile. Just about. The truth was, had never been short on money. The generous scholarship from Imperial Capital Martial University easily supported a rather luxurious lifestyle. Still, a warrior's growth was a bottomless pit of expenses, potions, supplies, secret manuals, gear, armor, and the rent on high-end training rooms all burned through cash. Stars all but sparkled in Su Qing's eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim, Yin Chun, you're incredible. He waved off the praise. Come on, Miss Su. This little bit of money is hardly worth your attention, is it? Su Qing shook her head emphatically. Not at all. The Su family's liquid assets aren't actually that large. Most of them are mortgaged loans. The money I spend is allocated by my family, but everything you've got, you earned yourself. How could I compare? She was telling the truth. The Su family's wealth was tied up in real estate and shopping centers, impressive on paper, but nowhere near as flexible as the top clans in the capital. Take the Wu family, for example. They could effortlessly hire a fifth-rank warrior as a bodyguard, whereas even if the Su family threw money around, they couldn't secure a grandmaster of that caliber. The social gap alone made it hard to get an introduction, let alone hire one. Su Qing paused, then went on. But I can't keep living off the family. I need my own business. Remember that company I acquired, the one specializing in autonomous military machinery? I want to run it properly and make it truly profitable. Bai Yingxue's eyes lit up. Qing, that's a brilliant idea. The Federation is putting together a demon expedition force and needs a huge amount of military hardware. My dad mentioned the brass are about to place a new order for autonomous machines. If we land that contract, the revenue will be massive. Exactly. Su Qing's blood was pumping. If we can sign with the military, that'll be a huge deal. Bai Yingxue nodded. When Dad gets home, he'll talk to him and see if he can make an introduction. Yun Chun sprawled back on the leather sofa, stretched lazily, and grinned. Work hard, ladies. The doctor says my stomach's delicate, so I'm best suited to a diet of soft rice. The two girls pounced at once. Su Qing laughed and gave his chest a light punch, while Bai Yingxue tweaked his side. Their playful laughter filled the living room. When the commotion died down, Su Qing's smile faded. She asked quietly, Yin Chun, you killed Wu Ao. If Wu Shang finds out, won't he come for revenge? Yin Chun tapped the armrest with his fingers, his voice calm. Probably. You can't keep something like this under wraps forever. Sooner or later he'll know it was me. Bai Yingxue felt a knot tighten in her stomach. What? And you're still this relaxed? Yin Chun chuckled. What's done is done. What else can I do? Su Qing and Bai Yingxue were so irritated by Yin Chen's carefree attitude that they didn't even want to speak to him. In the living room, Yin Chun brushed off his jacket and rose from the sofa with a grin. All right, stop worrying. Wu Shang can barely keep himself alive right now. Even if he manages to get away, he paused deliberately, his eyes calm and confident. When that time comes, he still won't be able to touch me. The tension in the two women finally eased. If anyone else had said that, they would have scoffed, but coming from Yin Chun, they believed it without hesitation. In less than a year, he had rocketed from obscurity to a fourth-tier martial artist. Give him another year, and he might step into the fifth tier, or even the sixth. If he really reached the sixth, Wu Shang probably wouldn't even get close enough to pluck a single hair from his head. The thought sent Su Qing and Bai Yingxue's hearts racing. While they were still lost in that pleasant vision, Yun Chen's expression turned serious. But, Yingxue, Qing, what worries me more is you two. Honestly, you're still too weak. I can protect you when I'm here, but once I'm gone, you might not even be able to defend yourselves. His concern was justified. During the Wu Ao incident, Yun Shun had guessed the enemy might target them and told them to hide in the villa under the protection of Imperial Capital Martial University. Yet he had been forced into the demon realm, and trouble had found them anyway. A trace of bitterness crossed by Yingshu's face. To keep up with Yun Shun, she had trained day and night, but she was still only second tier, 2 stars. Su Qing was worse off, her talent was average, and she remained stuck at the first tier. Seeing by Yingshu's frustration, Yun Shun smiled slightly. He opened his right hand, and a dark red crystal hovered above his palm. Don't feel bad, Yun Shun. What is that? Bai Yingxue was stunned by the dense wave of energy it emitted. I've mentioned it before, Yun Shun nodded. The blood essence tree core? Is it really that? Bai Yingxue drew a sharp breath. Yun Shun handed the crystal to her. Yingxue, your spell arts aptitude is already grade A, and you've built up a lot of potential lately. Take this now, and the effect should be amazing. Try it. She accepted it nervously. How do I use it? She whispered. Just hold it in your mouth, Yun Shun instructed. Without hesitation, she placed the core between her lips. The rich blood essence melted at once, a warm current racing along her meridians. Heat rose in her abdomen, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. A few minutes later, a soft moan escaped her. It felt as though her entire body were being bathed in hot springs, leaving her lighter than air. She lowered her head to sense her cultivation, and her eyes lit up instantly. I've broken through. Yun Shun reached out to check and exclaimed with delight. Yingxue, you've reached 3rd tier, 1 star. Really? 1 blood essence tree core took me to 3rd tier, 1 star? Bai Yingxue could hardly believe it. That was enough power to surpass 90% of her peers nationwide. Yun Shun chuckled. It's proof of how hard you've worked. At his words, Bai Yingxue thought of all the hardship she had endured. The bitterness she had kept bottled up burst forth, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Yun Shun quickly handed her some tissues. Bai Yingxue wiped her tears, shaking her head and murmuring, it's nothing. Once she had calmed down, she turned eagerly to Su Qing. Qing, you should try it too. Su Qing met Yun Chen's gaze, then gave a helpless smile and shook her head. Forget it, Yingxue. My talent is mediocre, and I've wasted too much time. A blood essence tree core wouldn't help me much. I think it's time I found another path. Bai Qi came back from the inner cabinet that evening, safe and sound. The steaming dishes had just been set out, and the lamplight cast a warm halo over the wooden table. Bai Qi had accompanied Bai Yingxue to the capital, but had also been summoned by the inner cabinet, an institution buried deep within the Forbidden Palace, austere and silent. Once everyone sat down, Bai Qi laid his chopsticks aside and sighed, tinged with nostalgia. Time flies. I went in today and realized many of my old friends are gone. Yun Shin slowed his own movements and asked, Uncle Bai, what did the inner cabinet want with you? Bai Qi glanced at him, let out a chuckle, and shook his head. I thought they needed me, but I've been retired for years. Summoning me made no sense. Bai Yingxue cut in, then why did they? Bai Qi stopped keeping them in suspense. Xiao Chun, the summons was about you. At once, Bai Yingxue and Su Qing looked at Yin Chen. He blinked in surprise. About me? After I returned from the demon realm, officials questioned me already only about that trip. Why go for you now? Bai Qi raised his teacup and took a sip. The inner cabinet says the Federation has named you a key member of the new generation of martial artists. That's good news. Xiao Chen, it means they'll protect your family. Yun Chen's eyes brightened, and he lowered his voice in excitement. Really? That helps me a ton. Bai Qi nodded. They're also creating a dedicated training program for all of you. Their goal is simple: make you the backbone of the demon subjugation army. You'll probably get a notice for intensive training soon. He ended with a rueful smile and sighed again. Bai Yingxue teased, Dad, isn't that worth celebrating? Why the long face? Bai Qi shook his head. Cultivating warriors isn't like tending flowers in a greenhouse. True strength is forged in life and death combat. They protect the families so the fighters can go all out. It also means, Xiao Chun, your road ahead will be even more dangerous. Bai Yingshu's expression stiffened, and Su Qing set her chopsticks down. The table fell silent. Yun Chun broke the gloom with a grin. What's there to worry about? I'm ready. Come on, eat. Then he looked up. Uncle Bai, did they say where the training will be? Bai Qi answered, not yet, but most likely a frontier war zone, either north or west. Yun Chen nodded thoughtfully. The west would be ideal. He could visit Shixian Lake along the way. During his research, Head learned that Shixian Lake was vast. The best way to locate a Kenlong carp there was by probing with spiritual sense. He had studied enhanced perception techniques before, making him far more sensitive than the average martial artist. If he could master the art of spiritual probing, his efficiency would soar. Before setting out for the Western Immortal Sea, Yun Chen therefore needed to strengthen his own mind sense. Afternoon sunlight spilled across the living room. Yun Chen looked up at Bai Qi, who was polishing an ancient saber, and asked bluntly, Uncle Bai, how did you train your spiritual sense? Bai Qi's mental power had already reached the 4th tier, condensed into a fearsome domain. Delighted by the question, he put down the saber and explained his cultivation journey without holding anything back. For the first time, Yin Shun learned the name and workings of Bai Qi's domain, the field of slaughtered souls. It was a battlefield forged from the dead. Whenever Bai Qi cut down an enemy, the lingering spirit was drawn into the domain and reshaped into one of the skeletal soldiers Yun Shun had seen earlier. Yet the power was a double-edged blade. Those captive souls boosted Bai Qi's strength, while also gnawing at his life force like a curse. On normal days, he could sustain only a second or third tier level. Only by releasing the souls and letting their energy flow back into him could he claw his way toward peak form. Uncle Bai, does that ability hurt your body? Yun Chen frowned. I don't have much choice. Bai Qi smiled calmly. Once a domain awakens, you can't change it, you just push it as far as it'll go. Even so, he glanced toward Bai Yingxue, busy in the kitchen, and lowered his voice. I only hope this power never drags Yingxue in. Being haunted by the dead stains your karma. Yun Chen hastened to reassure him. Yingshu's a grown woman now. She'll be all right. Bai Qi nodded, set his worry aside, and suggested, since I'm here, browse the Federation marketplace for a decent mind sense manual. They'll vet it for you. Most of what they sell is trash. Perfect. Yun Chen agreed readily. With Bai Qi watching over things, he felt much more at ease. He logged onto the StarNet, projected the market screen into midair, and began swiping through the listings. Should we go straight to the auction house? He asked casually. No rush, Bai Qi replied with a wave. Cultivating mind sense is a gradual process. The auction house wraps manuals in fancy language that ruins more students than it helps. I wasted plenty of money that way when I was young. Yun Chen couldn't help laughing. You were a clueless kid once, Uncle Bai. Hard to imagine. Bai Qi let out a booming laugh. What? I was never young. Back then your father even helped me with my mind sense training, he trailed off. Until now he had rarely mentioned that old friend, not wanting to reopen wounds. But Yun Chen was grown, no longer a child in need of constant shielding. After a moment of silence, Yun Chen looked up, his voice low but steady. Uncle Bai, my father, was he really that strong? When Bai Qi heard Yun Chen's question, his mind drifted back many years, and a glimmer rose in his eyes as he began to speak. Brother Yun Qi was incredibly strong, truly formidable. In his late 20s, had already reached the high star level of the 5th tier. He raised 5 fingers in admiration, then shook his head with a wry smile. But he was an odd one. He never saved a coin, lived for the moment, a real wanderer who rubbed plenty of people the wrong way. The day he showed up to enlist, the entire camp went wild. Bai Qi paused, drumming his fingers on the table. I felt an immediate bond with him after all. We both had Qi in our names. The memory drew a knowing smile to his lips. The smile faded, and his voice sank. Everyone expected him to earn great military merits, but during that battle we faced a fiend who could bend space itself. To save me and everyone else, brother Yun Qi fell there. His throat tightened, and he could say no more. Yun Chen patted his shoulder in reassurance. Uncle Bai, the battlefield is unforgiving. My father knew the risks when he chose to fight. Bai Qi wiped the corner of his eye, his voice unsteady. Xiao Chun. They soon drifted into stories of Yun Qi's past. For the first time, Yun Chen could vividly picture his father, a gifted swordsman who loved to sleep in, talked in his dreams, and never turned down a plea for help. He ate like a whirlwind, worked shirtless even in sub-zero weather, yet suffered from tormenting migraines. After several rounds of drinks, Bai Qi grew more animated, clinking his cup until, at last, his head lolled, and he fell asleep at the table. Under the deep night sky, Yun Chen and Bai Yingxue half-carried Bai Qi up to a guest room on the 2nd floor. Hands on her hips, Bai Yingxue cast a helpless glance at her father. Honestly promised to pick a spirit sense manual for you, then got himself drunk first. Yun Chen chuckled. Once you hit your 40s, a few old memories and the drinks go down too easily. It's fine, I'll browse on my own and ask his advice tomorrow. Early the next morning, in the living room. Xiao Chun, I'm so sorry, I was supposed to help you choose a spirit sense manual, and I passed out, Bai Qi said, slapping his forehead. It's all right, Uncle Bai. I picked out a few last night, could you check them for me? Yun Chen replied. A holographic list unfolded. Bai Qi sat beside him, studying it intently. 9 forging mind method, spirit refining art, heart shaping codex, and more. When he finished, he folded his arms and sighed. Xiao Chun, I don't mean to discourage you, but every manual you picked is terrible. Yun Chen's face froze. What? I spent the whole night choosing those. Bai Qi tapped the prices on each line. Look, most of these cost only a few 100,000 points. Oh, 9 forging mind method barely breaks 1,000,000. Yun Chen blinked. You think they're too expensive? Bai Qi rolled his eyes. Expensive? They're far too cheap. Spiritual sense cultivation is an incredibly arcane branch of the martial arts. Do you really think you can buy it for only a few 100,000 wealth points? Yun Chen's lip twitched as he stared at the floating trade interface and muttered, I figured a beginner's manual wouldn't be this pricey. Bai Qi chuckled and patted his shoulder. Good thing you asked me. Otherwise, you'd waste your money on flashy but useless manuals. He dragged the light screen in front of him, flicking the virtual scroll wheel while scanning the dazzling catalog of techniques. Damn it, all third rate, he growled, brows knitting. Some of these charlatans probably never trained spiritual sense at all. Seeing Bai Qi's earnest expression, Yun Chen felt a wave of relief. Without the veteran's guidance, he'd be blundering around, lucky to find anything half decent and far more likely to cripple his own foundation. When it came to mental cultivation, one misstep could ruin everything. Experience was priceless. Just then, Bai Chi's eyes lit up. Got it. Chen, come here. He pointed to a new listing scrolling past. Look, primordial soul condensation, foundation stage. It just went live. We're in luck. Joy overflowed in his voice. When I was aiming for the second phase of soul condensation, I wanted this manual, but I was a new recruit and broke. It cost me months. I can't believe it's still here though the price has soared. The tag read 4.89 million wealth points. That's brutal, Yunshin muttered. Bai Chi shrugged. Inflation. A single square meter in the imperial capital costs 50 million now. This is normal. Yunshin checked his balance just over 10 million. Buying the manual would swallow a third of it. Before he could keep agonizing, Bai Chi opened the seller's profile and grew even more excited. Knew it. The advanced continuation is here too. If you stop at the foundation stage, your breakthrough to tier 3 will crawl. With the advanced manual, you'll move several times faster. The seller's reputable. Order now before someone snatches it. Yunshin hit purchase. Painful or not, some expenses were necessary. A chime sounded. Purchase of primordial soul condensation. Foundation stage successful. The next alert made him freeze. Purchase of primordial soul condensation. Advanced failed. Please retry or contact the seller. What happened? Yunshin frowned. Seems this won't be simple. Yunshin glanced at the description. The listing for the advanced companion technique carried an extra note. This advanced Yuan spirit manual is exceedingly rare. I hope it ends up with someone who can truly put it to use, not with the mediocre. The system then laid out strict purchasing requirements. The buyer had to be a post-5002 martial era rookie who had already completed Yuan spirit condensation. Foundation. Seriously? Yunshin chuckled and tapped the holographic screen. Jumping through hoops just to buy a manual, what a hassle. Standing beside him, Bai Chi skimmed the note and said, anyone who can sell both the foundation and its advanced follow-up has to be backed by a powerful martial clan. They usually impose these limits to make sure the manuals go to young talents who can advance the human race. Yunshin nodded. He could appreciate their caution. Since he already had the foundation volume, all that remained was to train steadily, digest its contents, and worry about advancing later. Shortly after noon, Bai Chi slung his pack over his shoulder, ready to head back to Jiangnan province. Xiao Chun, they'll leaving Xue in your care while we're in the imperial capital. Don't worry, Uncle Bai. Yunshin walked him to the door and only went back inside after the hover car disappeared from view. Wasting no time, he took out Yuan spirit condensation, foundation, and sat cross-legged as instructed. Unlike combat techniques that focus on moves, this divine sense method was more of a precision manual. Every step demanded exact control over one's mental force. It was full of tricks, call them exquisite or call them gimmicks, depending on your view. He immersed himself completely, adjusting everything from his breathing rhythm to the flow of awareness as the manual dictated. Time slipped by in silence, and night quietly fell. Master, you have expended excessive mental energy. Rest is advised, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Only then did Yunshin notice the swelling pressure in his head and the faint sting at the spirit locus between his brows. He muttered, when I grasped field projection during that fight with Yuan Wu, I thought training divine sense would be easy. Didn't expect the second phase Yuan spirit condensation to drain me this much. Even so, the gains were obvious. He had already mastered the first section. He stood, walked to the bed, and gently massaged the spot between his eyebrows. A cool current cycled through his spirit locus. Once condensation succeeded, he would be able to unfurl his senses, probe the surroundings, shake an opponent's mind, perhaps even seize control of their will. At higher levels, he could move objects from afar, wield weapons with pure thought. No wonder Uncle Bai called it the most arcane art in martial practice. Pondering this, he walked to the living room, drained a glass of iced juice, and mapped out his next training schedule. Suddenly laughter echoed from the courtyard. Bai Xue and Su Qing had just finished swimming and burst through the door, squeezing water from their long hair as they joked with each other. They wore light gauze wraps over their swimsuits, leaving wet footprints on the floor. Bai Xue was the first to spot Yunshin by the sofa. She froze, instinctively folding her arms across her chest. Flustered and shy, she blurted, Yunshin, why are you out here? Su Qing was far more composed. With only a faint blush, she bent to grab a towel and dry her hair. Finished training already, Yunshin? Yunshin nodded, still a little dazed. The scene before him was far too enticing. Bai Xue, clad only in a swimsuit, dragged the equally charming Su Qing toward the bathroom, her cheeks burning red. The door slammed shut, and their graceful figures vanished. The living room fell silent. Yunshin downed several glasses of iced fruit juice, the chill racing from his throat to his temples before his racing heart finally slowed. The villa had a pool, but he had never gone in for one simple reason: couldn't swim. With their trip to Xixinsi approaching, he decided that learning to swim had to move to the top of his to-do list. At dinner he brought up the idea. Bai Yingxue kept her head down over her bowl, the tips of her ears scarlet as she muttered, "Dream on. I'm not teaching you, sign up for a class." Yunqin gave a wry smile and was about to speak when Su Qing nodded shyly. "Of course, Yunqin, they'll teach you. We can start tomorrow." Before she finished, Bai Yingxue had jumped in, flustered. "Qing, you're impossible." "Fine, they'll teach him too. With both of us, he'll learn faster. Then he'll be counting on Teacher Bai and Teacher Su," Yunqin joked, giving a playful bow. The title Teacher Bai made Bai Yingshue's face turn an even deeper shade of red, while Su Qing's heart fluttered. She hadn't heard Yunqin call her teacher in ages, and the sudden address stirred an inexplicable shyness. After dinner, they cleaned up and crowded onto the sofa to watch a TV drama. The plot was dull, but Yunqin couldn't focus at all. His mind was on the manual soul condensation, intermediate level. Worried someone might beat him to it, he opened the trading marketplace. Sure enough, the list of interested buyers had already passed several hundred. No one had closed the deal, yet apparently none met the requirements, but every name on that list was a prodigy of the younger generation. Ordinary warriors had no time to train their spiritual sense. The realization piled on the pressure, and he resolved to finish soul condensation, beginner level, as quickly as possible. In Haojing, the Jiang family estate sprawled across thousands of acres. Noon sunlight streamed through the eaves into a spacious training hall where a young man in embroidered robes, Jiang Zhu, sat cross-legged, true energy rippling faintly around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "Come in." A waft of fragrance preceded a seductive young woman carrying a fruit tray. One snowy shoulder peeked through her gown, her gaze enchanting. It was Jiang Zhu's younger sister, Jiang Hua. An hour passed. "Brother, take a break, will you?" Jiang Hua set down the tray, her soft voice tinged with languor. Jiang Zhu looked up, a meaningful smile tugging at his lips. "Come here, Hua." She slipped to his side, slender fingers tracing the lines of his chest as she cooed. "Your soul cultivation is advancing so quickly. That advanced manual is practically in your pocket already, so why push yourself so hard? You haven't spent any time with me these past few days." Jiang Zhu shook his head. "Father says the technique is extremely rare. Even though I started soul training months before anyone my age, I can't afford to get complacent." Jiang Hua chuckled, dark eyes brimming with charm. "You're too cautious, brother. I refuse to believe anyone could surpass you." Jiang Hua's tone held no flattery. She truly believed no one could surpass Jiang Zhu. The Jiang clan was one of Great Xia's 5 noble houses, and Jiang Zhu, the legitimate eldest son, stood at its pinnacle. His half-sister Jiang Hua, eyes as clear as flowing water, looked up and asked softly, "Brother, when will you leave for the West Immortal Sea?" Jiang Zhu lounged in a sandalwood armchair, fingers tapping the armrest in a leisurely rhythm. After a moment's thought, he replied, "They say a sky dragon carp has appeared in the West Immortal Sea, but no one knows if the rumor is true. Even if it is, there's no need to hurry. I want to finish condensing my soul core first. It won't be too late to go afterward." His gaze settled on his sister, gentle yet tinged with concern. "Once I find the sky dragon carp, your breakthrough to 5th-tier warrior will be just around the corner." The light flashed across Jiang Hua's face. She nearly threw herself into Jiang Zhu's arms, her voice trembling with excitement. "You're the best, brother." Jiang Zhu smoothed the hair down her back with a rhythmic, tender motion, though his expression turned thoughtful. Inside Villa Number 1, all 9 prodigies of the Imperial Martial Bureau had gathered. Chong Yuanwu spoke first. "Yunqin, did you get the training notice from the Demon Subjugation Army?" Yunqin glanced around, mildly surprised. "You all received it too? So we're all joining the Demon Subjugation Army. I didn't expect that." Arms crossed, Ji Qiongxi leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window and raised an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean? Major Yin thinks we're not up to the task?" Yunqin waved hurriedly. "Not at all. I'm just surprised, Qiongxi. Your father actually agreed to let you go?" Back when the Novastar martial trials ventured into the demon realm, Ji Qiongxi's father, Ji Zhuan, had refused to let her take part. Ji Qiongxi sighed, yet a hint of pride crept into her voice. "That's exactly it. He wouldn't agree, so I signed up in secret. When he found out, he exploded, and in the end the only compromise was to pull some strings and put me in the logistics division. The logistics corps was far safer than the combat units. Few noble scions like Ji Qiongxi volunteered for the Demon Subjugation Army. If they enlisted at all, most chose the regular federal forces." Li Siyu spoke softly. "The Demon Subjugation Army is extraordinarily dangerous. The Sky Island incident was a devastating blow. Of more than 300 Novastars from around the world, only a few dozen survived, and even 6th-tier powerhouses fell." Her voice lowered, and her fingers clenched the hem of her jacket. "Many people wanted to join, but after that they changed their minds. The only way to keep such tragedies from happening again is to grow stronger." Li Siyu's elder sister had died in a fiend attack. Chong Yuanwu tightened his fist, battle spirit blazing in his eyes. "This training camp is our chance. I've been pushing myself, and I've improved a bit, but I'm still stuck at 3rd tier, 3-star. I swear I'll reach 4th tier minor grandmaster before it ends." Even without awakening the Xingqing bloodline, Chong Yuanwa's current strength was already extraordinary. At the mention of cultivation ranks, everyone turned to Yun Chen in unison. Chong Yuanwu finally lost his composure, envy creeping into his voice. Yun Chen, you're unbelievable. I've racked my brain for days and still can't figure out how you managed to jump to 4th tier, 3-star warrior status. Yun Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and flashed a grin. Didn't I tell you? I get a little stronger every single day. Back when they'd first met, Chong Yuanwu would have snapped right back a little stronger every day. Nonsense. But now he honestly believed it. Yun Chen's growth wasn't a little, it was 100 million littles. Chen Han propped his chin on his hand, gave Yun Chen's shoulder a light slap, and said, half joking and half serious, if you ask me, our top student is hiding some kind of secret. Chong Yuanwu pressed him at once. What do you mean? Chen Han shrugged. Haven't you read those web novels? The main character travels to another world, seeks revenge, and from the opening chapter wakes up with crazy, overpowered abilities. Li Siyu shot Chen Han a glare. Novels are novels, reality's reality. Transmigration? You might as well say Yun Chen's an alien. Chen Han pouted. Hey, it's possible. Li Siyu was left speechless. Guahaoran chimed in with interest. Embedding Yun Chen's a genetically modified superhuman. Ji Qiongxi shook her head. I think he inherited some ancient bloodline. His ancestors were probably peerless warriors. Gu Miaochuan nodded eagerly. Exactly. Maybe tier 8 no, tier 9 masters. Dong Ning cut in. Tier 9 warriors are practically legends. And if he really carried an ancient bloodline, Yun Chen would have awakened the Xingqing lineage by now. Ji Qiongxi mused aloud. Awakening a Xingqing bloodline isn't impossible. Yun Chen, have you felt anything strange? I've heard the backlash can cause insanity or memory loss. Principal Yang Yuanyan, for example, ever since her awakening, she's tormented by nightmares. She paused and looked at Yun Chen earnestly. Out of everything we just listed, which one fits you? Pick one. Every gaze in the room zeroed in on Yun Chen. Feeling the heat on his back, he gulped down a mouthful of water. You really want to know? We do. They answered in unison. Yun Chen set his cup down, voice steady. Fine. He'll tell you I have a system. The air froze. A moment later, Chen Han sighed first. Come on, Yun Chen, if you don't want to talk, just say so. No need to make stuff up. Li Siyu scoffed. A system? You've read way too many novels. That kind of thing can't exist. Chong Yuanwu shook his head as well. You might as well say there's a mighty soul living inside you, like my blade spirit. The others lost interest and dropped the topic. Yun Chen lifted his cup again and spoke to the system in silence. They don't believe me. What do you think? No reply. Why aren't you saying anything? Yun Chen wondered. In his mind, the young girl-like voice trembled, choked with tears. Master, those novels you mentioned, I feel as if I've heard about them somewhere before. Did someone tell me the story? It's so strange, Master. This feeling is so strange. Yun Chen's hand stopped halfway to his lips, his heart skipping a beat. He whispered, Are you crying? The system didn't respond to Yun Chen. Since that night, it had gone completely silent. From time to time he called out to it in his mind, but no reply ever came. The lack of response bothered him, yet he knew there was little point in forcing the issue, so he pushed the doubt aside. Meanwhile, the training site for the Demon Subjugation Army was finally confirmed the Sacred Mountain Inheritance Grounds. At first the Federation planned to select only from the young fighters who had registered, but the council soon broadened the rules. Anyone could try out, even without prior registration, and the age cap was raised to 30. The change sent a clear signal. A federation would likely draft every martial artist under 30 and expand its forces on a massive scale. For individuals, the Sacred Mountain Camp was a rare trial, and people poured in by the thousands. The Inheritance Grounds were already the largest sacred site in the Federation, and now they were about to host an unprecedented crowd. All 9 members of the Imperial Martial Genius Division signed up. Most volunteered, but one had been volunteered. Chen Han. Yang Yuanyan gathered the 9 for a private briefing. On the screen, the applicant counter kept climbing. This is crazy, over 20,000 already. Li Siyu stared at the numbers and sucked in a breath. Chong Yuanwu's eyes gleamed. With the scope widened, every top fighter will be there. I can't wait. His goal was a 4th-tier breakthrough, and he intended to use the Sacred Mountain to make it happen. The rest felt the same. None wanted to miss a chance to leap ahead. Yun Chen shared their eagerness, though his aim was higher. A direct push to high-star 5th-tier Grandmaster. If he succeeded, even a 6th-tier martial god would struggle to overpower him. Chen Han raised a hand, half serious and half complaining. Principal, the Federation had better put up some real rewards for this camp, or we'll be working ourselves to death for nothing. He muttered the last part, but everyone heard it. He had voiced the question on everyone's mind. Yang Yuanyan nodded. The rewards are generous. During the camp, you'll earn Federation points for every fiend you kill, and those points can be exchanged for treasures on the reward list. Everything on that list is nearly impossible to find elsewhere. With your talent and those resources, reaching 3rd tier 3-star, even the 4th tier, should be easy. A spark lit in Chong Yuanwu and the other's eyes. Yang Yuanyan then looked at Yun Chen, her tone gentle and amused. As for you, advancing to the 5th tier should be effortless. Yun Chen offered a polite smile. You flatter me, Principal. His words were modest, but his gaze was resolute. The others exchanged glances, quietly wondering why the principal rated Yunchen so highly. Yang Yuanyin continued. The camp also features live combat trials. If you place well on the combat leaderboard, you'll earn extra rewards on top of the usual Federation points. From what I've heard, anyone who finishes in the top 100 is automatically admitted into the Wushan Reserve Program. The classroom erupted. The Wushan Reserve Program. Isn't that the elite track open only to high-star Tier 5 fighters? Right. It's practically a shortcut to Tier 6. I heard half the people who enter actually break through 50% success. Unbelievable. The chatter filled the room, every breath running hot. Yang Yuanyin raised a hand for silence, her eyes bright. That's why this camp is priceless. If you crack the top 100, Tier 4 or Tier 5 won't be your ceiling. Tier 6 is within reach. Tier 6 warriors are rarities in the Federation. Not everyone is like Yang Yuanyin, who awakened a rare Xingqing bloodline and reached Tier 6 before 30. Most fighters rely on years of grinding and stockpiled resources, and the Wushan Reserve Program is widely seen as the fastest path upward. The fire in everyone's eyes was unmistakable, and while the mood was high, she dropped another bomb. Yunchen raised his hand first. Principal, there's a legacy site in the Western Immortal Sea? How come we've never heard of it? That's normal, Yang Yuanyin replied with a smile as she scanned the room. The site was only refurbished this year. For 5,000 years humanity has built legacy sites all over the world, stocking them with martial resources and trial missions to raise generation after generation of elite fighters. She added, despite its name, the Western Immortal Sea is really an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in mystery. After the renovation, that legacy site must be packed with treasure, waiting for you to uncover it. Do your best. Time flew by. Just before dismissing the class, Yang Yuanyin piled on more pressure. The upcoming camp at Sacred Mountain will gather top young talents from around the globe, mostly Tier 4, with plenty of Tier 5 powerhouses. After the Federation relaxed its quotas, every major clan sent in anyone under 30, including bloodline prodigies with staggering potential. With tens of thousands competing side by side, clawing into the top 100 will be brutal. The 9 students from the Imperial Martial Talents Bureau are acknowledged geniuses, yet the oldest of them is not even 20, while many of their opponents are 10 years older and awakened their bloodlines long ago. Still, being dubbed the strongest class in history only stoked their fighting spirit. Powerful rivals. Harsh odds. All the more reason to burn hotter. Yin Chun, in particular, was thrilled. A top 100 finish would fast-track him into the Wushan Reserve Program, and the camp was tied to the Western Immortal Sea Legacy site as well. Originally his goal was simply to reach high-star Tier 5 as quickly as possible, but now it seemed he needed to aim even higher. Southwest of the Sacred Mountain, within the borders of Duo, on a boundless plain the setting sun spilled its last light over weeds and drifting sand. A venerable master sat cross-legged, hovering in midair, the hem of his robe billowing. Below him, several thousand young martial artists knelt in orderly rows, foreheads nearly touching the ground while their banners snapped in the wind. Most had already reached the 5th rank Grandmaster realm. A majestic voice suddenly sounded behind the elder. You are the greatest prodigies of Duo. In this Sacred Mountain training, anyone who finishes in the top 100 will receive everything I have learned in my lifetime. The words crashed like spring thunder, setting every youth's blood ablaze and lighting their faces with excitement. The Master's legacy meant entry into the 7th rank, the realm of Martial Saint. Strive with all you have. Among you will rise the next revered one of Duo. His encouragement echoed for a long time. At the same moment, far to the west on another continent, England and France had formed a rare alliance, gathering several thousand young fighters. Most came from the 2 nations, with a few from smaller Western countries. Behind the rows of commoner warriors stood the elite heirs of the great Western families. The King of England and the President of France appeared side by side, each the highest federal representative in his homeland. The king called out, "Young warriors. As you can see, the Western nations stand truly united today. In this Sacred Mountain training, you will fight for the honor of the West. For the honor of the West." Thousands of voices roared in unison, shaking the sky. In the United States, under the night sky, a massive airship hovered silently. Through its transparent hull, a tall, lean figure gazed down at the blue planet. His features were strikingly handsome, combining masculine vigor with feminine grace. A lightsaber hung diagonally across his back. A young woman approached, worry in her voice. Arthur. Arthur smiled. Afraid for me? Don't be. I'm fully prepared for this Sacred Mountain training. This time, I'll prove my worth to the President. Across the Human Federation, hundreds of millions of young martial artists fixed their attention on the upcoming training. Enrollment numbers climbed by the minute, and the desire to break limits and grow stronger swept the globe. Night. Yunchen walked into the living room holding an electronic tablet and waved it at Ying Xue and Su Qing. Take a look. They leaned in and saw a string of rapidly changing numbers. Yunchen, is that the enrollment count for the Sacred Mountain camp? It's already over 100,000? Ying Xue gasped. That's insane. Yunchen nodded. That's after resume screening. The real number is probably higher, maybe over 1 million. Over 1 million. Bai Yingxue and Su Qing's mouths dropped open. We're only counting fighters between 18 and 30, Chen explained. There are roughly 2 to 300 million of them worldwide, but fewer than 10% have reached the second rank or above. Everything Chen said came from official statistics. Because almost everyone around Chen is already a second or third tier fighter, some people have started to think those ranks aren't all that impressive. In reality, that level is already the pinnacle for young warriors in Xia. Unless someone is born into a powerful clan, few can match it. Most young people never even reach tier 1 before they turn 30-something. Chen knows better than anyone. At the provincial martial exam, the moment he stepped into tier 1, the local media ran story after story about him. When he later went to the Donghai training camp, the most talked about trainees, Wu Qianing and Yi Du, were only tier 2. Now that he's in the imperial capital, the enormous university district is still dominated by tier 1 and tier 2 fighters, and tier 3 is already rare. Anyone who breaks into tier 4 is instantly granted the title Tian Sha 9-star, which shows just how dominant tier 4 is on campus. Worldwide, barely 2 or 3 million people manage to hit tier 3 before the age of 30. Chen swept his eyes over the crowd and said calmly, out of those 2 or 3 million, I'd guess most have signed up for the Sacred Mountain Boot Camp, hoping ITLL push them even further. Su Qing rested her chin on her hand and smiled. That makes sense. To ordinary people, they're all prodigies, praised their whole lives, so of course they want to climb higher. But compared to you, they don't even register. The sincerity in her gaze landed squarely on Chen. His heart swelled at the praise, but he forced a modest smile. If you keep saying things like that, I'm going to get embarrassed. Let's stay low-key. Standing nearby, Bai Yingxue felt a pang of jealousy and said in a soft, teasing voice, Chen, I'm starting to lose my confidence. Chen had already signed her up for the Sacred Mountain program, certain it would be the perfect springboard for her. Unlike Su Qing, Yingxue has a rare grade A talent for spellcraft, and with a formidable father behind her, she has every chance of joining Blue Star's top fighters if she's willing to work for it. He patted her shoulder. Don't worry. I'm here. Okay. Bai Yingxue nodded obediently. She hadn't really lost confidence. She was just fishing for a bit of reassurance. Night had fallen. In the back garden, insects chirped softly while moonlight silvered the grass. Chen sat on a stone bench, staring up at the sky. The sea of stars reflected in his eyes, yet no one could tell what was stirring in his heart. Suddenly, a clear voice tinged with emotion sounded in his mind. Master, the night is beautiful. The sky is full of stars. Chen's expression shifted, and he replied quietly, I thought you weren't going to talk to me anymore. How could I? You're the only one who can hear me. The system's voice carried a hint of grievance. He remembered how downcast it had been a few days earlier and asked gently, why were you crying that day? You wouldn't tell me. Is there anything I can do? There was a brief silence. Then the system whispered, thank you, Master. At that moment, Chen realized he had already begun to treat the system as a real person. Before the thought could fully form, the voice returned, soft and hopeful. Master, will you tell me a story? Want a story? What's gotten into you? Nothing. I just feel like listening to one. Moonlight lay across the rooftop like a soft silver veil. Chen heard the request echo in his mind, gave a resigned smile, sat by the railing, and lifted his gaze to the pale disk above. Since the moon's beautiful tonight, he'll tell you a legend about the moon goddess. His low voice carried clearly on the night breeze. It's an ancient tale in the human federation. The moon goddess, a beautiful and mighty maiden, once sealed a brutal demon god inside the moon to protect the world. 1,000 years later, she fell in love with a mortal, abandoned her divinity, and descended from the lunar palace to live among humans. What an idiot, she grumbled in his mind. Why give up being a goddess just to fall in love down here? But master, I've heard the opposite. The girl actually flew from Earth to the moon. Chen froze. Really? A sharp pain flickered across his temple, fragments of another world's memory flashing and disappearing. He rubbed the spot. It hadn't hurt like this in ages. What's wrong, master? Nothing. Let me keep going. A few days slipped by, and the Holy Mountain Training Camp officially opened. At the teleportation array behind Imperial Capital Martial University, Chen, Chen Han, Bai Yingxue, and the others stood ready. Pillars of runic light cut the air with an icy blue radiance. Chen Han looked over the crowd and complained. The sign-up numbers are crazy, way higher than the Federation expected. Chen nodded. We've passed 100,000 applicants, but only 10,000 slots. The preliminaries are a free-for-all. Every opponent you defeat earns Federation points. Clear that, and it's on to arena matches and battles against fiends. After outlining the process, he added, the teleport might scatter us, but relax, at our level, we should all get through. One by one they stepped into the portal. Soon only Chen and Bai Yingxue were left. Hold my hand. We might land at the same coordinates. He offered his palm. She hesitated, cheeks warming, yet laced her slender fingers with his. Buzz. Just before the runes flared, his communicator vibrated. The screen read Yang Yuanyan. Hello, Headmaster. All set. The voice on the line sounded drained. Everything's covered. Thank you. Really? Yinshin chuckled. Nightmares again? Worse. Yang Yuanyan rasped from her bed. I even ran a fever last night. Need a hospital? Won't help. It's the Xingqing bloodline acting up. She massaged her temples. Ancestral memories keep clawing at my mind. So the fevers and nightmares never stop. Sometimes I'm scared I'll lose it. She let out a bitter laugh. This damn bloodline ID, ditch it in a heartbeat. Yunshin's voice dropped. Is there no way to erase those side effects? On the call, Yang Yuanyan sighed. There is a way. As long as your power surpasses your ancestors, your own bloodline can overwrite theirs. But anyone who can awaken the Xingqing bloodline is at least an 8th rank warrior. Those people were the brightest stars in human history. Catching up to them is no small feat. When the call ended, Yun Chun fell silent, lost in thought. Yun Chun, shall we go? Bai Yingxue prompted gently. Oh right. Let's go. He came back to himself, took her hand, and stepped into the teleportation gate. A flash of light later, they materialized together in a flawless, snow-white chamber. Thankfully, they had not been separated. So this is the place of inheritance? Bai Yingxue looked around with curiosity. Every direction was blank, like a set from a science fiction film. Yun Chen studied their surroundings. It feels like a staging room. Look over there. As he spoke, a black line appeared in midair, widened into a flat plane, then split open. 2 sets of specialized combat suits drifted out. At the same time, a familiar electronic voice echoed through the space. Major Yinshun, long time no see. Yinshun smiled. Tianji, it's been a while since I heard your voice. Indeed, hearing you again is a pleasure, Major. Let's catch up later. Tianji, what's next? For this holy mountain training, no personal gear is allowed except for weapons. All participants must change into the designated combat suits before entering the preliminary arena. The suits generate a protective field that prevents real death. Once the field collapses, the wearer is eliminated. After elimination, consciousness will be briefly cut off to simulate a near-death experience. Bai Yingxue shivered and whispered, why simulate dying? Fear of death pushes a warrior the hardest, Yinshin replied. Tianji went on, please change into the combat suits. Your current clothes will be stored here and returned after the preliminaries. Time is limited. Yinshin looked around. Where's the changing room? This is a private space. No one can watch. He muttered, but we can still see each other. After a 2-second pause, Tianji answered flatly, the preliminaries begin soon. Yun Chun rubbed his forehead in resignation. Bai Yingxue tugged his sleeve. Let's just turn our backs to each other, she said, cheeks flushing. He gave a wry nod. They each took a suit and stood back to back. The rustle of fabric filled the air. Even Yun Chun, who prided himself on his restraint, felt his thoughts wander and cleared his throat. Bai Yingxue froze. Why Yun Chun, what's wrong? Nothing. Throat's dry. Are you almost done? Almost. More soft sounds followed. Yun Chun finished first. The form-fitting suit traced every line of muscle, and an energy field snapped into place against his skin. He flexed to test it, then turned around. Yingxue, let's. He stopped mid-sentence. Bai Yingxue faced him, struggling to pull the zipper up her back. He spun away at once. Her face went scarlet. The zipper slipped, snapped back, and the suit burst open across her chest. The half-fastened fabric slid down, revealing smooth shoulders, a tempting collarbone, and the faint contours below. Bai Yingxue paled in shock and spun around, mortified enough to wish the earth would swallow her. The preliminary selection has begun. Suit up immediately. Teleport countdown initiating. Tianji's voice echoed through the pristine white space. Bai Yingxue looked back helplessly, throwing Yun Chen a pleading glance. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and stepped behind her. Before him was her slender, fair back and a waist as soft as water. He steadied himself, grasped the zipper, and eased it upward. When it reached the top, the suit strained across her generous chest that was why it had stuck in the first place. As the suit closed, a pale blue force field shimmered into place, molding itself to her figure. Teleport countdown. 10, 9. Tianji continued its monotone count. Instinctively, Bai Yingxue gripped Yun Chen's hand. Her fingertips were cool and tense. 3, 2, 1. A blinding flash swallowed their vision, then spread outward. In the next instant they were standing on an endless snowfield where sky and ground blurred into the same desolate white. Sudden shouts and clashes snapped them out of their daze. Everywhere warriors swarmed across the ice, blades flashing, martial techniques flaring. From above they would have looked like frenzied ants tearing into each other, and Yun Chun and Bai Yingxue had materialized right in the middle of it all. Great timing, Yun Chun muttered, then grabbed Bai Yingxue's hand. Come on, we have to get out of here. Boom. A savage shockwave hurled snow into the air as a hulking shadow dropped from the sky, cutting off their escape. When the snow settled, they saw a towering black man hefting a cleaver over 3 meters long. He bared his teeth in a bloodthirsty grin. More Orientals? I've lost count of how many of you have died by my hand. Can't say I'm impressed with your physiques. Before he even finished speaking, he casually swung the blade behind him, decapitating a would-be attacker. The victim's chest imploded under the blow, his protective field shattered, and his body dissolved into particles instantly eliminated. Pathetic. The giant didn't bother to turn his head, his scorn hanging in the air while his murderous intent drifted with the blood and snow. He was hardly alone. Every fighter on the field was already lost to bloodlust. The shielding fields meant no one had to hold back, so they unleashed their fiercest techniques without restraint. For them, this consequence-free slaughter was pure ecstasy. As a side note, the suit-generated shields varied in strength. The stronger the wearer, the tougher the barrier. Now the behemoth's gaze settled on by Yingxue beside Yunchun. Her curves, accentuated by the skin-tight suit, made his eyes burn even hotter. And when he looked at Yunchun, the brutality in his stare sharpened yet again. Die, Easterner. The burly black man stepped forward, his machete howling through the air as it slashed toward Yunchun's skull. Almost at the same moment, a spear of ice as thick as a child's arm burst from the ground, its glacial edge flashing. It struck the man square in the throat. He was so close he couldn't even cry out before the frozen blade skewered him, shredding his body into bloody chunks amid a spray of ice shards and misted crimson. Excruciating pain flooded his nerves before darkness swallowed his mind. Bai Yingxue lowered her hand and stood where she was, her expression colder than winter itself. She sneered, blind fool. Attacking Yunchun right in front of her was an unforgivable mistake. Yunchun, let's go. She seized his hand without hesitation. Boom. The ice beneath them exploded, and a 3-meter-long ice skiff rose from the ground, its crystalline patterns glinting. With a light tap, Bai Yingxue leapt aboard, pulling Yunchun with her. The next instant, the skiff shot down a mirror-smooth ice channel, slicing through the howling wind. Her right hand moved in a blur. Every flick of her wrist shaped a lethal icicle that flashed through the air. Any fighter who tried to block them was torn apart one after another, blood mist mingling with shattered ice in a grisly tableau. Screams and shouts of terror filled the air, yet to the pair they sounded almost like music. The skiff drove forward, unstoppable, and soon burst free of the battle's center. Huff! Once clear, Bai Yingxue exhaled a plume of frosty breath, a sheen of sweat forming on her brow. Yingxue, you're incredible, Yunchun blurted, unable to hide his awe. Her eyes sparkled, though a shy smile tugged at her lips. It's mainly thanks to those blood essence tree cores you gave me. They boosted my strength. And this icy terrain couldn't be better for me. They stood in a boundless frozen realm, the world sealed in ice and snow. Bai Yingxue's affinity for the element made her even deadlier here. Suddenly, a pale blue interface only she could see appeared before her eyes. Huh, my Federation points just hit 21, and am ranked around 70,000. In this preliminary round, every fighter started with a base score. Killing someone took half their points. She had just cut down several opponents, yet still had only 21, proof that everyone's totals remained low. One rule mattered most. Even if you died, your score and rank stayed. Pile up enough points early, and you could fall later, yet still finish in the top 10,000. Hiding wouldn't cut it. You had to fight, had to seize points. Killing 100 grunts isn't worth as much as dropping one expert, Yunchun reminded her. Bai Yingxue snorted, murder gleaming in her eyes. That blowhard bragged about all the people had killed, yet his points were pathetic. What a waste. When bloodlust surged, her language sounded a lot like Yunchun's. Two had spent so much time side by side they were starting to resemble each other. And far from disliking how ruthless she was, Yunchun liked it all the more. At the foot of the glacier, Bai Yingxue asked, Yunchun, what's our next move? Start thinning the crowd from the outer edge of the battlefield? Her voice was laced with excitement the moment she had cut down that warrior. The burst of blood and flesh had left an addictive thrill tingling in her fingertips. Yet she didn't act on impulse. Her gaze remained fixed on Yunchun, waiting for his decision. Yunchun considered for a moment, then shook his head. I say we wait. Let the small fry eliminate one another first. Picking them off later earns Federation points faster. Besides, my Yuanshan condensation entry stage is about to break through. I need to buy the next tier technique the second I finish it. That manual could only be purchased once the entry stage was mastered, and Yunchun never let himself forget it. Bai Yingxue nodded. Okay, they'll follow your lead. In a battlefield teeming with danger, teammates acting independently was the deadliest mistake, but that risk didn't exist between them. Catching the trust in her eyes, Yunchun gave an apologetic smile. Sorry for slowing us down, Yingxue. Don't worry, we'll clear the prelims. What are you apologizing for? With you around, what do I have to worry about? Bai Yingxue laughed and slipped her arm through his, a rare act of affection. The soft press of her body made Yunchun's heart race. A flush crept up his ears. Bai Yingxue blushed. Too, this was her first time trying something like that, and she was far from practiced. Night deepened. A transport array flared, depositing them in a small wooden hut. Eliminated fighters had already been cleared away. The place served as a rest stop for the survivors. The day's carnage was over. More than 10,000 competitors had been knocked out, and the air still carried a faint metallic tang. On a wooden bed, Yunchun sat cross-legged, eyes closed. If one looked closely, wisps of white mist drifted between his brows. Once Yuanshan condensation entry stage completes, I can enter the mental realm of the divine repository and examine myself from the inside out. I think I'm almost there, he mused. Slow, steady breaths echoed inside his chest. The next instant, his consciousness plunged into the divine repository. Woman, ancient horn resounded, and a barren wilderness unfolded. A blazing sun hung overhead, white light cascading like a waterfall. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. Yun Shun turned to see a golden giant, 10,000 feet tall, clad in armor. Looming over the land it was his Yuanshan avatar. The figure was still slightly translucent, yet it loomed like a mountain, its presence overwhelming. The face was almost identical to Yun Chen's own. What a magnificent avatar, he breathed, instantly aware he was praising himself. In this mental realm, he could act freely. He leapt skyward, soaring high to look down on the golden titan that belonged to him. The essence of life is energy, and energy needs a vessel, like the physical body, he recited softly, repeating the maxims of Yuanshan condensation. Entry stage. This Yuanshan avatar was the very embodiment of life force compressed to its highest degree. Within the primordial spirit avatar, one can glimpse a warrior's true essence, the core of his life energy. It goes by many names: soul, spirit, humpo, but whatever it is called, this nucleus rules all. It drives the movements of flesh and unleashes the avatar's power. Even if the body or the avatar is damaged, the warrior may survive. Only when this life energy core is shattered does genuine death occur. Conversely, as long as the core remains intact, a warrior can claw back from the very edge of oblivion. Through the divine aperture at the avatar's brow, Yun Shun peered inward. Suspended there drifted a sphere of pale gold light, veined with black lightning, turning slowly like a piece of celestial art. The mingling of golden glow and obsidian arcs struck the eye with breathtaking force. At a mere turn of thought, the sphere changed shape, becoming a naked, translucent man's spitting image of Yun Chen himself. It was virtually a soul embodiment. Intrigued, Yun Chun let a smile tug at his lips. Interesting. His light laugh echoed through the conscious void. Abruptly, a fresh strand of gold radiance surfaced behind the figure. The brilliance was not part of the soul embodiment. It seemed to exist independently. Alarm shot through him. Closing in on the divine aperture, he discovered a second, smaller golden sphere beneath the soul form. Though smaller than the original core, this new or blazed even brighter, a miniature sun that grew more dazzling the longer he stared. His eyes throbbed, yet he refused to look away. How can this be? A martial artist should only have one life core. His voice trembled with disbelief. If this sphere was also a life energy core, what did that make him? Before the thought fully formed, the little orb writhed and exploded into a flood of blinding white. Arc. Yun Chen shielded his eyes with an arm as searing light engulfed him. He had no sense of how long it lasted. Eventually the brilliance receded, leaving the outline of a human figure. When the last motes faded, a golden-haired girl appeared, her entire being bathed in holy radiance. Hands folded across her chest, eyes closed, she floated serenely. Threads of gold drifted from her like gentle rain, continually nourishing Yun Chen's original core. An ineffable aura of sanctity clung to her face and slender frame, stirring in Yun Chen a reverence so profound it bordered on fear, as though even looking at her might be sacrilege. He hovered, stunned, scarcely able to trust his senses. A soft, delicate moan slipped from her lips, as if the sound itself roused her. She opened her eyes slowly. The first thing she saw was the humanoid life core of Yun Chen. Blinking in puzzlement, she turned and found the real Yun Chen nearby, his face frozen in shock. Master? Yun Chen's heart gave a jolt when he heard the familiar girl's voice. The sound was crystal clear, no longer a cold, mechanical system prompt, but a living human tone. At the same time, the girl sensed something was wrong. She lowered her eyes, and her slender fingertips trembled as her pure golden irises contracted sharply. Before her primordial spirit could solidify, she had been nothing more than a wisp of consciousness lodged in Yun Chen's sea of awareness, bodiless and unable to feel. Yet now the warmth in her palm, the curve of her knuckles, even the faint vibration of blood flowing through her veins told her she possessed a real body. Is this body mine? She murmured, curling her fingers to savor the strange resistance and feedback. She looked up and met Yun Chen's conflicted gaze, shock mingling with irrepressible joy. Master, have you condensed your soul? No, Yun Chen corrected instinctively. I still need the next cultivation method, but that's not the point. Who are you, and why are you inside me? The delight on the girl's face froze, replaced by confusion. She searched her memories, but found nothing, as though scavenging a barren wasteland. Yun Chen's heart quivered. His system was actually a separate living energy core. That meant the system was alive. Two cores coexisted in his body, his own as master, the girl's as servant, a truth even he found hard to believe. After a brief stare, the girl snapped back to herself, crossed her arms, and curled up slightly, watching him with wary reproach. Her golden eyes held both defensiveness and helplessness. Realizing his rudeness, Yun Chen averted his gaze from her still enclothed body. Why is her life sealed inside me? He wondered silently. Just then, a frantic voice exploded in his ear. Yun Chen, wake up. We have enemies. It was Bai Shua. Almost simultaneously, the girl warned, Master, 3 auras are closing in, at least 4th rank. Yun Chen gathered his thoughts and withdrew from the spiritual realm. Inside the wooden cabin, he sat cross-legged on the bed while Bai Yingxue kept anxious watch. Yingxue, what's wrong? Bai Yingxue raised a finger for silence and led him on tiptoe to the window. Outside, night shrouded the snowy ground in a dim, icy glow. 3 blurred silhouettes raced across the snow toward the cabin, radiating suffocating pressure. I thought hiding in the hut would keep us safe, Bai Yingxue whispered. They always strike at night, Yun Chen replied. They stay hidden by day and attack under cover of darkness. He cracked the window, then shut it. Stay here and don't come out. With that, he stepped outside alone. A cold wind whipped the snow across the clearing where the 3 figures took shape, each of them men. The leader, broad-shouldered and carrying a massive axe on his back, saw Yun Chen emerge and arched an eyebrow with a mocking smirk. Oh, you actually noticed us? He drawled, amusement dripping from every word. 2 men in black trailed behind him. The burly man raked his eyes over Yun Chen without a trace of restraint. He quickly noticed one crucial detail: the young man carried no visible weapons. Must stash them in the cabin, he guessed, snorting as he mentally tagged Yun Chen an idiot. A black-clad subordinate leaned in and murmured, Boss, he knows he can't beat us, so he's given up. Didn't even bring a weapon, coward. The burly man let out a belly laugh and called to Yun Chen. Kid, your pals are in that cabin, right? The 3 of us have been on the road all day. How about you invite us in for a rest? His tone was lazy, as if Yun Chen were prey already trust. Before he finished, another man in black flashed to the cabin window and peeked inside. Startled by the sudden shadow, Bai Yingxue let out a small cry. The man's eyes lit up. Boss, there's a woman in there. He hissed. A woman? The burly man's shoulders twitched with excitement. He swung the massive axe off his back and, all but ignoring Yun Chen, strode toward the cabin. Had taken only 2 steps when 2 dull thuds rang out behind him, followed by screams. Whirling, he saw both subordinates writhing in the snow. Their protective fields had kept them alive, but pain was another matter. Yun Chen had measured his force perfect. No instant deaths, just misery. The pair staggered upright, faces twisted with fury. You dare ambush us? You're dead. One roared as he charged. Bang! A flash of steel slammed into his gut and hurled him 10 meters into a snowdrift. The second man barely blinked before another sword pierced his dantian and pinned him to the cabin wall. No matter how he strained, the blade didn't budge. An abyss of strength lay between them. Ice crawled down the burly man's spine. Those 2 were 4th-tier minor grandmasters, only a notch below him, yet Yun Chen had tossed them aside like chicks. A sword cultivator? Then where had the blades come from? The night that once hid him now bred only dread. Yun Chen crunched through the snow to his side. The burly man's shoulders locked, his breath caught, and the hand on his axe shook too violently to lift it. With a pleasant smile, Yun Chen asked, Weren't you eager to go in? After you. The big man forced a wavering grin. Brother, misunderstanding. We're just passing through. We'll leave right now. Did I say you could leave? Yun Chen's light words drained every drop of color from his face. Yun Chen's hand settled on his shoulder. Come on, as I said, go inside. Wait. Like a falling mountain crashed down. The burly man tried to step, but a terrifying force flooded his shoulder. Crack. Both knees gave way, and he collapsed into the snow. Yun Chen's voice drifted softly above him. Oh, I meant crawl in on your knees. Inside the cabin, Bai Yingxue looked down at the muscular man kneeling on the floor. His forehead was pressed against the rough planks, shoulders shaking from pain and fear. Moments ago he had tried to fight Yun Chen, but the gap in strength was overwhelming. Now all resistance had drained from him. Yun Chen poured himself a cup of hot water at the table, drained it in one swallow, and set the cup aside. Oh, and one more thing, lift your head and you'll die in the worst way imaginable. Feel free to test me. The warning made the prisoner shudder. 2 wouldn't dare. A pleased smile touched Yun Chen's lips. He walked over and ground the man's head back to the floor with his boot. Good. Now, what intel did you hear tonight? The broken confession dragged on for several minutes. When it ended, Yun Chen and Bai Yingxue exchanged a helpless glance. Just a few hut coordinates, nothing useful. Yun Chen sighed. To the kneeling man, that sigh landed like a hammer. His spine snapped rigid with dread. Yun Chen drew a long sword and offered it to Bai Yingxue. Take his points. She gave the trembling man a brief look. For him, elimination might be mercy, yet instinct still recoiled from death. His fists clenched tight. Yun Chen's chuckle was cold iron striking stone. Have you decided? Despair welled up. The man remained silent, head bowed. Bai Yingxue pushed the sword aside. No need. He'll handle it. Frost thickened in the air. An ice blade formed in her palm. She stepped beside the prisoner and, without hesitation, drove the tip into the back of his skull. Bang! The ice sword shattered, sparks of data scattering as the man's body disintegrated. A flash of agony, then nothing eliminated. Chen lifted his gaze. Two more outside. Once the three intruders were dealt with, Bai Yingshu's federal points climbed to nearly 100, her rank vaulting to around the 20,000 mark. That was a quick jump, she said, delighted. Seems they were worth something, Chen replied, raising an eyebrow. Still not much skill. Bai Yingshu slid her arm through his and grinned. Yet you still crushed them. He snorted, irritation lingering. They should have known better. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered. Despite the uptick, Bai Yingshu stayed cautious. It was only the first day of prelims, everyone's score was low. Once the fighting reached its peak, this little stash would mean nothing. Suddenly she remembered. Chen, how's your primordial spirit cultivation coming? The question reminded him time to buy that next stage technique. Time is money. In the Grand Xia inner cabinet, ministers in ornate robes sat ramrod straight, eyes fixed on the glowing projection hanging in midair. Overhead hung the ranking board for the Holy Mountain Trials. Inside the Golden Throne Hall, a massive light screen shimmered like a waterfall of data, its glow painting every cabinet member in shifting hues. At the head sat Elder Yan, wrapped in a crimson robe embroidered with lifelike cranes. He lifted his sleeve and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Great Xia has sent thousands of its finest young warriors. Yet, as you can see, our results so far are less than encouraging. A middle-aged man stepped forward, cupped his fists, and replied, Elder Yan, there is no need to worry. Training has only just begun. The field is crowded with mediocrities, while the true elites are conserving their strength. Soon enough they will surge ahead. This speaker was Jiang Fu, patriarch of the Jiang clan. Elder Yan narrowed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Patriarch Jiang, you sound very confident. The moment he spoke, the other cabinet members chimed in, their tone dripping with hidden sarcasm. I hear your son is on the mountain as well, Jiangzhu, isn't it? Reached 4th tier, 6th star at 27? A 4th tier peak at 27 is respectable, I suppose. The compliments were laced with mockery. A 4th tier peak might dazzle common folk, but to these seasoned nobles, it was nothing special. Jiang Fu showed no irritation, his smile only deepened. My son did break through to 4th tier last year. This year he is already at 5th tier, 3 star. Less than 12 months, all told. He paused, then added, and he has begun forging his nascent spirit. His words landed like a stone in a still pond. Whispered conversations erupted at once. 5th tier, 3 star isn't rare, but forging spirit sense while still in phase 2. And only 28 years old. Elder Yan stroked his beard, eyes intent. Patriarch Jiang, you have guided your son well. Praise from him was a rare honor. Jiang Fu stepped closer, lowering his voice. Elder, about Wu Shang. A cold flash crossed Elder Yan's eyes, though his tone stayed even. The Wus have amassed too many sins. The Son of Heaven is furious. Wu Shang and his father will serve as a warning. Stay out of it, I say this for your own good. Jiang Fu sighed inwardly, bowed, and slipped back into the crowd. The Holy Mountain's inheritance realm stretched boundlessly, its preliminaries divided into dozens of distinct zones. Yunchun and Bai Yingshu were battling across a frozen wasteland. Elsewhere, in a secluded ravine, a clear spring murmured beneath drifting mist. Beside the pool, a young man sat cross-legged. Under the moonlight, his bronzed skin gleamed faintly. Wisps of white vapor drifted from the center of his brow. His aura flickered in and out until, at last, his eyes snapped open and a surge of mental power rippled outward. Brother, you did it. The pool's surface split as a girl leaped out, water beating on her skin like a bathing fairy. She was Jiangzhu's younger sister, Jianghua. Jiangzhu gathered his aura and stood. Horror. I formed the outline of my nascent spirit. Once I secure the next stage manual, I can push into phase 3. Jianghua almost bounced with excitement. Then hurry and trade for it. Chuckling, Jiangzhu vaulted into the spring and drew her close. Worried I won't earn it, little one? Jianghua's eyes curved with laughter. How could I ever doubt you? Across all Great Xia, no one our age can match my brother. Buoyed by her praise, Jiangzhu still kept his mind on business. With a wave of his hand, he opened the trading market. Jiangzhu opened the trading market and searched for the advanced cultivation manual he had bookmarked long ago. But the moment the listing appeared, his face went rigid. The thumbnail was completely grayed out, and 3 blood-red characters blazed above it. Sold. Sold. His Adam's apple bobbed as he let out a low exclamation. Jianghua, hearing him, craned her neck and tugged at his sleeve. Brother, what's been sold? Jiangzhu's expression turned stormy. Eyes locked on the light screen. He ground out, that advanced technique, someone bought it. What? No way. Jianghua covered her mouth, stunned. When Jiangzhu had first set eyes on the manual, he was only one step from completing his nascent soul practice. Afraid of a misstep, he forced himself to slow down, spending days finishing the final section in effort that already seemed reckless to his sister. Who could it be? His fists clenched, knuckles cracking as the words squeezed through his teeth. Losing a rare manual hurt, but being beaten to it right in front of his sister was even worse. Manuals could be found again. The sting of humiliation was harder to shake. Damn it. He cursed inwardly, chest heaving. Morning mist drifted through the air. Yun Shun pushed open the creaking cabin door and inhaled deeply to greet the day. Footsteps sounded behind him. Yun Shun, what's today's objective? Bai Yingxue asked, patting his shoulder. He stretched, joints popping, and grinned. Farm some points. Time to loosen up. She cocked her head, eyes curving like crescent moons. So Lord Yun is finally getting serious? This should be entertaining. Yun Shun laughed and pinched her cheek. Don't jinx it. Since forming his nascent soul avatar, his cultivation had soared. He now sat solidly at 4th rank, 4-star. Before his words faded, the world went dim. Light surged beneath their feet, and they vanished. In a heartbeat, they were flung onto the battlefield. A knifing wind swept over a lake sealed by thick ice. Hundreds of cultivators lay sprawled across the surface, their cries echoing in the cold. Nearby, a uniformed squad moved methodically from body to body, carrying out executions. Don't kill me. I still a blonde youth screamed, but the frigid air tore his words apart. A lean, bronze-skinned fighter stepped forward, seized the youth's hair, and lifted him one-handed like a chick. This one's yours, he told the woman beside him. She, equally bronzed, inclined her head. Much appreciated. A dagger flashed into her palm. And no, please, the youth writhed, but the man's arm was iron, immovable. Cold steel swept across his throat. Bang! Essence and ice burst together, and the youth disintegrated on the spot. The woman's face stayed blank, devoid of mercy. A one-sided massacre was unfolding on the frozen lake. Spatters of blood froze almost instantly in the wind, while wheat-skinned warriors from Bharata, clad in identical uniforms, either pursued or surrounded their quarry. Yun Shun and Bai Yingxue stood behind a jagged ridge of ice near the lake's center, watching the scene. Keeping his voice low, Yun Shun murmured, from their outfits, they're all Bharata fighters. Bharata? Bai Yingshu's expression darkened. Memories flashed through her mind. Bharata and Daxiao were both great martial nations with huge populations and countless cultivators, yet Bharata's elite had always lagged behind Daxia's. Because of that, Bharata opposed Daxia at every turn, and their warriors often fought to the death. A cold wind swept past, bringing a surge of murderous intent. A young Bharata warrior appeared silently behind them, twin daggers aimed straight at Yun Chen's back. Bai Yingxue felt a jolt of alarm. Watch out. Before she could finish, ripples of space shimmered behind her. A longsword flashed out like a bolt of light, pierced the young warrior's chest, and dropped him to the ice before he could even cry out. Crimson spread beneath the corpse, freezing into dark red shards. Turning, Bai Yingxue saw Yun Shun retract his hand, the spatial ripples vanishing as if nothing had happened. She let out a quiet breath. Your reaction speed is unreal. For a heartbeat, the lake fell silent. Then hundreds of Bharata elite fighters around the shore turned as one toward the pair. Their wolfish gazes locked on the intruders, killing intent condensing into a mist above the ice. Perfect, Yun Shun chuckled under his breath. We've been teleported straight into the enemy's den again. The first random teleport had thrown them into a chaotic melee. This time the danger was worse. The Bharata warriors had already formed an alliance. In other words, he and Bai Yingxue were about to face several hundred foes alone. Within the Bharata ranks, a wiry fighter licked his lips, excitement glinting in his eyes. Daxia cultivators. Feeling those hostile stares, Bai Yingxue edged closer to Yun Shun and whispered, how strong are they? Yun Shun swept the field with his spiritual sense. About half are 3rd rank. Most of the rest are 4th rank, and a few have just broken into 5th. Half of them are 4th rank. Bai Yingshu's brows knitted. What do we do? How can I keep from slowing you down? Yun Shun hadn't expected that to be her first concern and chuckled. You're not worried I might lose? She flashed a bright smile. Would you? Their casual banter stung the wiry Bharata fighter. Unable to endure it, he barked an order. Check their levels. A woman closed her eyes to sense, then opened them and reported, male, 4th rank 4-star. Female, 3rd rank 2-star. Hearing that, the wiry man relaxed, sneering. Seriously? A mid-4th and a low 3rd, and they're acting tough? Daxia scum, your smiles make me sick. He stepped forward, eyes cold, his voice echoing across the lake. Since the heavens sent you here, don't blame us for what happens next. The lean fighter raised his right hand and gave a casual wave. More than 100 warriors from Bharata stepped forward behind him, forming ranks in an instant, their killing intent palpable. At the same time, the yellow-robed woman behind Yun Shun lifted her hand, summoning nearly 100 comrades who closed in with their eyes fixed on the pair. On the far side of the frozen lake, a green-robed man advanced with another company of fighters, sealing Yun Shun and Bai Yingxue in a tight encirclement. There was no doubt these three were the leaders of the Bharata force. The woman in yellow was 5th rank, 1-star, the man in green, 5th rank, 2-star, and the lean fighter in imposing 5th rank, 4-star. Surrounded by several hundred enemies, Bai Yingxue could not help tensing up, even with Yun Shun at her side. The lean warrior looked down at Yun Shun, a cold gleam in his eyes and ridicule in his voice. Fight, or surrender. Yun Shun acted as though he had not heard. The man's lip twitched, and he let out a short laugh. Fine. At least you've got backbone. You're not disgracing Daxia. He was about to strike when the yellow-robed woman spoke up. We're still short on Federation points. Mind letting us have these too? The lean fighter glanced over and nodded. All right. I won't fight you for them. Much appreciated. After thanking him, the woman's gaze lingered on Bying Shua. A flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes at that stunning face. She turned back to Yin Shun and sneered. No assignment. Whoever kills him keeps the points. Go. At her command, nearly 100 Barada warriors leapt forward like starving wolves. And leave the girl, the rest of her order never left her lips. Thousands of circular ripples suddenly materialized in front of Yun Shun, golden waves radiating outward. An instant later the air rang with the shrill cry of steel. Thousands of long swords roared out of the ripples. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of sword rain tore through the ranks like a colossal meat grinder, cutting down half of the woman's force in a heartbeat. Dozens of warriors burst into points of light on the spot. Before the sword rain had even ceased, new spatial ripples blossomed overhead, unleashing another torrent of blades. Boom, 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 boom. The Barada warriors had no time to scream before they dissolved into drifting particles. The dense cloud of fragments merged into a gray mist before the woman's eyes, blotting out her sight. What in the world is that? She cried. A flash of cold light pierced the Hazia longsword streaking straight for her face. She twisted aside, only for the blade to veer abruptly in midair and lock onto her again. Telekinesis? Her heart pounded. She had no choice but to summon all her power, condensing a chi shield in front of her. Boom. The sword slammed into the shield with a deafening detonation. The barrier shattered instantly. The woman in yellow cried out in shock as Yun Chen's sword buried itself in her abdomen. Thud. A moment later, a tremendous force hurled her across the ice, sending her skidding nearly 100 meters and carving a long white scar behind her. When she finally landed, she clutched her wound with both hands, her body twitching in agony on the frozen surface. Silence settled over the lake. The air itself felt brittle with death. The remaining 200 or so warriors from the Baluo Duo kingdom stared in horror. They had lost nearly 100 comrades in less than 30 seconds. The man in green robes turned rigidly toward Yin Shun, the corner of his eye twitching. What is he? A demon? He stammered. Panic instantly swept through the ranks behind him. The wiry fighter barked, hold formation. We. Before he could finish, space above the green-robed man rippled. Metal clashed, and a storm of swords rained down like meteors. Ah! The green-robed warrior managed one piercing scream before the blades swallowed him whole. Bang! 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 Flesh burst apart in the freezing wind, each explosion echoing across the ice. Cracked the surface split open, leaving a gaping hole. The surviving warriors plunged into the frigid water. The cold drained their last traces of warmth. Suffocation clamped their throats, and their bodies disintegrated into particles, ruthlessly eliminated by the system. For them, dying beneath a sword might have been kinder. The wiry fighter's mind went blank, his lips quivering too hard to speak. Behind him, over 100 young Baluo Duo warriors stood frozen, shock and terror pressing down like an invisible dome. Yun Shun, the architect of the massacre, calmly sheathed his sword. Federation points, 12,034. Rank, 1,281. Oh. He glanced at the numbers, his tone casual. Not much on them, barely 50 points each. Traveling in packs is safer, but it's slow for farming points, and you have to take orders. Still, a big crowd has its uses. He tilted his head, joints popping, then pointed at the stunned wiry fighter. You're next. At those words, the man went rigid, as if he had turned to stone. I have a suggestion. Let's both back off. I'm a martial emissary officially dispatched by the Kingdom of Barada, and if you kill me here, you'll be in serious trouble. The wiry fighter raised both hands, but even as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished. A heartbeat later, a massive shockwave crashed down on Yun Chen's headboom. The ice sheet blew apart, gouging a wide hole as frigid lake water erupted upward, spraying razor-cold droplets. When the spray settled, the wiry fighter searched the area, only to find that Yun Shun had disappeared. Swoosh! A long sword suddenly shot toward his left flank. He twisted aside just in time. A split second later, dozens more swords howled in. He flurried his fists, detonating air waves that shredded the incoming blades. So that's all the power you've got? He sneered, eyes brimming with contempt. Then he turned toward the distant ice. Yin Shun was charging straight at him. Ahead of Yin Shun, hundreds of flickering spatial ripples unfolded. A thought flashed through the fighter's mind. Does that technique have a range limit? He retreated without hesitation. The next volley of swords burst from the rifts. At the extended distance, he blasted them apart with shockwaves, just as had predicted. Now that I know your weakness, how could I possibly lose? He whispered, eyes blazing with fanatic light. Boom! An explosion erupted behind him. He spun around to see his Barada soldiers being slaughtered by Yun Chen's vault of 10,000 swords. So I wasn't the real target. His face went ashen. Xiao warrior, he'll kill you. Rage boiled over. White shockwaves burst from his body, murderous intent surging. The power of a fifth-tier grandmaster roared free, strong enough to reshape the terrain. Even at a distance, Yun Shun felt the crushing pressure. Come on, Xiao warrior. Crash. The wiry fighter stamped on the ice and shot forward like a white blade, his speed sparking rapid-fire detonations in the air. He circled Yun Shun in a blur, letting fly a cluster of air bullets. In the very next instant, Yun Shun vanished from where Head stood. The fighter's pupils shrank. He's that fast. Yun Shun's burst of speed had leaped to a level he could barely track. Before he could recover, Yun Shun flashed to his flank. Bam! The fighter threw up an arm to block and instantly regretted his kick hammered his right forearm, nearly snapping the bone. Whoosh rocketed away like a cannonball, hurled across the ice. His back slammed against the ice. Fighting through the stabbing pain, the wiry martial artist sprang upright, but the instant his toes touched down, the cold shot up his legs. Clenching trembling fists, he growled. He could use his sword, yet he refuses. Is he treating me like a training dummy? The thought sent him over the edge. Teeth bared, he roared across the lake. Xiaowa scum, are you mocking me? Yun Chen's figure flickered into view. His right fist drew back, muscles coiling, then drove forward almost point blank. Bang! The punch thudded against the fighter's chest like a drum. His sternum cracked, bloody foam mixed with bile burst from his mouth, and he spun helplessly through the air. Damn it! He swallowed the iron taste and flung both hands wide. Jets of compressed air blasted from his palms, trailing white vapor. Using the recoil, he steadied himself midair, then shoved off again, shrieking upward. High above, the wind howled. Steam poured from every pore, forming a shimmering haze in the frozen sky. Looking down, he saw Yun Chen still standing on the shattered lake, calm as if he were watching a drill. To hell with you. Die. His voice echoed. The mist around him contracted violently, crushed into a milky bead no larger than a fingertip. He curled his fingers and flicked. Whoosh. The sphere shot toward the ice. Boom. Compressed air detonated, shock waves rattling the lake. The thick sheets splintered like a spider web, slabs flipped, and icy water geysered upward, dozens of crystal blue pillars rising like a colossal fountain. When the blast wave faded, the fighter landed on a drifting slab, knees bending to absorb the force, yet he still staggered. Gasping, he reeled inside. Sword cultivator or body cultivator, what is that Xiaowa man? He even wields spatial techniques. If that strike didn't kill him, I need to retreat. He bounded over the floes toward shore. After 2 leaps, the broken ice beneath him healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cracks knit together, the surface smoothing into a mirror. What? He whirled. In the distance, Inshuo stood with palms pressed, crystalline frost blooming at her fingertips. A fierce chill spread from her feet, weaving a net across the lake. A mere third-rank martial artist, yet she can mend ice on this scale. Unbelievable talent. Before the shock abated, murderous cold brushed his back. Every hair rose. He spun just in time to see a long sword streak toward his brow like lightning. Swish. He dodged, but the blade curved midair, its speed doubling to lock onto his forehead. Telekinetic control. Horror froze him. There was no escape. Crack. Flesh and wind burst together. His body disintegrated, scattering into fine particles that vanished on the breeze. On the lakeshore, Yun Shun and Inshuo walked side by side. A translucent screen appeared, numbers flashing. Points: 21,392. Rank: 461. Yingshu's eyes curved into crescents, equal parts delight and pride. Yun Shun, you just shot into the top 500. Yun Shun smiled, raised a hand, and closed the screen. Come on, let's find the next battlefield. Earlier that same day, inside the forbidden quarters of the Grand Xia Palace, a long corridor stretched beneath soft light as a young girl in magnificent court dress, a dragon and phoenix crown on her head, walked steadily forward. Her back was ramrod straight, her skirt swaying with each step, while attendants held their breath for fear of disturbing her. The bedchamber lay just ahead. When the attendants at the door saw her, they dropped to one knee. Tianzi. She gave them a cool glance and inclined her chin. Rise. They thanked her, stood, and formed 2 lines to escort her inside. Seated at the dressing table, she removed her crown and earrings. Gold, jade, pearls, and diamonds one piece after another slipped into a lacquered jewelry box without a sound. There were at least a dozen pieces, every one a bespoke creation from the world's top luxury houses. In the mirror, her features were delicate, her skin fairer than snow. Her surname was Si, her given name Wang, current Tianzi of Daxia. Behind her, a close maid murmured, Tianzi, it's time to change. Si Weiyang rose, letting her outer robe slide from her shoulders. Brocade pooled soundlessly on the carpet. A maid handed her a simply cut day dress. She lifted her arms to slip into it, her movements brisk. Once dressed, she leaned against the table, unable to hide a trace of fatigue. Today was her 17th birthday. Dignitaries from around the world had come to offer congratulations, and she had met them in endless succession. This was only a brief return to her quarters. More meetings awaited her that afternoon. None of them involved real power. The cabinet held that. Her duty, as Daxia's symbolic Tianzi, was to remain noble, composed, elegant, and regal at every moment. For a 17-year-old girl, the burden was crushing. She sighed softly. Suddenly the lights in the bedchamber went out. What happened to the lights? Are they broken? Si Weiyang frowned. In the darkness, several points of light drew near. A few maids approached with a huge cake. 17 candles flickered, illuminating their smiling faces. Happy birthday to you, the gentle song echoed through the quiet room. Si Weiyang stared. Then her surprise blossomed into delight. You. The head maid beamed. It's your birthday, of course we prepared something. They had grown up with her. Though servant and sovereign in name, they were sisters at heart. The unexpected celebration swept away her fatigue. Thank you, all of you. Si Weiyang took the cake, drew a deep breath, and blew out the candles amid their blessings. The flames vanished, the cake was sliced, and the scent of cream filled the air as everyone ate and chatted. To amuse her, the head maid leaned close and lowered her voice. The Shengshan training camp should be halfway through by now, right? Tianzi, you've been following its hall we watched today's live feed? The maids were eager, and Si Weiyang nodded. One of them activated a hollow projector, and a clear light screen hovered in midair. Indeed, Si Weiyang had been tracking the progress of the Shengshan training camp all along. Still, the results didn't look especially promising. A massive holographic screen hovered in the hall, streams of data pouring across it. It showed everything about the Sacred Mountain training camp: number of applicants, current eliminations, national standings, every detail stripped down to blunt digits and laid bare for all to see. Wow, they've already eliminated more than 70,000 people. That's insane. A palace maid gasped. Her companion tapped the back of her hand and scoffed. Don't be so dramatic. Anyone under 30 could sign up this time, and over 100,000 made it through the preliminaries. 100,000? That means these contestants are the best young fighters in the entire Human Federation. They've got to be stronger than the ones in the Rising Star Tournament. The Rising Star Tournament is nothing, just newly minted adults having fun. The maid lifted her chin. The Sacred Mountain Camp is the real global showcase. Even fourth-tier martial artists are commonplace there. Those few lines set off a wave of exclamations around the hall. Si Weiyang raised a hand for silence and laughed softly. Honestly, you're far too excitable. Taking the remote from a maid, she tapped it, and the display flipped to a new page. Isn't that the Great Xia leaderboard? Someone recognized the screen at once. The list showed every fighter from Great Xia who had broken into the top 10,000, their rankings updating in real time. That's our Great Xia for you, so many names in the top 10,000. A maid spoke with pride. Then she frowned. But most of them are below 8,000. That's risky. One slip and they're out. The head maid, Cain, lowered her voice beside Si Weiyang. Your Majesty, the newest members of the Imperial Martial Prodigy Bureau also joined the camp, didn't they? That Mr. Yin you asked Abu that isn't on the list. Yin Chen. The maid still addressed the young man as Mr. Si Weiyang's brows knit together. Even from the Forbidden City, she followed federal news. The formation of the Demon Expedition Army, the fall of Sky Island, and the return of Major Yun Chun from the Demon Realm. A boy her own age whose brilliance had drawn the Federation's highest attention had long piqued her curiosity. Yet the camp had offered no dazzling news about him so far. Seeing her tighten, Cain hurried to reassure her. Please don't be disappointed, Your Majesty. Mr. Yun is still young. Many contestants are nearly 30. It's natural he's trailing for now. Si Weiyang nodded, though her thoughts wandered. You really do care about him, don't you? Cain probed gently. It's nothing. Si Weiyang shook her head. A forgotten line of text surfaced in her mind, and she asked, Cain, have you heard the legend of the Jinyan clan? The Jinyan clan? No, what legend? Cain looked puzzled. Staring at the glowing screen, Si Weiyang recalled the secret histories she had read. Her voice fell to a murmur. The Jinyan clan, once the Sword Saint family of Great Xia. Cain smiled dismissively at Si Weiyang's remark. Your Majesty, you're forever hunting down obscure tales and unofficial histories. Yet you hardly spare a glance for the Imperial Chronicles. Si Weiyang merely lifted an eyebrow, smiling without a word. What Cain did not realize was how wide of the mark her teasing was. By the age of 3, Si Weiyang could already read, and before she turned 6, she had recited every volume of the Imperial Chronicles from memory, leaving the palace scholars astonished. At the time she had no grand ambitions. She simply found Great Xia's history dry and laden with euphemism. Nor was Great Xia unique. Every human chronicle whitewashed the past polite wording for hiding ancestral disgrace. The books extolled brotherly harmony, filial piety, and marital bliss in the imperial clan, yet Si Weiyang knew better than anyone that the real court was nothing like the perfection on the page. Seeing through the gloss of official history, she began to gather forbidden books in secret. Such conduct was hardly suitable for a future son of heaven, so she tucked her curiosity away in the night and between the seams of her scrolls. By day she was the model heir praised by all. By night, when the palace fell silent, she was like a cat driven by curiosity, turning pages of banned texts by candlelight. Fortunately, the Great Xia archives contained more books than anywhere under heaven. Astronomy, geography, natural science, she devoured them all, from the motion of the stars to the life and death of herbs. Unofficial histories, strange rumors, and tales of gods and monsters were her greatest delight. The legend of the Jinyun clan impressed her most deeply, not least because it intersected with her own dynasty. Long ago, it was said, Great Xia had once been ruled by a female son of heaven, and the Jinyun ancestor served beside her as the court guard acclaimed as the sword saint of Great Xia. The two fell in love, breaking imperial taboo. The sword saint was condemned to death. By law, the Jinyun clan should have been exterminated, yet they were merely stripped of their surname and forced to take the name Yun. Grateful for this mercy, the Yun clan produced generation after generation of sword prodigies who pledged loyalty to Great Xia. Their fortunes soon soured. The family seemed cursed with a hereditary madness. Many of its geniuses descended into blood-soaked frenzy. Stranger still, each patriarch, on his deathbed, would carve out his own heart and order his successor to eat a grisly rite that made the Yun clan pariahs and drew repeated suppression from the throne. Centuries later, the clan withered and disappeared, swallowed by the river of history. A swordsman named Yun, and a gifted one at that, Si Weiyang mused. Could the legend of the Jinyun clan be true? If Yun Shun were truly a prodigy, he should have passed the preliminary trials for the Sacred Mountain training. She looked up at the leaderboard hanging overhead, searching it again and again, but the name Yun Shun was nowhere in sight. A faint, indefinable disappointment stirred within her. Your Majesty, Cain added, if you ask me, you really ought to spend less time with those unofficial chronicles. Cain smoothed Si Weiyang's hair and laughed. Sword gods, blade gods, if there were really that many gods around, the fiends would have been wiped out long ago, wouldn't they? She ran her fingers through the dark strands with practiced ease, teasing lightly. Mr. Yun is impressive, I grant you, but he's still too young. Even if he clears the preliminary trials for the Sacred Mountain training, I doubt he'll get much farther. The translucent display in the hall cast a cold, pale glow as the rankings scrolled in real time. One maid stole a glance at the list and whispered, Sir Jiang Zhu from the Jiang clan is near the top. I believe I've made it clear I don't wish to hear that man's name in my presence, Si Weiyang said, a faint crease forming between her brows, her voice frosty. Cain shot the maid a warning look. The girl fell to her knees at once. Your Majesty, forgive me. There are 5 elite lineages in Daxia, collectively known as the 5 noble houses, and the Jiangs are one of them. Although their martial prowess is mediocre, their talent for currying favor is legendary, and Grand Secretary Yin openly favors them at court. Jiang Zhu, the clan's eldest legitimate son, is the undisputed heir. Cain knew exactly why the sovereign despised him. She leaned closer and muttered indignantly, that Jiang Zhu should take a good look in the mirror. He actually covets your Majesty and wants to marry into the royal family? A toad lusting after a swan. And the rumors about the way he carries on with his half-sister, if they're true, it's a scandal of epic proportions. Yet he still dreams of joining the imperial household? He must be addled. Si Weiyang laughed in spite of herself at the tirade, but she still patted Quain's hand. Mind your language. Just keep your distance from people like him. Yes, your Majesty, Cain answered, bowing her head. On the screen, highlight reels from the Sacred Mountain training flashed by. With more than 100,000 combatants involved, a live feed was impossible, so only the most dramatic moments were spliced together. Standing side by side, Si Weiyang and Cain kept glancing at the leaderboard. Cain sighed. If the prodigies from the other great houses had joined in, our Daxiao ranking wouldn't look so pathetic. Imagine letting that Jiang Zhu sit on top. Those prodigies were drafted into the Valkyrie Reserve program long ago. They're already overcommit, Si Weiyang explained quietly. I know, but I still can't stomach it, Cain grumbled, pouting. Si Weiyang laughed, though she was just as frustrated. Jiang Zhu might be a 5th-rank fighter, but what bothered her was his character. The way he leered at her made her skin crawl. She wondered privately, is my Daxiao truly forced to rely on the sons of these aristocratic houses? Suddenly the rankings refreshed again, and a string of new names broke into the top 10,000. It's the elite division of Imperial Martial University. Your Majesty, the Tenjao division. Several maids exclaimed. Names from the capital's Imperial Martial University blazed across the display. Chong Yuanwu, Ji Qiongxi, Songjia, and last year's first seed Zhouyu. All 9 third years from the division had also entered the top bracket. Quain's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, the elites from Imperial Martial are finally showing their hand. Outside the noble houses, they're the finest young fighters in Daxia. Si Weiyang was equally delighted. Her gaze swept the screen, but she failed to find the one name she cared about most. That's odd, where is he? A quiet disappointment settled over her. The feed switched to a new highlight. 2 young combatants, a man and a woman dressed in custom combat suits, stood amid the ruins of a dense forest. He was striking, she breathtakingly beautiful, yet the 2 of them were surrounded on all sides by 3 hostile factions, easily several hundred fighters in total. How do I keep from holding you back? Aren't you afraid to lose? The woman whispered. The man snorted softly. Lose? Since when have you ever lost? Before their words fully faded, thousands of shimmering spatial rifts bloomed before him. The palace maids stared at the image, mouths agape. What is that? One of them breathed. Thousands of circular portals hovered in perfect formation, their rims rippling with dazzling golden light like a regiment drawn up for battle. The searing brilliance swept over the hall, forcing everyone to raise a hand against the glare. A heartbeat later, a longsword slid from the center of each vortex. Blades gleamed white cold, and the simultaneous flash of thousands of swords resembled a surging galaxy, so grand it made scalps tingle. None of the maids had ever seen anything like it, and cries of alarm burst through the hall. Is he a sword cultivator? Heavens! Someone blurted. Cain fixed her gaze on the scene, cheeks flushed with excitement. She grabbed Si Wang's shoulder and whispered, Your Majesty, I recognize him. That's Chen, Mr. Yun. Si Weiyang turned to the young man on the screen. Though they had never met, she knew the face from posters and news photos. She was indeed Chen. Delight exploded in her chest, yet she forced it down and kept her composure. As ruler of Daxia, she had been trained since childhood to reveal neither joy nor anger. Another maid jabbed a finger at the display. Those fighters are all from Barada. Hundreds of them swarming too of our shameless. Only then did Si Weiyang notice the woman in white beside Chen, as delicate as the first plum blossom in snow. She lowered her voice. Cain, who is that woman? Cain spread her hands in a rueful shrug. Your Majesty, am no all-knowing sage. I barely know Mr. Yun. How could I know the lady with him? Si Weiyang nodded but could not resist another glance at Biangxue. Hailed since childhood as Daxia's most precious jewel, she still felt a sudden jolt at the woman's ethereal beauty, an inexplicable unease, perhaps the silent rivalry that can exist between women. She drew a steadying breath and buried the feeling. Moments later she spoke, rare anger edging her voice. Those Barada fighters rely on numbers to bully the few utterly shameless. From Si Weiyang, the word shameless was a severe rebuke. Cain stamped her foot. Barada's warriors are rotten to the core. They've always tried to undermine ours. Indeed, conflict between Barada and Daxia had never ceased. The worst episode was the fall of Fan, an ancient kingdom once called Daxia's brother. Though small, Fan produced many elite warriors, and when it declined, only Daxia's protection kept its throne alive. Yet during Daxia's dynastic turmoil, Barada invaded and annexed Fan. When order was restored, the Son of Heaven learned of the betrayal and declared war. Warriors from both realms fought for years, ending with Barada paying reparations, a campaign from which both nations felt they had lost. Great Xia considered its failure to help the Fan Kingdom regain its throne a stain on its own honor. Barada, for its part, saw the war indemnity as an intolerable humiliation. The long-standing feud between the two nations made Si Weiyang instinctively resent Barada. Inside the Imperial study, a holographic screen was streaming live footage from the front. Lowering her voice, Cain warned, Your Majesty, it looks as if Mr. Yun is being overwhelmed. Si Weiyang's face darkened, her brows knitting. Hundreds of Baratin fighters were surrounding Chen and his partner, a numerical gap that was almost painful to watch. The hall fell so silent that a pin could have been heard dropping. Everyone stared at the projection, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, swordsong thundered through the image. Thousands of blades burst from Chen's fingertips, their icy light bristling with murderous intent. Startled, the palace maids gasped, then hurriedly covered their mouths, remembering the sovereign at their side. The mass of swords slammed into the Baratin ranks like a swarm of guided missiles. Explosions crackled one after another, the sonic booms of self-destructing armor, as each combatant was forced out of the fight. Cain gaped, muttering, this, but failed to form a complete sentence. On screen, Chen moved with calm assurance, robes fluttering, under no pressure whatsoever. It was a one-sided massacre, no harder than slaughtering livestock. When she finally found her voice, it trembled with disbelief. Mr. Yun was never at a disadvantage. Si Weiyang's eyes flickered. It was her first time watching Chen in real combat, and his power far surpassed her expectations. He kept unleashing the myriad sword arsenal, turning himself into a mobile missile battery. Wave after wave of steel rained down, leaving the enemy no chance to react. Shock soon gave way to open admiration among the maids. He's unbelievable. Those Baratin fighters can't even raise a hand against him. Cain, that's Chen? The top seed in the new Imperial Martial Talents tournament? Cain nodded. That's him. Voices overlapped. A swordsman can really be this fierce? I heard sword cultivation is notoriously hard. Most people remain mediocre their entire lives. Then how did Mr. Yun become so strong? Another girl asked. Their chatter sent Si Weiyang drifting into memory. When she was a child, an old man with snow-white hair had visited the palace, a heavy sword case strapped to his back. He began training at 10, awakened talents in both sword and saber at 18, finally choosing the sword, reached Grandmaster at 60, and became a sixth-tier martial deity at 180, paying a price few could imagine. Yet that old man had pounded the floor in frustration, declaring, the sword Dao is the most useless of all. For swift, decisive kills, nothing beats the spear. For sheer, brutal force, the saber. For for silent strikes across 1,000 li, the bow. The sword is called the king of weapons, but it has no unique advantage. At the time, Si Weiyang had almost agreed. Yun Chen's display now overturned everything she thought she knew. Just then, the image on the screen shifted again. The projection once again showed Yun Chen locked in combat with the wiry fighter from Barada. Look, he can control the air. One of the maids whispered. On screen, the Barada warrior swung his arms, launching compressed gusts that pounded the frozen lake, blasting crater after crater into the ice and sending frigid water sky high. A dozen jets erupted in the blink of an eye, and the maids gasped, their cries overlapping. Kate Ean's eyes widened, her voice quavering. My goodness, he must be a fifth-tier grandmaster's reshaping the battlefield. She silently pictured herself out there and couldn't even imagine how she would die. Your Majesty, look. Kate clutched Si Weiyang's sleeve, her knuckles white. Si Weiyang's bright eyes narrowed. On the screen, the wiry fighter was compressing the air between his palms, forcing it into a fist-sized sphere. The gleaming projectile warped the scene around it, as if it could shatter the entire lake at any second. Master Yun's several maids held their breath, silently praying for Yun Chen. Si Weiyang murmured. What do we do? She had never met the man, yet worry filled her chest. A sudden thought occurred to her. Yun Chen's name had been missing from the earlier rankings. Had he fallen to this very strike? The idea tightened her heart even more. With a thunderous crash, the air bomb struck. The ice split apart, huge slabs bobbing and grinding together with a teeth-clenching crack, the amplified sound echoing through the gilded hall and forcing everyone to cover their ears. Was Master Yun eliminated? The screen was a scene of ruin, and Yun Chen was nowhere to be seen. Kain's voice dropped. Silence spread through the hall until Si Weiyang suddenly pointed, her tone lifting in delight. Look, the fractured lake was healing before their eyes. Bai Yingshuan knelt on one knee, hands pressed together, her gaze unwavering. Frost surged from beneath her, racing along the shattered patterns and welding the ice back into a flawless, unbreakable sheet. She's an ice element practitioner. Master Yun's companion is incredible too. Kate blurted, full of admiration. The view shifted again. The Barada warrior stared at the restored ice, his confidence turning to shock, then terror. In that instant, a dark blur flashed across the surface. He snapped his head around and, the next moment, his body burst silently into a mist of blood. The hall fell mute for several seconds. Then the tension shattered into a wave of cheers. He won. Master Yun won. Great Xia triumphs over Barada. Quivering with excitement, Kei shook Si Weiyang's shoulders. Your Majesty, Master Yun did it and he was outnumbered. Si Weiyang was overjoyed. She jumped to her feet, her jade-white hands curling into tight fists as excitement visibly washed over her. On the live feed, Yun Chen still stood tall, his fighting spirit undiminished. Fixing her eyes on the screen, Si Weiyang spoke in a quivering voice. Yes, yes. Well done. So satisfying. Kei clapped. Those Barada fighters are going to choke on this loss. Haha. A thought struck Si Weiyang, and she raised an eyebrow. Where's the leaderboard? Why isn't it up yet? Before the words left her mouth, the giant display shifted. The provisional rankings for Great Xia flashed on. Every gaze darted to the newest entry. Yun Chen, rank 461. A heartbeat later, the number jumped again. Rank 345. Good heavens. Kei exclaimed. Mr. Yun is already in the top 500 of the Sacred Mountain Camp. Though more than 400 names still stood before him, none of the younger fighters were stronger, and none of the stronger ones were as young. Age had always been Kei-En's favorite gauge of potential, and she could barely contain her excitement. Staring at the list, stars dancing in her eyes, Si Weiyang thought, no wonder both the Federation and the Cabinet are so eager to recruit him. Even the most gifted heirs of the great clans weren't this terrifying at his age. Unconsciously, she was already weighing Yun Chen against those prodigies as an equal. What truly defied belief was not his current strength, but the speed of his rise. Only 10 months had passed since the independent martial exam, and merely 3 or 4 since he entered Imperial Capital University. Jiang residence. Clan head Jiang Fu reclined with a steaming cup of tea, casting a sidelong glance at the Sacred Mountain broadcast on the wall. Zer never disappoints. Rank 27 first among Great Xia. Before he finished, several exquisitely dressed concubines drifted in, gathering around to knead his shoulders with playful laughter. Master, young lord is ranked first in Great Xia. One chirped. The others echoed. Young lord is remarkable and it's all thanks to your guidance. Jiang Fu smiled as he sipped his tea. You women have no vision. Zer hasn't even shown his full hand yet. Once he completes that advanced cultivation method and can project his avatar, there will be few in the entire camp who can match him. Years of pent-up frustration finally seemed ready to burst free. Just wait, Zer will astonish you all, Jiang Fu boasted. A few days have passed. With his talent, he should have finished the foundational phase of spirit core condensation, and that advanced manual should be in his hands by now. Still uneasy, he opened the trading market to confirm. Whoever secured that manual first could blaze through the second stage of mental cultivation and enter the third avatar projection. Those who missed it would be forced to wait or crawl forward on their own. Hahak knew it. Jiang Fu laughed aloud when he saw the manual for spirit core condensation had already been sold. Zer's luck is truly extraordinary. Snagging the book mid-training will catapult his progress. With a spring breeze in his heart, the Jiang clan had felt an unshakable surge of pride. Another few days slipped by. As the preliminaries went on, fewer than 20,000 warriors remained active on the battlefield. With their abilities now evenly matched, every clash demanded calculated precision, a stark contrast to the early days when rookies were butchered wholesale. Anyone still standing was a master in their own right, and many had already made a name for themselves. At the foot of Icebound Mountain, a biting wind whipped up fine snow. Several white fighters from the Western Alliance stumbled backward and collapsed, terror frozen on their faces. Lord of 10,000 Swords. Ice Queen. Stay back, spare us. Their plea was met by icy flashes slicing through the air. Yun Shun flicked his sleeve, sending several long swords from the arsenal of 10,000 swords hurtling forward. In a blink, the cold blades pierced their throats. Blood splattered across the snow and froze instantly. After a brief, wet gasp, only the howling wind remained. Bai Yinxue touched down beside Yin Shun, her cloak snapping in the gale. With a playful lift of her eyes, she smiled. Lord of 10,000 Swords? I've heard that nickname so many times these past few days. Yun Shin returned the smile. I'd like to meet the genius who coined it. Your own title, Ice Queen, has a nice ring to it, too. Don't call me Ice Queen, it's embarrassing. Bai Yingshu's cheeks flushed as she stamped lightly, ice blue hair swaying in the wind. Over the past few days the two had carved a path of victory, their federation points skyrocketing. Yin Shun had climbed to 32nd place, while Bai Yinxue had squeezed into the top 500. Even if they stopped fighting now, they would still sail through the preliminaries, but neither was satisfied. For a martial artist, nothing accelerates growth like rigorous training and fierce battle. Bai Yingshu's realm still had plenty of room to expand, and she now fought alongside Yin Shun instead of relying on him. From time to time, he produced a blood essence tree core, helping her unleash new potential after each fight. She had already surged to 3rd rank, 3 stars progress faster than she had ever imagined. Yun Shun ran the numbers in his head, then looked at her. At this pace, Yinxue, you might reach 4th rank, minor grandmaster, before the prelims end. And if you fall just short, we can trade our federation points for a treasure to push you over the line. He grinned. Your breakthrough is practically guaranteed. Bai Yingshu's heart leapt with joy. It wasn't just the surge in strength, it was finally standing shoulder to shoulder with Yin Shun instead of being sheltered by him. That sense of partnership felt more rewarding than any rank. She blinked, eyes glittering. If you hadn't given me those blood essence tree cores, I'd never have advanced this quickly. Yun Shun smiled faintly and was about to speak when he felt sudden warmth on his cheek. Rising on tiptoe, Bai Yinxue brushed a swift, dragonfly-like kiss across his face. Yinxue, Yun Shun stared, the mighty lord of 10,000 swords caught completely off guard. What startled Yin Shun even more was just how daring Yinxue had suddenly become. Bai Yingshu's pale face was now crimson, as if it could drip blood. She dropped her head to her chest, unable to meet Yun Shen's gaze. Recently, she had buried herself in countless dating guides, one of which stated plainly, when a girl takes the initiative, the wall between 2 hearts shatters like paper. Yet this was her first real-life attempt, and she had no idea how Yin Shun would react. Her heart raced like a frightened fawn, a faint buzzing filled her ears, and she did not even dare look up for confirmation. Yin Shun felt his own ears burning. They had grown up together and had been side by side every day lately, but never had they shared such intimate contact. The lingering warmth on his lips kept tugging at his nerves, refusing to be ignored. When the air seemed about to congeal, Bai Yingxue finally spoke, her voice no louder than a mosquito's hum. Tu just wanted to thank you, it doesn't mean anything else, so don't get the wrong idea. The words left her mouth, and she instantly regretted them. Why add that last line? Stupid sunder a tongue. Her eyes stung, tears threatening to spill. No wonder people say acting tsundere ruins everything. What if Yinshin really believed she felt nothing more for him? While she wrestled with remorse and fear, a warm, strong arm slipped around her waist. Her heart lurched, and she instinctively looked up just in time for Yinshin to pull her into his arms and lower his head to kiss her. Soft lips met, trembling slightly. After a brief moment of shock, Bai Yingxue closed her eyes and yielded, soon wrapping her arms around his neck to deepen the kiss. Their lips brushed and lingered, breaths mingling, ragged gasps swirling around their ears. Damp warmth crossed borders, tongues exploring and intertwining as though each meant to dissolve into the other's world. No one knew how long it lasted before they reluctantly parted. Yun Shun still held her tightly, only then noticing the clear tracks of tears on her cheeks. Flustered, he began, Yingxue, I. She shook her head and pressed her face against his chest, listening to the steady heartbeat. Her voice was as light as a feather. I'm so happy, Yinshin. I like you. He froze, ready to answer, but she shook her head again, tears glistening. I just want you to know how I feel. Yinshin, I like you don't have to reply yet. Deep down she still feared he might not choose her in the end. Yunshin pulled her closer, his forehead resting against her temple, and spoke in a low voice. Ingxue, I like you too. Really? Her beautiful eyes quivered, and another wave of joyful tears spilled down. Yunshin had refused her once, believing he lacked the strength to protect her. Now he hesitated no more. She buried her face deeper, her voice muffled. I know Sister Qingqing likes you as well, and using this chance today was a bit sneaky of me. If you like Qingqing too, two can accept that, so don't worry about me. Just imagining that future made her blush harder. Even the tips of her ears turned pink. Holding the warm, soft girl in his arms, Yunshin's feelings were mixed, yet determination outweighed everything. They simply stayed there, wrapped around each other, the world reduced to the beating of two hearts and the brush of quiet breaths. At the sweetest moment, several teasing voices drifted over from a distance. Well, what have we here? Getting all lovey-dovey, are we? Who dares flirt in this place? A few warriors approached, all dressed like Wano swordsmen, their hilts swaying at their sides as their laughter sliced through the tender atmosphere. Yunshin looked toward them, and rare, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.